I took over the family's rundown renovation workshop. The first big order was to refurbish a 59-style tank that was practically scrap metal. With a tight deadline and a daunting task, I thought we were headed for bankruptcy, but unexpectedly activated the SSS-level Divine Refurbishment System. The system directly gifted us a complete set of black tech blueprints, anti-gravity, electromagnetic cannons, and electromagnetic stealth included. Wasn't it just supposed to be a simple refurbishment? I insisted on a radical upgrade. 1 month later, at the Dragon Kingdom's Historical Equipment Exhibition, in front of diplomats from various countries and leading scientific researchers, the Type 59 tank I refurbished suddenly soared into the sky, hovering in mid-air. The commotion caused on the way here was just the appetizer. When this antique truly showcased its divine power at the exhibition, global shockwaves surged wildly into my system, and the next target for magical modification had already locked onto that abandoned fighter jet model. Chapter 1. This junk's already scrapped, no point in renovating. Brain storage unit. The author is not a scientific researcher and lacks exhaustive knowledge, so there might be some unreasonable elements. But hey, it's a power fantasy, just enjoy the ride without overthinking it. Chen Fan, don't say I didn't help you out, brother. I had a hard time getting this big order from the boss. You'd better make the most of it. Jiangzhou City, Hajiang Village. At Tianha Renovation Plant. Chen Fan listened to the voice on the other end of the phone, his face blooming with joy. Haha, Lalu, I owe you big time for this one. Once we wrap up this deal, dinner's on me. What's all this talk for? We're good buddies. I've sent the pictures and requirements to your phone, take a look. Got it. Chen Fan cheerfully opened WeChat. A battle-damaged Syrian-grade Type 59 tank suddenly appeared before his eyes. How about it? This mission should be easy, right? Just polish and wax it, and replace a few small parts, that's all. The deadline is 1 month. Easy? Easy my ass. Chen Fan was so furious that he started cursing. Lu, are you messing with me? This thing is completely scraped. How the hell am I supposed to refurbish it? This is a refurbishment plant, not an arms factory. Damn it. Are you messing with me on purpose? I'm not doing this crap, find someone else if you want. Listening to the roar on the phone, old Lu pleaded, Fan Yi, my good brother. Just give it a simple coat of paint, that's all I ask for. Chen Fan furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing this. No problem helping you, but isn't the higher-ups worried about technology leaks? Hearing this, old Lu laughed heartily and said, what nonsense are you talking about? The Type 59 has been obsolete for how many years now? Besides, the important components were removed long ago by the higher-ups. What they're giving you is just an empty shell. If it weren't for Longhwa's historical equipment exhibition, this thing would rot in the warehouse without anyone caring. Go ahead and do it with confidence. Hearing this, Chen Fan responded with an MHM. Alright, if it's just about painting and waxing, then I'll take the job. After all, the factory hadn't made a single sale since I took it over from my parents. Alright, let's not talk anymore for now. The stuff is already on its way to your factory, waiting for your good news. Good brother. The call ended. Chen Fan took a deep breath. Perhaps the actual item isn't quite this disappointing? With a heart full of unease, Chen Fan arrived outside the factory, waiting for the delivery truck to come. Soon, a heavy truck towing a tank slowly drove into the warehouse of Tianha Refurbishment Plant. Chen Fan's eyes instantly widened in astonishment. Before my eyes loomed a tank devoid of tracks, its surface long rusted and riddled with bullet holes. What's bizarre is that the tank's cannon barrel is actually bent. What the hell? Chen Fan was utterly despairing. The mission had a 1-month deadline, requiring at least 8 floors to be renovated. But judging by the current situation, it's far from being 80% new. He could barely manage 0.8 floors. Resigned to his fate, Chen Fan let out a sigh and instructed the workers to use the crane to lower the Type 59. Good grief. He only just realized the tank didn't even have a chassis. So this is what they meant by removing the crucial components? Does this mean he has to weld the chassis himself? Lu, I thank you, really thank you. Chen Fan grumbled and cursed as he approached the tank, staring blankly at the huge rusty beast. What should I do? Just as Chen Fan was getting a headache, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! The strongest renovation system has detected a suitable host. Binding in progress. System binding in progress, please wait. System binding successful. Scanning current refurbished items, please wait. Scan successful. Immediately, a panel appeared before Chen Fan's eyes. Above is all the relevant information about this tank. Model, Type 59. Scrap level, 90%. Renovation difficulty, 2 stars. Recommended refit plan, install electromagnetic cannon module, add anti-gravity propulsion system, equip electromagnetic stealth system. The system will provide the host with the following technical support. 1. Anti-gravity system related technologies and blueprints. 2. Electromagnetic cannon related technology and blueprints. 3. Electromagnetic stealth system related technologies and blueprints. Host, do you wish to proceed with this refurbishment plan? Note, since this is the host's first time using the system, this modification technology is provided as a complimentary gift. Future modification technologies require the host to spend shock value to purchase. Method to obtain shock value: the more shock generated when the host's modifications are revealed, the more shock value is earned. Hearing the system's rapid-fire explanations, Chen Fan was immediately stunned. Goodness, a system? As a novel enthusiast, how could he not be familiar with the benefits of a system? I can't believe I actually got to encounter this? And, this is hardly a renovation. It's clearly about developing a new type of tank. And what in the hell is this, a goddamn anti-gravity tank? Choose this renovation plan. After the brief shock, Chen Fan chose the solution provided by the system without hesitation. Relevant technologies and blueprints have been packaged and sent to the system storage, which the host can claim at any time. Detected that the host does not yet possess suitable refurbishment equipment. The system has specially gifted a set of refurbishment tools, which the host can claim at any time. Wow, this system is way more considerate than old Lu. It even gave him equipment. Feeling the information that appeared in his mind, Chen Fan grinned. Alright, old Lu, you wanna play it like this, huh? Painting and waxing? I just won't, damn it. Chen Fan waved his hand grandly and addressed the two remaining workers in the factory, saying, listen up, lads. Come on, dismantle this thing along with all the machines in the factory. Upon hearing this, the two workers asked with shocked expressions, Boss, has our factory gone bankrupt? Why dismantle the machinery? It can still be sold for some money. Once taken apart, it's just scrap metal and worthless. Chen Fan stared at the two of them. Do as you're told and stop all the nonsense. Yes, director. A moment later, in the Tianhao refurbishment factory, the sounds of clinking and clanging began to echo, until the sky gradually darkened. The two workers finally said with weary faces, Boss, we've finished dismantling everything. As you instructed, everything has been moved to another warehouse. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction and said to the two workers, you two, starting today, take a month off. Wages will be paid as usual. Since he planned to use the system to modify the Type 59 tank, Chen Fan naturally didn't want any outsiders present. After all, if those technologies were to be leaked, we'd be royally screwed. Hearing this, the two workers' weary faces instantly blossomed into smiles. Got it, boss. We'll be back in a month. After the workers left, Chen Fan locked the factory door securely and muttered softly in his mind, System, extract the new refurbishment equipment. Ding! Extraction successful. Chen Fan only felt a blur in the space before his eyes, and then a futuristic workbench suddenly appeared in front of him. Chen Fan focused his gaze intently. Wow, it's semi-automated. Chapter 2: The equipment exhibition is approaching. The equipment is ready. The technology is in place. Only the final step remains. Chen Fan frowned and pulled out his phone, glancing at the balance on his bank card. Great! Buying a tank model is hard enough as it is. Then, with a quick motion, he made a call to Lao Lu. What? You want an advance of 300,000 yuan? Alright, no problem. We've been best buds since childhood, I trust you. What? You still need some special steel? Nickel alloy? High-purity titanium steel metal? Plasma separator? Wait, say something I can understand. On the other end of the phone, Lu Dizhu, who was leisurely sipping tea at the Jiangzhou Research Institute, felt like his brain was about to explode. Fan Yi, you are my dear grandfather. Say something I can actually understand. At the Tianhao refurbishment factory, Chen Fan rolled his eyes in frustration. Lu Dizhu and he had grown up together since they were kids wearing split pants. After graduating from university, I got into Jiangzhou Research Institute through family connections. Can vocational college graduates work in research institutes? That would be strange if anyone could understand these. In short, it means I ask for money, you give me money. I ask for materials, you give me materials. Got it? Lu Dizhu understood and said cheerfully, that's simple, I just need to report it to my supervisor. After hanging up the phone, Lu Dizhu adjusted his clothes and then headed towards his supervisor's office. In the office, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was leisurely sipping his tea. Upon meeting Lu Dizhu, he waved and asked, Xiaolu, how's the renovation coming along? In 1 month, it's going to be the Dragon Kingdom's historical equipment exhibition. At that time, not only will military district leaders and heads of research institutes and arms factories be present, but also many foreign dignitaries and reporters. Let's make sure nothing goes wrong. Lu Dizhua twitched the corner of his mouth upon hearing this. This was his direct superior, Qin Huanyuan. He was also the head of the logistics department at Jiangzhou Research Institute. Rumored to have gotten the position through connections, he had no real skills, spending his days just drinking tea and scrolling through Douyin. Department head, everything went smoothly, except. Qin Huanyuan shot Lu Dizhu a sidelong glance and asked, just what? However, the other party requires some special materials. Qin also knew exactly what the 59 type tank looked like. But this was a mission assigned from above. Even if it meant refurbishing a pile of scrap metal, he had to get the job done. This task originally belonged to their logistics department. But most of the logistics department consisted of privileged connections, useless at everything and devouring all resources. So, Qin Haiyuan had no choice but to secretly outsource the project. It's just special materials, after all. Qin Huanyuan folded his newspaper and grumbled, just give him whatever he asks for. Lu Dezu grinned sheepishly and said, Party B also hopes to advance 300,000 yuan in funds. 30,000? Here you go. Just say if it's not enough. Got it, Section Chief Qin. 1 week later, at the Tianhe refurbishment plant. Staring at the barely formed massive structure before him, Chen Fan felt a massive headache coming on. 300,000 in funds had been poured in, vanishing like water down a drain, yet all they had to show for it was an outer shell. Left without any recourse, he had no choice but to make yet another call to Lu Dizhu. No way, brother Fan, 300,000 and you spent it all in 1 week? Chen Fan gave an awkward smile and said, you think this stuff is that simple? You don't get it. And indeed, Lu Dizhu didn't get it. Alright, how much more do you need? 1 million. Qin Haiyuan, who was sipping tea and reading the newspaper, couldn't help but spit out his water upon hearing Lu Dizhu's report. How much? He wants 1 million? Just a renovation? Why does it cost so much money? Qin Yuanhai looked at Lu Dizhu with a face full of suspicion. Director, Lu Dizhu said with a helpless expression, that's exactly what I told him too. But he said I don't understand. You don't understand? Did Qin Yuanhai understand then? Fine. Who knows what madness has struck the higher-ups, making the logistics department refurbish those already scrapped Type 59 tanks. Qin Yuanhai waved his hand helplessly and said, here, take it. Got it. After receiving the approval form from the section chief, Lu Dihu couldn't resist calling back. Mr. Fan, please don't cause any more trouble. This matter involves my future. On the other end of the phone, Chen Fan was so furious upon hearing this that he almost lost his temper. Damn, when it's about your future, you'd screw over your buddy like this? This is a refurbishment plant, not an arms factory. If you're in a hurry, take them to the munitions factory. Lu Dizhu hastily apologized, Grandpa, my dearest grandpa, a quarter of the time has already passed. It's too late to go to the munitions factory now. Actually, there's an even bigger problem. That is, they were only given a budget of 3 million. The military factory's round trip would barely make ends meet with 3 million. Alright, anyway, my modifications are at the most critical stage now. Come pick it up in 3 weeks. Hearing Chen Fan's assurance, Lu Dizhu finally let out a sigh of relief. He still trusted Chen Fan on this point. After all, Chen Fan majored in electrical automation and had even helped modify a small electric scooter back then. With just a few $100, Chen Fan gave the nearly scrapped little e-bike a makeover, and now it runs like a beast. Even the Hellfire boys next door were drooling with envy. Time flies. There is only 1 day left before the opening of the Longboy Historical Equipment Exhibition. It is said that this grand event was initiated by the Longboy National Academy of Sciences, undertaken by the Southern Military Region, and hosted by the Jiangzhou Research Institute. Participating in this equipment exhibition are only the most representative pieces from Dragon Country. At that time, not only will many high-ranking military officials attend, but even numerous foreign journalists and media outlets will be present. Jiangzhou has entered a state of emergency alert. One after another, vintage armored vehicles and antiquated equipment were transported through various means to the exhibition site outside the Jiangzhou Science and Technology Museum. At this very moment, a private aircraft landed at Jiangzhou Military Airport. Inside and outside the military airport, soldiers armed to the teeth were stationed everywhere, with even special reaction forces deployed nearby. Because there are at least dozens of national treasure-level military and scientific research experts on board this aircraft. Even Qian Guozhong, the director of the National Academy of Sciences, had arrived. Yet at this moment, Qian Guozhong was standing beside a hunched, elderly man in his 80s. Professor, we've reached Jiangzhou. The old man raised his head, his cloudy eyes scanning the scenery outside, and chuckled, it's been many years since I last came to Jiangzhou. Soon after, another large passenger aircraft landed on the tarmac not far from this private jet. Above, uniformly present, were representatives from various governments and top journalists from leading news outlets around the world. Over 100 military armored vehicles were neatly parked outside the airport, awaiting the rewards for these prominent figures. Soon after, the mayor of Jiangzhou City, the municipal party secretary, and the entire leading team, as respectful as elementary school students, escorted these important figures under the protection of armored vehicles to the designated hotel. As for Qin Yuanhai and Lu Dozhou, they didn't even get the chance to go meet the plane. Chapter 3, Driving a Tank into a Gas Station. The next day. Early morning. What the hell? You want me to deliver it to your door? And no shipping fee? Chen Fan, who had been sound asleep, was jolted awake by the urgent ringing of the phone. On the other end of the line came Lu Dizhu's infuriating voice. Well, you see, too many big shots showed up. I can't get away. What the hell do you care about big shots? Chen Fan snapped irritably, no delivery. Grandpa, my dear old man, I beg you. All the other gear is ready, all we need is your Type 59. How many times have you called me Grandpa already? Chen Fan snapped back irritably, it's at least 40 or 50 miles from Hejiang Village to the Jiangzhou Science and Technology Museum. You won't even cover shipping? Fine. How about 10,000? Just as Chen Fan was about to acknowledge the guy's generosity, Lu Dizhu chimed in with a smug tone, and fill up the tank while you're at it. Beep beep beep. Chen Fan hung up immediately. Soon, the ringtone sounded again. Please. Lu Dizhu pleaded, his voice trembling with emotion. You'd make a great actor, kid. Chen Fan sighed and said, transfer the money over. Got it. After receiving Lu Dizhu's transfer, Chen Fan glanced at the time. It was only 3 in the morning and felt a fresh wave of resentment. But since he'd already agreed, he couldn't delay. With that thought, Chen Fan got up, washed up quickly, and headed to the warehouse. The Type 59 tank had been refurbished and underwent some cosmetic changes. The original Type 59 had a rather bulky appearance, exuding a distinct sense of its age. And to be blunt, it was downright ugly. But after Chen Fan's modifications, the Type 59 had its top-mounted machine gun removed and a detachable electromagnetic cannon installed. The original Type 59 tank weighed around 34 tons. But with all the added modifications, its weight ballooned to a staggering 300 tons. No truck could possibly handle such a colossal beast. To get it to the equipment exhibition venue, they had no choice but to drive it there. Damn it, every day brings new headaches. The tank's engine had also been modified by Chen Fan. Though it still ran on diesel fuel, previously a single tank would only last about 100 kilometers before needing a refill. Now, though, circling the globe was no problem. Chen Fan then opened the warehouse doors and climbed inside the Type 59 tank. Roar! Moments later, the engine roared to life. The old Type 59's engine startup sounded like thunder, deafeningly loud enough to hurt your eardrums. But now, it emitted only the faint purr of a sports car. Xiaojiao, navigate to the nearest gas station. After settling into the tank's driver's seat, Chen Fan activated the Intelligent Assistance System. With this Intelligent Assistance System, roles like driver, gunner, or observer became largely redundant. In certain situations, one person could handle everything. Buzz buzz buzz. Under the Intelligent Assistance System's control, the Type 59 slowly rolled out of the Tianhe modification plant's warehouse. Though it was the dead of night. At this hour, the streets of Jiangzhou City would normally be completely deserted. But due to the upcoming exhibition, the streets were still bustling with people at this hour. Among them were journalists from various media outlets. Holy crap, what's that? A tank? It's actually a tank? What model is that tank? I've never seen one like it before. Wow, this tank is so sleek. Pedestrians lining the street were captivated by the new Type 59's design, snapping photos with their phones as they passed by. Inside the tank, Chen Fan felt the shock value surging through his mind and couldn't help but grin. Hey, this shock value sure comes easy. In just over 10 minutes, the system's shock value had already accumulated to 100. As the shock points were acquired, a panel appeared in the system within Chen Fan's mind. Host has acquired shock points. System exchange shop activated. Chen Fan curiously opened the store. Holy crap. A refurbished electromagnetic rifle based on the official infantry rifle from the War of Resistance era costs a whopping 10,000 shock points? Even the most advanced QBZ-95-1 rifle, converted into an electromagnetic rifle, would cost 10,000 shock points? Chen Fan was stunned. The price is the same. Note, host, you're exchanging shock points for the upgrade technology itself. Therefore, the price remains identical regardless of the rifle model. Great. Chen Fan glanced at the other technologies. Refurbishing a scrapped fighter jet into an airspace combat aircraft requires 1 million shock points. Refurbishing a scrapped mecha model into a combat-ready mecha requires 10 million shock points. And each person can only contribute 1 shock point per event. In other words, to obtain more shock points, Chen Fan would have to keep stirring up trouble. Fine. Is this how you want to play? Then don't blame me. Chen Fan grinned, eyeing the gas station ahead. He'd planned to turn around and leave. He could drive around the city a couple of times. But then he thought it through. Driving such a big beast around town could cause trouble at any moment. It seemed. If he wanted to gain more shock points, he'd have to focus his efforts on tomorrow's equipment exhibition. With that thought, Chen Fan drove the Type 59 into the gas station. Diesel, fill it up. Under the gas attendant's stunned gaze, Chen Fan smirked triumphantly. Another bit of shock value earned, right? Soon, the tank was full. But when he saw the price, Chen Fan nearly collapsed. 30,000? 30,000 for a tank of gas? He had modified the fuel tank, but he couldn't quite recall the extent of the modifications. After all, it was just a minor detail. Damn it, I'm actually losing money on this. After grumbling and paying up, Chen Fan drove off in his tank once more. Half an hour later. Outside the Jiangzhou Science and Technology Museum Plaza. Chen Fan emerged triumphantly from the tank. In just these 30 or 40 minutes, he had already earned over 400 shock points. But it was still far too little. Glancing at the heavily guarded plaza, Chen Fan dialed Lu Dizhu's number. I'm outside the plaza now. Where are you? I'll be there in a minute. Soon. Chen Fan spotted a blob-like figure charging toward him. 3,000 for gas pay up. Also, when will you pay the final installment for the project? Lu Deju's previously cheerful smile instantly froze on his face. Bro, what kind of fuel costs 30 grand? The final payment for the project? Once the exhibition wraps up, you'll get it. Chen Fan chuckled. Fine, no fuel costs. I still need to attend the exhibition. Lu Deju paused, taken aback. This exhibition was open to everyone and didn't charge admission. But Chen Fan's next words left Lu Deju speechless. I'm attending the exhibition as staff. Only then would he have a chance to gain more shot points. Chapter 4, What the hell? Is this a Type 59 anti-gravity tank? Lu Deju gritted his teeth. Fine, but don't go messing around. There'll be a lot of big shots there. If anything goes wrong, I won't be able to protect you. Chen Fan patted his chest. Of course. Alright, let's get this thing to the exhibition booth first. By the time they got the new Type 59 tank to the booth and covered it with black cloth, it was already around 5 in the morning. With 4 hours remaining until the Dragon Nation Historical Equipment Exhibition, Chen Fan planned to use this window to rest. 9 o'clock sharp. Chen Fan was jolted awake by a burst of loud fireworks. The exhibition had officially begun. Chen Fan hurriedly hung a name tag around his neck and made his way toward the exhibition booth. This was arranged for him by Lu Deju. At that moment, the booth displaying the new Type 59 tank was already packed with people, all researchers from the Zhengzhou Research Institute. Lu Deju was among them. The usually cocky, overweight man now stood like a timid chick beside a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, nodding incessantly. That middle-aged man with the gold-rimmed glasses was none other than Qin Huayuan. Spotting Chen Fan from afar, Lu Deju gave a subtle nod. This gesture, however, did not escape Qin Huayuan's notice. His brows furrowed as he turned his gaze toward Chen Fan. You. Come here. Chen Fan walked over calmly upon hearing the command. You're the contractor? Chen Fan nodded. Seeing this, Qin Huayuan snapped irritably, then act like one. What are you doing here? This remark rubbed Chen Fan the wrong way. Excuse me, sir, but this exhibition is open to the public. Is it not permissible for me to look around? Qin Huayuan pointed at the badge on Chen Fan's chest. I'm talking about this. Does that mean anyone can just walk onto the exhibition booth? Do you have any idea how many high-ranking officials are here today? If something goes wrong, how are we supposed to account for it? Qin Huayuan pointed at Lu Deju's nose as he scolded him. By the rules, only Research Institute personnel were permitted to stand at the booth. After all, these were weapons. With so many high-ranking officials present, what if some damn troublemaker decided to cause trouble? Lu Deju kept his head down as he explained, Section Chief Qin, Chen Fan is my childhood buddy. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen? Section Chief Qin snorted coldly, fixing Chen Fan with a piercing stare. You can't judge a book by its cover. Chen Fan's temper flared. No. What do you mean by that? You're implying I have ulterior motives, right? Just as he was about to retort, Lu Deju tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to keep quiet. Chen Fan couldn't care less about that. He wasn't afraid of making a scene. However, just as the two were locked in a standoff, a group of people approached from the distance. At the head was an elderly man. Beside him stood Xian Xuelin, president of the National Academy of Sciences of Manhwa. Behind Xian Xuelin were dozens of representatives from various countries, along with ambassadors. Bringing up the rear were generals uniformly dressed in military attire, their rank insignia clearly displayed. The majority were brigadier generals. A few were lieutenant generals and generals. The leadership has arrived. Stand at attention. You'd better not mess around, kid. Section Chief Qin glared at Chen Fan, standing as straight as a board. Truthfully, he was usually easygoing. But having been stuck as the logistics section chief for too long, he yearned to move up. But his connections weren't strong enough to compete with others. That's why he was brimming with resentment today. Moments later, a group of dignitaries approached the Type 59 tank. Since this was an exhibition of Dragon Nation's historical military equipment, it was naturally arranged in chronological order. The Type 59 belonged to the earliest generation of Dragon Nation's military hardware, so its placement was naturally near the front. Only after these officials had finished their tour would the exhibition open to the public. Outside the venue, a massive crowd had already gathered. This is the Type 59, right? An elderly man, trembling slightly, pointed at the Type 59 covered in black cloth. Back then, to reverse engineer this thing from Bear Country, I didn't sleep for 3 days and nights straight. The old man had barely finished speaking. A chorus of sycophantic praise erupted behind him. Old Master Yang, you've worked so hard. Without Old Master Yang, there would be no Dragon Nation today. Indeed, Elder Yang sacrificed so much. Old Master Yang? Chen Fan stood among the crowd, momentarily startled. Then he recalled a figure from his textbooks, Yang Changlin, the founder of Dragon Nation's modern military-industrial complex. One of the architects of Longgua's national defense capabilities, and the first president of the Longguai National Academy of Sciences. This venerable elder had accumulated so many honors that it would take ages to recount them all. Overhearing the murmurs around him, old Master Yang merely smiled and shook his head. "Go ahead," he said. "Uncover it. Let me see this old friend of mine." Upon hearing this, Section Chief Chin immediately responded with respectful obedience, "Yes, sir." Rustle. As the black cloth was lifted, the new Type 59 tank was formally revealed before everyone's eyes. "Ha! This is the Type 59? It looks different from what I remember. It looks so imposing like this. This can't be the Type 59, right? Xin Huayuan, what the hell are you up to?" A sharp rebuke rang out from within the crowd. The speaker was Lu Jialan, director of the Jiangzhou Research Institute. As the organizer of this exhibition, he had the privilege of accompanying Elder Yang. Xin Huayuan was stunned. Though he didn't understand, he knew the Type 59 didn't look like this. "Director Lu, I. What you? If you don't give me an explanation today, you're out of the Jiangzhou Research Institute." Lu Jialan was furious. Old Yang was the lead designer of the Type 59 tank, and you dare bring some random thing to fool him? Admittedly, the tank looked pretty sleek, even high-tech. But it was clearly just a model. Xin was at a loss for words, glaring at Lu Dizhu instead. By now, the little chubby guy was trembling all over. How could he possibly explain such a huge blunder in front of all these high-ranking officials? If he explained, what about Chen Fan? Would he be shot? Just as Lu Dizhu pondered how to explain, Chen Fan stepped forward and declared, "Old Yang, this is the new Type 59 anti-gravity tank. Of course it's different from the standard Type 59. What the hell? New Type 59? An anti-gravity tank?" Everyone thought they'd misheard, but only after Chen Fan repeated it did they realize they hadn't. "Ha! Sorry, I shouldn't be laughing at a time like this, but I just couldn't help myself." The Eagle ambassador burst out laughing. "Anti-gravity tanks? Have you been watching too many sci-fi movies? If you can build that thing, I'll have the entire population of Eagle Sauce Nation eat Oligi live on stream." The Sakura Nation ambassador also burst into laughter. "Hilarious. Does your Dragon Nation suffer from delusions? Anti-gravity tanks? Give me a break, I'm laughing myself to death." Ambassadors from other nations joined in the laughter, some offering sarcastic remarks, others wearing mocking expressions. Meanwhile, the foreign journalists at the back never stopped clicking their cameras. The expressions of numerous high-ranking officials from Dragon Nation darkened. Among them, Lu Jialan, director of the Jiangzhou Research Institute, looked the most. Chapter 5. Have you ever seen a tank flying in the sky? He pointed his finger right at Chen Fan's nose and barked, "Who the hell are you? What are you doing at the Jiangzhou Research Institute's booth?" After speaking, he then glared at Xin Huanyuan, "If you don't have a reasonable explanation, I fear your head won't survive the day." Xin Huanyuan shuddered in fear. Lu Jialan's words were actually quite restrained. What kind of occasion was this? The Long Nation historical equipment exhibition standing before him were either Long Nation high-ranking officials or foreign ambassadors. If word of this incident spread across the world, what would become of Dragon Nation's national prestige? Wouldn't it be laughed out of existence? At that moment, Chen Fan stepped forward, gazing directly at the assembled foreign ambassadors. "What's so funny? What's so funny? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean my Dragon Nation can't." Put. Several ambassadors who had just managed to stifle their laughter burst out laughing again. "Ah, that's hilarious. Anti-gravity tanks? Ah, do you even know what an anti-gravity tank is? Young man, are you suffering from delusions? I believe it. I believe it. I believe that in 10,000 years, the Dragon Nation will definitely build anti-gravity tanks." The foreign ambassadors laughed heartily. Chen Fan was certain that if the room hadn't been filled with military personnel, these ambassadors would have uttered far harsher words. Chen Fan ignored these mad dogs. He simply turned his gaze toward Old Man Yang Chenglin. "Old Master Yang, do you believe it?" Old Master Yang's brows furrowed as he fixed his gaze on Chen Fan. "Young man, though I have no idea where you get your confidence. But anti-gravity tanks? Our Dragon Nation cannot build them. Forget Dragon Nation, no country in this world can build an anti-gravity tank. It's a piece of equipment that only exists in sci-fi movies. Its technological barriers are as insurmountable as a natural chasm. Forget about building one. It's unimaginable. Young man, let's drop this matter right here. Stop making a fool of yourself. The dignity of our Dragon Nation is already hanging by a thread." Old Master Yang sighed dejectedly and turned to leave. He didn't want to pursue Chen Fan's responsibility. After all, Chen Fan was a citizen of the Dragon Nation. He cherished the people of the Dragon Nation. As long as they hadn't betrayed the nation, they were all his beloved children. Seeing Yang Chenglin about to leave, Chen Fan grew anxious. He shoved Lu Dizhu aside and scrambled into the tank. This scene startled everyone present. "Protect Old Master Yang. Where's the guard company? Quick, apprehend this enemy agent. Someone, notify the garrison. Prepare the anti-tank missiles." In an instant, dozens of miles away, the Zhengzhou garrison base received the alert. Anti-tank missiles were already on standby. Meanwhile, the generals following behind Old Man Yang threw themselves fearlessly in front of young Changlin. Yet the scene that unfolded next left everyone utterly dumbfounded. The Type 59 tank suddenly shot straight up into the air. It hovered at a height of 20 to 30 meters before coming to a halt. Shock. Confusion. Terror. Confusion. A whirlwind of emotions swirled through the crowd. The foreign ambassadors who had been laughing heartily just moments before now sounded like they were being choked, emitting only hoarse, stifled chuckles. The heavily guarded elder Yang now trembled uncontrollably. Qian Guozhong, president of the National Academy of Sciences of Manhwa, was trembling all over, his breathing labored. As Chen Fan's close friend, Lu Dizhu first looked utterly bewildered, then trembled with excitement. It flew. The tank actually flew. Bro, we're set for life. The roller coaster of emotions caused Lu Dizhu's already stout frame to tremble uncontrollably. After a long while, the others finally snapped out of it. My god, what is this? A flying tank? Good heavens, what am I seeing? Tanks flying in the sky? Am I dreaming? The ambassador of Sakura Nation was so terrified he plopped down onto the ground. His face was etched with sheer terror. Dragon Nation, could it be this terrifying? Even tanks can fly now? The Eagle ambassador's face was also frozen in utter horror. His legs trembled and he felt compelled to kneel. It was as if he had witnessed a deity. Behind him, foreign journalists' camera shutters clicked incessantly. The entire scene fell silent, broken only by the piercing sound of camera shutters. On the Dragon Nation side, the general's eyes gleamed with excitement. A flying tank. A flying tank, no less. With this thing, who would Longwa fear in the future? Meanwhile, outside, ordinary citizens of the Dragon Nation also caught sight of the Type 59 tanks hovering in the sky. Holy crap, what is that? A flying tank? Heavens, has our Dragon Nation's technology advanced this far? Aliens invading? No, judging by the tank's appearance, that should be a Type 59 tank. A bespectacled teenager pushed his glasses up his nose, picked up the book in his hand, and flipped to a page. And it's the upgraded Type 59 and anti-gravity tank. He was a military enthusiast. He knew every detail about the Dragon Nation's military equipment. He even knew about weapons that only existed in movies. The anti-gravity tank was one of them. Others might not know as much as he did. But tanks that could fly were already mind-blowing enough. Amidst the crowd, a young man on the phone stared in disbelief at the scene. Honey, can you believe tanks can fly? Don't call me honey, we broke up. Tanks flying? Ha! You've been playing too many video games. If tanks could really fly, I'd marry you right now. Crazy. Absolutely insane. Anyone witnessing this scene was left gaping in utter shock. Meanwhile, Chen Fan inside the tank was grinning from ear to ear. Ha 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 ha. Good, good, good. Bring it on. More. Keep it coming. Watching the ever-rising shock value on the system interface, Chen Fan wore a satisfied grin. However, after a surge in shock value, it soon plateaued. Seeing this, Chen Fan knew the moment had arrived. It was time for a fresh wave of shock. With that thought, Chen Fan piloted the new Type 59 tank as it descended slowly. Boom! The massive 300-ton behemoth touched down, kicking up a cloud of dust. But instead of waving their hands to clear the dust, everyone just stared blankly at the new Type 59 before them. Moments later, Chen Fan leapt out of the driver's compartment and addressed the stunned crowd. Well, I didn't lie to you, did I? This really is an anti-gravity tank. The others finally snapped out of their daze, staring at Chen Fan in utter disbelief. Pfft, so what if it can fly? One shell and it's gone. Ambassador Sakura remarked sourly. Ambassador Eagle chimed in, yeah, so what if it can fly? My Eagle Sans tanks? Just a little modification, and they can fly too. Blow, keep blowing. Chen Fan loved watching Eagle San brag the most. But right now, harvesting shock value was the top priority. With that thought, Chen Fan chuckled softly and turned to Yang Chenglin and Qian Guozhong. Gentlemen, care to experience the speed and thrill of a flying tank? The two men nodded eagerly at the suggestion. But this decision was met with protests from the assembled generals. Old Yang, this is out of the question. Dean Qian, please reconsider. Old Yang waved his hand dismissively. No need to dissuade me. Would the people of my Dragon Nation ever harm me? With that, he pointed at Qian Guozhong. You stay here. Bring the testing equipment. I want to see just how well this beast can fly. Qian Guozhong nodded bitterly at the words. He too wanted to test the flying tank. Soon, professional testing equipment arrived. A real-time monitoring device was placed inside the tank. Old Man Yang couldn't wait to climb inside the tank. In an instant, the tank took off vertically. A string of numbers appeared on the monitor. Current altitude, 500 meters. Current vertical ascent speed, 200 meters per second. Everyone's faces froze in shock. That was approaching the speed of sound. The flying tank, could it be this terrifying? Look at that speed. A startled cry rang out. When everyone saw the numbers on the monitor, they were stunned. The sound of collective gasps filled the air. Chapter 6: Tank breaks the sound barrier? Suddenly, several large characters appeared on the screen. Current altitude, 1000 meters. Current vertical ascent speed, 300 meters per second. 300 meters per second? Everyone stared in disbelief. 300 meters? After all, the speed of sound is only 340 meters per second. If this thing gets any faster, it'll hit the speed of sound? And that's just the vertical ascent speed? How did you manage that? Ambassador Eagle stared at Qian Guozhong in utter disbelief, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Mr. Powell, if I told you I don't know, would you believe me? Qian Guozhong gave a wry smile. You ask him? Who else could he ask? As the president of the National Academy of Sciences of Manhwa, he didn't even know when such a genius had emerged in his own country. He felt this was a failure on his part. Qian, tanks like this are not permitted. They will spark a new arms race. Ambassador Eagle adjusted his composure and declared solemnly. An arms race was a grave matter. The arms race between the Eagle Nation and the Bear Nation back then had the entire world on edge. Finally, the Bear Nation, shining with the Red Star's radiance, collapsed with a thunderous crash, fragmenting into over a dozen nations. Since then, an unwritten rule has emerged in the international community. Prohibit arms races. Qian Guozhong opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, if handled poorly, this matter could spark international disputes. After all, with such game-changing tanks in the Dragon Nation's arsenal, neighboring countries would inevitably feel threatened. Especially those two loyal lackeys of the Eagle Nation, Sakura Nation and Kimchi Nation, would seize any opportunity to bark furiously at Dragon Nation. While the Dragon Nation wasn't afraid, it would be a major nuisance. However, before Qian Guozhong could figure out how to explain, Lu Dizhu beside him turned to the Eagle Ambassador Powell. Hey, old man. Are you deaf or something? Our Boston fan already said it's just a refurbished Type 59. Do you even know what refurbished means? Powell's lips parted slightly, about to retort, when Lu Dizhu continued, refurbished means taking old stuff, giving it a fresh coat of paint and wax, and replacing a few parts here and there. What the hell does that have to do with an arms race? You Eagles can refurbish too, no one's stopping you. You. Powell was so enraged he trembled violently, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Ambassador Sakura reached out to steady him, preventing his collapse. At that moment, a group of generals in Qian Guozhong, upon hearing Lu Dizhu's words, their eyes lit up. Right. We're refurbishing. What the hell are we afraid of? If you've got the guts, go try to turn things around yourselves. If you don't have the guts, then shut your mouth. Qian Guozhong was in high spirits. He laughed heartily and said, Young man, you're quite impressive. What's your name? Seeing the president of the National Academy of Sciences actually ask his name, Lu Dizhu's face lit up with surprise. Reporting to the commander, my name is Lu Dizhu. I'm a procurement officer in the logistics department of the Jiangzhou Research Institute. The one who refurbished the Type 59 tanks is my good buddy Qin Fan, the owner of Tianhao refurbishment plant. The Type 59s? He refurbished them all single-handedly. As Lu Dizhu introduced himself, he made sure to mention his good buddy Qin Fan. After all, this was a golden opportunity to get noticed by a big shot. Who knows? Maybe both of them would rise to the top afterward? Qian Guozhong paused slightly upon hearing this. He hadn't expected this articulate, portly man to be merely a procurement officer in the logistics department. He couldn't help but glance at Lu Jialan, the director of the Jiangzhou Research Institute. Isn't little Lu a bit underutilized in that position? Underutilized? Lu Jialan gave a bitter smile. Most positions in the logistics department of the Jiangzhou Research Institute were filled by people with connections. Apart from bragging about the cafeteria food, they basically just coasted through their days. But since Qian Guozhong had spoken, Lu Jialan could only take it to heart. Holy crap, everyone look at the screen. At that moment, a middle-aged man with the rank of brigadier general on his shoulder pointed at the test instruments screen and exclaimed in shock. Everyone immediately looked over. Then they all sucked in a sharp breath. 10,000 meters? It actually flew up to 10,000 meters? Is this even still a tank? An anti-gravity tank? How terrifying is this? Everyone witnessing this scene was utterly astounded. A decrepit tank that should have been scrapped decades ago was now soaring at an altitude of 10,000 meters? Ambassador Powell finally couldn't take it anymore. He plopped down onto the ground, his face flushed crimson, sweat soaking through his clothes. He exchanged a glance with the Japanese ambassador, who had long since collapsed beside him, both seeing the sheer terror reflected in each other's eyes. After all, even today, many fighter jets couldn't reach altitudes above 10,000 meters. This meant that in future aerial combat involving the Dragon Nation, the enemy might not be facing Dragon Nation fighter jets, but rather flying tanks. Holy moly, if I could get my hands on a few of these things, wouldn't that be absolutely awesome? Ambassador Baba Yang practically drooled, itching to place an order for several right away. Meanwhile, Ambassador Dog Tycoon. As a seasoned user of Dragon Nation equipment, he was already dialing a domestic number, requesting the dispatch of a professional delegation to Dragon Nation for trade negotiations. Even 100 billion eagle coins wouldn't be too much to pay. After all, this thing was just too powerful. Is that all? No. Chen Fan needed a lot more shock value. This current amount was nowhere near enough. From the moment the new Type 59 tank appeared at the expo until now, the total shock points Chen Fan claimed to have obtained amounted to only around 5,000. This was nowhere near enough. Thinking this, Chen Fan turned his gaze toward Old Man Yang. At that moment, Old Master Yang was so stunned he couldn't speak, gazing through the glass like a child at the magnificent clouds outside. His eyes shone with a radiant brilliance. Old Master Yang, get ready. What comes next is the real speed and excitement. Old Master Yang paused in surprise. Wasn't this already fast and furious enough? Before Old Man Yang could ponder further, Chen Fan maneuvered the Type 59 tank down to a position 300 meters below. This altitude was neither particularly high nor low. Yet it was clearly visible to the naked eye. Chen Fan intended to make a big splash. Vroom vroom vroom. The sound of several engines roaring like sports cars suddenly filled the air. Old Master Yang felt a slight push against his back, and then the view outside the window blurred into a haze. This is. When the new Type 59 anti-gravity tank's forward speed surged to 340 meters per second, Old Man Yang was stunned. At the exhibition, those monitoring the instrument readings were also stunned. One by one, they let out blood-curdling screams. Heavens, supersonic speed. Not only can this tank fly, but its forward speed has reached the speed of sound? Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. At the same time, Zhengzhou City Center. Those who couldn't make it to the exhibition suddenly heard a sonic boom overhead. Confused, they looked up. Then, they froze in place, staring dumbstruck at the sky. Tanks were actually flying in the sky? And sonic booms trailing behind them? Honey, there really are flying tanks. Let's go get married tomorrow. Guys, guess what I just saw? Flying tanks. I'm adjusting the camera right now to show you all. As an outdoor streamer broadcast the scene, news of tanks soaring through the sky and breaking the sound barrier instantly spread across the internet. Chapter 7, Extreme Speed, twice the speed of sound. The streamer's channel had barely any viewers to begin with. But as keywords like flying tanks appeared, tens of thousands instantly flooded into the livestream. Holy crap, those effects look so real. Who said it was special effects? An old viewer chimed in, it's real. Are you kidding us? Tanks don't fly in the sky. Some viewers expressed disbelief and countered. Is the streamer filming on a movie set? That must have cost a fortune in special effects. When's the movie coming out? I'll definitely go support it at the theater. This must be a sci-fi flick, right? I'm not usually impressed with sci-fi from the Dragon Kingdom, but this one looks incredibly realistic. It looks just like the real thing. Watching the relentless stream of comments. The streamer's mouth twisted in excitement. When had his livestream ever drawn such a massive crowd? Iron, I swear to heaven, this is absolutely not special effects. And it's not from any movie either. This is real. I'm currently outside the Zhengzhou Science and Technology Museum. Zhengzhou? You mean that historical equipment exhibition in Dragon Country? Some audience members had already heard about it. But these outdated pieces of equipment held little interest for them. Unless you're a hardcore military enthusiast, few people care about these old pieces of gear. Yep, bro, the Dragon Nation Historical Equipment Exhibition. Tanks, flying through the air. As he spoke, Xiao Ageo waved his phone around, capturing the surrounding structures. Can you all see this? It's all real. Silence. An eerie silence. The live stream, once filled with a constant stream of comments, now had not a single comment posted. Several seconds passed before the comments began scrolling again. But this time, the comments scrolled so fast even Xiao Ageo couldn't make them out. Holy crap, our country's tanks can fly now? I saw a movie with these anti-gravity tanks that could fly too. But that's just science fiction. Science fiction becoming reality? Or an alien invasion? Or perhaps, has Dragon Nation's technology advanced to the point where tanks can fly? Guys, I just checked, a military enthusiast friend said this is a Type 59 tank. But it's been modified into the new Type 59 anti-gravity tank. Fellow tank enthusiasts, let's take pride in our nation. Awesome, my country. On the comment stream, patriotic flag emojis flooded the screen. Xiao Ageo's eyes brimmed with reverence. In that moment, something shifted within him. What's the point of making money as a clown? He would become the first military industrial streamer in the Dragon Nation. He would show the world the might of Dragon Nation's defense capabilities. At that moment, inside the tank, Chen Fan felt his shock meter steadily rising, fueling his excitement. But remembering that old Master Yang was still beside him, he couldn't help but ask with concern, "Old Master Yang, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Old Master Yang looked at Chen Fan with keen interest. "Young friend, could this tank go any faster?" After speaking, Old Master Yang gave a self-deprecating chuckle. A tank reaching the speed of sound was already an unimaginable feat. Exceeding it? That's like forcing a man to give birth. But the thought barely formed in old Yang's mind when Chen Fan, piloting the tank beside him, spoke up, "You want it to go faster?" "Easy." With that, Chen Fan pushed the tank's speed lever all the way to the end. Roar! The thunderous roar, typically reserved for fighter jets, now emanated from the tank. Watching the numbers on the instruments skyrocket, even old Master Yang, who had seen countless grand spectacles, went wild. But even more stunned than old Master Yang were the group of people below, glued to the monitoring equipment. Holy crap, the speed, it's already hit 400 meters per second? This has broken the sound barrier? A tank breaking the sound barrier? Am I dreaming? Crack. Ouch. I'm really not dreaming? An admiral couldn't help but slap himself across the face. Feeling the sting, he trembled with excitement. Back in the day, when facing those little bastards' tanks, many of our soldiers had never even seen such iron monsters. To destroy those iron monsters, many men embraced explosive charges and charged headlong toward the tanks without hesitation. As he spoke, the admiral's eyes welled up with tears. His father had been one of them. Shortly after he was born, his father had clutched him in one arm while holding explosives in the other, charging toward the enemy tank. A thunderous explosion followed. Dragon Nation won that war. But he never had a father again. But before he could dwell on the past, the gasps around him snapped his attention back to the monitor screen. Holy crap, 500! The Type 59 speed has reached 500? Shudder! His entire body trembled. At that moment, whether it was the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation or the foreign ambassadors, their bodies trembled uncontrollably with the relentlessly soaring speed. It was insane. Absolutely insane. The flying tank's speed was approaching twice the speed of sound? That's faster than some fighter jets. No, 500 isn't its limit. Its speed has actually reached 580? Shock. The initial shock eventually gave way to sheer terror. Even the president of the National Academy of Sciences felt a wave of dread wash over him upon seeing these figures. If this were an enemy tank, if Chen Fan were working for the eagle-eyed ones, how utterly hopeless would the Dragon Nation be? Fortunately, there were no ifs. This young man's talents truly deserved the title of national treasure. Qian Guozhong thought to himself, determined to keep Chen Fan in the Dragon Kingdom at any cost. Such thoughts were shared by many. The Eagle Ambassador even harbored thoughts of poaching him. But at this moment, none of that mattered. As the detection device displayed, the Type 59 anti-gravity tank reached a speed of 680 meters per second. Everyone felt as though their breath had frozen in that instant. A long silence fell. The exhibition hall erupted in thunderous roars. It's actually twice the speed of sound. Good heavens, this must rank among the top 20 fastest aircraft in the world. Anti-gravity tanks utterly terrifying. They laughed. The generals of the Dragon Nation laughed. Lu Dezhu, the fat man, laughed too. He knew. Soon, Chen Fan would stand at the pinnacle of global military research, looking down on all others, leaving foreign scientists scrambling for their teeth. This single flying tank alone was enough to make him a legend. Inside the tank, old Yang stared at the readings on the instrument panel, his heart clenched as if in a vice. He felt uneasy, terrified. Yet he was exhilarated, so overcome he gestured wildly, weeping and laughing in equal measure. No one understood better than him what this anti-gravity tank meant for the Dragon Nation. Everyone's thoughts varied. Only Chen Fan. His face clouded over once more. Shock value capped at 50,000? That's not enough. How about we go all out one more time? With that thought, Chen Fan turned to old Yang. Old Yang, fancy experiencing the power of an electromagnetic railgun? Electromagnetic cannon? Master Yang licked his lips, his excitement bubbling like a child's. Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? Chapter 8, Live Fire Test, one shot to shatter an island? But where exactly are we going to test it? Old Yang asked doubtfully. Chen Fan froze too. He couldn't very well fire a shot toward Jiangzhou City, could he? But soon, an idea formed in Chen Fan's mind. You must promise me first no repercussions for me. Old Master Yang nodded hastily. As long as you don't fire at the city, you can do whatever you want. With old Yang's assurance, Chen Fan felt considerably more at ease. He piloted the Type 59 anti-gravity tank, soaring eastward. As for where to test it? Naturally, the most crowded place. That's where the shock factor would be highest. Chen Fan remembered. In Chuzhou City, right next to Jiangzhou, there was a famous coastal attraction. Every year at this time, tens of thousands of people gathered there to enjoy the beach. But not far from the scenic area lay a reef island spanning 2 or 3 kilometers in diameter. Not a blade of grass grew there. Due to the reef's presence, numerous dangerous currents formed nearby. Swimmers venturing into the sea can be swept away by these currents if they're not careful. The fortunate ones are rescued by nearby Coast Guard patrols. The unlucky ones are swallowed by the sea, their bodies never found. Although the Chuzhou municipal government has strengthened its jurisdiction over that sea area in recent years, erecting fences in front of the reefs. They even deployed naval patrol boats to monitor the area and prevent tourist accidents. Accidents still occur from time to time. To resolve the issue of these reefs once and for all, the Chuzhou municipal government has attempted numerous solutions. Yet without exception, every attempt has ended in failure. The reefs proved remarkably resilient, impossible to excavate or destroy by explosives. In response, the Chuzhou municipal government previously issued a public call for solutions. Whoever could resolve the matter of that reef would receive a reward of 3 million Manhwa currency. Isn't that just a natural target range? Meanwhile, on the coastal beaches of Chuzhou, over 10,000 tourists were happily playing on the sandy shore. But suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the distance, drawing the tourists' stunned gazes toward the source of the sound. Both Jiangzhou and Chuzhou had air force bases, and the roar of fighter jets taking off was nothing new. But today's roar was unusually clear. It felt as though the fighter jets were taking off right beside their ears. Ha! What's that? One tourist suddenly collapsed onto the sand, pointing skyward with a trembling voice. Tanks? How can tanks fly in the sky? Ha ha ha, how could tanks possibly fly in the sky? Little Lu, have you been playing too many video games? That's hilarious. Xiao Lu, are you hallucinating or something? At Xiao Lu's outburst, the surrounding crowd initially laughed and joked. But soon, the laughter faded. Their expressions turned utterly horrified. Every body trembled uncontrollably. Holy, is there really a tank flying? Aliens! It must be aliens! Quick, alert the Chuzhou garrison. Aliens have invaded. Heaven sake, everyone run! In an instant, the beach erupted into chaos as terrified tourists fled in panic. They never imagined they'd see tanks flying through the sky. If they did, it could only mean an alien invasion. After all, Earth's technology couldn't possibly create such a thing? Inside the tank, feeling his astonishment meter skyrocket once more, Chen Fan grinned so wide his cheeks nearly split. This is awesome. So damn satisfying. Nothing beats crowded places. In just a few short minutes, his shock value had skyrocketed by another 10,000 points. Chen Fan dared not cause any more commotion. He drove the tank toward the reef. Soon, above the reef, Chen Fan looked at the eager-eyed Elder Yang and suggested, "How about you take this shot, Elder Yang?" "Me?" Old Master Yang froze for a moment, a flicker of interest crossing his face. "Great, young friend Chen Fan." After swapping seats, Old Yang activated the intelligent assistance system. "Hello, pilot. I'm Xiaojiu. It's a pleasure to serve you." As Xiaojiu's voice echoed, Old Yang eagerly commanded, "Activate the electromagnetic cannon and target the reef ahead." Xiaojiu acknowledged. Target acquired. Fire. Old Yang's hands trembled as he leaned forward slightly, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared, "Fire upon the enemy." Boom! The new Type 59 anti-gravity tank emitted a faint rumble as an electromagnetic projectile shot forth. In the blink of an eye, it struck the reef ahead. Boom! Splash! Clatter! A cacophony erupted. The reef shattered violently. The blast wave vaporized a significant portion of the surrounding seawater, sending a towering wave several meters high crashing toward the nearby coastline. Amidst the flames, rocks from the reef flew everywhere, splashing up over 10 meters high before crashing back into the sea, sending out ripples. Old Yang was stunned. This thing, is this powerful? Earth wasn't without electromagnetic cannons. But a weapon this devastating? Old Man Yang could guarantee that not even the Eagle Nation possessed such a thing. Meanwhile, in the distance, some daring tourists remained behind. They wanted to see what these sudden alien invaders intended to do. Some even pulled out their phones to start filming. What they witnessed was this: that the reef island, spanning 2 or 3 kilometers in diameter, was obliterated by a single cannon blast from the flying tank. Many slumped helplessly to the ground, murmuring, aliens have invaded. Are they showing off their power? What kind of artillery is this? It wiped out an entire island with a single shot? Stunned. Those still at the scene were stunned. When had they ever witnessed anything like this? They'd watched countless sci-fi movies, but nothing compared to experiencing this reality firsthand. Fear. Confusion. Awe. Shock. A whirlwind of emotions swirled through everyone's minds. After a long while, one person finally snapped out of it. Are the Chuzhou garrison troops eating? Aliens have been here for so long, and they haven't reacted at all. Quick, notify the Chuzhou garrison. Soon. A call rang through to the commander's office at the Chuzhou garrison. What? Alien invasion? Are you sure? And someone recorded video and posted it online? This serious? Ha! One shot took out that entire reef? Alright, I got it. I'll check it out. After hanging up. At the Chuzhou garrison base, Colonel Ding Zhengwei of the 358th Regiment stared blankly at his phone before opening the local trending topics list. Soon, one after another, trending topics related to flying tanks filled his screen. Ding Zhengwei grew increasingly stunned with each new headline. The incident had escalated to such a magnitude. Yet their garrison in Chuzhou hadn't received a single report. And damn it, radar showed no signs of any unidentified flying objects either. Damn it! Whether you're alien invaders or American bastards, you dare run wild on my turf in Chuzhou. I'll make sure you pay. Chuzhou borders Jiangzhou, so Ding Zhengwei was well aware that Jiangzhou was hosting a historical equipment exhibition. Numerous high-ranking officials from Dragon Nation were present there, including his immediate superior. He hadn't connected the flying tank to the historical equipment exhibition. After all, a tank that could fly through the air. Not only in Dragon Nation's past, but even in the next 100 years, they couldn't build one. Someone notify the Air Defense Missile Company, bring out the HQ-9 surface-to-air missiles for me. Chapter 9, can this thing even take a missile? The HQ-9 Air Defense Missile. Developed independently by the 2nd Academy of the Dragon Nation Aerospace Science and Industry Corporation, this next-generation long-range air defense missile is marketed internationally as the Feidun 2000 FD-2000. The HQ-9 employs the SJ-212 phased array search-fire control radar. It is an enlarged and improved version of the SJ-202 phased array radar used on the earlier KS-1 surface-to-air missile developed by KSIC's 2nd Academy. Its single-sided antenna provides 120 degrees of azimuth coverage, with a peak power of 1 megawatt and an average power of 60 kilowatts. It can simultaneously track 100 airborne targets within a range of 300 kilometers and an altitude of 7,000 meters. It automatically assesses threats and prioritizes engagement with the 6 most dangerous targets. The reaction time from radar contact to missile launch is approximately 12 to 15 seconds. At Ding Zhengwei's roar, the 358th Regiment stationed in Chuzhou sprang into action. The Air Defense Missile Company deployed the land-based launchers for the HQ-9 missiles to their designated positions at maximum speed. From the moment Ding Zhengwei issued the order to now, barely a minute had passed. This exemplified the execution speed and intensity of Longgua's military personnel. Reporting to the regiment commander, missiles are ready for launch. Awaiting your orders. According to the video feed, the unidentified flying object's precise location should be in Sea Area 8, bearing 35 degrees. Aim at that spot and fire hard. Whether it's an alien invasion or the Eagle launching an attack, lay down a barrage of fire first. Aye. At Ding Zhengwei's command, the Air Defense Missile Company swiftly adjusted the land-based missile vehicle's orientation and activated the ignition button. Boom! 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 In an instant, Red Flag 9 missiles, spewing searing flames, streaked toward their targets. Their speed was breathtaking. At the same time, inside the new Type 59 anti-gravity tank, Old Yang tirelessly tested the electromagnetic cannon's destructive power. When the reefs were obliterated, he turned his fire toward the sea. Waves surged skyward, towering several meters high, crashing in relentless succession. But at that very moment, inside the tank, a series of alarms began to sound. The screen at the control console displayed a warning message. Old Yang jumped in alarm, fearing that his relentless electromagnetic cannon fire had caused a malfunction in the tank. His face tightened with concern as he turned to look at Chen Fan. Young man, what on earth is going on? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Nothing much, just a missile locked onto us. What? A missile locked onto us? Old Yang shuddered, then his face darkened with fury. Damn it! Could it be the Eagles striking back? Chen Fan shook his head and pointed toward the direction of Chuzhou. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the garrison forces from Chuzhou. What? Old Yang snapped to attention. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, damn it! I forgot to tell that jerk Ding Zhengwei. Does that jerk think we're American spies or aliens or something? Chen Fan shrugged. Missiles are already flying, what do you think? Young Chen Fan, run for your life. Old Yang exclaimed, his face etched with terror. The 358th Regiment stationed in Chuzhou was among the elite main force regiments in the entire southern military district. Its Air Defense Missile Company was equipped with the nation's latest HQ-9 missiles. Once locked on to buy these things, even the Eagle's aircraft carrier would have to back off. There was still time to escape before the missiles arrived. Old Yang wasn't afraid of death. But he didn't want to die at the hands of his own people over a misunderstanding. Chen Fan peered through the observation window. Out there, several small black dots had already appeared. And they were closing in on the new Type 59 anti-gravity tank at breakneck speed. At missile speed. It was too late to run now. Chen Fan sighed softly, looking at Old Master Yang. Old Master Yang, it's already too late. No sooner had Chen Fan spoken. The HQ-9 missile closed in. Boom! 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 A full 4 missile struck the new Type 59 anti-gravity tank with pinpoint accuracy. The powerful shockwave sent waves crashing over 10 meters high below. The area around the tank was engulfed in the inferno unleashed by the explosions. Within the Chuzhou 358th Regiment. Watching the real-time intelligence feed from the surveillance screens, Ding Zhangwei pumped his fist excitedly. Hit. For missiles, no less. Even if you're alien tech, we'll still take you down. But. Soon after, the smoke cleared. Ding Zhangwei froze in utter shock. There it was, the flying tank, hovering perfectly intact in midair. Stunned. At that moment, the entire 358th Regiment was dumbfounded. What is going on? Why can't the missiles destroy this alien weapon? Commander, could it really be aliens? Ding Zhangwei trembled all over. If aliens possess weapons like this, even the eagle-eyed would be forced to cry for mercy. They can withstand missiles? And not just any missiles, HQ-9s? Just how terrifying is this Mohs hardness rating? The Mohs hardness scale is a standard for measuring the hardness of materials. The higher the number, the harder the material. Currently, the highest Mohs hardness value belongs to carbon tetrachloride. In 1989, scientists theoretically predicted its structure. In 1993, it was successfully synthesized in a laboratory. But it still can't withstand missiles. Meanwhile, inside the missile, Old Yang closed his eyes in despair. He had lived a life of brilliance, dedicating himself tirelessly to the Dragon Nation. Yet in the end, due to a misunderstanding, he would die at the hands of his own people. The sound of explosions echoed in his ears. Old Yang sighed deeply. Farewell, world. Farewell, Dragon Nation. If there is a next life, I wish to be born in the land of flowers once more. But, Old Master Yang, are you feeling unwell? Why do you look so pale? Chen Fan's concerned voice came from beside him. Old Master Yang opened his eyes. He had thought he had reached heaven, but everything before his eyes remained so familiar. What's going on? Weren't we hit by a missile? Chen Fan sniffed dismissively. Oh, you mean the HQ-9 missile? Let me put it this way, the manufacturing materials for the new Type 59 anti-gravity tank have a Mohs hardness rating exceeding 100. Unless it's a nuclear-tipped missile or one of the few intercontinental ballistic missiles. Any other missiles? Even if they hit the tank, it wouldn't make a dent. Chen Fan spoke as if discussing something utterly trivial. But these words made Old Yang gasp in shock, staring at Chen Fan with utter disbelief. You said over 100 Mohs hardness? Over 100? Even carbon tetrachloride barely breaks 10. And this thing can actually withstand missiles? What the hell kind of monster is this thing? Old Master Yang's gaze toward Chen Fan had completely changed. Young friend Chen Fan, are you serious? Chen Fan nodded firmly. I wouldn't lie to you of all people. Scratching his head, Chen Fan added, Master Yang, could you perhaps put in a word with the Chuzhou garrison? I'd rather not keep getting bombarded by missiles. At these words, Elder Yang finally snapped out of his shock. This is my oversight. But how should I contact them? Chen Fan smiled faintly. Simple. Just hack into their radio frequency. Chapter 10, News Department, no more pretending, time to show our hand. Hack into their radio frequency? Old Yang froze for a moment. This was a crucial military tactic for intercepting enemy communications. But without specialized equipment and skilled technicians, it wouldn't be easy to pull off. Chen Fan smiled faintly and called out, Xiaojiu, hack into the nearby radio frequencies and filter out the communication band of the 358th Regiment. Xiaojiu received. Please wait. Soon. The voice of the 358th Regiment's liaison officer crackled over the tank's communication system. Old Yang looked utterly stunned. Was this even possible? At the same time, within the 358th Regiment, Ding Zhangwei sat before the communications console, his face etched with worry. The Hongqi 9 missile hadn't taken out the enemy? This was beyond his comprehension. Therefore, Ding Zhangwei decided to report this matter to the Defense Institute. Whether it was an alien invasion or the eagle-eyed enemy launching a war, this was beyond his ability to resolve. If something went wrong while he was keeping it hidden, he wouldn't be able to account for it to the people of Dragon Nation. Commander, are we really sending a support request to the Defense Academy? Ding Zhangwei clenched his jaw. Send it. Yes, sir. But before the communications officer could relay the order, a voice old yet resonant crackled over the radio. Ding Zhangwei, you little bastard. You actually dared to fire a Hongqi 9 missile at me? Are you trying to start a rebellion or what? Recognizing the familiar voice, Ding Zhangwei froze momentarily before replying in bewilderment, Your old man Yang? His expression turned bitter as he continued, Old Master Yang, how could I dare use missiles against you? You don't understand. Then, Ding Zhangwei recounted how flying tanks had appeared on Chuzhou Beach, obliterating an entire reef island with a single shot and plunging Chuzhou into chaos. At first, Ding Zhangwei hadn't given it much thought. Every missile in Dragon Nation had its own unique database. Which missile was launched, why it was launched, and which unit launched it all were clearly recorded and monitored. He assumed Yang Changlin had seen the launch records and mistakenly thought he was up to something, prompting the direct inquiry over the radio. Meanwhile, Old Man Yang was already lost in confusion. What the hell? Was Chuzhou already in chaos over the flying tank incident? Even worse. Now the internet in Dragon Nation is flooded with videos of the flying tank? Even old Yang was stunned by the anti-gravity tank's debut, momentarily forgetting the impact it would have. Who knows? Some unscrupulous individuals might exploit this window to stir trouble. Sure enough, when Old Man Yang pulled out his phone and found the related videos, he was stunned to discover all sorts of claims circulating. Some marketing accounts even declared that the Eagle Nation had formally declared war on the Dragon Nation, deploying massive numbers of flying tanks. Coastal cities of the Dragon Nation had already fallen. Seeing this, Old Man Yang was furious. Damn it, these marketing accounts have gone completely mad. It's time to put them in their place. He paused. Yang Lao focused intently and declared, Ding Zhenwei, let me be perfectly clear, this isn't some alien invasion, nor is it the Eagle Nation launching a war. He paused, his voice thick with grim determination. It's our Dragon Nation that has developed an anti-gravity tank. Contact the state news department immediately and release this information. Those spreading rumors, arrest them all. What the hell? Flying tanks? New equipment developed by the Dragon Nation? Ding Zhenwei froze in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. Moments later, his entire body trembled as he asked, word by word, Old Yang, you mean this flying tank capable of withstanding the HQ-9 missile was developed by our Dragon Nation? Unbelievable. The entire 358th Regiment, hearing this, felt their minds go completely blank. What was happening? Did Longhua's tanks suddenly gain the ability to fly overnight? Not only that, but they could even carry missiles? Inside the tank, Old Yang narrowed his eyes and snapped, do you think I'd lie to you? Get moving and fix this damn thing. Yes, Old Man Yang. Ding Zhenwei's eyes gradually brightened, his face breaking into a lecherous grin that left the nearby communications officer staring in stunned silence. Young friend Chen Fan, that's enough. Let's head back. Yes. Chen Fan heard every word of the phone conversation. The state news department wants to report on the flying tank? Wouldn't that mean 1.4 billion people in Dragon Nation, even billions worldwide, would know about it? How much shock value would that generate? Chen Fan grinned so wide his mouth stretched to his ears. Meanwhile, rumors were spreading like wildfire online. Stop speculating, everyone. This is an alien invasion, the world is about to end. Bull. There are no aliens in this world. This is clearly the Eagle's anti-gravity tank. The Eagle has declared war on the Dragon Nation. News of the incident also reached international forums. American netizens responded with utter bewilderment. Anti-gravity tanks? Attacking the Dragon Nation? What are you guys talking about? Did I wake up too abruptly or something? How did this world become so unfamiliar? Amidst the swirling rumors, Ms. Hua, spokesperson for the National Defense Institute of the Dragon Nation's Ministry of State News, held a press conference in the capital. The press conference was broadcast live via global satellite. Everyone could see it. On stage, Ms. Hua set down her documents, regaining her composure from the shock. Below the stage, a crowd of journalists from around the world aimed their cameras at Ms. Hua. On camera, Ms. Hua smiled faintly, her dignified and elegant demeanor radiating effortlessly. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you've all seen the video circulating online. Many speculate that the flying tanks are evidence of an alien invasion. Others speculate it's a new weapon developed by the Eagle Nation. This incident has caused quite a stir. With that, Ms. Hua bowed deeply to the audience below the stage. On behalf of the Dragon Nation, I offer my sincere apologies to all present. Due to our negligence, we have caused considerable inconvenience to everyone. Everyone froze. What did Ms. Hua mean? What did the flying tank have to do with Longhua? Why are you apologizing? Foreign journalists and international dignitaries who hadn't attended the military exhibition were filled with confusion, while a sense of unease began to creep in. Indeed, at this point, we have no intention of keeping it a secret. Ms. Hua continued, speaking with neither humility nor arrogance. The flying tank is neither an alien weapon nor new equipment developed by the Eagle Nation. But it's our Dragon Nation's new Type 59 anti-gravity tank, modified from the old Type 59 tank. Enough with the charade. Let's lay our cards on the table. The flying tank is developed by our Dragon Nation. The moment these words were spoken, billions of viewers worldwide watching the press conference froze in stunned silence. The flying tank was developed by the Dragon Nation? Heavens! Is the Dragon Nation really that advanced? Meanwhile, within Dragon Nation, upon hearing the news, countless netizens were first struck dumb with shock. Then, in the live stream of the press conference, the gleaming 5-star red flag flooded the screen. Longhua is mighty, showcasing our national prestige. Meanwhile, netizens abroad, after a moment of stunned silence, erupted into frenzy. Chapter 11, he refused to become chief academician? Eagle Netizen, holy crap, this is unbelievable. Dragon Nation beat us to developing anti-gravity tanks. Has the world gone mad? How can Dragon Nation be this formidable? Damn it, is our Eagle Nation's position as the world's top power in jeopardy? Among Eagle Sauce netizens, some were stunned, while others shouted angrily. This is plagiarism. Blatant plagiarism. Anti-gravity tanks are straight out of our Eagle Wing sci-fi movies. Dragon Nation stole our idea. Yeah. Indeed, anti-gravity tanks are straight out of Eagle-chan movies. But the Dragon Nation actually built it in the real world. What are you barking about? The most shocked and fearful were the netizens from the land of cherry blossoms. Damn it! Has the Dragon Nation become this powerful? We have an irreconcilable grudge against them. Will the Dragon Nation attack us? It wasn't just Japanese netizens. Even the Sakura Nation's high-ranking officials were scared out of their wits. It said the Prime Minister was in the middle of a meeting when the news broke. Upon hearing it, he fainted on the spot and was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. His condition remains unknown to this day. Meanwhile, netizens from the Three Nations and the Stick Nation were clowning around. Three Nations netizen, anti-gravity tanks? What's so great about them? Our motorcycles can haul more people. Exactly. Anyone hyping anti-gravity tanks just hasn't seen the world. Korean netizen, damn it. Anti-gravity tanks are clearly our Korean invention. They were stolen by the Dragon Nation. That dragon country thief steals our culture and even our technology. How shameless. Regardless of the online uproar. At that moment, the anti-gravity tank had already returned to the exhibition at the Jiangzhou Science and Technology Museum. As the tank slowly descended, a group of Dragon Nation generals rushed over to greet it. Old Yang, this anti-gravity tank can actually reach twice the speed of sound? Old Yang, our military district wishes to adopt the anti-gravity tank. What do you think? Master Yang. The generals chattered excitedly around Elder Yang, while Chen Fan, the tank's creator, stood coldly to the side. It wasn't that he resented them crowding around old Master Yang. He was actually relieved the generals hadn't approached him. His sour expression stemmed entirely from the system. What kind of crappy system is this? You're telling me the shock value from the internet doesn't count? What kind of bull logic is that? Are netizens not human? At that moment, Shen Fan was venting his frustration at the system in his mind. He'd thought this National News Department stunt would rake in billions in shock value. But this damn system wouldn't recognize it. It insists only first-hand witnesses count. Damn it. Ding. Host, please remain calm. These are operational rules established by the system's creator and cannot be arbitrarily altered. Otherwise, the system will be erased. What the hell? System creator? Who is that? Ding. Current host lacks sufficient permissions to unlock system-related information. Fine. Shen Fan sighed resignedly. Fine, so be it. As long as the system is here, why worry about shock points in the future? Just as Chen Fan was deep in thought, Qin Huan Yuan approached, his face flushed crimson. Head bowed, he bore none of his former haughty demeanor. Mr. Chen, I apologize for my earlier attitude. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. He didn't care about such things. Qin Huan Yuan's earlier concerns were understandable. After all, with so many important figures present, there could be no room for error. At that moment, Lu Dezhu, his face aglow with excitement, crowded around and exclaimed, Fan Yi, my dear grandfather, is this what you meant by refurbished? This damn thing. This wasn't refurbishment. This was clearly developing equipment that would revolutionize an entire era. Chen Fan rolled his eyes, clearly annoyed. Didn't you tell me to refurbish it however I wanted? Do whatever you want meant this? Lu Dezhu's mouth twitched as he gave Chen Fan a thumbs up. You're the real deal, Fan. You're the best. Chen Fan waved his hand impatiently. Fatso, when's the final payment coming? Final payment? Damn it. You're worried someone might stiff you on the final payment? Qin Huayuan immediately pulled out his phone. Mr. Chen, I'll have someone wire the balance to you right now. Soon. Chen Fan received a bank notification on his phone. The remaining 1.7 million had been deposited. They only gave us 3 million in funding, and we've given it all to you. This money. Qin Huan Yuan dared not touch it. Taking it would cost him his head. Besides, he wanted to befriend Chen Fan. After all, having such a powerful ally might just give him a shot at climbing the ranks. But he also knew. A figure like Chen Fan would surely be too busy to bother with him. Countless bigwigs were vying for Chen Fan's favor. What made him think he'd stand a chance? Therefore, Qin Huayuan devised a roundabout strategy, shifting his focus to curry favor with the portly Lu Dezhu instead. Meanwhile, seeing Chen Fan being ignored, old Master Yang frowned and snapped impatiently, Why are you asking me? This isn't a product from the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences. This is something from young friend Chen Fan's refurbishment factory. Go ask him. Ha? The assembled generals froze in shock. They had always assumed Chen Fan was from the Jiangzhou Research Institute. But now they realized he wasn't part of that organization at all, he was from some refurbishment factory. What kind of refurbishment plant is this? Capable of producing anti-gravity tanks? The generals couldn't help but fix their eager gazes on Chen Fan. But someone was quicker than them. That person was Qian Guozhong, president of the National Academy of Sciences of Long Nation. Qian Guozhong approached Chen Fan with a warm smile and said, "Mr. Chen Fan, on behalf of the Longhua National Academy of Sciences, I extend an invitation for you to join us. The compensation will be generous, of course. I will offer you the position of chief scientist." Chief position? That was a position second only to the president himself. It must be understood that a chief position signifies the pinnacle of authority within a specific field. Additionally, the chief position grants eligibility to run for president of the National Academy of Sciences of Longhua. Moreover, how old is Chen Fan? 26 or 27? Since the founding of the Dragon Nation, not only has there never been a chief at this age, but there has never even been an academician at this age. This is about to make history. The crowd couldn't help but turn their curious gazes toward Chen Fan, wondering how he would respond to such an enticing offer. Then, they all gave a self-deprecating chuckle. How could he choose? Sweetheart. He'd be crazy to refuse. This was a chance to rise to the top in one fell swoop. However, to everyone's surprise, Chen Fan merely smiled faintly and said, "My apologies, Dean Xian. I have no interest in the chief position. I just want to expand my refurbishment factory." After all, his system was for refurbishment, not research and development. If he took the top position, wouldn't that be like squatting on a toilet without doing anything? The moment Chen Fan spoke these words, everyone was stunned. What? He actually turned down the invitation from Qian Guozhong, president of the National Academy of Sciences of Longhua? Turned down the chance to become a chief academician? What was he thinking? Even Qian Guozhong was stunned. Just as Qian Guozhong opened his mouth to say something, old Master Yang spoke up. "If someone doesn't want to join, don't force them. All these years, what have you turned the Longhua National Academy of Sciences into? Don't you have any self-awareness? When you have the time, take a good look at yourself." Hearing this, Qian Guozhong could only reluctantly lower his head. "Yes, I understand, teacher." Only old Master Yang dared speak to Qian Guozhong in such a manner. Just then, Lu Jialan, director of the Jiangzhou Research Institute and head of this exhibition, emerged from somewhere, his face etched with bitterness as he asked, "Comrades, should we continue the exhibition? The crowd outside has erupted in chaos." Chapter 12, May our motherland now embark on a path of prosperity and strength. The audience present were the first citizens of Longhua to witness the flying tank. Combined with the official confirmation from the Ministry of Information, everyone was going wild. That was an anti-gravity tank. The first in Longhua's history. And the world's first anti-gravity tank. To miss seeing this marvelous beast in person would make the entire military exhibition trip a waste. But it was already past 10 o'clock and the exhibition still hadn't opened to the public. The crowd was boiling over. Are they going to open the doors or not? Exactly. They organize an exhibition but won't let us in? What's the point of that? I'm filing a complaint. I absolutely must. This shows zero respect for us. We paid for tickets. We want to see the anti-gravity tank. Please, I'll be restless if I don't catch a glimpse. Let us in. As the head of this exhibition, Lu Jialan was at his wit's end. With no other choice, he steeled himself and asked. Old Yang and the other executives paused in surprise, suddenly remembering that this exhibition was open to the general public. Glancing at the time, it was already past 10 o'clock. "Professor, is this exhibition still open to the public?" Qian Guozhong asked with a grave expression. After all, with an anti-gravity tank on display, if it remained open to the public, any unforeseen incident could leave them crying over spilled milk. What kind of accident? What if enemy spies infiltrated and stole the anti-gravity tank's data, then developed their own version? Wouldn't the Dragon Nation have nowhere to cry? Old Master Yang also pondered with a grave expression. Chen Fan, standing nearby, grew impatient. Not open to the public? How would he harvest shock points then? Old Yang, if I may interject, this is supposed to be an open exhibition. People outside have already bought tickets. Keeping them out might not look good, right? Besides, letting the public witness our current national defense capabilities would foster greater unity. But, Old Yang opened his mouth, what if someone with ulterior motives steals the data? What the hell? Chen Fan thought he'd misheard, pausing before realizing what had been said. He looked utterly exasperated. Old Zhang, you're giving those enemy spies way too much credit. Even if we handed over the anti-gravity tank to them, could they replicate it? This is technology produced by the system. And it's the first anti-gravity tank in human history. How could it be so easy to replicate? Old Yang and Qian Guozhong were clearly worrying themselves into a frenzy. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, they snapped back to reality. Indeed. Is anti-gravity tank technology really that easy to steal? Old Master Yang chuckled and said, in that case, let's open it up to the public. Lu Jialin finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. After all, this exhibition was organized by the Jiangzhou Research Institute. If the public complained, he, as the director, would have no defense. After Lu Jialin departed, old Master Yang turned to Chen Fan. Young friend Chen Fan, would you care to accompany me? Following the exhibition schedule, they still needed to inspect the equipment at the rear. The 59 prototype was positioned relatively early on, so numerous other pieces of equipment remained to be seen. The significance of this exhibition lay in showcasing to the world the Dragon Nation's journey from nothing to something, recounting that heroic and moving era. With so many foreign journalists and dignitaries present, it was impossible to simply skip certain exhibits. Everyone looked at Chen Fan with envy over old Yang's invitation. But Chen Fan shook his head and said, "Sorry, old Yang, I'm a bit tired and want to get some sleep." He'd been refurbishing the Type 59 tanks non-stop lately and was already exhausted. Last night, that fatso Lu Dizhu had even made him handle the transportation, keeping him busy until now without a moment's rest. The crowd fell silent. They stared at Chen Fan in utter disbelief. What are you doing? You turned down Qian Guozhang's invitation, fine. But to turn down even old Master Yang's invitation? Who is old man Yang? The foremost figure in Longhua's military-industrial research sector, the undisputed authority in Longhua's scientific community. Being invited to work alongside him is a dream come true for countless people. And you just turned him down? The crowd was stunned, their scalps tingling with shock. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, feeling the sudden surge in astonishment, his eyes lit up. Is that even possible? Heh, young friend Chen Fan has indeed worked hard. Let him rest well then. Saying this, old Yang turned to a brigadier general. Find young friend Chen Fan a place to rest. Ensure his safety at all costs. The major general immediately responded with respectful obedience, "Yes, sir." But Chen Fan didn't leave. Instead, he nudged the fat guy and said to old Master Yang, "If you really want someone to keep you company, old Master Yang, let this fat guy tag along. This fatso's my buddy. He knows a thing or two about refurbishing the Type 59 tanks." Old Master Yang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He needed company? With generals surrounding him and research experts trailing behind, he needed company? It made him sound like a lonely old man. But old man Yang understood Chen Fan was trying to recommend his friend, so he decided to do him a favor. Very well, then I'll trouble this young friend. Upon hearing this, the others were green with envy. Lu Dizhu looked at Chen Fan with profound gratitude. If he could make an impression on old Master Yang, his future prospects would undoubtedly be wide open. As for the anti-gravity tank matter, how could he possibly know nothing about it? After all, much of the material had passed through his hands before reaching Chen Fan. Lu Dizhu's lips trembled slightly as he tried to express his gratitude to Chen Fan, but saw that Chen Fan had already followed the major general away. "Heh, young friend, what's your name?" "Yang. Yang Lao, I'm Lu Dizhu." Meanwhile, Director's Office, Jiangzhou Science and Technology Museum. Chen Fan reclined leisurely on the sofa. Outside the door, the major general stood guard with his security detail, faces set in vigilant alertness. This level of security was something he'd never even dared dream of before. All thanks to the system. Though this system was admittedly a bit stingy. Thinking this, Chen Fan opened the system interface. A notification flashed, his shock value had surpassed 70,000. Only 70,000? Chen Fan sneered in disdain, having expected to rake in billions. The gap between expectation and reality was nothing short of staggering. Sighing, Chen Fan closed his eyes, ready to get some proper sleep. At that very moment, as the exhibition opened, a mad rush of people poured into the venue. Everyone had only one goal: the anti-gravity tank. They wanted to see this massive machine that could fly through the air with their own eyes. A massive crowd had already gathered before the new Type 59 anti-gravity tank. Many gazed in awe at the sleek design of the new Type 59 anti-gravity tank. Holy crap, this thing is way too cool. Not only is it cool, but it can actually fly in the sky? Flying is one thing, but it can take out an entire island with a single shot? Everyone who laid eyes on the new Type 59 anti-gravity tank couldn't help but feel their hearts race and their breathing quicken. Insane. Shocked. Terrifying. Pride. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within everyone's hearts. At that moment, a live streamer holding a phone, captivated by the atmosphere, couldn't help but softly hum along. The 5-starred red flag flutters in the wind, the victory song rings out so loud. Singing of our beloved motherland, marching toward prosperity and strength. Suddenly, a deafening chorus erupted from the crowd. Many eyes grew moist. They recalled those arduous years. Yes. Though our motherland still has many imperfections today. But may our motherland will march toward prosperity and strength from this day forward. Chapter 13, Cleaning up a few illegal migrants. You're building armored vehicles? Chen Fan had no idea how long he'd slept. When he awoke, the sky outside had already grown dark. The first thing he did upon waking was check the system. Seeing the shock value had reached 100,000, he sighed. Cheapskate. This system is so stingy. But really, you couldn't blame the system for being stingy after all, that's just how its rules worked. Besides, today was the first day the exhibition was open to the public. Not many people could come, so accumulating this much shock value was already quite impressive. As the exhibition progresses, the shock value will undoubtedly increase. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan pushed open the office door. Mr. Chen, you're awake? The Major General spoke with utmost respect. Beside him, the security detail saluted Chen Fan with expressions of admiration. You've been standing guard here the whole time? Chen Fan felt a bit overwhelmed by the attention. After all, a full-fledged Major General not only stood guard for him but had done so for such an extended period. He felt a bit guilty about it. The general shook his head. Not at all. Just as Chen Fan relaxed, the general added, we take turns on guard duty. What the hell? Rotating shifts? Chen Fan experienced true shock for the first time. He felt even more flattered. Mr. Chen, old man Yang said that once you wake up, you should eat first. After eating, you can go see him. He has something to discuss with you. The Major General said politely. Chen Fan waved his hand. No need. I'll go now. He wasn't about to keep old Master Yang waiting, that wasn't his style. Upon hearing this, the Major General respectfully replied, yes, sir. Please follow me. Jiangzhou Science and Technology Museum Conference Room. Chen Fan met with Elder Yang and Xian Guozhong. Beside them sat a chubby man, sitting stiffly with his back straight like a schoolboy. Who else could it be but Lu Dizhu? Mr. Yang, Dean Xian, I'm terribly sorry to have kept you waiting. Chen Fan scratched his head sheepishly. Ha ha ha, young friend, have you rested well? Master Yang chuckled as he asked. A Major General on guard duty. How could he not rest well? Chen Fan nodded. Master Yang, I heard you needed to speak with me? Old Master Yang nodded and gestured for Chen Fan to sit down. Once Chen Fan was seated, Old Man Yang spoke. Young friend Chen Fan, we'd like to tour your refurbishment plant. What the hell? Chen Fan froze. Tour his refurbishment factory? What's there to see? A few dilapidated warehouses and some crumbling buildings, what's there to see? But in Old Man Yang's view, a place capable of producing anti-gravity tanks must be brimming with cutting-edge technology beyond their wildest imaginations. As researchers from the Dragon Nation, they wanted to visit and learn from their experience. If others found out about this, they'd be utterly dumbfounded. The National Academy of Sciences visiting a dilapidated refurbishment plant? And supposedly to learn from them? Has the world gone mad? Seeing Chen Fan's hesitation, Old Yang assumed he was reluctant. After all, this might involve core technologies under Chen Fan's control. He couldn't help but sigh, saying disappointedly, if you feel it's inconvenient, young friend, then forget it. Chen Fan shook his head. Master Yang, you misunderstand. It's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that. Chen Fan hesitated briefly before continuing, it's just that the place is a bit too shabby. Old Master Yang chuckled upon hearing this. Young friend, you really are modest. You call the place that built an anti-gravity tank shabby? Who would believe that? Seeing Old Master Yang insist on going, Chen Fan didn't refuse. After all, this was also an opportunity to harvest shock points. Not much, though. But even the smallest mosquito is still neat, right? Doesn't every little bit add up? Mr. Yang, please wait a moment while I have the factory workers tidy up. Chen Fan chuckled. It was a refurbished factory, after all. It's bound to be covered in grease everywhere. Don't wait for old Zhang to arrive, there won't even be a place to sit. Right away. Chen Fan dialed the worker's number. Hey, Xiao Zhang, tidy up the factory. We've got guests coming in a bit. The Tianhao refurbishment factory had 2 workers. Xiao Zhang was one of them. After completing the Type 59 refurbishment, Chen Fan had instructed them to return to the factory, emphasizing that no one was permitted to enter the equipment storage building. But at that moment, Xiao Zhang's voice trembled slightly over the phone. Boss, you need to come back right away. Brother Day is here to collect protection money. We can't pay, so he's demanding factory equipment as collateral. What the hell? Brother Da? Protection money? Chen Fan froze for a moment. Brother Da, whose real name was Li Debiao, was a local thug in Hejiang village. He had no steady job and usually hung out with a gang of hoodlums, extorting protection money whenever he could. Hejiang village used to have a few renovation factories. But after Li Debiao's rampage, they all relocated. Only Tianhao remained standing. Originally, the Tianhao refurbishment factory was run by Chen Fan's parents, who paid protection money punctually every month. But after Chen Fan took over, he never paid a single installment. So Li Debiao showed up with his men, demanding to seize the equipment to settle the debt. Chen Fan had his phone on speaker. Old Yang and Xian Guozhong both overheard the conversation. Their expressions instantly turned icy. What audacity! Daring to collect protection money from Chen Fan? They're asking for it. Young friend Chen Fan, this is the nation's fault for letting this scum survive this long. Leave this matter to us. Old Master Yang's voice brimmed with fury, his eyes flashing with icy glare. It's 2023, and people are still demanding protection money? And from Chen Fan, no less? Who the hell is Chen Fan? The developer of the anti-gravity tank, the pride and joy of the Dragon Nation. You dare demand protection money from him? You've lost your mind. Guards! Boss Yang roared. Old Yang! A general with a shoulder rank of Major General entered. Your orders. Yang Lao's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Gather your men and follow us to Hejiang village. The general paused slightly, asking, how many? Old Yang glared. Take every man you've got. Load up the armored vehicles and bring the artillery too. Today I'll see just who has the guts to extort protection money from young Master Chen Fan. The last time Old Man Yang had encountered protection money extortion was back when he was just a child. Back then, the Dragon Nation hadn't been established yet and social order was in utter chaos. Bandits collected protection money at gunpoint and murder was commonplace. Old Yang remembered it vividly. Many villagers had been slaughtered by bandits. So Old Man Yang's instinctive reaction was to bring an armored vehicle and artillery. Yes, Old Man Yang, please wait a moment. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Chen Fan, standing nearby, was stunned. What the hell? Just to deal with a few vagrants, he actually wants to bring an army? Bringing troops was one thing, but armored vehicles too? Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Then he sucked in a sharp breath. He silently mourned for Li Debiao. If you must collect protection money, at least pick a better time. Aren't you just asking for trouble? Young friend Chen Fan, fear not. With the Dragon Nation standing behind you, no one can harm you. Old Master Yang said solemnly, follow me. I'll stand up for you. Fear? He wasn't afraid. Even without Old Master Yang, he had countless ways to deal with Li Debiao. What he feared now? It should be Li Debiao. As Chen Fan watched armored vehicles and heavily armed soldiers assemble at the Jiangzhou Science and Technology Museum, and two WZ-10 attack helicopters circling overhead, he silently mourned Li Debiao for a few more seconds. Then, his face lit up with excitement as he followed Old Yang onto the armored vehicle. Wow! The chance to harvest shock points had arrived. Li Debiao? You're demanding protection money from me? I'll squeeze every last drop of shock value out of you. Fair enough, right? Chapter 14, Li Debiao is stunned. Because he had to visit the Tianhao refurbishment plant. He followed Old Man Yang to Hejiang village. Besides the special reaction force guarding Old Man Yang, there was also a group of researchers. The entire staff of the Jiangzhou Research Institute was fortunate enough to secure this opportunity. In total, over 1,000 people, accompanied by dozens of armored vehicles. The spectacle was so grand that the head-turning rate reached an astonishing 10,000%. Meanwhile, at the Tianhao refurbishment plant in Hejiang village, Li Debiao pointed at the vicious scar on his face and snarled at Xiao Zhang, see this? That's from when I cut someone down back in the day. If you don't want to die, open the warehouse door for me. Xiao Zhang cowered in the corner, trembling violently. Another worker, Xiao Qi, lay motionless nearby, covered in blood from Li Debiao's beating, gasping for breath. Brother die. Smack. Li Debiao slapped him across the face. Call me Brother Biao. Xiao Zhang quickly corrected himself, Brother Biao, the factory manager said he'll be back soon and will definitely give you the money then. Li Debiao snorted coldly at the words. Too late. Now I want not just the money but your factory's equipment too. Open the gate for me. Xiao Zhang gritted his teeth, remembering Chen Fan's earlier instructions, and reluctantly produced the keys with a look of grievance. Although he had no idea how Chen Fan planned to deal with Li Debiao after all, that bastard's brother-in-law was the captain of the city police's criminal investigation squad. Calling the police was out of the question. Li Debiao's eyes lit up at the sight of the keys, snatching them away. Damn it! If you just handed them over sooner, you wouldn't have had to take a beating. You're just a piece of trash, begging to be beaten. Li Debiao snorted coldly, handing the keys to his henchman. Open the door and haul every piece of equipment out of there for me. Soon. As the warehouse doors swung open, a futuristic-looking semi-automated production line came into view. Wang Debiao wiped the drool from his mouth and muttered, damn, this equipment must be worth a fortune. Guys, take this equipment apart for me. Yes, sir. Just as his henchmen were about to move, a distant roar of engines echoed through the air. Immediately after, a beam of light descended from the sky. Li Debiao and his men looked up in confusion, then instantly felt their scalps tingle. Two armed helicopters hovered overhead, their machine gun barrels already spinning beneath the rotors. Everyone below, put your hands on your heads and get down. A command barked from the helicopters. Terrified, Wang Debiao shuddered and immediately crouched down with his hands clasped over his head. Damn it! He was just collecting protection money, why did they even send armed helicopters? Before Wang Debiao could process his shock, outside the Tianhao refurbishment plant, several beams of light flared up once more. Immediately after, the roar of engines filled the air. Li Debiao witnessed a scene he'd never want to recall for the rest of his life. Armored vehicles rolled straight onto the plaza outside the Tianhe refurbishment plant's warehouse. The vast plaza couldn't even hold them all. Even on the streets outside, Li Debiao caught a glimpse of what seemed to be numerous armored vehicles. Then, a group of heavily armed soldiers appeared, their black muzzles trained squarely on him. Then, amidst Li Debiao's horrified expression, a middle-aged man with the rank of general on his shoulder, accompanied by a group of middle-aged men bearing the ranks of major general or lieutenant general, approached the worker lying on the ground. "Call an ambulance immediately." Then, the middle-aged man approached Li Debiao, frowning as he asked, "Are you Li Debiao?" Li Debiao nodded blankly. "General, sir, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? My brother-in-law is..." Before Li Debiao could finish, the general barked, "Take all these people away." At that moment, amidst the armored vehicles, Li Debiao and his men were forced to their knees by fully armed soldiers pressing down on their shoulders. Li Debiao trembled in terror, his heart sinking into despair. He was just collecting protection money. How had he ended up facing the military? Just as Li Debiao was utterly bewildered, he heard several steady footsteps approaching. Then, an aged voice commanded, "Look up." Li Debiao looked up in shock, witnessing a scene he would never forget. Before his eyes stretched rows of armored vehicles and soldiers armed to the teeth. There were also groups of research experts clad in white lab coats. At the forefront of this group stood three figures. An elderly man, a middle-aged man, and... Li Debiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chen Fan. He recognized Chen Fan, the owner of Tianhao Refurbishment Factory. Mr. Chen, you." Li Debiao seemed to realize something, staring at Chen Fan in utter shock. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Li Debiao's shock value +1. Chen Fan sneered disdainfully, walked up to Li Debiao, and then stomped his foot down on Li Debiao's body. "Recognize me? Then let's cut to the chase." Pointing at Old Man Yang, he demanded, "Do you know him?" Li Debiao shook his head blankly. "His name is Yang Changlin. He holds sway over half the military-industrial sector in Longhua." Fearing Li Debiao might not grasp the significance, Chen Fan offered a fitting analogy. "Think of him as the most seasoned, most formidable, and most influential figure in your underworld." In truth, Li Debiao understood. Even a drifter like him had heard of Old Man Yang's reputation, though he'd never met the man himself. But such a heavyweight was actually standing alongside Chen Fan? What kind of man was Chen Fan? Li Debiao's scalp tingled with shock. Li Debiao's shock meter +1. Chen Fan chuckled darkly, adding another point to his shock meter. As for Old Yang, upon hearing Chen Fan describe him as a gang leader, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily, though he said nothing more. Then, Chen Fan pointed at Qian Guozhang again. "You know him, right?" Li Debiao nodded in horror, his mind once again filled with shock. This was actually Qian Guozhang? The president of the National Academy of Sciences of Longhua? The big shot who frequently appeared on TV news? Holy crap! Li Debiao felt his scalp tingling uncontrollably. Li Debiao's shock meter +1. Chen Fan smiled again. "You know me, right?" This time, Li Debiao shook his head blankly. He felt like he didn't recognize Chen Fan anymore. Who exactly was this man, to have such a big shot accompanying him? And even the military had been mobilized. Chen Fan gave a cold smile. "You know about the flying tank incident, right?" Li Debiao nodded. When he first heard about the flying tank, his blood had boiled with pride for his homeland. Even though he was a thug, even though he was a migrant worker, he was patriotic. He felt a surge of passion with nowhere to vent. Driven by hormones and egged on by others, Li Debiao decided to show off his muscles. He was going to teach the Tianhao refurbishment plant a lesson. After all, the factory hadn't paid protection money in ages. "I built that place." Chen Fan chuckled darkly. Li Debiao's eyes widened, his face frozen in utter shock. Li Debiao's shock value +1. Li Debiao's shock level +1. Li Debiao's shock level +1. Chen Fan smiled. Even a mosquito is still meat. Chapter 15. Your equipment is more advanced than the nation's. Gone. Not a single drop left. Watching Li Debiao's vacant stare, Chen Fan sighed helplessly. The shock value from Li Debiao had ceased to rise. This menace had finally lost its last shred of value. "Old Yang, take him away. I don't want to see him anymore." "Very well." Old Master Yang waved his hand, and two soldiers immediately stepped forward, escorting Li Debiao away. But just then, Li Debiao struggled violently, shouting, I want to atone for my crimes. I want to report them. I want to atone for my crimes." "Hold on." At Old Man Yang's command, the two soldiers dragged Li Debiao back. "Speak." Old Master Yang's eyes held not a trace of emotion. I want to report Chao Mengsheng." "Chao Mengsheng?" Chen Fan chuckled beside him. This Chao Mengsheng was none other than Li Debiao's brother-in-law, a captain in the city bureau's criminal investigation team. With that connection in place, As long as Li Debiao didn't commit murder or arson, he could run rampant in Jiangzhou. It's him. He ordered me to cause trouble for Boss Chen. He said he set his sights on Boss Chen's production line and told me to get it for him at any cost. Old Master Yang's expression changed instantly. Who is Chao Mengsheng? He's my brother-in-law, a captain in the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division. Old Yang fell deep in thought. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was utterly dumbfounded. What use would a criminal investigator have for his production line? Could it be? Chen Fan's eyes narrowed, a terrifying expression flashing through them. Young friend Chen Fan, I never imagined you'd be targeted so quickly. Chen Fan realized it too. It must have been after the anti-gravity tank was unveiled that his factory drew attention. Those behind it couldn't show their faces, so they sent Li Debiao, that vagrant, to do their dirty work. But did they really think this would let them escape punishment? How naive. Transmit my order, arrest Chao Mengsheng. Yes, sir. An enhanced platoon of soldiers, acting on Old Yang's orders, headed toward the city's Criminal Investigation Division. But they soon returned with grim expressions. Old Master Yang, Chao Mengsheng has committed suicide. Suicide? Old Yang's expression darkened further. It seems the person behind this has immense power. The person capable of driving a police captain to suicide must be terrifyingly powerful. Otherwise, Chao Mengsheng wouldn't have taken his own life. Had he simply confessed everything, the worst he'd face would be dismissal and a decade or so behind bars. But Chao Mengsheng chose death rather than reveal a single detail. This could only mean that the mastermind behind it all was extremely well connected. If Chao Mengsheng had confessed honestly, not only would he himself die, but his family could be implicated as well. Who possessed such immense power? Chen Fan, Old Yang, and Xian Guozhong all fell into deep thought. Chen Fan, however, considered another possibility. That the force behind Chao Mengsheng was actually a foreign power. After all, if it were uncovered that he colluded with foreign powers to leak state secrets, Chao Mengsheng's descendants would forever bear the stigma of being traitors. The atmosphere in the room grew eerily quiet. After an unknown period of time, Old Man Yang finally snorted coldly, "Whoever it is, I will investigate this matter to the very end." With that, Old Man Yang turned his gaze back to Chen Fan. "Young friend Chen Fan, your factory is no longer safe. Why not relocate to a safer place?" Chen Fan shook his head. The equipment awarded by the system couldn't be taken with him once dismantled, it couldn't be reassembled. Then how about this? Old Master Yang clapped his hands. A soldier, bulging with muscles, stepped forward and saluted him respectfully. "Master Yang, you and your security detail will henceforth be responsible for young friend Chen Fan's safety, as well as the security of the Tianhao refurbishment plant. Understood?" The soldier stamped his foot firmly. "Understood, Commander." Satisfied, Old Master Yang nodded. Turning to Chen Fan, he said, "This is Xiao Zhantian, the squad leader of my security detail. From this moment on, he is your squad leader." What the hell? Old Yang was handing over his personal guard squad to him? Chen Fan gaped in shock, his face filled with disbelief. "No way, Old Man Yang. How could your guard platoon be protecting me? At worst, you could just assign me a new security detail." Chen Fan outwardly refused. But inside, he was overjoyed. A security detail was definitely available. This time it was Xiao Zhang and Xiao Qi getting beaten up, but next time it could easily be him. He certainly didn't want to get beaten up. And besides, traveling with an entire security detail would turn heads wherever he went. Would he be crazy to turn down this free shock value? Xian Guozhong also urged, "Teacher, your status is unique. You absolutely need people to protect you." The general chimed in, "Indeed, Old Yang. We could even select promising recruits from our southern military district to form Chen Fan's security detail." Seeing everyone's earnest pleas, Old Master Yang finally relented, saying, "Very well, I'll follow your advice and select a new security detail for young friend Chen Fan. But..." At this point, Old Master Yang firmly declared, "Zhan Tian must remain by young friend Chen Fan's side. That is my absolute bottom line." Hearing this, the others couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Who was Xiao Zhantian? The top soldier in the Dragon Nation. A man who, in bare-handed combat, took down over a dozen elite soldiers. Now they were telling him to step aside? But this was Old Master Yang's order no one dared refuse. Alright, enough talk. Let's go tour young Master Chen Fan's refurbishment plant first. With that, Old Man Yang waved his hand and led the way into the equipment storage warehouse. As the sci-fi-inspired semi-automated production line came into view, system notifications flashed repeatedly in Chen Fan's mind. Yang Changlin shock value +1. Xian Guozhong shock value +1. Shock value +1. Outside, the collective gasps of astonishment echoed in perfect unison. Good heavens, is this the production line for anti-gravity tanks? Mind-blowing. I've never seen anything this advanced before. Old Yang was so stunned he couldn't close his mouth. He couldn't count how many times he'd felt this way today, but he knew this young man named Chen Fan kept surprising him. As for Qian Guozhong, The director of the National Academy of Sciences, the leading figure in Longwa's modern military industry, felt not only astonishment but also a hint of bitterness in his heart. Good heavens! Your equipment here is more advanced than anything at the National Academy of Sciences. Qian Guozhong's eyes sparkled with excitement as if he'd discovered a precious treasure. He hurried over to a piece of equipment and couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. Snap! A sharp crack echoed through the warehouse. Get your filthy hands off it! Do you think you can just touch this? Old Master Yang glared at Qian Guozhong with disappointment, as if he were a child who couldn't be taught. If you break it, do you think you can afford to replace it? Teacher, I know I was wrong. Qian Guozhong bowed his head like a schoolboy who'd made a mistake. Seeing this, Old Master Yang snorted coldly before turning to Chen Fan with a cheerful smile. Young friend Chen Fan, may I touch it? Chen Fan froze. What? What the heck? If you want to touch it, just go ahead. Why ask me? Could I possibly say no? If you want to touch, just touch. Don't ask if it's okay. It's just like that thing, it'll be fine, won't it? Seeing Old Yang's eager gaze, Chen Fan's mouth twitched. Go ahead and touch it. Anyone who wants to can touch it. This thing isn't that fragile. Chapter 16, you all understand these principles, right? With Chen Fan's permission, everyone instantly trembled with excitement. Old Yang, brimming with envy, leaned in and gently stroked the production equipment. As if caressing some precious treasure. Qian Guozhong circled one piece of equipment, drool practically dripping from his mouth. Smack! Old Master Yang smacked Qian Guozhong on the back of the head again. What are you drooling for? Look at you, such a loser. Qian Guozhong, a man in his 40s, now looked as aggrieved as a schoolboy. Teacher, how can you say that to me? Look at yourself. Smack! I'm your teacher. How dare you talk back to me? Watching the two bicker, Chen Fan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Good grief. One was the titan of Longwa's military-industrial sector, the architect of the nation's modern defense system. The other. The president of the Longwa National Academy of Sciences, the leading figure in Longwa's modern scientific research field. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say these two men represented two distinct eras of the Dragon Nation. But now they were like this? Chen Fan was stunned. Not just Chen Fan. Even the group of researchers behind them were stunned. When had they ever seen the two like this? Even when visiting the most advanced military factories in the Eagle Nation, Old Yang always carried himself with an air of supreme confidence. Yet here they were, completely thrown off their game in this humble Tianhua refurbishment plant? Soon. The researchers understood. It wasn't surprising that Old Yang and Qian Guozhong were acting so alarmed. When it was their turn, they finally grasped just how mind-blowing this equipment truly was. Damn it, seeing this equipment makes me willing to die right now. If China had this equipment 30 years ago, no, 10 years ago, we'd have dominated the blue planet long ago. Who knows? We might have already conquered the Milky Way by now. Countless scientists and scholars were utterly stunned and awestruck, their hearts surging with fervor. A blazing inferno is about to erupt from my heart. Simply put, it was absolutely electrifying. I couldn't wait to dive into research and create countless cutting-edge weapons that could dominate the skies and conquer the earth. To pin down the eagle and its pack of big babies, grinding them into the ground. All because the equipment in Chen Fan's factory was simply too advanced, so advanced it was beyond their wildest dreams. In the entire warehouse, the calmest individuals were none other than Chen Fan and Lu Dizhu. The former, as the owner of this equipment, was unfazed by it all. As for the latter, he didn't understand a damn thing. He just thought the equipment looked cool. As for just how advanced they were, ask him? You might as well ask a dog on the street. At that moment, Old Master Yang pointed at a massive contraption and asked, Young friend Chen Fan, what exactly is this contraption for? Chen Fan looked over to see Old Master Yang standing before a machine that resembled both a furnace and a flying saucer, radiating a futuristic technological aura. This is a furnace for manufacturing anti-gravity devices. A furnace for manufacturing anti-gravity devices? Master Yang gasped, his eyes flashing with excitement. Young friend, how did you manage this? An anti-gravity device. Nearly a century has passed since the theory was first proposed. No one had ever truly realized it. No Chen Fan has achieved it now. That's why Old Yang couldn't help but ask. Even though he had already experienced the anti-gravity tank, it all still felt like a dream to Old Master Yang. Unrealistic. So unreal. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan pondered for a moment before replying, it's quite simple. Use 2 Tesla coils, place an object in between like the hull of a Type 59 tank. Then, driven by the 2 Tesla coils, the tank itself will generate opposing electromagnetic fields. The 2 electromagnetic forces counteract each other, and when gravitational potential energy is generated, gravity is formed. But the 2 electromagnetic fields continue to pull and cancel each other out. In other words, when the potential difference between them becomes zero, that is, when the gradient vector becomes zero due to the force fields canceling each other, the 2 forces still exist, and the energy still exists. At this point, Chen Fan paused. We call this force field that becomes zero the one force field. However, in my research, I discovered that as long as the one force field carries charge, it cannot penetrate metal, water, the Earth's surface, or any other conductive material. However, if it's a special titanium aluminum alloy, there's absolutely no issue. It allows the one force field to pass through completely, even amplifying it. Yet using titanium aluminum alloy for tanks would be far too fragile. After all, even pure titanium only possesses about 80% of steel's hardness, let alone the alloy. Chen Fan paused again. After speaking at length, he felt a bit parched. But no one offered him water. Every scientist present, including Old Yang and Xian Guozhong, stared intently at Chen Fan. They looked like elementary school students in class. Fortunately, Lu Dizhu, standing nearby, was quick to notice and handed Chen Fan a glass of water. After taking a sip to moisten his throat, Chen Fan continued, so, I added a certain proportion of nickel ions to the titanium aluminum alloy, and that's how I obtained a new type of material. I call it Tianhe. You've already experienced Tianhe's hardness, Mr. Yang, so I won't elaborate further. With the material issue resolved, we can leverage its properties to install a force field device on the tank space. This creates a one force field cushion between the chassis and the tank itself, forming an anti-gravity buoyancy field. I trust you all understand these principles? Chen Fan blurted out instinctively. He was merely reciting the technical details provided by the system. After all, he was a refurbisher, not a researcher. He assumed such fundamental concepts would be obvious to heavyweights like Old Yang and Xian Guozhong. The reason they hadn't developed an anti-gravity tank was due to equipment limitations. But they were stunned. A group of research scholars were stunned. Several generals were stunned. Xian Guozhong was stunned. Old Yang was stunned too. They stared blankly at Chen Fan. Understand? They understood Jack. Even old Master Yang felt like he was listening to gibberish. What was this one force field? What was this new material incorporating nickel alloy? He'd never heard of these things before. Research into anti-gravity devices wasn't exactly uncharted territory. The eagle-eyed nation poured hundreds of billions into it, consuming countless manpower and resources, yet they didn't get a single hair's worth of results. It was that difficult a feat. And you call it simple? And you claim we all understand it? Feeling the shock level rising in his mind, Chen Fan froze. Then he realized he'd said the wrong thing. He hastily explained, actually, the principle is quite simple. If you think about it carefully, you'll understand. Old Yang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. How infuriating. Young friend Chen Fan. After a long pause, old Master Yang finally regained his composure, his earnest gaze fixed on Chen Fan. I wonder if you might be interested in collaborating with the National Academy of Sciences? Chapter 17, Collaboration? Of course. Collaboration? Absolutely. But what kind of collaboration? If it meant the National Academy of Sciences sending personnel to the Tianhe refurbishment plant, he'd never agree to it. After all the equipment being refurbished comes from the system. Once too many people are involved, things get messy. How would he explain a sudden new production line? The collaboration is simple. You become an honorary academician of our National Academy of Sciences, responsible for assisting us with research and development. Old Yang chuckled. As for compensation, we'll offer you the highest possible level. Honorary academician? Chen Fan froze for a moment. He knew what an honorary academician was, much like an honorary chancellor. It was merely a title. Chen Fan felt a flicker of interest. But to have him handle RD? Sorry, he couldn't do it, not even the system could. All he could do in this life was refurbish. He had a tough life. To many people, refurbishing was no different from collecting scrap. It's 2023 already. Why does occupational discrimination still exist? Chen Fan flatly refused. Mr. Yang, to be perfectly honest with you, I have a peculiar quirk. I'm only interested in old things. You want me to do RD? I'm just not interested in that at all. Hearing this, old man Yang was taken aback. But he quickly understood. After all, many people shared such inclinations. But he wasn't about to let a genius like Chen Fan slip away, so he couldn't help but relax the conditions a bit. How about this? You'll remain an honorary academician, but I won't require your participation in the RD. Whenever our nation or military region needs something refurbished in the future, you'll be the one to handle it. Sounds good. This arrangement suits me perfectly. With the National Academy of Sciences backing me, I'll never run out of opportunities to rack up that shock value. Chen Fan agreed without hesitation. Ha, excellent. Excellent. Old Yang couldn't stop grinning. Congratulations, academician Chen Fan. Congratulations, academician Chen. Truly a rising star at such a young age. Academician Chen, your future path is bound to be smooth sailing. Listening to the constant stream of sycophantic flattery around him, Chen Fan chuckled. But his smile quickly froze on his face. An elderly man with a slightly sleazy appearance and a stout build like Wu Dalong stared at Chen Fan with a wrinkled face. Academician Chen, you're still single, right? I have a granddaughter. Would you like me to introduce you to her? Enough. Cut it out. Forget the granddaughter. I'm not worthy of such fortune. Chen Fan declared with righteous conviction, I do these things solely because I am a Dragon Nation citizen. Flowing through my veins is the bloodline of the descendants of Yan and Huang. Moreover, my sole focus is on rebuilding our nation and strengthening Dragon Nation's defense capabilities. There's no room for personal attachments. Women only slow down my sword drawing speed. Old Master Yang was even more pleased. Young man, you have such awareness. Then, with a hint of regret, he added, too bad I have a granddaughter about your age. I was hoping to introduce her to you. Ah. With that, Old Master Yang let out a heavy sigh, filled with regret. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. That wasn't what he meant at all. He'd seen photos of Old Master Yang in his youth online. He was incredibly handsome. With genes that good. His granddaughter couldn't be too shabby either. But, forget it. Once spoken, words can't be taken back. Amidst the chorus of admiration, Chen Fan could only swallow his bitterness. He's single? Do you think he wants to? It's just that no one finds him appealing. When he went on blind dates, the moment they heard he worked in renovation, the women would look at him with disgust and say, oh, you collect scrap? Chen Fan felt like he just added another goal to his list. That was to make the refurbishment profession seem unattainable. Today you treat me like dirt? Tomorrow, I'll make you reach for the stars. Yeah. That's how it is. Just as Chen Fan was lost in his thoughts, the middle-aged man with the shoulder-mounted general's rank approached, hesitating as he spoke. Academician Chen, since you're already collaborating with the National Academy of Sciences, could you assist our Southern Military District in refurbishing a batch of firearms? Chen Fan turned his gaze toward the general. At the daytime exhibition, generals were everywhere, with several generals present. But this particular general had left a distinct impression on him. If he remembered correctly, this one seemed to be Li Guosheng, Commander-in-Chief of the Southern Military District. He often saw reports about Li Guosheng on Jiangzhou television. A general in his 40s. How many like him could Longhua possibly have? Beyond the faintly murderous glint in Li Guosheng's piercing eyes, his demeanor radiates an otherworldly aura. He resembled the archetypal TV drama general, cultured yet ruthlessly decisive in battle. The previous incident involving Li Debiao was also handled by Li Guosheng. Therefore, Chen Fan adopted an extremely courteous demeanor. General Li, no need for formalities. Whatever you command, just say the word. I, Chen Fan, will act without hesitation. He said. Chen Fan asked with a hint of anticipation. Are these firearms intended for some kind of exhibition? If so, that would be fantastic. More shock points to earn. But Li Guosheng shook his head. No, it's not for an exhibition. Not for an exhibition? Chen Fan felt a pang of disappointment. But soon, he was so excited he couldn't speak. Li Guosheng sighed and explained, our Southern Military Region has been ordered to participate in this year's multinational joint military exercises. The opponents are 3 Arab nations, Monkey Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, Stick Nation, and 4 others, 7 countries in total. What the hell? A 7-nation military exercise? Chen Fan was aware of this. It was a tradition of the East Asian Monster House, held every 2 years, and this year marked the start of a new cycle. It's less about military exercises. It was more like a contest for supremacy in East Asia. Whoever emerges victorious in the end becomes the dominant power in East Asia, holding the greatest sway. Dragon Nation has always been number 1. The spectacle will be extraordinary. Hundreds of thousands, even millions, from 7 nations flock here to cheer for their countries. But historically, this has always been the Western Military Region's domain. After all, the joint military exercises among the 7 nations have always been based on mountain warfare scenarios, and the Western Military Region is best suited for such terrain. The Southern Military Region, however, isn't particularly adept at mountain warfare. Instead, it excels in open field operations, behind enemy lines maneuvers, and even maritime and aerial warfare. Even so, shouldn't the Southern Theater Command's mountain troops be able to beat the other nations into submission? Li Guosheng gave a bitter smile. In the past, it was manageable. But this year, for the 7 nations exercise, Japan and South Korea received weaponry and equipment support from the US, while Australia, New Zealand, and several other nations secured arms from the EU. Even their heavy firepower has been completely overhauled. So, therefore, the Dragon Nation isn't facing these minor threats. Rather, it's the EU and the hawkish powers, these 2 behemoths. If relying solely on the Southern Military District, this would be a tough fight in mountain warfare. We might even lose. Chen Fan understood the higher-ups' perspective. This is a time of peace. None of the major military districts have experienced war. The joint military exercises with the 7 nations present such valuable experience that all 5 major military regions of the Dragon Nation must take turns participating. This time it's the Southern Military Region, next time, it might very well be the Northern Military Region. That's great news. Such a great opportunity to rack up shock points, how could we miss it? Foreigners' money, right? Why not take advantage? At this thought, Chen Fan looked at the general with excitement. General Li, what are the requirements for these firearms? Do the artillery pieces need refurbishing? What about the individual combat kits, do they need refurbishing? What about the active duty tanks? Need refurbishing? Chapter 18, everyone gets a promotion, even the fat guy becomes minister. Li Guosheng froze. Then he exclaimed in astonishment. Academician Chen, just call me brotherly. As for artillery and armored vehicles, we've got nothing left to refurbish. The stuff Eagle San supplied them couldn't possibly be better than ours. Longhua had the confidence to make that claim. Perhaps due to historical reasons, the Dragon Nation has long suffered from a fear of insufficient firepower. Thus, its artillery development has consistently led the world. Even the Eagle's current artillery couldn't claim to surpass Dragon Nation's, much less the equipment provided as aid. The main issue is the rifles. Li Guosheng said with a bitter expression. This was his mistake. When higher-ups ordered the development of information-based forces, he threw everything into that direction. As a result, the Southern Theater Command now possessed not only an aircraft carrier but also fifth-generation fighter jets. But rifles for mountain warfare? They did have them. But they're still those outdated pieces of equipment from the last century. The southern regions of Dragon Nation consist mostly of vast plains with little mountainous terrain, so he hadn't paid much attention to it. It wasn't until this order came down that he realized the gravity of the situation. His expertise was severely skewed. With less than half a year left, he couldn't help but feel the urgency. He planned to use this historical equipment exhibition as an opportunity to ask Old Yang or Qian Guozhong for help in modifying those outdated rifles. But who could have imagined? He encountered a prodigy like Chen Fan. Li Guosheng couldn't help but feel a surge of hope. Though these old rifles were still functional after all, some of the revolutionary martyrs had fought without guns during the founding days. But this world wasn't conquered the same way, was it? But Li Guosheng didn't want any unstable factors. Rifles, huh? Chen Fan pondered for a moment. He recalled the electromagnetic rifle in the Systems Exchange Mall. It cost 10,000 shot points. He hadn't looked at the production line for the electromagnetic rifle, but he guessed it wouldn't be cheap either. How much would be left after using these two items? This was money he'd painstakingly saved up, and he was reluctant to part with it. But this joint military exercise among the 7 nations concerns the honor of the Dragon Nation. It concerns the nation's future, even its vital interests. Compared to these stakes, the shock value was insignificant. Moreover, his security detail would be selected from the Southern Military District. This directly concerns the matter of their own lives. At worst, during the 7 nations' military exercises, he'll rake in another few 100,000 or even 1,000,000 shot points. Alright, it's settled. Brotherly, I'll take the liberty of calling you brotherly. I'll take this job. Li Guosheng's face lit up with delight. Excellent, Academician Chen. Our requirements aren't high, just enhance the rifle's accuracy, durability, and environmental adaptability. Mountain warfare poses the greatest challenges in climate and ever-changing environments. This places extremely stringent demands on the rifle's practicality and adaptability. One moment of carelessness could cause the rifle to jam or even become completely unusable. That's no problem at all. Chen Fan chuckled. Accuracy? Practicality? Environmental adaptability? All nonsense. He wouldn't have it. He was going to convert it into an electromagnetic rifle. Right. And the anti-gravity tanks produce several more units and hand them all over to the Southern Military District. During the 7 nations' military exercises, he'll rake in a huge shock value payoff. That's fantastic. Li Guosheng finally exhaled in relief. Then I'll have the head of the Jinling Research Institute contact you? The Southern Military District headquarters is in Jinling. It stands as one of the most central cities in the entire southern region of Dragon Nation, ranking among the foremost in both technological advancement and military prowess. The Jinling Research Institute, in particular, was a renowned institution among the nation's many research facilities. Not only did it boast a large workforce, but its portfolio of technological patents also ranked among the nation's top. It was far beyond the reach of bottom-tier research institutes like the Jiangzhou Research Institute. Yet Chen Fan's brow furrowed. Why would the head of such a prestigious institution as the Jinling Research Institute want to engage with someone from his small, run-down refurbishment factory? It would surely make both sides uncomfortable. It could even slow down the refurbishment process. Moreover, Chen Fan didn't trust others with many matters. Seeing the look of hesitation on Chen Fan's face, Li Guosheng couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. He asked, Academician Chen, what's troubling you? Speak freely, whatever we can manage, we will see it done. Chen Fan openly voiced his concerns. Li Guosheng was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed Chen Fan was hesitating over the compensation, since refurbishing rifles wouldn't bring in much money. That's easy enough, I'll just have a proper talk with him. That won't work either. Chen Fan shook his head. Even if they appeared compliant on the surface, they might harbor resentment behind the scenes, resorting to underhanded tactics. In the end, he'd be the one to suffer. With that thought, an idea struck Chen Fan, and he shoved Lu Dizhu, who was drinking water, into the fray. The fatso, caught off guard, choked on his water and coughed violently. This is my buddy, I trust him more. And with the experience of the anti-gravity tank, working together will be a breeze. That's the idea. Couldn't be clearer. Li Guosheng understood immediately. He chuckled. That's easy enough. Your name is Lu Dizhu, right? From the Jiangzhou Research Institute? Lu Dizhu froze for a moment before nodding vigorously. Yes, sir. I'm with the logistics department at the Jiangzhou Research Institute. My immediate supervisor is Section Chief Qin Huanyuan. The logistics department? Li Guosheng paused in surprise. Not even officially on the payroll. No wonder academician Chen stepped in to help his friend. With that thought, Li Guosheng cleared his throat. From this moment on, you are no longer. Ha? No, sir. I didn't do anything wrong. I was just goofing off at work, watching videos. I know I was wrong, sir. Li Guosheng's face darkened. Good grief. Before he could even finish his sentence, the fat guy's reaction was this intense? And so fast? What a talent. But the most important thing is, he's Chen Fan's good buddy. For that reason alone, Li Guosheng had to take him seriously. Didn't you hear old Yang address him as young friend? By virtue of my authority as Commander-in-Chief of the Southern Military District, I hereby appoint Lu Dizhu as Minister of the Southern Military District's Renovation Department, effective immediately. What the hell? Lu Dizhu froze in place. Director of the Refurbishment Department? How come I've never heard of this department before? Ahem. Li Guosheng cleared his throat. This was a position he'd just made up on the spot. As for how much authority it held, Lu Dizhu, the Refurbishment Department is a newly established unit dedicated solely to serving the Tianhe refurbishment plant. Whatever academician Chen requires, you can request directly from me, no need to go through anyone else. Furthermore, you have the authority to reassign all research personnel below the level of chief engineer within the Southern Military District. Shock. Mind-blowing. Lu Dizhu was dumbfounded. The group of researchers trailing behind him were stunned. Earlier, they had been laughing, calling it the Department of Half-Assed Work instead of the Department of Innovation. After all, this position had been created solely for Chen Fan and existed only to serve him. Lu Dizhu was merely riding the coattails of Chen Fan's success. But upon hearing the powers granted to the Minister of Innovation, everyone's eyes turned green with envy. This wasn't just a case of everyone benefiting from one person's success, it was a direct path to the top. Chapter 19, I don't want the Type 95, I want the Type 56. They were envious. They too wanted to ride the coattails of success, but alas, none possessed a prodigiously talented friend like Chen Fan. Old Yang chuckled beside him. Heh, congratulations. Qian Guozhong froze. Logically speaking, as the president of the National Academy of Sciences, all domestic researchers should fall under his jurisdiction. This order should have come from him. But Qian Guozhong smiled faintly, thinking of a better approach. Lu Dizhu, in my capacity as president of the National Academy of Sciences, I hereby formally appoint you as Minister of the Refurbishment Department under the National Academy of Sciences. The moment Qian Guozhong uttered these words, not only the research institutes and Lu Dizhu himself, even Chen Fan was stunned. This was a personal appointment by the president of the National Academy of Sciences. It was equivalent to receiving a state-sanctioned position. This chubby guy hadn't just hit the jackpot, he'd reached the pinnacle. Thank you, President. Thank you, President. Thank you, Fan Yi. Thank you, Fan Yi. I may not have much, but I've got plenty of muscle. If you ever need me, I'll do anything, even walk through fire and water. Lu Dizhu was so overcome with emotion he could barely form coherent sentences. Old Master Yang waved his hand, cutting him off. Just do your best to assist young friend Chen Fan. Yes, sir. Seeing that it was nearly time, Old Master Yang sighed softly. I must be going. There's a mountain of work waiting for me upstairs. Young friend Chen Fan, when I have time, we'll have a proper drink together. A look of reluctance flashed across Old Master Yang's face. After all, having lived 80 or 90 years, none of his past experiences could compare to the excitement of today. Add to that all the equipment Chen Fan had brought. He truly didn't want to leave. But he had to go. Old Yang, please come visit whenever you have time. Dean Qian, drop by any time, whether you're busy or not. One by one, the armored vehicles departed the Tianhe refurbishment plant in orderly fashion. Only Li Guosheng and Lu Dizhu remained, along with Xiao Zhantian, Chen Fan's personal bodyguard. Academician Chen, shall I have someone deliver the rifle tomorrow? Li Guosheng looked at Chen Fan and asked tentatively. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Brotherly, you've got to let me rest for a day or two. The day after tomorrow. Bring the rifle then. As he spoke, Chen Fan glanced at the shock value on his system interface. Ding, your current remaining shock value is 102,531. Not even 110,000 yet. Fine, I'll come back the day after tomorrow. Li Guosheng chuckled and prepared to take his leave, but then heard Chen Fan speak up. Oh, Li Guo, which model of rifle are you looking to refurbish? Li Guosheng froze. Didn't the active duty forces of the Dragon Nation all use the Type 95? The Type 95. Chen Fan's brow furrowed slightly. Exchanging a Type 95 rifle for an electromagnetic rifle refurbishment required 10,000 points. Refurbishing a Type 38 rifle into an electromagnetic rifle also only cost 10,000 points. Since the system was being so stingy, Chen Fan wasn't going to play by the rules anymore. If it's the Type 95, does it even need refurbishing? Do you have the Type 38? Type 38? Li Guosheng was dumbfounded. That thing was a weapon from the early 20th century and a pretty outdated one at that. Sure, they exist, but they're just sitting in museums. Besides, what's there to refurbish on a Type 38? You can't exactly refurbish it into a work of art, can you? Li Guosheng forced a bitter smile. Academician Chen, please don't joke like that. Taking the Type 38 to a military exercise? I'd be lucky if they didn't kill me. Chen Fan knew it too. The Type 38 was already hard to find, let alone in serviceable condition. He just wanted to maximize the use of this 10,000 shot points. Since the Type 38 was unrealistic, then the Type 56 it would be. You guys must have Type 56XS, right? Don't tell me you don't have any. If they can dig up Type 59 tanks from storage, how could they not have Type 56XS? Upon hearing this, Li Guosheng paused for a moment before replying, we do have them. But the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle was developed in the 1950s as a copy of the Soviet SKS semi-automatic rifle, also known as the Semenov automatic carbine. That thing only holds 10 rounds. The Type 56 semi-automatic rifle measured 1.025 meters in total length and weighed over 4 kilograms with a 10-round magazine loaded. Other barrel lengths measure 0.521 meters, with a muzzle velocity of 735 meters per second. Its maximum effective range is 1,500 meters, while its practical range is 400 meters. When used in infantry group fire, it can engage and neutralize targets within 800-1,000 meters. Due to its long barrel, this 10-round box magazine-fed semi-automatic rifle is exceptionally well suited for bayonet combat when fitted with a bayonet. The Type 56 semi-automatic rifle was once revered as a legendary weapon in China. Numerous shooting records were set using the Type 56. It was good. But what era are we in now? It's 2023. That Type 56 semi-automatic rifle was older than Li Guosheng himself. No matter how much you modified it, could it really be suitable for modern warfare? Li Guosheng felt a twinge of unease. He feared Chen Fan might act recklessly. Chen Fan merely waved his hand, his expression calm as he said, brotherly, you can rest assured. I promise to give you a surprise. Seeing that Li Guosheng still hadn't relented, Chen Fan sighed helplessly. I guarantee the southern military region will take first place in this exercise. Deal? Li Guosheng finally chuckled and said, that's great. The military region happens to have a batch of Type 56 rifles scheduled for destruction. I'll have them delivered directly to you when the time comes. Deal. The two men happily sealed the deal. Little did they know. In a year yet to come, the other 6 nations participating in the 7 nations military exercise would come to call this day the Day of Darkness. As for why it was dark, that would become clear in due time. After seeing off Li Guosheng, Chen Fan turned to the fat man. Aren't you leaving? Planning to have a late-night snack here? The fat man chuckled. Well, Fan Ge, I just wanted to properly thank you. Cut the crap. Now that you're the director, do your job properly. Don't embarrass me. The fat guy was his childhood buddy, so Chen Fan spoke much more casually. The fat guy didn't take offense, just grinned his usual silly grin. Oh, right. He texted me earlier about organizing a high school reunion. It's the day after tomorrow. Wanna come? Ishu? Chen Fan paused for a moment before recalling the person. Back in high school, he and Fatty were in the same class. He was the type with average grades and equally average social connections. Fatso was a poor student with no friends either. The two of them, like two peas in a pod, supported each other through their 3 years of high school. Throughout those 3 years, what left the deepest impression on them wasn't some school beauty, but their class monitor, Hishu. Not only was he refined and gentle in appearance, but his academic prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. He consistently dominated the top spot in Jiangzhou during exams. During the college entrance exams, he entered the National Defense University as the top student in Anhui province. But his personality left much to be desired. Not only was he overly boastful, but he also got beaten up by the fat guy and Chen Fan back then for trying to pursue the class beauty. From that day onward, the feud between the three began. Hishu's family background was no ordinary affair. After getting beaten up, he sent thugs to ambush the two every day, but Chen Fan and the fat guy always managed to dodge them. In the end, he ended up with the girl. The two misfortune-stricken brothers dodged trouble for 3 years. Recalling these events, Chen Fan let out a faint sigh. Those days were long gone, now only a hazy memory. Since it's a class reunion, I suppose I'll go. At that moment, Xiao Zhantian beside him snapped to attention with a sharp snap and saluted, saying, reporting to the commander. For your safety, please take me with you. All right. Chen Fan wasn't about to risk his life. He Shu must have some serious connections. It couldn't be ruled out that he intended to use the reunion as a cover to seek revenge. Chapter 20. Hey, isn't this the Scrap King? After seeing off the fat man Lu Dezhu, Chen Fan turned his gaze to Xiao Zhantian. This legendary soldier from the Dragon Nation had now become his bodyguard. From now on, he and his security detail would be responsible for protecting his safety. Brother Xiao. Chen Fan looked at Xiao Zhantian and said politely, I'm sorry to inconvenience you these next few days. You'll have to stay in the employee dormitory. Once I clear out a room, I'll get it properly furnished for you. The Tianhao refurbishment plant wasn't large. Besides 3 or 4 warehouses, there were only 5 dilapidated brick and tile buildings. These served not only as employee dormitories but also as the factory director's office. Xiao Zhang, being a local from Hejiang village, didn't need dorm accommodation. But Xiao Qi, who was in the hospital, was from out of town. Since Xiao Qi's injuries wouldn't heal anytime soon, Xiao Zhen could stay in his room for a few days. He had money now. Renovating these dilapidated factory buildings was only a matter of time. Snap. Xiao Zhantian saluted respectfully and declared in a clear voice, yes, sir. After settling Xiao Zhantian in, Chen Fan didn't return to his room but sat in his office, staring blankly into space. Just one day ago, he had been the lowly and insignificant director of a refurbishment factory. But now, he had become an honorary academician of the National Academy of Sciences, a figure so influential that even a high-ranking general like Li Guosheng sought his favor. It felt surreal. It felt unreal. Yet it had all happened. Just then, Chen Fan's phone rang suddenly. He picked it up to see it was his mother calling. Hello, Mom. Everything's fine here at the factory. Are you guys having fun? As long as you're having fun, that's what matters. Enjoy your time with Dad. What? A blind date? Well, Mom, I've got clients here. Gotta go. He hung up the phone. Chen Fan sighed helplessly. His parents had worked tirelessly their entire lives, accumulating the modest fortune that was the Tianhao refurbishment factory. Not long ago, the elderly couple decided to tour the Dragon Kingdom, entrusting the factory to Chen Fan's management. Everything seemed perfect at first. But his mom kept pushing him to go on blind dates. You think he wants to stay single? It's just that no one finds him appealing. Sighing, Chen Fan closed the office door and returned to his room. The night passed without incident. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, the fat man's blood-curdling screams pierced the air outside the door. Chen Fan! Brother Fan! Master Fan! Wake up! It's getting late. Chen Fan opened the door groggily and glared at the fat man. What the hell are you yelling about? Lu Dezhu chuckled. We're going to the class reunion, man. I'm excited. Chen Fan yawned, replying listlessly, fine, wait for me a sec. A short while later. After washing up, Chen Fan climbed into the fatso's beat-up Volkswagen. Feeling the hardness beneath his buttocks, Chen Fan's face darkened. Seriously, you're the head of refurbishment for the Southern Military District now. Can't you get a new car? Lu Dezhu chuckled and started the engine. A dull rumble echoed from the vehicle, sounding like it was about to break down. Lu Dezhu froze for a moment before suggesting, why don't you modify it for me? Add an anti-gravity device too? Get lost. Chen Fan cursed outright. Did you think his shock value came that easily? Ha ha. Lu Dezhu just chuckled. Boss, hang in there. Give it a little time and we'll be driving a Mercedes too. Now that's more like it. As they spoke, Xiao Zhantian, dressed in casual clothes, walked over and instinctively took the passenger seat. Everyone's here. Let's go. Got it. Zhangzhou was a third-tier city. In terms of economy, technology, culture, and more, it couldn't compare to its neighboring coastal second-tier city, Suzhou. But Zhangzhou's sole advantage was its abundance of tourist attractions. At the border between Zhangzhou and Suzhou lies a world-renowned attraction, Huangshan. At the foot of Huangshan lies Wulong Mountain Villa, a sprawling estate constructed at a cost of billions. Rumor has it that the largest shareholder of Wulong Manor is Shengjing Medical, a leading enterprise in Suzhou, with the Suzhou municipal government allegedly backing it. This class reunion was being held at Wulong Manor. 10 o'clock in the morning. Lu Dezhu, driving his nearly scrap Volkswagen, was stopped at the entrance to Wulong Manor. The security guard looked down on him and said, do you know what kind of place this is? Wulong Villa. Can you even afford it? Just driving in like that? Chen Fan chuckled. A scene straight out of a novel and he was actually experiencing it? This was a golden opportunity to rack up shot points. However, just as Chen Fan was about to have Xiao Zhantian step in to resolve the situation, a convertible Mercedes slowly approached from the distance. Inside sat one man and 2 women. Hey, isn't that Fatso? Why are you blocking the entrance? Lu Dezhu paused for a moment before remembering who the man before him truly was. Li Weixian? The fat guy's face fell. Back in high school, Li Weixian had been one of Hishu's most loyal lackeys, constantly picking on him and Chen Fan. Whether I go in or not is none of your damn business. The fat man snapped irritably. Forget Chen Fan in the back seat. Even with his current status, Hishu was being pushed around like dirt. A mere lackey was nothing. Li Weixian's face darkened, but he didn't lose his temper. Security brother, this is my classmate. We're here for a class reunion today. I'm Li Weixian. You should have received the notice. The security guard immediately broke into a welcoming smile. Oh, you're Mr. Li's classmate? Why didn't you say so sooner? As he spoke, the guard opened the gate. Just as the fat man was about to drive in, Li Weixian slammed his foot on the accelerator and sped ahead, entering the Wulong Manor first. The fat man instinctively slammed on the brakes. Chen Fan, sitting in the back seat, was caught completely off guard and slammed his forehead into the seat in front of him. Li Weixian, you want to die? Chen Fan couldn't hold back any longer. He rolled down the window and unleashed a torrent of curses. Li Weixian froze, instinctively shrinking his neck. After all, back when Chen Fan had clashed with Hishuchi, Li Weixian had taken quite a beating from him, leaving a lingering shadow in his mind. But then he remembered something, snorted derisively, and wore a look of utter contempt. So it was you. It's Chen Fan. Heard you took over the family renovation business? How's it going? Business booming, Jung King? Ha ha ha. Li Weixian burst into laughter. The two women sitting in the car also covered their mouths and giggled. I was wondering who it could be. Turns out it's the Scrap King. They were also Chen Fan's high school classmates, though Chen Fan couldn't recall their names. Li Weixian, don't mess with me, or you'll regret it. Chen Fan sneered coldly and rolled up the window. Li Weixian snorted and muttered, Chen Fan, enjoy your moment of triumph while you can. When the class monitor gets here, it'll be too late even if you beg on your knees. Li Weixian seemed to envision Chen Fan kneeling in supplication, his face beaming with satisfaction as he started the car and drove off. Fatso, let's go. Chen Fan said indifferently. If Li Weixian didn't provoke him, that was one thing. But if he dared to provoke him, don't blame Chen Fan for going all out. Chapter 21, Flaunting His Might. Wulong Manor was vast. The car drove for over 10 minutes before reaching its destination. It was a palace-like structure, its entrance carpeted in red, with a banner hanging nearby. A warm welcome to Class 3, Grade 2015 of Jiangzhou First Senior High School. Beneath the banners, small groups of young people stood chatting excitedly. So tacky. Fatso snorted disdainfully. After parking the car, he turned to Chen Fan, who had just stepped out from the back seat, and asked, Boss, what's up with Xiao Zhanshan? I'll wait in the car for the commander. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. There was no way he'd go off to enjoy himself while making Xiao Zhantian wait. Brother Xiao, come with us. It's just one more person's share. Now that he had money in hand, he felt confident. Also, Brother Xiao, stop calling me commander. Call me factory director instead. From now on, you'll be my temporary secretary. Yes, factory director. After settling the matter, the three headed toward the crowd. Just then, a young man with a face covered in pimples approached them, dressed in a suit he thought was stylish but was actually so tacky it was embarrassing. Hey, Chen Fan, Fatso, you guys are here. Who are you? Chen Fan frowned slightly. He couldn't recall the man's name for the life of him. I'm Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie? Chen Fan paused for a moment, then exclaimed with sudden recognition, so it's you, kid. He remembered. Zhou Jie was the classmate who sat in front of him during high school. He got along pretty well with Chen Fan and Fatty, and back then, he'd even helped beat up Hishu. But after high school graduation, they'd lost touch. What's with the outfit, kid? You look like a country bumpkin. Fatso slapped Zhou Jie on the shoulder. I thought you were some kind of drag queen. Zhou Jie's smile froze instantly. He forced a bitter laugh. Well, you know, so they wouldn't look down on me. So where'd you disappear to after high school? Couldn't get a hold of you. Chen Fan, however, didn't care about clothes. So what if it was old-fashioned? He was wearing a t-shirt himself. Bought from a street vendor, $10 a piece. Ah. Zhou Jie sighed and said, I didn't get into college, so I ended up working at an electronics factory. Now I'm at Jiangzhou Machinery Factory. The pay's low, but at least I can afford food and shelter. Zhou Jie and the fat guy were both academic underachievers. The fat guy ranked second to last, while Zhou Jie was dead last. Fatso was dead last, and Zhou Jie was second to last. Glancing at the nearly wrecked Volkswagen behind Fatty, Zhou Jie remarked, Fatty, you've really made it got yourself a car. Fatso's mouth twitched. Is this what you call doing okay? But, before the trio could exchange more words, Li Weixian, who had arrived earlier, approached them. Hey! Three cobblers gathered together? As Li Weixian spoke, the rest of the high school classmates gathered around. Ha! Isn't that Chen Fan? Heard he's doing pretty well now, took over the family renovation factory. Renovation factory? Let's be honest, it's just a junk shop. Ha ha ha. I heard Fatso's really doing well now he's in the logistics department at the Jiangzhou Research Institute? At this remark, everyone turned to look at the fat guy with envy. Jiangzhou Research Institute. No need to guess it's a national institution. Fatso, who was dead last in high school, is doing this well now. Among the crowd, some female classmates' gazes softened as they looked at the fat guy. Put. However, Li Weixian couldn't help but snort with laughter. Doing well for yourself? That's hilarious. Do you even know what the logistics department at the Jiangzhou Research Institute is? Li Weixian smirked triumphantly. It's just a dump for odd jobs, no official positions at all. No official status? The others looked stunned, then their expressions changed. Well, that's not exactly impressive. Yeah, I heard contract workers only make 1,000 or 2 a month, and it's not even stable. Not even as good as factory assembly line work. Just then, a girl who had ridden with Li Weixian earlier chimed in. If we're talking about who's doing well, it's definitely our brother Weixian. He built his own company on the internet economy. Not only is he worth millions, but he's got dozens of employees under him. Whoa! The surrounding classmates instantly erupted in astonishment. The best among them were merely employees at foreign companies, with salaries barely scraping by a 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. Some hadn't even made it to college, running small businesses now. When had they ever encountered someone worth tens of millions? Brother Weixian is truly impressive. What brother Weixian? Call him Mr. Li. Mr. Li, I also studied internet economics in college. Need any help with odd jobs? Mr. Li, are you single? Truth is, I've had a crush on you since high school. Listening to the constant flattery echoing around him, Li Weixian felt a bit giddy. He waved his hand with a smile. We're all classmates here. If you ever need help with anything, just ask. Then came another wave of compliments. Hey, Chen Fan, look at Mr. Li over there. We're both bosses, but look how big his business is. What about you? Stuck running that shabby refurbishment factory, what future does that hold? At that moment, a male classmate pointed at Chen Fan and said, why not sell your factory and join Mr. Li's team? Chen Fan, who had been idly looking around, froze. No way. Are you out of your mind? If you want to suck up to Li Weixian, go ahead. Why should I drag myself down for you? Chen Fan wasn't one to be pushed around. He shot back immediately. Are you telling me how to run my business? My refurbishment shop might be a bit run down, but it's 10,000 times more legit than his fancy company. Ha! Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Chen Fan's mouth is still as sharp as it was in high school. Your shabby factory? Even Mr. Li himself wouldn't have it. How dare you brag like that? Chen Fan chuckled. Give it to him? Sure thing. He'd better have the guts to take it on. Ha! Everyone laughed again. Just as he was about to launch another attack on Chen Fan, an ordinary-looking jeep slowly pulled up and parked in the spot. A man and a woman stepped out. The man was tall and slender, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips, giving him an air of refined elegance. The woman wore a blue dress that accentuated her curves, looking exceptionally alluring in the sunlight. The squad leader's here. Wow, the squad leader is so handsome. And that's Wei Xian beside him, right? No wonder she's the class beauty. She's gorgeous and has an amazing figure. They're such a perfect couple. This scene looks just like the male and female leads in a novel. As the two made their entrance, everyone's eyes lit up involuntarily. Even Chen Fan couldn't help but agree he Shu now truly looked the part. Li Weixian, his most loyal lackey, was the first to rush over, grinning obsequiously. Squad leader, you're here. Must have been a long journey. Come rest in your room. That sycophantic look made Chen Fan and the fat guy feel sick to their stomachs. Chapter 22, Chen Fan, who the hell do you think you are? It's a class reunion. How many actually came for so-called friendship? It's just the successful ones showing off to the less fortunate. The less fortunate ones showing off to the even less fortunate. Some people with no principles whatsoever use the reunion as an excuse to have an affair or something. Chen Fan spotted several married couples openly flirting with others. Disgusting. Heh, you must be Li Weixian. Heard you're doing pretty well for yourself these days. He Shu's lips parted slightly as he spoke. Li Weixian kept his head bowed. No matter how well I'm doing, it's nothing compared to our esteemed class monitor. As he spoke, Li Weixian turned his gaze back to Wei Xian. How are you, Miss Class Beauty? When are you and the class monitor getting married? Wei Xian smiled faintly. Soon. Then you absolutely have to invite me. Don't worry, I won't forget you. At that moment, the other classmates gathered around. Class president, you're doing pretty well now, huh? Heard you're at the National Defense University and still a top student? Yeah. I heard our class president is now a researcher, working under an academician. The group gasped in unison. Working under an academician? Holy crap. That's some serious clout. They'd never even get close to someone like that normally. Amidst the surrounding praise, He Shu waved his hand and said with a broad smile, I'm not that great. My professor isn't even a full academician, just a candidate member. That's still pretty impressive. At this age, to be working alongside a candidate academician. In a few decades, you might just become one yourself. The expressions on everyone's faces couldn't help but brim with respect. That's just how society works. Regardless of your past, they only see your present and future. Hishu's future was undoubtedly paved with smooth sailing. At that moment, Li Weixian, eager to curry favor, continued to boast in front of everyone, "You have no idea. Our class monitor is being fought over by major research institutes. Jinling Research Institute even offered him an assistant engineer position." The crowd erupted in astonishment once more. Good heavens, an assistant engineer. Doesn't that mean the class leader will soon become an engineer? Good heavens. How many engineers this young are there in the entire Dragon Nation? Could our team leader become a chief engineer before turning 35? Chief engineer. He'd be the project leader, overseeing numerous engineers. The fat man holds the authority to mobilize all researchers below the level of chief engineer across the entire southern military district. In other words, the much-praised Hishu is under the fat man's command. Or put another way, Hishu's boss's boss is none other than this fatso, Lu Diju. He's under you. Chen Fan nudged the fat man with his elbow. "Pfft, like I care." The fat man scowled disdainfully. At that moment, the guy who had been putting Chen Fan down earlier suddenly chimed in, "Fatso, you better make a good impression. Who knows? Once the class monitor gets promoted to assistant engineer and is in a good mood, he might just transfer you into a permanent position." Ha 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 ha. The crowd erupted in laughter once more. Hishu's gaze swept over, his expression brimming with aloof pride. "Oh? Lu Diju also works at a research institute? Which one might that be?" "He's in the logistics department at the Jiangzhou Research Institute." Li Weixian piped up first. "Jiangzhou Research Institute?" A hint of disdain flashed in Hishu's eyes. "Director Lu Jialin from the Jiangzhou Research Institute approached me recently. He wanted me to join the institute and promised me an engineer's salary. But I turned him down. Lu Diju, if you need it, I can put in a good word with Director Lu to get you a permanent position. I, Hishu, still have that kind of influence." The moment these words left his mouth, everyone's scalps tingled with shock. Heavens! What had they just heard? The director of the Jiangzhou Research Institute personally invited the class leader to join the Jiangzhou Research Institute? And he'd been refused? This news exploded like a thunderclap in everyone's minds. Their faces were etched with utter shock. The class leader is terrifyingly formidable. If only I'd studied harder back then. Pfft, like studying hard would make you someone like the class president? It takes talent. Hishu smiled faintly, his gaze settling on Chen Fan amidst the crowd, his expression growing even more aloof. His impression of Chen Fan was deeply etched in his mind. Back when they were competing for the class beauty, Wei Xian, he'd been ambushed and beaten by Chen Fan. He held a grudge. He hadn't forgotten it to this day. "Chen Fan, I hear you've taken over your family's refurbishment factory?" Hishu sneered dismissively. "Isn't that just collecting junk? Not exactly thriving, huh? Good thing Xian didn't choose you back then." Wei Xian, standing nearby, added with obvious disgust, "Thank goodness I wasn't blind back then." "No way. Are you guys crazy? Why are you always dragging me down? Don't you know I'm low on shock points?" Chen Fan chuckled, grinning widely. "Heh, Sergeant He, you're not doing too hot yourself. What future do you have following some associate academician? You'd be better off joining me." Put. Laughter erupted. The remark sent the crowd into another fit of laughter. "Chen Fan, who do you think you are? Telling the squad leader to work for you? That's hilarious. Do you even know what you're saying? The class monitor is a big shot. Working for you on renovations? Your tiny renovation shop couldn't even fit such a big shot. Chen Fan, have you lost your mind? How dare you imply the class monitor isn't doing well?" Chen Fan's words had everyone in stitches. Hishu's expression darkened. "Oomph. Fine, Chen Fan, you're quite the arrogant one. You think I can't make your refurbishment factory shut down with just one phone call?" Hishu believed he had the clout to back up his words. Even the director of the Jiangzhou Research Institute sought to win him over. With just a word from him, Lu Jialin would follow orders without question. Chen Fan laughed. Shut down his refurbishment factory? Would the state allow it? Would the Southern Military District agree? Do you have the power to do that? Ha, I can't wait to see you shut down my refurbishment plant. I don't mind, go ahead and make the call right now. Chen Fan. Hishu didn't get angry, but his lackey Li Weixian beside him flew into a rage first. Do you even know who the man standing before you is? Hishu, the platoon leader, is a top graduate of the Dragon Nation Defense University and the future of Dragon Nation's military technology. Offend him, and 10 heads won't be enough to save you. Kneel and apologize now, it's not too late. What the hell? The future of Longwa's military technology research? How come he never heard of him? You're really stretching things here, aren't you? Seeing Chen Fan remained unmoved. Li Weixian was about to erupt in anger again when He Shu waved his hand and said, "Enough. Don't let one bad apple spoil our good mood. Everyone, please come inside. I am indeed getting rather hungry." Li Weixian shot Chen Fan a cold glance before bending at the waist in a gesture of invitation. "Class monitor, please lead the way." The rest of the students remained motionless, all staring intently at He Shu. Well then, I won't stand on ceremony." With that, He Shu wrapped his arm around Wei Xian's waist and strode toward the palace. Chapter 23, I want to follow that important person. Boss? Lu Dezhu turned to look at Chen Fan. Seeing Chen Fan remain silent, he nudged him gently. "Fan? What? Should we go in?" "Get in." "Of course we should go in. With dozens of high school classmates here, if we play our cards right, we could rack up thousands of shot points." Thinking this, Chen Fan glanced at Zhou Jie beside him. "Aren't you going with them?" Zhou Jie gave a sheepish grin. "I'm not that close with them. I'm more familiar with you guys." "Alright then. This guy's easy to get along with. Unlike those other classmates who look down on people." But there were some things Zhou Jie couldn't know about. So Chen Fan made up an excuse. "Zhou Jie, go inside and wait for us. Me and Fatty are just seeing a friend off." He gestured toward Xiao Zhantian standing nearby. Zhou Jie didn't think much of it, only urging as he left, "Hurry back, okay?" After seeing Zhou Jie off, Chen Fan gave a cold smile. "Fatso, call Brother Li and tell him this: if any research institute in the southern military region dares to hire that bastard He Shu, he can figure out the Seven Nations military exercise on his own." That bastard He Shu. Not only did he have a grudge against him, but the guy was fundamentally corrupt. Chen Fan was certain that if that bastard got into the research institute, he'd be nothing but a parasite. Got it. Lu Dezhu chuckled darkly. He'd never liked He Shu. But since Chen Fan hadn't spoken up, he didn't feel comfortable saying anything either. Soon, Lu Dezhu dialed Li Guoxing's number. "Commander Li, it's Lu Dezhu here. Do you know this guy He Shu?" No, I don't." Lu Dezhu paused, then realized. A minor figure like that? How could a military region commander like Li Guoxing possibly know him? Even if they had met, he wouldn't have left much of an impression. "Here's the thing, my boss thinks this guy has questionable character and doesn't want him working in our southern military region. Otherwise, you'll have to figure out the Seven Nations military exercise on your own. Do you understand?" On the other end of the line, Li Guoxing paused for a moment, then nodded. Understood. He was furious inside. What kind of scumbag is this He Shu, daring to provoke even Chen Fan? Was he tired of living? After hanging up, Li Guoxing roared furiously, "Right now. Immediately. Get the heads of every major research institute over here." "It's done, boss." Fatso tucked away his phone and gave a cold smile. Right now, I bet not a single research institute in the southern military district would dare take him on. But the fat man hesitated for a moment before adding, "But what about the other military districts? I can't do anything about them." "That's simple." Chen Fan chuckled and dialed Old Man Yang's number. "Old Yang, it's Chen here. You're in the capital? Great. Hope I'm not disturbing you? Well, here's the thing, I need to consult Dean Xin about something, but I don't have his number. Here's the thing. I have a high school classmate named He Shu. He graduated from the National Defense University. The thing is, his character is a bit questionable. Back then, he got mixed up with some shady characters and tried to beat me up." Facing Old Man Yang, Chen Fan didn't lie. He recounted everything in detail, including He Shu's misdeeds during high school and such. "I just want to ask, can someone like this join our research team?" On the other end of the line, Old Yang paused thoughtfully before erupting in a furious shout. "Chen Guozhong, get your ass over here." "Professor, what's wrong? You know He Shu, right?" Chen Guozhong froze. "He Shu? Who the hell is that? Why should he know him?" "Oomph." Old Yang snorted coldly. "I don't care whether you know him or not. Scum like that, I absolutely forbid him from appearing in our research team." Chen Guozhong understood. Nodding, he replied, "Professor, I understand. I'll issue orders immediately to add He Shu to the blacklist of all military research institutes and remove him from the National Academy of Sciences roster of registered researchers." "Haha, young friend Chen Fan, what do you think of this outcome?" Listening to the voice on the other end of the line, Chen Fan chuckled. He hadn't expected Old Yang to be so accommodating. "Ha, Old Yang, thank you for your trouble. I certainly don't want someone like him corrupting our research team. Young friend Chen Fan, you're always so thoughtful. We owe this to you, otherwise, we'd have another rotten apple in the barrel." "Well then, Old Yang, take it easy. I've got a few things to handle here. Next time, I'll show you a real treasure." Old Master Yang was being so open and sincere with him. Chen Fan felt he couldn't be stingy either, right? If need be, he could even donate the entire anti-gravity tank production line to the nation for free. All set. Let's go. Let's see what's so great about this He Shu. The three entered the palace. Xiao Zhantian didn't go inside, he stayed outside to keep watch. The palace was essentially a grand banquet hall, and this class reunion was held in the style of a Western buffet. As soon as Chen Fan and the others entered, He Shu was already surrounded by a crowd, elegantly holding a glass of red wine with a faint smile on his face. As for why I declined so many invitations from research institutes, the main reason boils down to one thing. He Shu was speaking eloquently at that moment. Expectation mingled with apprehension on everyone's faces. And Wei Shen, the former class beauty, the object of Chen Fan's youthful affection, was now nestled close to He Shu like a little bird. The reason is, I want to work alongside that influential figure. Big shot? A classmate couldn't help but ask curiously, Class President, who exactly are you referring to? Though admiration flickered in He Shu's eyes, what Chen Fan saw was boundless ambition. You know about the anti-gravity tank, right? I want to work alongside the big shot developing those anti-gravity tanks. My teacher has already arranged the connections. Soon, I'll be meeting that big shot. What? Anti-gravity tanks? A collective gasp erupted from the crowd. How could they not know about the anti-gravity tank? For days now, television had been flooded with reports about the anti-gravity tank. They watched with hearts racing. They felt immense pride for their homeland. Though reports of anti-gravity tanks were everywhere, the news never mentioned who developed them. This was the state's way of protecting Chen Fan. Foreign journalists and ambassadors present at the scene had already been summoned for interviews by the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Defense. They could report on the anti-gravity tanks and relay the news to their respective countries. But they were forbidden from mentioning Chen Fan's name. Otherwise, Manhwa wouldn't mind driving its anti-gravity tanks right up to the doorsteps of every nation for a little show of force. Thus, the identity of the anti-gravity tank's developer remains a mystery to this day. Many speculate it must be one of the top academicians at the National Academy of Sciences, a major figure standing among the highest echelons of the Dragon Nation. As for He Shu, their platoon leader, not only was he about to meet that influential figure, but he might even be tasked with serving them? Shock. Absolutely stunned. Shocked to the point of numbness. The way everyone looked at He Shu now was filled with fear. To be able to chat and laugh with this prodigy here, they felt as if their own status had risen. Just then, some male student spotted Chen Fan staring blankly nearby. He sneered, "Oh, look who's here, the Raggedy King." Ha 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 ha. The room erupted in laughter once more. Chapter 24, Academician Chen, I finally found you. No way. Putting me down again? You can't live without putting me down, can you? Chen Fan sneered coldly, I thought it was something amazing. He didn't argue back. These people will get what's coming to them soon enough. Taking Lu Dizhu with him, he found Zhou Jie in the crowd. The three of them sat down in a corner. Everyone assumed Chen Fan had backed down. They couldn't help but sneer coldly. Chen Fan, backing down already? You were so loud before, why aren't you barking now? Keep barking like a dog. I love your defiant attitude. Among them, Li Wei was the most enthusiastic. Chen Fan, now you see the gap between you and our esteemed class monitor, don't you? If you know what's good for you, bring over a cup of wine, toast the class monitor, then slap yourself twice. If the class monitor's in a good mood, maybe he'll let you off easy. Ha! Chen Fan smiled. Toast? That's right, exactly. Toasting the squad leader and apologizing. Otherwise, forget the squad leader, I've got the power to make sure you can't survive in Jiangzhou. Chen Fan sneered, pursing his lips. Does he even deserve it? Clatter! The moment those words left his mouth, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. This Chen Fan. So cocky? Not even worthy of the squad leader toasting him? Who does he think he is? Chen Fan, do you know what you're saying? In Jiangzhou, there are tens of thousands of people eager to toast the squad leader and curry favor countless souls. Not only do you squander such an opportunity, but you dare insult the squad leader. Get out. You're not welcome here. He Shu's expression darkened as well. But he had cultivated such a perfect public image that he couldn't afford to lose his temper openly. Otherwise, given his temper, he would have absolutely forced Chen Fan to kneel in public. You bunch of bootlickers, how dare you even call yourselves that? Chen Fan chuckled. He realized that even without revealing his identity, the shock factor had already skyrocketed. Chen Fan, maybe you should apologize to him? We can't afford to cross someone this powerful. Zhou Jie, standing nearby, shrank his neck and said timidly. Apologize? No way. Who does He Shu think he is? Qian Guozhong, the president of the National Academy of Sciences of Manhwa? Let me tell you, even if Qian Guozhong showed up, he'd have to be polite in front of my boss. This time, Chen Fan remained silent. Lu Dizhu snorted coldly, Zhou Jie, if you dare say another word like that, I'll consider you no longer my friend. Arrogant. Unbelievably arrogant. Enraged. He Shu was truly furious this time, on the verge of exploding. Zhou Jie clenched his jaw, sighed, and under everyone's gaze, lifted his wine glass. Sir, Chen Fan and the others didn't mean it that way. Please forgive them, you're a magnanimous man. I'll apologize on their behalf. You? Hishu shot Zhou Jie a cold stare. What makes you think you have the right? Do you even deserve it? A lowly screwdriver. Chen Fan. Hishu turned his gaze toward Chen Fan. If you don't apologize today. Before he could finish, Chen Fan met Hishu's gaze without flinching. So what if I don't apologize? What can you do to me? Meanwhile, at a state guest house in Zhangzhou, an elderly man answered the phone with a puzzled look. Academician Wang, don't you ever sleep after returning to the capital? Yet, on the other end of the line, an angry roar erupted. Li Digui, you bastard, want to die? Don't drag me into this, got it? That good-for-nothing disciple of yours, of all people, he had to provoke Academician Chen. You bastard, your chance at becoming an academician this year is probably gone. Whether you can even stay at the Academy of Sciences depends entirely on Academician Chen's mood. Damn it, I warned you back then. That Hishu looks honest on the surface, but he's as dark as they come inside. You wouldn't listen, and now look, you've offended Academician Chen. Li Digui froze. He was Hishu's mentor, a professor at the National Defense University, and a candidate for academician status. He had taken Hishu as his disciple precisely because of his talent. Admittedly, the man's character left much to be desired. But as long as he had ability, everything could be worked out. He never imagined trouble would come so quickly. As for Academician Chen? Which Academician Chen? There are plenty of academicians surnamed Chen at the National Academy of Sciences, but few of them are particularly prominent. It can't be that serious, right? At this thought, Li Digui chuckled. Brother Wang, please calm your anger. Though my wayward disciple may have character flaws, he does possess genuine talent. As for offending that Chen academician, you can just put in a good word for me. We've been sworn brothers through thick and thin for years. Put in a good word? Across the table, Academician Wan's nose was practically twisted with rage. Put in a good word for your mother, not some Chen academician. That honorary academician Chen. Honorary academician? Li Digui couldn't care less. He's just an honorary academician. Why can't you just say a few words for me? Damn it! Academician Wang on the other end of the line bellowed, that Chen who's developing the anti-gravity tank. Thud. Li Digui plopped straight down onto the floor. You mean that Chen? What did you think? Academician Wang snapped impatiently, Old Yang has already issued the order remove Hishu from the research team roster. And President Qian has made it clear. Any research institute across the 5 major military regions that dares to take him in will be dealt with severely. Stunned. Li Digui was utterly dumbfounded. That damned Hishu. Why did he have to offend that particular big shot? He'd seen it with his own eyes. Old Master Yang kept calling him young friend, even entrusting the guard squad leader, Xiao Zhantian, to Chen Fan. And you dare to cross someone like that? Old Master Yang had already retired, but now he'd come out of seclusion to overhaul the Dragon Nation's scientific research team. Now, everyone at the Longwei National Academy of Sciences was walking on eggshells, afraid to make a single mistake. Good grief! You've gone and offended this heavyweight? Li Digui stood up, his legs trembling. Brother Wang, my own brother. Please help me, I beg you. On the other end of the line. Academician Wang sighed. The only option now is to protect ourselves. Aren't you still in Zhangzhou? Hurry and find Academician Chen to apologize properly. Academician Chen is magnanimous, he might just forgive you. Alright, I'll go right now. After hanging up, Li Digui dared not delay for a moment. Since it was that wicked disciple who had offended Academician Chen, then surely Academician Chen and the disciple must be in the same place. If he remembered correctly. Today seemed to be the high school reunion for that disciple. The venue was Wulong Villa? Li Digui dared not delay for a moment. Driving at the fastest speed he could muster, he rushed to Wulong Villa. Upon seeing Xiao Zhantian standing outside the hall, Li Digui scrambled and crawled his way into the hall. There he saw his wicked disciple Hishu was holding a cup of wine, about to pour it over Academician Chen's body. Li Digui shuddered in terror and fell to his knees with a thud. Disciple! Stop this at once! Academician Chen! Academician Chen! I've finally found you! Wah! Li Digui, in his 60s, knelt on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face as he crawled toward Chen Fan's location. Hishu was stunned. Li Weixian froze. Zhou Jie was stunned. All of Chen Fan's high school classmates present were also stunned. Chapter 25, Boring. Chen Fan frowned slightly. This wasn't feudal times. It wasn't the time to be kneeling at the drop of a hat. Especially not to an elder who could be his grandfather. What would others think? Stand up. Chen Fan snapped. What era are we in, where people still kneel at the drop of a hat? Li Digui shuddered and scrambled to his feet. His obedient demeanor left the crowd speechless once more. As for Hishu, he was utterly dumbfounded. Teacher, you. Smack. Before Hishu could finish his sentence, Li Digui delivered a sharp slap across his face. How dare I be your teacher? Li Degui's nose was practically crooked with rage. From today onward, you are no longer my student. If you ever use my name to bully others again, don't blame me for turning ruthless. The moment these words left his mouth, a sudden uproar erupted in the room. The crowd that had been fawning over Hishu now stared at the scene with bewildered expressions. Li Weixian, Hishu's most loyal lackey, had quietly retreated to the back, distancing himself from Hishu. Wei Xian, the former class beauty, Hishu's current fiancée, also furrowed her brow slightly. Teacher, what are you talking about? I didn't do anything wrong. Hishu panicked. Though he was a top student at the National Defense University. But in today's society, academic stars were a dime a dozen. What made him think he was special? Everything he had achieved today. By riding on Li Degui's coattails. Once he lost his greatest support, he'd be worse off than a stray dog after all. He'd offended too many people in the past. Some might think, he's just a candidate academician, how much power could he really wield? But you must understand. Before Chen Fan and Lu Dezhu, a provisional academician is a nobody who doesn't even rank. Yet to ordinary people, a provisional academician is a figure of immense stature, someone they could only look up to for the rest of their lives. Still haven't made a mistake? Li Degui was so furious he felt like he was having a heart attack. Had he arrived a single second later? That wine in the disciples' hands would have been splashed onto academician Chen. Once spilled, it would have been a colossal disaster. Even he would have been implicated. At that moment, Lu Dezhu stood up, glaring at Li Degui with displeasure. You're Hishu's teacher? Recognizing Lu Dezhu, Li Degui hastily nodded and replied respectfully, Minister Lu, I am Hishu's teacher. But not anymore. I don't have him as a student. Hishu was stunned by Li Degui's reference to the fat man. Teacher, what are you doing? He's just a lowly clerk in the logistics department of the Zhengzhou Research Institute. What, Minister Lu? Did you get scammed? After all, the teacher was from out of town and unfamiliar with Zhengzhou. He assumed the teacher had been deceived. Smack! Li Degui delivered another slap. Tricked? He was so furious he could barely catch his breath. Minister Lu, you're the head of the Southern Military District's renovation department. President Qian gave the order personally. Are you telling me, at my age, I lack even this much discernment? What? Minister of the Southern Military District's renovation department? An order personally issued by Director Qian? He froze. Hishu was stunned. Li Weixian was stunned. A group of high school classmates were stunned. Wei Xian was stunned. Zhou Jie was stunned. The lowly, non-tenured support staff they'd mocked just seconds ago was actually the head of the Southern Military District's renovation department? And it was an order personally issued by Director Qian? Though they had no idea what the refurbishment department actually did. But this was an appointment made by the president of the National Academy of Sciences himself. Director Lu has the authority to reassign every researcher below the rank of chief engineer in the Southern Military District. Which means he's the boss of your boss's boss. Li Degui reiterated. Hishu stared blankly at Lu Dezhu. He was stunned. The authority to reassign all research personnel below the level of chief engineer? That would make him the third highest ranking official in the Southern Military District's research department. The rest of the group stared at Lu Dezhu with fear etched on their faces. Could this chubby guy's status be this astonishing? Many female classmates' eyes sparkled with admiration, and when they looked at Lu Dezhu again, their gazes were filled with affection. Hishu Zheng opened his mouth. He knew he'd hit a brick wall this time. At that moment, Chen Fan stood up. This Li Degui had been introducing Lu Dezhu the entire time, and he hadn't received a single drop of shock value. This wouldn't do. Hishu, you know who I am, right? Hishu froze. He remembered the teacher had just called out academician Chen. Could it be? That's right, I am the honorary academician of the National Academy of Sciences. Crash. The words exploded like a nuclear bomb in the crowd, making everyone feel as though the very air was filled with boiling flames. Madness. Stunned. Shocked. Terrified. Confusion. A whirlwind of emotions surged through the crowd. Heavens. Chen Fan? Chen Fan is an honorary academician? A male classmate was so shocked his legs began to tremble. Earlier, he had mocked Chen Fan as a junk collector. Turns out, the guy was an honorary academician. He felt like a complete fool. Why? Hishu's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't understand. They were clearly the same age. While he was still gloating over becoming an engineer's assistant, the other had already become an honorary academician. Though it carried the prefix honorary, it was undeniably an academician recognized by the National Academy of Sciences. Even his own mentor, who had strived his entire life, had never reached that level. Chen Fan, how could this be possible? Why? Chen Fan felt the shock value steadily climbing on the system interface and grinned. You know about the anti-gravity tank, right? Hishu nodded blankly. Of course he knew. His return to Jiangzhou was specifically to accompany his teacher to the exhibition. But given his status and position, he wasn't qualified to accompany Old Master Yang. Therefore, he could only wait like the general public until the venue opened before entering. He had seen the anti-gravity tank with his own eyes. Beyond mere astonishment, ambition stirred within him. He wanted to get his hands on the anti-gravity tank technology. Once he did, the entire Dragon Nation's scientific research team would be under his control. Why did Chen Fan suddenly bring up the anti-gravity tank? Could it be? Before He Shu could speculate further, Chen Fan chuckled, "That's my invention. Now, do you still find anything unreasonable?" "What? The anti-gravity tank was developed by Chen Fan?" He Shu was so shocked he plopped down onto the ground. Many other students were trembling in fear. The boy who had constantly belittled Chen Fan earlier was now slumped on the floor, a foul-smelling liquid trickling between his legs. He'd literally peed himself from sheer terror. Earlier, they had mercilessly mocked Chen Fan, calling him a junk collector. But it turned out he wasn't just an honorary academician, he was the honorary academician who developed the anti-gravity tank. They were going mad. Everyone felt the world had gone mad. Feeling the shock value steadily climbing on his interface panel, Chen Fan smiled. This class reunion. The greatest reward wasn't gaining insight into human nature, but these shock points. These so-called high school classmates? Their greatest value? Providing these shock points, that's all. But soon, the shock points from these high school classmates came to a standstill. Chen Fan sighed helplessly. There just weren't enough people. Already tapped dry? It was just boring. Chapter 26, The crowd's this crazy? 200,000 shock points? Let's go. There's nothing left to see here. Chen Fan waved his hand and turned toward the door. Lu Dizhu hurried after him. Academician Chen, this really isn't my fault. It's all that wicked disciple's fault. I. Seeing Chen Fan about to leave, Li Deguai panicked. If Chen Fan left, his own position as an academician would vanish along with him. He refused to accept it. After decades of hard work and dedication, he was about to lose his position as an academician because of one disgraced disciple. Chen Fan paused, not even turning his head as he said, "He is he, and you are you. I, Chen Fan, am not so blind as to confuse right from wrong." He paused for a moment. "If you truly deserve the position, I won't stand in your way. But if you're just like him, if you're the kind who bullies others with your power, I won't kick you when you're down." That was Chen Fan's principle. Separate matters should be kept separate. Upon hearing these words, Li Deguai finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Chen Fan didn't take his anger out on him. As for He Shu, watching Chen Fan's receding figure, he slumped lifelessly to the ground, his face drained of all color. Xian. After a long while, He Shu finally managed to speak, struggling to get up to embrace Wei Xian. However, Wei Xian recoiled in disgust, retreating to the side. He Shu, we're done. I must have been blind to ever fall for a piece of trash like you. He Shu froze. He stared at Wei Xian in utter disbelief. Xian, what are you talking about? Weren't we supposed to get married? Marriage? Wei Xian gave a cold laugh. Back then, he had chosen He Shu precisely because of her promising future. But now? Future? What future? I'll tell my parents our wedding is off. He Shu stared at Wei Xian in utter despair. How could you be so heartless? What about the child inside you? Shut up. That bastard in my belly, I'll get rid of it. With that, Wei Xian turned and walked away without looking back. She was going to find Chen Fan. She knew that back in high school, Chen Fan had also harbored a secret crush on her. Perhaps she still had a chance to latch onto this golden opportunity. Chen Fan once again climbed into the fat guy's beat-up Volkswagen, who knew how many hands it had passed through. Just as the car was about to start moving, a slender figure suddenly darted out from ahead. Who else could it be but Wei Xian? Chen Fan, actually, He Shu and I aren't like that. Actually, you've always been the one in my heart. Chen Fan shot Wei Xian a disgusted look at her slightly rounded belly. Stop grossing me out. Get lost. Chen Fan. But the only response Wei Xian received was the strained roar of the old Volkswagen struggling under the weight. Watching the car fade into the distance, Wei Xian collapsed onto the ground, utterly defeated. If only she had chosen Chen Fan back then, would everything be different now? An academician in his 20s. An academician who developed anti-gravity tanks. How glorious her life would have been. Regardless of Wei Xian's deep regret, Chen Fan returned to the Tianhe refurbishment plant. Director. After last night's events, Xiao Zhang now treated his boss Chen Fan with utmost respect. What is it? Chen Fan sat in his office, lifting his head slightly to look at Xiao Zhang. I'd like to take a day off. I want to see the anti-gravity tank you developed. Chen Fan paused in surprise. You have this kind of hobby? Xiao Zhang had just turned 18 this year, had only completed junior high school, and usually only paid attention to the so-called entertainment industry. Who knew he'd suddenly become interested in military stuff? Xiao Zhang gave a shy smile. But you're the one who developed it, right? I want to take a good look. Chen Fan nodded. Go ahead. Got it, factory director. Xiao Zhang had reminded Chen Fan of something. That was the shock value generated by the anti-gravity tank. According to the system's rules, only shock values generated by those who witnessed it firsthand or experienced it personally would be collected by the system. The exhibition was scheduled to last 5 days, and today was the second day. Yesterday alone had generated over 100,000 shock points. Chen Fan wondered how much the second day would yield. With that thought, he opened the system interface. When he saw the string of numbers displayed, Chen Fan froze. Ding! Your current remaining shock value, 173,425. What the hell? It wasn't even halfway through the second day. Shock points had skyrocketed to over 170,000? A whopping 70,000 increase in just one morning? Chen Fan was stunned. Are the people of Dragon Nation this crazy? Truth be told, Chen Fan had underestimated the fervor of the Dragon Nation's citizens. After all, this was an anti-gravity tank developed by the Dragon Nation. To catch a glimpse of the anti-gravity tank in person, countless people traveled thousands of miles to Jiangzhou. A spectacle usually reserved for the Spring Festival travel rush. Now it unfolded at every major high-speed rail station, airport, and bus terminal in Jiangzhou. And the highways. The usually smooth-flowing highways were now gridlocked. Any mode of transportation that could get to Jiangzhou was now completely booked solid. Faced with such overwhelming demand, no matter how hard the Jiangzhou municipal government tried, it couldn't resolve the situation overnight. The influx of people from all directions continued to swell. Even international flights were experiencing an unprecedented shortage of tickets. At this moment, outside the Jiangzhou Science and Technology Museum, a massive crowd had already gathered. The exhibition space was limited, yet the number of people waiting to enter easily exceeded 100,000. Jiangzhou Museum Director Qi Zhengsheng and Jiangzhou Research Institute Director Lu Jialan both stood outside the exhibition hall maintaining order. Old Lu, I truly never imagined so many people would come. The exhibition's original peak attendance estimate had been no more than 50 or 60,000. After all, this was an exhibition of historical military equipment from the Dragon Nation, not active duty gear. Only military enthusiasts would be interested. But now, Qi Zhengsheng glanced outside at the still teeming crowds, his expression impossible to read. Meanwhile, Lu Jialan was brimming with enthusiasm. Old Qi, don't just stand there. Get moving and restore order. Too many people? So what if there are too many people? As long as we make this exhibition a success, it'll all count toward our performance metrics. At the mention of performance, a smile returned to Qi Zhengsheng's weathered face. Ah, come on, everyone. The more the merrier. But just then, a ripple of commotion began to stir through the crowd. What's going on? Is someone fighting? Cutting in line? Who the hell dares to cut in line at a time like this? What the hell? A delegation of Eagle Chan's research scholars? Damn it, tell them this is Dragon Country. If they want a tour, they better line up properly. If they dare show off their military might on Dragon Country soil, beat the crap out of them. I'll pretend I didn't see a thing. With this commotion, the crowd's entry into the exhibition naturally slowed considerably. By 7 p.m. when the exhibition closed, over 100,000 people were still waiting in line outside. Watching this scene, Lu Jialan and Qi Zhengsheng felt their scalps tingle. Regardless of how these two officials felt at that moment, Chen Fan was overjoyed. Excellent! Excellent! Who would have thought there'd be another 100,000 shock points the next day? Gazing at the system panel where his shock value had officially surpassed 200,000, Chen Fan couldn't stop grinning. Chapter 27, Time to revise the plan. If the 5-day exhibition concluded, how much shock value would that yield? 500,000? Or even more? Chen Fan's heart swelled with anticipation. Recalling Li Guoxing's earlier instructions, Chen Fan opened the system's marketplace. As long as he had enough exchange points, he could exchange for any of the advanced technologies listed. Chen Fan glanced at the most expensive upgrade technology on the first page of the Mall Aerospace Fighter upgrade technology. It required 1 million points. He didn't dare look at the second page. After all, the technologies on the second page would undoubtedly start at a minimum of 1 million shock points. Upon locating the relevant technology for upgrading the electromagnetic rifle, Chen Fan selected the exchange without hesitation. Do you wish to spend 10,000 shock points to exchange for the selected related technology? Confirm. Ding. The refurbishment technology and blueprints for converting the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle into an electromagnetic rifle have been sent to your system warehouse. You may retrieve them at any time. Notice, detection indicates you currently lack the required production equipment. Proceed with exchange? Chen Fan paused for a moment. He had forgotten that point. Even though he had the refurbishment technology, he still needed to exchange for the equipment. With that in mind, Chen Fan located the electromagnetic rifle refurbishment production line in the mall. No way. What the hell? You charge 10,000 shock points for a single technology, yet 15,000 for a refurbishment production line? But upon seeing the shock points required to exchange for the refurbishment production line, Chen Fan was stunned. 15,000? Why don't you just go rob someone? Ding. In the system store, all equipment and technologies are priced based on difficulty. The electromagnetic rifle refurbishment production line is the simplest device in terms of technical difficulty, requiring the least amount of shock points. System pricing cannot be arbitrarily altered. Host, please abide by the rules. Chen Fan was furious. ING system. Why don't you just go rob someone? This exchange value was painstakingly saved up. But what could he do? He'd already exchanged for the electromagnetic rifle technology and made a promise to Li Guosheng he couldn't just walk away now. With that thought, Chen Fan sighed and headed to the warehouse storing the anti-gravity tank production line. Half the warehouse space remained vacant. It was more than enough to accommodate the refurbished electromagnetic rifle equipment. With that thought, Chen Fan had no choice but to grit his teeth and proceed with the exchange. Ding! You have exchanged for the electromagnetic rifle refurbishment kit. Proceed with retrieval? Retrieve! A flash of light appeared before Chen Fan, revealing several brand new workbenches and equipment. Check current remaining shock points. Ding! You currently have 43,213 shock points remaining. Put! Chen Fan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. 200,000 shock points. And he still had over 40,000 left. This is ING bull. He'd been counting on the exhibition lasting 3 more days, figuring he'd at least rake in 300,000 shock points. Even if it wasn't a fortune, it wouldn't be bad. But Chen Fan sighed. To get more shock points, he'd have to set his sights on the 7 Nations military exercise, which was still less than half a year away. Then, he'd make a killing. In that case, it was time to adjust the plan. Relying solely on the electromagnetic rifle wouldn't suffice. But for now, he lacked the shock points to exchange for other technologies. His focus inevitably returned to the anti-gravity tank. Anti-gravity tanks can be equipped with laser cannons? And this technology can even be installed on regular tanks? Chen Fan reopened the system store and spotted the laser cannon listed among the anti-gravity tank's related technologies. The previous anti-gravity tank. Since he had just activated the system and didn't know how to use it yet, he had followed the system's refurbishment suggestions. At that time, the system had recommended the electromagnetic cannon. While this thing packs a serious punch, it's already been developed in the real world. It just wasn't as powerful as his. Chen Fan even suspected whether the system had recommended it precisely because it was worthless. After all, the first technology is always given away for free. A refurbished laser cannon for just 43,000? Damn system, you're trying to drain my shock meter dry. Chen Fan sighed helplessly. Even so, he had no choice but to redeem it. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the bait. During the 7 Nations military exercises, he was going to pull off something big. He'd milk it for all it was worth. Ding! You have successfully redeemed the laser cannon refurbishment kit. Proceed with extraction? Retrieve! He stared at the new equipment appearing before him. Then glanced at the remaining 213 shock points. Chen Fan smiled. Alright. You wanna play this way, huh? Then don't blame me. Over 200,000 shock points, reduced to just 213 in mere minutes. Chen Fan felt both helpless and bitter. As expected, starting fresh is no easy feat. Glancing at the time, it was nearly dawn. Chen Fan returned to his room, utterly drained. He curled up in bed, silently shedding tears. Gone. 200,000 shock points gone in an instant. Chen Fan had no idea when he'd fallen asleep. All he knew was that the moment he opened his eyes in the morning, Lu Dizhu's infuriatingly chubby face was the first thing to greet him. Damn it, Fatso, how did you get in here? Lu Dizhu replied, utterly speechless, bro, you didn't even lock the door last night. I just walked right in. Fine. Chen Fan waved him off, pulling on his clothes. What are you doing here so early? My Fan Yi. Lu Dizhu stared blankly at his wristwatch. It's noon already, and you called us early? It's noon already? Chen Fan looked utterly stunned. Before he could even check today's shock value, Lu Dizhu spoke up, the guy delivering the gun is already here. He's been waiting outside for an hour or two. They're already here? Only then did Chen Fan recall that today was the delivery day for the Southern Military District. It's a major general. Making him wait any longer might not be appropriate, right? Lu Dizhu pressed on. Alright. Go entertain them first. I'll be there after I freshen up. Alright, but hurry up. After freshening up, Chen Fan met the Brigadier General delivering the Type 56 rifles in his office. Academician Chen, by order of Commander Li, I've come to deliver the Type 56 semi-automatic rifles. Chen Fan nodded. Thank you for your efforts, General. Where are the weapons? Let me take a look. They're in the truck outside. Soon. Chen Fan saw the Type 56 rifles being delivered. Academician Chen, there are a total of 10,000 Type 56 semi-automatic rifles here. Would you like to take inventory? Count them? Chen Fan shook his head. With just the few of them, it would take forever to count them all. Besides, he trusted Li Guosheng wouldn't tamper with the numbers. After all, it served no purpose. Seeing this, the Major General saluted respectfully. Academician Chen, the escort soldiers accompanying you this time are a guard platoon specially selected for you by Commander Li from the military region. They are elite soldiers, the best of the best from each major army group. Only then did Chen Fan notice. Beside several trucks stood 5 expressionless soldiers. Their presence was subdued, revealing nothing unusual. Yet precisely this quality underscored their extraordinary caliber. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. All right, I understand. Please convey my thanks to Commander Li. With that, Chen Fan waved over Xiao Zhantian. Brother Xiao, show them to their rooms. We need to get them settled before they have nowhere to stay. Yes, sir. The Major General saluted again and said, Academician Chen, we'll take our leave now. With that, he turned to leave. Chen Fan suddenly called out, wait a moment. Chapter 28, you mean that? What's the difference between that and a toy? The Major General turned in surprise, looking at Chen Fan with confusion. Academician Chen, is there anything else you require? Chen Fan looked embarrassed as he stammered, well, do you refurbish active duty tanks? What the hell? Refurbishing active duty tanks? Academician Chen, what are you talking about? Even if an active duty tank malfunctions, it only gets repaired. Why would refurbishment be necessary? Refurbishment is for scrapped equipment. What on earth? The Major General thought he'd misheard. Only after Chen Fan repeated the question did the Major General snap back to reality. He had intended to refuse outright, but then he remembered that the man before him was the developer of the anti-gravity tank. Could it be that this man intended to convert all active duty tanks into anti-gravity tanks? The thought sent a surge of excitement through the Major General. Academician Chen, this isn't within my authority. I must report this to higher-ups. Chen Fan showed no impatience. He chuckled and said, all right, go ahead and report it. Never mind. I'll just go back to Jinling with you. The Major General paused, then said, all right, then I'll trouble Academician Chen to make the trip. No problem. Zhangzhou wasn't far from Jinling, just a few hundred kilometers. At military vehicle speed, we'll be there in a few hours. During this time, Chen Fan checked his shot points. It was noon on the 3rd day of the exhibition, and he had once again earned 100,000 shot points. In the past, he would have been overjoyed. But now, just 100,000 points? The road ahead was still long. 1:30 p.m. Chen Fan arrived at the Southern Military District headquarters in a military vehicle and met with Li Guosheng. What the hell? Li Guosheng stared at Chen Fan, utterly bewildered. You want to refurbish active duty tanks? He was dumbfounded. The Dragon Nation's active duty tanks primarily consisted of 3 types. The Type 96, Type 99, and Type 15. He couldn't vouch for the first 2, but the Type 15 was undoubtedly one of the most advanced main battle tanks in the world. Moreover, they haven't even been decommissioned yet. Why refurbish them? Well, I want to refurbish the tanks currently in service. No matter which type, I'll refurbish every last one. Chen Fan stared intently at Li Guosheng. Academician Chen, you. Li Guosheng paused, then asked curiously, are you planning to convert all tanks into anti-gravity tanks? If that's the case, this joint military exercise among the 7 nations would be a sure victory. What the hell? Chen Fan froze upon hearing this, then forced a wry smile. Brotherly, you really think highly of me. You know better than I do how many tanks are currently in service in the southern military region. Even if I refurbish 2 tanks a month, in less than half a year, I could only manage to refurbish 11 or 12 at most. The refurbishment work. Chen Fan couldn't possibly entrust it to outsiders. First, he didn't trust them. Second, without systematic support, even if they could manage it, progress would be painfully slow. Refurbishing 1 vehicle in half a year would be impressive. Then you are. Li Guosheng knew he was being unrealistic. But he couldn't understand what was so special about refurbishing active duty tanks. I want to upgrade the weapons on active duty tanks. Ha? Li Guosheng murmured in confusion, are you planning to equip them all with electromagnetic cannons? If that's the case, that's fine too. He knew the destructive power of an electromagnetic railgun. It could obliterate an entire reef with a single shot. Oh, you mean that? However, Chen Fan sneered dismissively. Brotherly, think long term. Compared to what I'm renovating, that thing is nothing more than a toy. What? Li Guoshan was genuinely stunned. An electromagnetic cannon capable of obliterating an entire reef with a single blast. You're calling that a toy? What weapon in this world could possibly be more powerful than this electromagnetic cannon? Missiles? Or firecrackers? But this is just a military exercise. Using missiles or firecrackers would be overkill. Chen Fan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Brotherly, that's the best you can do? I told you, think long term. What I'm working on packs more punch than missiles. More powerful than missiles? Li Guosheng's shock meter +1. Li Guosheng shock level +1. Feeling the information transmitted by the system, Chen Fan chuckled. I won't keep it from you. I want to equip every active duty tank with laser cannons. Laser cannons? Li Guosheng was stunned once more, adding another point to Chen Fan's shock meter. You mean, equipping all active duty tanks with laser cannons? Li Guosheng knew what laser cannons were. The Dragon Nation had them too. But those were for anti-missile defense. Once a missile approached, the laser cannon would fire a beam to detonate it prematurely. That's all they're good for. You want to use it as a weapon? Forget about the Dragon Kingdom. Even the Eagle can't pull it off. After all, it involves far too much technology. You mean the laser cannons currently in service with the Dragon Nation? Chen Fan looked at Li Guosheng with contempt. Broly, your mindset is seriously limited. Have you ever seen a sci-fi movie? I'm talking about those laser cannons in the movies, the kind that obliterate entire areas with a single shot. I can make it happen. Chen Fan said with dead seriousness. Whoa! Li Guosheng sucked in a sharp breath. You can build that thing? Are you serious? He'd watched plenty of sci-fi movies, drooling over the laser cannons in them. But he also knew. That was just something you saw in movies? And now you're telling me you can make it? Why would I lie to you? Seeing Li Guosheng still didn't believe him, Chen Fan snapped, fine, forget it. I'll just find another military district to do it with. Do it! Do it! Do it! Li Guosheng blurted out, his face breaking into a wide grin. Brother Chen, whatever you say goes. I'll even get you active duty tanks if you want. Chen Fan finally nodded in satisfaction. But I have one condition. Just name it. Li Guosheng pounded his chest emphatically. Anything within my power, I won't refuse. It's simple. Chen Fan chuckled. During the Seven Nations military exercises, I want every tank refurbished by my team to be deployed on the battlefield. Manhwa had a habit. It wasn't exactly good, nor was it bad. It was a tendency to keep things under wraps. Chen Fan knew without a doubt that once he developed the laser cannon, Li Guosheng would likely keep it hidden during the Seven Nations military exercises. After all, this was a weapon of mass destruction. If the enemy learned of it beforehand and prepared defenses, it wouldn't achieve its full potential. Oh, you mean that? Li Guosheng's mouth twitched. He had indeed planned to keep it under wraps. But since Chen Fan had already mentioned it, he had no choice but to agree. Don't worry, Brother Li, things will only get better from here. Maybe one day, you won't even think laser cannons are worth looking at. With the system in place. With enough shock points, Chen Fan could even refurbish a Star Destroyer cannon. That's a terrifying weapon capable of obliterating an entire planet with a single blast. Laser cannon? Laser cannons? Put. So he didn't hesitate to make bold promises. Li Guosheng swallowed that pie without hesitation too. Ha ha ha, alright. I'll take your word for it, little brother. Whatever you need in the future, just ask. I'll order them to gather all the active duty tanks in the military district right now, so you can refurbish them. That's great. The two shared a knowing smile. Chapter 29, Refurbishing Active Duty Tanks? What's that about? Dragon Nation. An armored brigade in the southern military district. Brigade Commander Li Guowei stared blankly at the intelligence report from higher-ups. What the hell? Refurbishing active duty tanks? Have they lost their minds? Refurbishing active duty tanks? What the hell? He was dumbfounded. Fuming, he stormed over to Li Guosheng. Commander, refurbishing active duty tanks? I refuse to agree. The Seven Nations military exercises are less than 6 months away. During this period, our soldiers need to train intensively. Otherwise, what if we lose in the exercises? You, Li Guosheng, can afford to lose face, but I, Li Guowei, cannot. Seeing Li Guowei's furious expression, Li Guosheng gave a helpless smile. Guowei, it's like this. Before Li Guosheng could finish, Li Guowei cut him off angrily. No matter what, I refuse to approve the refurbishment. Mountain warfare is already our southern military district's weak point. Instead of focusing on training, you're wasting time on refurbishment? Besides, isn't refurbishment only for equipment that's been scrapped? Li Guowei. Li Guosheng lost his temper too, slamming his hand down on the table. Do you even listen to me anymore? In the military region, I'm your commander. At home, I'm your older brother. Engineer you, I am issuing you an order. Privately, as your elder brother, I'm informing you this is my decision, and you have no right to refuse. Li Guowei opened his mouth but no words came out. His expression, however, clearly showed his defiance. True, he was Li Guosheng's younger brother. But he was also the commander of the 369th Armored Brigade in the Southern Military District. As the Southern Military District's sole armored brigade, the 369th naturally bore the crucial responsibility for the Seven Nations military exercises. You want to overhaul it? Wasn't that tantamount to playing with his life? Seeing Li Guowei's expression, Li Guosheng sighed and pointed to Chen Fan beside him, saying, "This is academician Chen Fan." Li Guowei looked Chen Fan up and down, his heart racing with surprise. An academician this young? You know about the anti-gravity tank, right? He developed it. What the hell is that? Li Guowei was dumbfounded. A look of utter shock. Li Guosheng continued, "Not only did academician Chen help us upgrade our rifles, but he also helped us upgrade our tanks. Every single active duty tank is getting laser cannons installed." Li Guosheng said with utter contempt, his expression mirroring Chen Fan's earlier disdain. "Is that all you've got? Can't you think a little further ahead? Those are laser cannons straight out of the movies, the kind that obliterate entire areas with a single blast." Li Guowei was stunned. Completely dumbfounded. He had assumed Li Guosheng's upgrade meant tweaking the accuracy of existing tanks and adding some useless gadgets. After all, they had no confidence in the upcoming Seven Nations military exercises. Li Guosheng wanted to add some equipment to boost morale, he understood that. But he absolutely couldn't agree. After all, this would leave the troops without tanks for training for an extended period. Even if refurbished, the troops wouldn't have time to familiarize themselves with the refurbished tanks. But now you're telling him? You want to retrofit laser cannons onto all active duty tanks? The kind that obliterates everything in sight like in the movies? If he still doesn't agree, he's a fool. Seriously? Really? Li Guowei exclaimed in utter shock, "You're seriously going to equip all active duty tanks with laser cannons?" However, before Li Guosheng could speak, Chen Fan beat him to it. "No. If it were that simple, why call it refurbishment? I'm also refurbishing and retrofitting laser cannons onto the anti-gravity tanks. No need to elaborate. 6 months refurbishing 6 brand new anti-gravity tanks is no problem." "How many? 6 tanks?" Li Guowei could almost see 6 anti-gravity tanks, each equipped with laser cannons, soaring into the sky above the Seven Nations military exercises. He could even picture the utterly bewildered expressions on the faces of the other 5 nations troops. They'd surely look just like him now. If there really were 6 flying tanks equipped with anti-laser cannons. Li Guowei glanced at Li Guosheng. "Commander, these 6 tanks could annihilate the entire enemy force. Are we really going this big?" It wasn't that he disagreed now. Rather, he feared the stakes were too high. "Forget the details for now. Let's secure victory first." "Yes, sir." "You're not against it now, are you?" Whoever objects is a fool. Watching the brothers who had been bickering just moments ago now beaming with joy, Chen Fan found it utterly tedious. Their vision was still too narrow. Is this all they're capable of? Back at the Tianhao refurbishment plant, Chen Fan spotted Xiao Zhantian training the newly arrived security squad. Xiao Zhang was off inspecting the anti-gravity tanks, and Xiao Qi was still hospitalized. At the refurbishment plant, he was the only one with nothing to do. With that thought, Chen Fan dialed the fat man's number. "Hey, I've already talked it over with Brother Li. When the time comes, you'll need to liaise with the military district folks and tell them not to deliver too many tanks at once." "Got it." "Oh, and do you have Zhou Jie's number?" "Zhou Jie?" Fatso paused on the other end of the line. "What do you need his number for? This guy's reliable, don't you think?" Chen Fan hadn't forgotten how Zhou Jie had groveled to Toasty Shu yesterday just to cover for him. He didn't think Zhou Jie was cowardly. On the contrary, he saw Zhou Jie as a man who knew when to bend and when to stand firm. After all, Zhou Jie was just an ordinary person. Stepping up like that back then proved he genuinely considered Chen Fan and the fat guy as brothers. "I think this kid's cool too. I'll send you his number." After hanging up, Chen Fan dialed Zhou Jie's number. "Zhou Jie, it's Chen Fan." "Chen. Academician Chen." Zhou Jie's timid voice came through the phone. "Bull. If you keep this up, I'll hang up right now. Just call me Chen Fan like you always have." "Chen. Chen Fan. Hey, you work at the Jiangzhou machinery factory, right? Are you familiar with machinery?" Zhou Jie paused. Though he hadn't attended university, he dared say that at Jiangzhou machinery factory, his mechanical know-how put some college graduates to shame. "Alright, I'll add you on WeChat and send you the location. Quit that crappy job and come work with me." "Work for Chen Fan?" Zhou Jie took a deep breath, feeling a tingling sensation run through his scalp. Who was Chen Fan, after all? Honorary academician of the Dragon Nation. The developer of the anti-gravity tank. Working for him meant a bright future. With that thought, Zhou Jie agreed without hesitation. "Alright, I'll resign immediately." Do it as soon as possible. We've got a lot on our plate." "Got it." After hanging up, Chen Fan fell deep in thought. The refurbishment of the anti-gravity tank. This task could only be handled by him personally. But the laser cannon. He figured he could bring along Xiao Zhang and Zhou Jie, even the fat guy couldn't be left out. Everyone was rolling up their sleeves, while he sat there under the title of refurbishment minister just watching the show. That wouldn't do. Good brothers share both blessings and hardships. Even Chen Fan figured the security squad could be put to work refurbishing the laser cannons too. Free labor might as well use it. If he had to refurbish an entire military district's tanks by himself, it'd take him half a year even if he worked himself to death. Chapter 30, Hair-Raising. The next day, Zhou Jie and the first batch of refurbished active duty tanks arrived at the factory. Xiao Zhang had also returned. Staring at the massive beasts before them, both men looked utterly bewildered. Chen Fan pointed to one of them. Zhou Jie, Xiao Zhang, your mission is to retrofit this tank with a laser cannon. With that, Chen Fan produced a stack of blueprints. These are the blueprints. The equipment is in the warehouse. Just follow the blueprints. Zhou Jie was dumbfounded. He just got here and already wants to build a laser cannon? Are we overestimating him? Xiao Zhang was completely baffled. He never even finished high school and you want him to build a laser cannon? But when the two got their hands on the blueprints, they were stunned. This simple? Zhou Jie asked in disbelief. Yes, it's that simple. Chen Fan replied. The blueprints had been meticulously detailed by him. Anyone literate and familiar with technical drawings could understand them. Zhou Jie, this is state-level classified information. You absolutely must not make any mistakes. Not even your closest confidants can be told a single word about it. Zhou Jie nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Director. Chen Fan then turned to Lu Dizhu, who was watching from the sidelines. You, along with Brother Xiao and the others, will each be responsible for several tanks' laser cannons. Ha! Lu Dizhu was stunned. Wait, boss, I'm the refurbishment department head. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Don't you have any self-awareness? Lu Dizhu finally conceded with a sour expression. Fine. As for Xiao Zhantian and the 5 members of the security detail. Brother Xiao, the 6 of you will take turns standing guard and installing equipment in shifts. We're short-handed, so you'll have to put in the extra effort. Xiao Zhantian and the rest of the security team responded with respectful unison. Yes, Commander. They were quite familiar with active duty tanks, so retrofitting laser cannons and such posed no difficulty. The real challenge lay in manufacturing the laser cannons themselves. But as the old saying goes, difficulty is just a grandson. Whether difficulty was a bastard or not, Chen Fan didn't know. All he knew was that he was about to be worn out like a grandson. October 26, 2023. The weather had turned cool. After a month, the first batch of 10 active duty tanks had all been retrofitted with laser cannons. And through Chen Fan's hands. The first brand new anti-gravity tank had also been refurbished. Damn it, finally done. Inside the equipment storage warehouse. No, it should now be called the processing workshop. Lu Dizhu took a deep breath. A month of grueling work had left him over 10 pounds lighter. But seeing the brand new behemoths lining the square, he couldn't help but grin. This weight loss wasn't for nothing. As for Zhou Jie, though he'd been worked to the bone this past month, he seemed to have found his future direction and remained fiercely motivated. Xiao Qi had also been discharged from the hospital. A couple years older than Xiao Zhang, he was just over 20. Compared to Xiao Zhang's timidity, Xiao Qi's personality was a bit more fiery. After this month, both of them had grown considerably. But Chen Fan also saw their shortcomings. Their biggest shortcoming was their lack of education. Neither had even finished high school. Discussing theory with them was futile, they couldn't grasp it. Teaching them practical skills proved slow going. But Chen Fan had no intention of giving up on them. Instead, he decided to find an opportunity to send both of them to university for further education. As for which university? Was there a better choice than the National Defense University? Alright, everyone take a day or two off. Fatso, contact Brotherly and have him transport the first batch of tanks away. Have him deliver the second batch the day after tomorrow. Got it. Lu Dizhu no longer resisted, his face lighting up with excitement as he went to contact Li Guosheng. Time flowed like water. February 25, 2024. The Spring Festival had just passed. All active duty tanks in the Southern Military District had been fully refurbished. Except for the 6 anti-gravity laser cannon tanks, every single one had been uniformly equipped with laser cannons. The day of delivery had arrived. Senior officers of the Southern Military District stood silently on the drill ground. Chen Fan and Lu Dizhu were tinkering with the brand new anti-gravity laser cannon tank before them. After the exhibition concluded, Chen Fan had earned another 400,000 shot points. He spent every last bit of those 400,000 shot points. He used it to enhance the anti-gravity tank. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the lamb. He intended to make a killing at the 7 Nations military exercises a huge killing. Brotherly, it's ready. Want to give it a try? Chen Fan asked Li Guosheng, who was looking at him expectantly. Yes, absolutely. Before Li Guosheng could answer, Li Guowei beside him was practically drooling. This was a brand new anti-gravity tank. Not even old Yang had experienced it yet. Shut up. Li Guosheng shot Li Guowei a glare. Who was the one who vehemently opposed it back then? Li Guowei chuckled. I didn't know it was Academician Chen who stepped in. Ha! Watching the brothers bicker, the assembled senior officials chuckled. Young friend Chen Fan, I'd like to witness the power of that laser cannon, Li Guosheng said with eager anticipation. He was well aware of the anti-gravity tank's capabilities, but the laser cannon. He had only heard about it from Chen Fan. He hadn't experienced its true might firsthand. After all, this was a major event concerning the joint military exercises of the 7 nations. Chen Fan chuckled. No big deal. If you want to test the laser cannon, I'll find you a standard laser cannon tank to try out. That way you'll have something to compare it to. With that, Chen Fan ordered his men to bring over the most basic laser cannon tank. Laser cannons are heavy. After all, it contained numerous optical components and conversion modules. The engines of standard tanks might not be powerful enough to haul them, so Chen Fan had all the tank engines uniformly overhauled. Just like the Type 56 anti-gravity tank. Except without the anti-gravity system. Chen Fan glanced at the massive machine before him, then looked toward the yellow earthen slope several miles away. Shooting at that target should be fine, right? This was the live fire range of the Southern Military District. No one lived within dozens of miles, and it was designated a military restricted zone. But considering the laser cannon's destructive power, Chen Fan felt it best to ask. No problem, absolutely no problem. As long as you don't aim it at headquarters, it's all good. Li Guosheng chuckled. Then it's settled. With that, Chen Fan and Lu Dizhu climbed into the tank. After this period of refurbishment, he had also become familiar with the tank's operation. The original gun-firing module had been upgraded to an integrated firing system. What once required 4 to 5 crew members to operate now needed only 2. Initiate laser charge. Chen Fan sat in the main driver's seat, his expression slightly focused as he issued the command. Laser charging initiated. Current progress 80%. Laser charge complete. Lu Dizhu, responsible for firing and targeting, reported from his station. Target acquired. Proceed with launch? Chen Fan took a deep breath. This was the laser cannon's first public debut. Fire. Boom. Outside the tank. Senior officers of the Southern Military District. A beam of light erupted from the tank's barrel in an instant. The beam struck the loess slope several miles away. The earthen slope, originally over 10 meters high, was instantly shattered by the cannon fire. Boom! A cloud of dust obscured the sky, followed by the deafening roar of explosions. The group of high-ranking officials felt a sudden tingling sensation on their scalps. Chapter 31, The Eagle Envoys Want a Tour? Fine, let them have one. This goddamn thing is almost as powerful as a missile. A trembling Major General exclaimed, his eyes wide with horror. No, the firepower of laser cannon tanks, in some respects, surpasses that of missiles. A lieutenant general declared with focused intensity. Then, the others caught on. Missiles are costly and their launch procedures are cumbersome. If one were to rely on missiles for full-scale firepower coverage, how much would that cost over the course of a battle? But laser cannon tanks were different. Seeing Chen Fan emerge from the tank, Li Guosheng eagerly asked, Brother Chen, how many shots does your laser cannon have? What about the cost? If the cost is lower than missiles, then laser cannons could completely replace missiles in certain specific campaigns. Cost? Chen Fan paused mid-step as he climbed down. After jumping off the tank, he pointed toward the sky. Brotherly, I told you it's a laser cannon. Its energy source is obviously the sun. I've installed an energy conversion module on the tank. As long as there's sunlight, we can fire indefinitely. Chen Fan paused for emphasis. If we're fighting at night or in rainy conditions, the tank's built-in energy reserve should last for about 100 shots. Then, Chen Fan gave an embarrassed chuckle. But the duration is a bit short, just 1 minute. This was the aspect Chen Fan most wanted to criticize. The laser cannon tank had numerous weaknesses. One of them was its inability to sustain combat operations during rainy weather or at night. The problem could be solved. But that damn system demanded hundreds of thousands of shot points to upgrade the equipment. Chen Fan didn't have a single drop left, so he had no choice but to give up. As for the cost of firing the laser cannon, as long as the state doesn't charge for sunlight, there's virtually no cost. Once the reserve energy was depleted, the thing would recharge automatically as long as the sun was shining. Meanwhile, numerous high-ranking officials in the Southern Military District were utterly dumbfounded. How many? 100 shots? Or 100 rounds per minute? With this caliber and this destructive force, what's the point of even discussing sustained firepower? With just these tanks, deploy a few more. Even if they exhaust the laser cannon's energy reserves within a minute, what would be left on the other side? Probably even the soil 3 feet underground would be churned up. Seeing Chen Fan's look of regret, the others were at a loss for words. One more thing. A rare look of gravity flashed across Chen Fan's face. The laser cannon tank's defensive capabilities aren't as strong as the anti-gravity tanks. Anti-gravity tanks are equipped not only with conventional engines but also anti-gravity engines. With both engines operating, they can handle the weight of heavy weapons like laser cannons without issue. But ordinary tanks cannot. That's why Chin Fan didn't reinforce the armor of conventional tanks. A single engine simply couldn't handle the weight. This problem could be solved. But as always, new equipment must be exchanged for shock points. Upon hearing Chin Fan's words, the Southern Military District's high-ranking officers exchanged stunned glances. No way. Equipment this powerful. Why bother with defense? When war breaks out, just unleash a barrage of firepower to wipe out the enemy's combat strength. Why bother with defense? Defend against whom? Protect against lightning strikes? After all, it's so overpowered. But soon, numerous high-ranking officers in the Southern Military District sucked in their breath in shock. If an ordinary laser cannon tank is this insane, then what about the anti-gravity laser cannon tank? Wouldn't that be even more mind-blowing? Brother Chen Fan. Just as Li Guosheng was about to witness the anti-gravity laser cannon tank's power, a soldier came running over, drenched in sweat. Commander, we're in trouble. The Eagle delegation heard the commotion earlier and insists on visiting the live fire range. We refused, but these foreign devils are refusing to budge. They're lying on the ground and refusing to move. What the hell? The Eagle delegation? Chen Fan froze for a moment. Before Li Guosheng could give orders, he blurted out, "Hey, brotherly, if I may ask. What's the deal with this Eagle sauce delegation?" Hearing this, Li Guosheng finally explained. After your anti-gravity tank was unveiled last time, the Eagle Sausage side sent a group of military research scholars to visit Dragon Nation. The higher-ups were unusually gracious with the Eagle squad this time and agreed to the visit. But we never expected. Li Guosheng let out a bitter laugh. The situation was straightforward. The Eagle delegation wanted to inspect the anti-gravity tank, even making concessions to Dragon Nation on certain international matters for the opportunity. So the Dragon Nation agreed. But what they hadn't anticipated was that on the very day the Eagle delegation arrived in Jiangzhou, they got beaten up for cutting in line. Ambassador Jeff of Eagle Sauce was beaten so badly he ended up hospitalized. Clinging to this excuse, the Eagle delegation refused to leave the Dragon Kingdom, lingering for half a year. This situation caused considerable headaches for the higher-ups. You tell me, how do you kick them out? The Eagle has already made concessions on certain matters. Aren't you the so-called nation of etiquette? How can you bring yourself to kick them out? We don't kick them out. Even though they can't access China's core technologies, they keep visiting this military region and that military region every so often. This has become a major headache for the Dragon Nation's 5 military districts. And today just happens to be the day the Eagle delegation is visiting the Southern Military District. The commotion from Chen Fan's laser cannon demonstration earlier caught the attention of this Eagle flag delegation. So they insisted on coming to the live fire range to see for themselves. After hearing the full story, Chen Fan froze. Could this incident really have been sparked by him? Well, if that's the case, he might as well handle it himself. Besides, he could use the opportunity to boost his shock value. With that thought, Chen Fan turned to Li Guosheng. Brotherly, if they want to tour the place, let them come. If we don't scare these foreign devils, they'll never understand what it means to be part of a nation with 5,000 years of heritage. Li Guosheng hesitated at the suggestion. But he feared the technology behind the laser cannons or anti-gravity tanks might be leaked. That would make him a traitor to the Dragon Nation. No. Chen Fan chuckled. Brotherly, you're giving those foreign devils way too much credit. Even if they saw the laser cannon with their own eyes, they couldn't replicate it. Remember when we visited those Eagle worshippers? Didn't they hide everything from us? Invite them over. Our Dragon Nation is a land of courtesy. We can't let others look down on us, right? Chen Fan recalled reading a report once. A Dragon Nation admiral visited Eagle Land to tour an aircraft carrier. They were blocked outside like they were thieves. He wasn't blocked. He didn't believe the Eagle Nation could replicate laser cannons or anti-gravity tanks. If they could really replicate that, the system could go eat. Seeing the savage grin on Chen Fan's face, Li Guosheng sucked in a sharp breath. He sensed something terrible was about to happen. But he had no intention of stopping it. The 5 major military regions of the Dragon Nation had long disliked these foreign devils. If Chen Fan could help teach them a lesson, it would serve them right. As for international disputes? No way. You claim to be the world's leading superpower, and your military researchers are hailed as the most brilliant minds globally. Yet you got scared off by someone from a refurbishment plant. What the hell does that have to do with my Dragon Nation? If you're so capable, go scare them back. Chapter 32, Running Fast Won't Save You? Take a look at this. Li Guosheng seemed to envision the American delegation frozen in utter bewilderment. He smiled. Li Guowei smiled too. The senior officers of the Southern Military Region laughed too. Alright, we'll go along with you, brother. Li Guosheng laughed heartily and said, Go, bring the Eagle delegation over. Yes, sir. Soon. Led by Ambassador Jeff, the Eagle delegation, a group of several dozen people, arrived at the live fire range. seeing the two massive machines parked before them. Jeff took a deep breath. My goodness, is this the anti-gravity tank? Finally, we see them. Among the Eagle delegation, the scientists' eyes brimmed with both bitterness and excitement. They had been dispatched to observe the Dragon Nation's anti-gravity tanks, even sacrificing some international interests for the opportunity. But on the very day of their arrival, they were beaten up for cutting in line. Jeff ended up hospitalized. By the time he was discharged, the anti-gravity tank exhibition had already concluded. They repeatedly applied to the Dragon Nation for access, but their requests were repeatedly fobbed off by the Dragon Nation's higher-ups under various pretexts. They understood. Longwo was guarding against them. After all, many members of their delegation were among the world's foremost weapons experts. Their objective had always been to reverse engineer the Dragon Nation's anti-gravity tanks. They understood the Dragon Kingdom's caution. After all, they had once treated Dragon Nation the same way. Only now the tables had turned. Having grown accustomed to wielding power and influence, they found the reversal somewhat unsettling. Fortunately, persistence paid off, and they finally got their chance to see it. Haha, Ambassador Jeff, haven't you always wanted to see an anti-gravity tank? My southern military district is quite generous, isn't it? Not only will you see it, but soon you'll get to experience its power firsthand. Li Guoxing couldn't help but chuckle at the Eagle ambassador's delegation, who looked utterly starstruck. You've come to this, Eagle? Hearing this, Jeff stared at Li Guoxing in utter disbelief. Gee, General Li, is this really true? Absolutely. With that, Li Guoxing nodded to Chen Fan beside him. Chen Fan chuckled and climbed into the anti-gravity laser cannon tank with Lu Dizhu. Aren't you supposed to be the world's most powerful nation? Aren't you the one boasting about having the most advanced weapons on the entire planet? Well, watch this. What the hell is truly advanced? Soon. The anti-gravity laser cannon tank emitted a melodious roar. Under the stunned gazes of the American scientists, the tank as massive as a small mountain slowly lifted off the ground. Holy crap, it's actually flying. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. My god. How did Dragon Nation pull this off? Although videos of the anti-gravity tank had been circulating online for ages. This was the first time they'd ever witnessed one take flight with their own eyes. Ambassador Jeff was so overcome with excitement he was trembling all over. If they could master this technology, the entire planet would become their backyard. At this thought, Jeff immediately gave a knowing glance to the Eagle Sauce scientist beside him. The Eagle Sauce Academy scientist immediately understood, discreetly pulling out a small detection device and aiming it at the anti-gravity tank in the sky. This scene did not escape Li Guoxing's notice, but he made no move to stop him. Instead, he gave a cold smile and picked up his walkie-talkie. Brother Chen Fan, let them see what Dragon Nation speed is all about. Roger that. Inside the tank, Chen Fan gave a cold laugh and immediately revved both engines of the anti-gravity tank to maximum horsepower. Boom! A sonic boom reverberated as shockwaves instantly erupted around the anti-gravity tank. Then the tank shrank into a tiny black speck. What do you think? Jeff stared blankly at the scientist beside him, his voice trembling. The scientist froze. It took several prompts from Jeff before he snapped out of it. Initial velocity, 720 meters per second. The Eagle brand scientist's eyes were vacant as he said lifelessly, too fast. The speed, it's still increasing. It's already reached 3 times the speed of sound, and it's still not stopping. Whoosh! The group of Eagle scientists stared blankly upon hearing this. Before seeing the data, they'd only thought it was fast. Insanely fast. But now that they knew the figures, it seemed even more absurd. Many modern fighter jets still can't break the sound barrier. Damn it, even tanks can break the sound barrier now? At 3 times the speed of sound? Is the Dragon Nation that terrifying? And triple the speed of sound doesn't even seem to be the limit? Mind-blowing. All the eagle-eyed scientists were stunned. One by one, they cursed under their breath. Their mission was to study Dragon Nation's anti-gravity tanks. If possible, they hoped to replicate it. Replicate my ass. A flying tank traveling at 3 times the speed of sound? Try replicating that yourself. At that moment, under Chen Fan's control, the tank returned to its original position, hovering silently in the sky. What do you think, Ambassador Jeff? Our Dragon Nation's tanks aren't any worse than your Eagle Nation's, are they? What the hell? There's no comparison whatsoever. Jeff felt utterly humiliated. But what could he do? He could only let his eyes redden slightly and retort sourly. What good is speed when a single missile takes you out? Upon hearing this, the group of hawkish scientists, a glimmer of hope returned to their eyes. Exactly. What good is speed? What good is 3 times the speed of sound? Eagle brand missiles start at 10 times the speed of sound. 1 missile hits and your tank's scrap metal. What good is that? Li Guoxing chuckled beside him. Fast isn't useful? Then take a look at this. Saying this, Li Guoxing picked up the walkie-talkie again. Brother Chen Fan, Ambassador Jeff says speed doesn't matter. What do you suggest we do? Inside the tank. Chen Fan's face was already beaming with joy. This Jeff. What a character. He's practically rushing to deliver shock points to me, isn't he? With that thought, Chen Fan chuckled. Running fast won't save them, huh? Then let them see this. Turning to Lu Dizhu beside him, Chen Fan ordered, Batso, fire the secondary cannons. The new generation of anti-gravity tanks wasn't just about adding laser cannons. Chen Fan had added 2 secondary cannons to the original design. And both of these secondary cannons were pure electromagnetic cannons. The kind that could obliterate an entire reef with a single shot. Wah! As Lu Dizhu operated the controls, a secondary cannon rose from each side of the anti-gravity tank. Reporting, electromagnetic cannons loaded. May I fire? Chen Fan didn't issue the order immediately. Instead, he spoke through the intercom, brotherly, do me a favor and tell those foreign devils. Since they think speed won't save them, let them see what this can do. With that, Chen Fan directly issued the firing command. Boom! Boom! 2 successive cannon blasts echoed through the air. Not far away. A lush slope over 10 meters tall was instantly reduced to powder by the electromagnetic cannon. Amidst the swirling dust, the Eagle delegation fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing in the distance. Jeff felt as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. He tried to speak, but only a series of hoarse, choking sounds escaped his throat. He was stunned, utterly and completely stunned. Chapter 33, Laser Cannons Can Turn? Li Guosheng and the Southern Military District brass were beaming with delight. When had they ever seen such expressions on the faces of those Eagle brand scientists? That look. Like country bumpkins fresh off the farm, their faces were a mix of shock, bewilderment, and utter confusion. Where did your arrogance go? I love seeing you defiant and unyielding. Ambassador Jeff, what do you think of our Dragon Nation's anti-gravity tanks? Li Guosheng chuckled, his gaze fixed on Jeff's grim expression. Jeff snapped back to reality, gasping for breath as he stammered, powerful, very powerful. The firepower of those 2 secondary cannons is almost on par with a standard missile. Yes. In Jeff's eyes, the firepower of these 2 electromagnetic cannons was indeed formidable, rivaling that of a standard missile. This is a freaking tank. But, so what? The Eagle's missiles hit their targets with pinpoint accuracy, unmatched globally, with no rival in sight. Thinking of this, Jeff and the other Eagle scientists' eyes flashed with renewed brilliance. But soon, the light in their eyes faded. They suddenly remembered. This is the secondary cannon of the anti-gravity tank. It's already this powerful? Then how formidable must the main cannon be? General Li, General Li. Jeff stared blankly at Li Guosheng, swallowing hard. This is the secondary cannon of the anti-gravity tank? Li Guosheng didn't know when Chen Fan had added the secondary cannon, but he knew the main armament was a laser cannon. So he didn't deny it. Correct. And this is merely the secondary cannon. The main cannon's power. He'd experienced it firsthand. While it might not be vastly superior to the secondary cannon, it was at least 2 or 3 times more powerful. To demonstrate the grandeur of the Dragon Nation. And to intimidate this arrogant delegation of hawks, Li Guosheng decided to have Chen Fan demonstrate the laser cannon's power. He then asked, Ambassador Jeff, would you care to witness the main gun's firepower? The main gun's power? Jeff took a deep breath, his expression solemn as he replied, if General Li is willing to demonstrate, then let's see it. Li Guosheng nodded and picked up the walkie-talkie. Brother! Our eagle-eyed friend here wants to experience the main cannon's power. See what you can arrange? Inside the anti-gravity tank, the shock value continued to climb. Chen Fan smiled. Want to feel the laser cannon's power? Easy. With that thought, Chen Fan spoke into the intercom, brotherly. Do we have any target drones or something at the range? Target drones refer to modified unmanned aerial vehicles, typically used to test surface-to-air missiles or air defense systems. The Southern Military District certainly had them. But? Li Guosheng froze. You're using tanks to shoot down planes? Are you kidding me? Even the fastest reacting tank couldn't take down an aircraft. Hey, brotherly. Just trust me this once, let's deploy a few first. Even Chen Fan said that, so Li Guosheng could only nod and say, alright, I understand. With that said, Li Guosheng turned to the soldier beside him and ordered, go, release a few unmanned target drones. Yes, sir. Though puzzled, the soldier obeyed. Meanwhile, the group of American scientists were utterly dumbfounded. Unmanned target drones? What the hell are you doing releasing unmanned target drones to test the main gun of an experimental tank? Do you think a tank can hit a drone? What kind of pipe dream are you chasing? Even Jeff couldn't help but laugh at this point. Generally, I admit your anti-gravity tanks are formidable. But tanks taking down target drones? What were you thinking? Jeff and the Eagle scientists behind him could only think the Dragon Nation was being far too overconfident. Tank target drones? You actually built those? This dragon nation is getting way too full of itself, isn't it? Hearing the mocking voices from the Eagle delegation, Li Guosheng clenched his fists. These damn bastards. It was infuriating. But he couldn't help wondering how exactly would Brother Chen Fan use a tank target practice machine? His mind was filled with doubts. But before Li Guosheng could dwell on it, the roar of aircraft engines echoed overhead at the live fire range. Looking up, he saw a target drone soaring into the sky. But the drone didn't fly erratically, it chose a straight-line flight path. Inside the tank, Chen Fan's face darkened at the sight. Damn it! What the hell is going on with Brotherly? Bailing at the crucial moment? At this speed, you're practically a target for rifles, let alone tanks. With that thought, Chen Fan grabbed the walkie-talkie again. Brotherly, tell the drone operator to crank the target drone's speed all the way up. And make it perform random evasive maneuvers. The moment those words left his mouth, Li Guosheng was stunned. Playing it this big? What if we can't shoot it down? Meanwhile, the Eagle delegation erupted into uproarious laughter. Damn, did the Dragon Nation really think their tanks could hit target drones? No offense, but even some countries' surface-to-air missiles are useless against aircraft performing irregular evasive maneuvers unless they're equipped with thermal imaging. But would thermal imaging really solve the problem? What about countermeasures? Bull. Among the Eagle brand delegation, numerous scientists chuckled. They couldn't wait to see the Dragon Nation make a fool of itself. Li Guosheng gritted his teeth. Then, over the walkie-talkie, Chen Fan's voice came through again. Brotherly, trust me this once. Alright. Li Guosheng took a deep breath. He trusted Chen Fan. He immediately gave the order. Soon. Above the live fire range, the target drone's speed had reached its maximum, executing erratic evasive maneuvers. The anti-gravity tank hovering high in the sky also moved. The black muzzle of the main cannon instantly condensed a beam of light. Boom! It sounded like thunder cracking across the sky. A beam of light erupted from the tank's barrel. Ha ha ha, missed? Damn, does Dragon Nation really think tanks can shoot down planes? Heh, anti-gravity tanks are nothing special. My Eagle brand fighter jets can destroy them. Arrogant. Those Dragon Nation people are so arrogant, thinking tanks can shoot down planes? What are they thinking? At that moment, as the laser cannon missed its mark, thunderous laughter erupted instantly among the Eagle delegation. Anti-gravity tanks? Nothing special. What good is all your prowess? So what if it's powerful? Facing the Eagle's most advanced fighter jets, your Dragon Nation's anti-gravity tanks are nothing but punching bags. So what if they can fly? Can you escape the fate of destruction? But soon. The smiles on the Eagle's scientists and Jeff's face froze. The lightspeed projectile, which had already veered off course, suddenly made a sharp turn and slammed directly into the target drone. Boom! In an instant, the target drone exploded mid-air. The heat-seeking blast wave set the sky ablaze, turning it crimson. Gak gak gak. Jeff was stunned. A bunch of American scientists were stunned. They let out quacking sounds like ducks, feeling their necks being choked once again. The high-ranking officers of the Southern Military District were also stunned. Laser cannons could actually bend? Chapter 34, Don't you understand light refraction? Yes. The laser cannon curved. Right before the eyes of a group of Eagle brand scientists, the Eagle brand ambassador, and the entire Southern Military District High Command. The laser cannon curved. A laser cannon, it's naturally a weapon based on light. If you claim light can bend, not only would the world's top scientists from the Eagle Nation refute you, but even Ambassador Jeff would berate you to death. Doesn't your Dragon Nation have 9 years of compulsory education? How could you even suggest light can bend? How embarrassing. But at this very moment, Jeff only felt they were utterly disgraceful. The entire Eagle Nation was utterly disgraceful. Light actually did bend. They witnessed it with their own eyes. My God. How did the Dragon Nation do it? Unbelievable. Dragon Nation. Jeff's expression at that moment resembled someone suffering from constipation, utterly uncomfortable. Li Guosheng and the Southern Military District's High Command froze for a moment before their eyes suddenly blazed with intense light. A laser cannon that can bend its beam. Their Southern Military Districts. Li Guowei, who had previously opposed upgrading the existing tanks, now trembled with excitement. At that moment, Chen Fan slowly descended in his anti-gravity tank. Then, he leaped out of the anti-gravity tank's hatch. He was about to make a stunning entrance. Brother, you've really blown me away. Li Guosheng rushed over, his face flushed with excitement upon seeing Chen Fan emerge. Senior officers from the Southern Military District also gathered around. Each wore an expression of profound respect. Academician Chen, you truly are a prodigy. Academician Chen, this is astonishing. If someone had told me before that a laser cannon could bend its path, I would have slapped them across the face. Academician Chen, you're simply incredible. Facing the Southern Military District's high-ranking officers, Chen Fan naturally responded with utmost courtesy. Finally, Chen Fan approached the Eagle ambassador's delegation, gazing at Jeff with aloofness. Your ambassador, Jeff? Jeff's brow furrowed slightly. He didn't know who this young man was, but seeing how everyone from the Southern Military District treated him with such deference, he assumed he must be the offspring of some prominent figure in Dragon Nation. Therefore, he merely nodded and replied, "That's correct. I am." Chen Fan chuckled. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chen Fan, developer of the anti-gravity tank." "Ha?" Jeff's breathing quickened once more. "The developer of the anti-gravity tank? You? Jeff stared at Chen Fan in disbelief, taking him in from head to toe. A developer of anti-gravity tanks in his 20s? Stunned. Jeff was utterly dumbfounded. The group of hawkish scientists behind him were equally stunned. They prided themselves as the world's foremost weapons experts. Yet here they were, thoroughly outclassed by a young man from the Dragon Nation? This was a disgrace. But they felt no shame, only shock. Awe at Chen Fan's youth. Awe at Chen Fan's formidable prowess. The high-ranking officers of the Southern Military District were also stunned. Li Guoxing's expression grew grave as he said, "Brother Chen Fan, you..." According to national requirements, Chen Fan's identity had always been classified. Beyond the highest levels of the state and the Southern Military District's leadership, anyone else who knew had been sworn to secrecy. This was for Chen Fan's safety. But Chen Fan chuckled and said, "Brotherly, don't worry. I've got this covered." Chen Fan never intended to keep it hidden after all, that would mean no shock value to gain. As for the eagle-eyed ones trying to assassinate him? Did you think the National Security Agency was just sitting around doing nothing? Besides, Chen Fan wasn't afraid of Eagle's assassination attempts. With enough shot points, he'd dare to take a dump on Eagle's president's desk. The Eagle Nation president would have no choice but to respectfully clean up his mess. Chen Fan naturally had his reasons. As for the Eagle Nation making this public worldwide, Chen Fan reckoned that, given the Eagle's temperament, they'd likely keep it under wraps, maybe even help him maintain secrecy. At least not until they succeeded in assassinating Chen Fan. Why? A 20-something developer of anti-gravity tanks. If this were exposed globally, what would other nations think? With such a prodigy in the Dragon Nation, why would anyone bother with you, Eagle-san? Just give Dragon Nation a little time, won't they grind you Eagle bums into the dust? Therefore, the best way for the Eagle Nation to handle this is to keep Chen Fan's existence secret while seeking an opportunity to assassinate him. But is the latter realistic? It's fair to say it's extremely difficult. It would be tantamount to challenging the entire defense capabilities of the Dragon Nation. It's just frustrating. Ambassador Jeff quickly grasped the crux of the matter. He felt a tightness in his chest, a suffocating pressure that made him uncomfortable. At that moment, an Eagle scientist approached, his face filled with alarm as he asked, "Mr. Chen, I'm utterly baffled. How is your laser cannon capable of turning? Bend?" Chen Fan stared at the Eagle brand scientist as if he were an idiot. "You don't even understand light refraction? And you call yourself a weapons expert? Did you never go to school?" Humiliation. Blatant humiliation. All the Eagle brand scientists were trembling with rage. You say they never went to school? They all graduated from the world's top universities. As for light refraction? How could they not understand it? Refraction of light refers to the phenomenon where light changes direction when it enters another medium at an angle, causing the light rays to bend at the boundary between different media. Even a teenager in Eagle Land would know that. But knowing is one thing, making a laser cannon achieve this refraction phenomenon? That's just absurd. Watching the expressions on the faces of the American scientists, Chen Fan sighed helplessly. Looks like you really don't get it. Light is a wave. The cause of light wave refraction can be explained by the famous phenomenological principle, the Huygens principle. A change in the medium through which the wave propagates is a key factor causing refraction. Does that make sense now? I'm ing. The American delegation's scientists went berserk. Their eyes were bloodshot as they glared at Chen Fan. How could they not understand? But, wait. He seemed to have a point. We really don't understand light refraction? Otherwise, why can't we create laser weapons that bend around corners? At that moment, the scientists in the Eagle Ambassador delegation began to doubt themselves. They knew they'd been manipulated by Chen Fan. But they couldn't refute it. How could they? You think you could? Then go ahead and build a laser cannon that can turn corners. Several eagle-eyed scientists felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, nearly collapsing on the spot. Mr. Chen, we don't understand. Please enlighten us. One scientist crouched low, gasping for breath. Chen Fan shot him a look as if he were an idiot. You don't understand, and explaining it won't help. Isn't this just wasting everyone's time? I suggest you go back and study properly. Don't embarrass yourself in public again. Put. Several Eagle Sauce scientists spat out mouthfuls of blood. They were so crushed they lost all confidence. They'd just taken a massive hit to their shock value. Shen Fan felt a surge of satisfaction. As for bending laser beams? Did you think all those hundreds of thousands of shock points went to waste? Chapter 35, Watch the Subvertical Sonic Boom. Originally, the scientists in the Eagle Envoy delegation were still brimming with fighting spirit, swearing to crack the secret of the Dragon Nation's anti-gravity tanks. But after Chen Fan's little stunt, they were as wilted as frost-bitten eggplants. Some slumped lifelessly to the ground, their faces drained of color, eyes vacant and unfocused. But Chen Fan, being such a devil, had no intention of letting them off the hook. You're clinging to Manhwa, aren't you? You want to see the anti-gravity tanks? Fine. No problem. We'll let you see your fill in one go. Chen Fan flashed that devilish grin again. Ambassador Jeff. Aren't you guys supposed to have some unmatched technology? I recall it was something about vertical takeoff technology? A flicker of recognition slowly appeared in Jeff's vacant eyes. He looked at Chen Fan in confusion, his voice weak as he said, "That's right. Vertical takeoff technology, my Eagle's technology is unmatched. Vertical takeoff and landing technology, as the name suggests, allows aircraft to take off and land without requiring a runway. There are 3 methods for generating lift in VTOL aircraft: deflecting the engine nozzle, using lift engines directly, or combining both lift engines and main engines. Currently, operational VTOL aircraft worldwide include the British Harrier series, the US Navy's AV-8 series, and the Yak-36 from the USSR. The F-35 Lightning II, often dubbed the world's fighter. Its advanced capabilities speak for themselves. However, this technology also has its flaws. Specifically, the vertical takeoff speed is far too slow. If an enemy attacks while you're vertical taking off, you're just waiting to get hit by missiles." At that moment, Chen Fan chuckled. "To be honest, we in the Dragon Nation have this technology too. I wonder how it compares to yours, Eagle." Ambassador Jeff's eyes gradually lit up. "You want to compare vertical takeoff? Well, that's just great. The Eagle hasn't been afraid of anyone in this field. But..." Jeff glanced at the anti-gravity tank parked nearby and asked uncertainly, "You want to use the anti-gravity tank for vertical takeoff? That'd be cheating. As the name suggests, an anti-gravity tank defies gravity. If it can defy gravity, vertical takeoff is naturally no problem." No. Chen Fan chuckled. "I can achieve vertical takeoff without activating the anti-gravity mode. You believe me? What the heck? Vertical takeoff without anti-gravity mode?" Did he think Jeff was a 3-year-old? Jeff was about to sneer, but then he thought again. Wait a minute. This plot feels familiar. When the laser cannon was turning the corner earlier, wasn't it just like this? And then they got shot down? At that thought, Jeff's expression changed. "I believe it. I believe Dragon Nation's tanks can take off vertically." This time, it was Chen Fan's turn to be stunned. "No way. Why aren't you playing by the rules? At this moment, you should be saying you don't believe it. Then I'd show off a bit and rack up some shock points." Chen Fan froze for a moment before speaking again. "Our tanks can not only take off vertically, but also achieve supersonic vertical takeoff. Do you believe it? Supersonic vertical takeoff?" Jeff froze. He wanted to say he believed it, but the words simply wouldn't come out. "You've got to be kidding me. Vertical takeoff is one thing? Supersonic too? Do you really think he and his bunch of hawkish scientists are children?" Jeff's expression shifted again. "I don't believe it." The group of hawkish scientists behind him also wore expressions of disbelief. Vertical takeoff? They believed that. Supersonic vertical takeoff? You think this is a sci-fi movie? Ha ha. Chen Fan chuckled. Originally, his plan was to first demonstrate a vertical takeoff to make a quick buck, then showcase supersonic vertical takeoff, leaving these foreigners utterly speechless. But these foreigners had gotten smarter. They didn't fall for the first trick, but they'd fall for the second one. Oh well. So what if the shock factor was a bit less? Chen Fan glanced at the Eagle Ambassador's delegation. At that moment, many faces had drained of color, eyes glazed over, steps unsteady. He feared that if he pushed them any further, something might happen to them, and he certainly didn't want to foot the bill. "You really don't believe it?" Chen Fan asked for the second time. "We don't believe it. We'd rather die than believe it." Jeff and the other hawkish scientists shook their heads like rattles. "Haha, that's great. I asked twice, you know. None of you believe me. If you end up scaring yourselves sick, don't blame me." With that thought, Chen Fan crawled back into the anti-gravity tank. "Fatso, those foreign devils don't believe our tank can take off vertically at supersonic speed. What do you say we do?" Lu Dezhu let out an excited howl upon hearing this. "Then we'll show them what a damn vertical sonic boom looks like." Seeing Lu Dezhu's excited expression, Chen Fan chuckled. Great. If anything really went wrong, he'd have someone to share the blame with. With that thought, Chen Fan fired up the anti-gravity tank's engines. To many people, adding vertical takeoff capability to an anti-gravity tank seemed redundant. But that's just ignorance talking. Shen Fan needed shock points. Without it, where else would he farm shock points? In truth, the latest generation of anti-gravity tanks also has its flaws. With the addition of laser cannon modules and 2 auxiliary guns, the tank's weight has ballooned to 400 tons. A 400-ton tank. Even with the anti-gravity system, there was noticeable delay between activation and achieving full suspension. Though it's only a matter of minutes. In warfare, those few minutes could mean the difference between life and death. Chen Fan didn't want any mishaps during the 7 nations' military exercises, so he added a vertical takeoff capability. Moreover, this vertical takeoff capability could break the sound barrier. Activate vertical takeoff mode. From the pilot's seat, Chen Fan issued the command. Vertical takeoff system activated. Ignition. At Chen Fan's command, the anti-gravity tank's vertical takeoff module instantly activated. At the same time, at the live fire range, Ambassador Jeff and a group of American scientists watched the anti-gravity tank with a look of utter disbelief. Boom! In an instant, a deafening roar erupted. Jeff and his companions, caught completely off guard, were sent tumbling by the blast wave. When they finally managed to get back on their feet, they were stunned to see the once colossal anti-gravity tank was now performing repeated vertical takeoff maneuvers. Sonic booms echoed around the tank's perimeter. Watching the anti-gravity tank repeatedly rise and fall, Jeff felt a chill run down his spine. Was this vertical sonic boom? Dragon Nation. Forget it. Jeff was numb now, utterly speechless. Watching the anti-gravity tanks continuously ascend and descend. Jeff felt more wrong than he ever had in his entire life. His heart felt heavy, anxious, and chaotic. As an ambassador for the Eagle Nation, he'd been posted to many countries. But every single one had treated them with utmost respect. But now, Jeff slumped helplessly to the ground. Then, he suddenly caught a whiff of a foul, putrid stench. His face twisted in horror as he spun around to face the Eagle Sauce scientist behind him. Chapter 36. Did the Eagle envoys piss their pants? Useless. You actually wet your pants? The Eagle Sauce scientist had peed himself. And Jeff. He suddenly felt a warm flow surge beneath his body. He looked down in shock, then froze. He peed himself. Scared out of his wits. No. It was incontinence. What big scene hadn't Jeff seen? And yet he got scared out of his wits by a mere equipment display from the Dragon Nation? Holy crap, the Eagle-chan delegation wet themselves? Ugh, so disgusting. It stinks to high heaven. Ugh, they're so disgusting. Is this what they call the world's strongest nation? The world's top scientists? Not even a tenth as good as our academician Chen, and they actually scared themselves to death. Laughter erupted. The senior officers of the Southern Military District couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Guosheng stepped forward and said, Ambassador Jeff, what's going on here? Do you need us to call a doctor for you? Ambassador Jeff's face flushed crimson. As an ambassador representing his nation, such an embarrassing display was undoubtedly a disgrace to the Eagle. So, Jeff simply gritted his teeth and said, I'm still recovering from the beating I took from you Chinese last time. After uttering those words, Jeff regretted it. Damn it! As the Eagle Nation's ambassador, not only had he been beaten by the Dragon Nation, but 6 months later he still hadn't recovered and was incontinent. How embarrassing is that? Jeff wished he could crawl into a hole and disappear. He felt it was no longer appropriate to stay here, or even remain in the Dragon Kingdom. General Li, I believe it's time for me to take my leave. Li Guosheng paused slightly at the words, then replied with a smile, Don't go, Ambassador Jeff. Our anti-gravity tanks still have many features yet to be demonstrated. Show off? Show off my ass. If they kept demonstrating, he'd probably kick the bucket and go straight to heaven. Jeff arrived at the Southern Military District with an air of pride. He left the Southern Military District looking utterly dejected, his pants soaked through with filth. Damn Southern Military District, they won't even give me a pair of pants. A top Eagle scientist behind Jeff complained. He too had been scared out of his wits. The crotch area was soaking wet and a foul stench wafted up. Shut up! Jeff glared. Getting scared enough to wet yourself was embarrassing enough. Did you really have the nerve to ask someone for pants? Jeff was about to scold him. But then, several flashes of light appeared in the distance. He squinted and realized it was a group of reporters with cameras and tripods, snapping photos of him non-stop. This is it. Jeff's heart sank. He scrambled into the car and fled in a panic. These reporters had been tailing them for some time, hoping to uncover a world-shocking scoop. Besides reporters from the Dragon Nation, there were also some foreign journalists. Jeff had been aware of their presence all along but hadn't shooed them away. He'd planned to use their coverage to declare to the world that even with anti-gravity tanks, Dragon Nation would still have to bow to the Eagle. But, meanwhile, Dragon Nation's capital city, Central Military District headquarters. Upon hearing the intelligence report from the Southern Military District, Chen Guozhang paused in surprise before exclaiming in disbelief, You mean the Eagle ambassador's delegation scared themselves into wetting their pants? Yes, Director Qian. Ambassador Jeff of the Eagle Nation was so terrified he wet himself. What the hell? Is the Eagle delegation really that pathetic? Could the anti-gravity tanks really be that formidable? What? Vertical sonic boom? Hearing this, Chen Guozhong couldn't sit still. Shocked, he leapt to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. Holy crap! Vertical takeoff technology. The Eagle Squadron has always claimed to be the world's best at it. But they haven't reached supersonic speeds yet. You, Chen Fan, using a vertical sonic boom to scare the American delegation? They'd be scared out of their wits. This won't do. I must inform the teacher about this. Meanwhile, within the other 3 major military regions of the Dragon Nation, intelligence reports reached each command headquarters. What the hell? The Eagle delegation got scared out of their wits by the anti-gravity tanks? Holy crap, is this for real? Got proof? Let me see. Holy crap, he really did pee himself. Ambassador Jeff even had a full-blown incontinence episode. They've lost their minds. Upon receiving this news, all major military districts instantly erupted into chaos. They hadn't even recovered from the shock of the anti-gravity tanks. Now you're telling them the second-gen model with laser cannons is already out? And they even demonstrated a vertical sonic boom for the Eagle Ambassador's delegation? And laser beams that can turn corners? Did it literally piss the eagle-eyed ones off? Shock. Terrified. Thrill. Such emotions swirled within the minds of high-ranking officials across the 5 major military regions. The world has long suffered under the Eagle's delegation. After this incident, the Eagle delegation will surely have no face left to continue staying in the Dragon Kingdom. These past 6 months have been nothing short of a nightmare for them. Meanwhile, major newspapers and news media centers across the Dragon Nation have also descended into chaos. They all received an anonymous submission. The submission was simple, just a few images. But upon seeing the images, numerous senior executives in the media couldn't help but gasp in shock. They recognized the person in the pictures immediately. Over the past 6 months, Jeff had been parading the Eagle Envoy delegation around here and there, becoming the primary news source for every media outlet in Dragon Nation. But who would have thought Jeff would be so generous? Knowing they were starved for major news, he just handed them this bombshell? Quickly. Immediately. Right now. Release the news. Hurry up. We have to beat the other media outlets to the punch. Half an hour after the incident unfolded, a news story instantly hit the top headlines in Dragon Nation, even surging to the #1 spot on Dragon Nation's Douyin trending list at a visible speed. The topic, naturally, was Ambassador Jeff and a group of so-called world-renowned scientists who had been scared out of their wits by the equipment display of the Southern Theater Command of the Dragon Nation. The news sent shockwaves across the nation. Official media outlets were somewhat restrained, sticking to factual reporting. But marketing accounts couldn't care less about that. He vividly spun the events of the scene right there. What vertical sonic booms, what lasers that bend around corners, what a single shot obliterating an entire mountain, what supersonic flight exceeding 3 times the speed of sound. Whatever sounds most impressive, they'll use it. It's all made up. Marketing accounts, after all. If they didn't make stuff up, would they even be called marketing accounts? Little did they know. This is outrageous. The Dragon Nation has gone too far. Inside the Eagle Ambassador's residence, Jeff lay trembling on the sofa, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He had seen the news reports from the Dragon Nation. He felt utterly humiliated. But after seeing the content from those marketing accounts, Jeff was so furious he felt a lump in his throat. He suspected the Dragon Nation's government was orchestrating this. After all, the official media reports merely stated they had failed to uphold the dignity befitting a great nation, using very diplomatic language. They hadn't resorted to humiliating terms like scared less or so terrified they wet themselves. Even though that was the truth. But the marketing accounts not only reported how bewildered they were and how they were scared out of their wits, they even vividly described the scenes on the ground. Therefore, Jeff concluded this must be the government using marketing accounts as a front to mock him, the Eagle delegation, and even the entire Eagle Nation. Infuriating. So infuriating. Jeff was shaking uncontrollably with rage. Put. Finally, under the gaze of the assembled Eagle Sauce scientists, Jeff couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed unconscious. Oh no, the ambassador has fainted. Quick, call an ambulance. An ambulance. In an instant, the entire Eagle embassy descended into utter chaos. Chapter 37, What? The Eagle ambassador scared himself into the hospital? I'll take responsibility. Southern Military District Headquarters, Dragon Nation. Li Guoxing's office. Chen Fan was leisurely sipping tea. Beside him, Li Guoxing chatted cheerfully. The portly Lu Dizhu stood before a wall covered in military medals, drooling all over the floor. Commander, we're in trouble. At that moment, a soldier rushed in breathlessly. Ambassador Jeff got so scared he ended up in the hospital. The Eagle's defense ministry found out and is demanding our Southern Military District issue an apology. What the hell? Chen Fan nearly choked on his tea. The Eagle ambassador was scared into the hospital? No way. Are you out of your mind? He got scared into the hospital? Li Guosheng looked utterly bewildered too. He was baffled too. Who knew the Eagle ambassador was so fragile? What did the Ministry of Defense say? Upon hearing this, the soldier hurriedly turned on the office television. Commander, see for yourself. At that moment, at the Ministry of National Defense's press office in Dragon Nation, a press conference on the incident was underway. Miss Hua, the spokesperson, whose dignified and elegant features now betrayed a slight twitch. Had this not been a global broadcast? She might have burst out laughing. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust everyone here understands why this press conference has been convened. Below the stage, the assembled journalists erupted in laughter. Miss Hua continued, regarding the accusations from Eagle Sauce, I can only describe them with 4 words. That is, undeserved calamity. The visit to view Dragon Nation's anti-gravity tanks was strongly requested by Ambassador Jeff of the Eagle delegation. Our relevant personnel attempted to prevent it. But Ambassador Jeff insisted on proceeding regardless. This cannot be blamed on our Dragon Nation. Who could have anticipated that Ambassador Jeff's tolerance level would be so low? As soon as she finished speaking, the journalists below the stage erupted in laughter once more. Exactly. The Dragon Nation tried to stop you, but you wouldn't listen. Besides, aren't you, Eagle, supposed to be the world's #1 superpower? As an ambassador, what grand occasion haven't you witnessed? Yet you were so terrified by a single piece of Dragon Nation equipment that you wet yourself and ended up hospitalized? How embarrassing is that? And you still have the nerve to demand an apology from the Dragon Kingdom? Where's your dignity? Oh, the Eagle has no shame. They don't want it. The journalists went wild with laughter. Only the Eagle flag reporter remained grim-faced. Suddenly rising, he accused Miss Hua, who knows if the Southern Military District used any intimidating tactics against Ambassador Jeff. Doesn't your Dragon Nation pride itself on being a nation of etiquette? You dare to do it but won't own up to it? Don't you fear that we, the Eagle Nation, might deploy troops near your Dragon Nation's coast? Deploy troops near the Dragon Kingdom's coast? A faint smile appeared on Miss Hua's face. Mr. Eagle journalist, China is indeed a nation of etiquette. Out of humanitarian considerations, the Ministry of Defense has decided to cover all expenses incurred during Ambassador Jeff's hospitalization. As for your claim about American forces deploying near the Dragon Kingdom's coast? Speaking of that, Ms. Hua smiled confidently. The people of our Dragon Nation cherish peace, but that does not mean we fear war. If the Eagle Nation persists in its reckless course, then let us wait and see. The Eagle reporter stared blankly at the stage. This plot twist is unexpected. In the past, didn't the Dragon Nation only protest? Why are they now saying, let's wait and see? War? Like hell they would. The Eagle would have to be crazy to start a war with the Dragon Kingdom. After all, the stakes involved are far too high. Unless it's the very last moment, the Eagle wouldn't dare declare war on the Dragon Kingdom. Li Guoxing's office. Chen Fan shut off the TV with a look of utter helplessness. Jeff, really? I told you you couldn't handle being scared. If you'd said so earlier, I wouldn't have scared you. Why didn't you say anything? How was I supposed to know if you didn't tell me? Chen Fan frowned slightly. He knew this matter could be either trivial or serious. The Eagle can keep harping on this issue, then dragging its lackeys to roll out a series of policies targeting the Dragon Nation. Brotherly, be honest, is this going to be trouble? Li Guosheng furrowed his brow slightly. It's both troublesome and not troublesome. But honestly, it's pretty troublesome. After all, it's the Eagle ambassador. Dragon Nation has always upheld the tradition that envoys are never harmed during wartime. While the current situation isn't exactly wartime, nor is it as severe as killing an envoy. But as Chen Fan had previously realized, the rivalry between great powers is far more complex than mere warfare. War is the last resort. All right. Chen Fan nodded and abruptly stood up. So what if he ends up in the hospital? I'll take care of it. Saying this, Chen Fan walked over to Lu Diju and slapped him hard on the back of the head. Fatso, stop staring. Come with me to the hospital. Lu Diju's eyes widened. Boss, you're actually going to apologize to that damn Eagle envoy? Chen Fan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Apologize? What was he thinking? He hadn't done anything wrong. But after all, Longwo was a nation of etiquette. The person's hospitalized isn't buying a fruit basket to visit them, just common courtesy? Brother Chen Fan, if you're going, I suggest you switch cars. Li Guosheng suddenly interjected. Chen Fan never owned a car, always hitching rides with that fatso Lu Diju. But who knows what possessed that fatso? Even after becoming head of the Southern Military Region's refurbishment department, he still drove that beat-up Volkswagen of unknown origin. You tell him to get a new one. That fatso always said, just wait. Chen Fan had suffered enough from that car's uncomfortable seat cushion. Hearing Li Guoxing's words, he couldn't help but chuckle. Yeah, it's about time he got a new car. Hey, brotherly, can we pick one from your military district's fleet? Can't be bothered to buy a new one. Li Guoshan laughed heartily and waved his hand. Go ahead, brother. Pick any car you like and just drive it away. Chen Fan had done so much for the southern military region. Li Guoshang wouldn't begrudge him even a single vehicle. Half an hour later, Chen Fan sat in the military-modified Hummer, leisurely closing his eyes. Beside him, Lu Dizhu sat in the driver's seat, staring at the steering wheel with a look of utter awe. Boss, you're the man. This was Commander Li's personal vehicle, and you just took it. Chen Fan sighed. You think Brother Li is like you? So stingy? By the way, you've made a pretty penny following me, haven't you? Not upgrading your ride, saving it for the next generation? Lu Dezhu chuckled. Boss, I'll tell you later, heh. Enough. Let's go. Got it. 1 hour later. Jinling Military Region General Hospital. Countless patients waiting for treatment stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. A military-plated, modified Hummer led the way, followed by several light armored vehicles slowly entering the hospital parking lot. This group, of course, was Chen Fan and his companions. To ensure Chen Fan's safety, Li Guoshang had even dispatched a platoon of guards to accompany him to the hospital. Fatso, didn't I tell you to buy a fruit basket? Stepping out of the vehicle. Seeing Lu Dizhu's empty hands, Chen Fan couldn't help but snap irritably. Boss, I forgot. Damn it. Chen Fan couldn't help but glance at a small convenience store outside the hospital. They sold fruit baskets there. So, Chen Fan led his group of heavily armed guards toward the convenience store. 50 for this? That's too expensive. 30. Ugh, fine, this one then. From among the fruit baskets, Chen Fan selected the cheapest one. After drawing a wave of astonished stares, he finally entered the hospital. Chapter 38. This is a fruit basket, not a bomb. Hospital corridor. A pretty young nurse stared blankly at Chen Fan, who was carrying a fruit basket, and the dozen armed guards trailing behind him. Excuse me, what did you say? Chen Fan smiled gently, replying in a gentlemanly tone. My lovely nurse, I am Chen Fan, honorary academician of the National Academy of Sciences of Manhwa. I wish to visit Ambassador Eagle, Mr. Jeff. Now, may I ask which ward Ambassador Jeff is in? The young nurse was dumbfounded. An academician of the National Academy of Sciences of Manhwa? How old are you? In the hospital corridor, everyone who heard this exchange wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Then, the shock turned to utter astonishment. An academician so young? Zhang Meili shock value +1. Wang Bufan shock level +1. Li Goshan shock level +1. +1. Feeling the shock meter in his mind steadily climbing, Chen Fan chuckled. He felt like he'd developed a twisted sense of humor. That is, no matter how much shock points there were, he'd grab them first and ask questions later. What? Over the top? He wasn't bullying anyone, just grabbing a bit of shock value. Besides, he's not using shock points to pick up girls. He's strengthening the Dragon Nation's defense capabilities. This counts as the common people contributing to the nation's defense, doesn't it? Thinking about it this way, isn't it actually justified? So Chen Fan flaunted it with every right. The young nurse opened her mouth to speak, but Chen Fan waved her off. Heh, thanks for letting me know, lovely nurse. With that, he departed with his security detail and Lu Dizhu. He knew exactly which ward Jeff was in. This was just a chance to rack up some shock points. But Lu Dizhu was dumbfounded. The Chen Fan of the past wasn't the type to show off like this. Boss, you. Lu Dizhu started to ask, but suddenly remembered. Who is Chen Fan? The developer of the anti-gravity tank? Could he be that kind of show-off? Absolutely not. Therefore, Chen Fan must have his own motives for doing this. A hypothesis gradually took shape in Lu Dizhu's mind. That is, Chen Fan was deliberately showing off. His goal was to make sure everyone knew that someone from the Dragon Nation had arrived and that this person was the developer of the anti-gravity tank. And he was carrying a fruit basket. Wasn't that sincere enough? If you eagles still try to make an issue out of this in international affairs, that would be going too far. Do you really think our Dragon Nation is easy to bully? The mere thought of such a possibility made Lu Dizhu's nose sting. Boss. For the sake of the Dragon Nation, he's sacrificed far too much. As the Dragon Nation's prized treasure, now he's actually carrying a fruit basket to visit the enemy? Can he really endure such humiliation? And without a hint of reluctance? It wasn't just Lu Dizhu. Even the Dragon Nation's numerous high-ranking officials who learned of this news all shared this sentiment. Dragon Nation Capital. National Academy of Sciences. Old Yang sighed deeply. Young Chen Fan has been wronged. Those damn eagles have gone too far. Xian Guozhan's eyes were bloodshot. Henceforth, Chen Fan shall be treated with the honors reserved for a national treasure. They had just received word. Due to the Dragon Nation's firm stance, the Eagle Nation had assembled a group of lackeys. They planned to restrict the Dragon Nation through medical supplies, chips, and even energy resources, attempting to force it into submission through such means. But did the Dragon Nation fear them? Not at all. Yet while fearless, the nation's overall interests would inevitably suffer. After deliberation, the leadership reached a conclusion. To resolve this series of troubles, there are two approaches. The first, directly declare war on the Eagle Nation and secure ultimate victory. Then, no one would dare say anything to the Dragon Nation again. The second option. Chen Fan, the developer of the anti-gravity tank, must personally apologize to Jeff. Two options. Neither was an option the Dragon Nation wanted to pursue. The former was impossible to achieve, at least not under Dragon Nation's current circumstances. The latter? Have Chen Fan, the nation's prized asset, apologize? What were they thinking? We can barely keep him safe in the palm of our hands. How could we subject him to such humiliation? But unexpectedly, while the higher-ups were still debating countermeasures, Chen Fan had already walked out carrying that fruit basket. He went with unwavering resolve. Not a trace of reluctance. Tears welled up. Every high-ranking official in the Dragon Nation who heard this news was moved to tears. Resentment. Anger. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within the hearts of the many high-ranking officials. At that moment, only one thought occupied their minds. It's the Dragon Nation that owes Chen Fan. Meanwhile, after racking up a round of shot points, Chen Fan arrived at Jeff's hospital room. As the Eagle Nation's ambassador to Dragon Nation, Jeff also had his own security detail. The only restriction was that they were not permitted to carry firearms within Dragon Nation territory. Seeing Chen Fan arrive with a group of heavily armed soldiers, Jeff's guards were visibly shaken. Hey, friends, no need to get so worked up. Ambassador Jeff's in the hospital, right? As a friend, it's not too much to check on him, is it? As he spoke, Chen Fan gave a little wave of the fruit basket in his hand. Friends? Visiting Ambassador Jeff? The guards froze in surprise. They hadn't been to the Southern Military District before, so they didn't know Ambassador Jeff. They were simply startled by the young man before them. After a moment's hesitation, they stepped aside. It's possible, but they can't go in. The lead guard pointed at the soldier behind Chen Fan. Please wait outside for a moment. Chen Fan chuckled. This was Dragon Country's territory, so he wasn't worried about Eagle Lady pulling any tricks. Jeff's hospital room wasn't large, but it looked cozy. At that moment, Jeff lay on the bed with a vacant stare and 4 drips still attached to his hand. Ambassador Jeff, we're here to see you. Chen Fan sat down on the bed with a cheerful smile. Huh? Jeff froze slightly. That voice sounded familiar. As his eyes regained focus, the smiling face of Chen Fan reflected back at him. You're the devil. Go away. Go away. Jeff trembled violently with fear. The mere sight of Chen Fan filled him with uncontrollable dread. Ha! Chen Fan was momentarily stunned by Jeff's sudden outburst. He turned to look at Lu Dezhu, pointing a finger at himself. Am I that terrifying? Lu Dezhu shook his head. You're handsome, even more handsome than Yan Zhu. Well, that's something, at least. Chen Fan had thought Ambassador Jeff was having a nightmare. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Sure enough, this is what happens when you do too many bad things. Ambassador Jeff, this fruit basket is for you. Please accept it. Saying this, Chen Fan placed the fruit basket he'd bought for 30 yuan at the convenience store by the door onto the headboard of the hospital bed. Gagaga. Jeff stared at the basket, his eyes suddenly widening. A gurgling sound rose from his throat as his face gradually turned purple. No. What the heck are you talking about? This is a fruit basket, not a bomb. If you don't want it, just say so. Why are you acting like you're dying? Who are you trying to impress? Boss. At that moment, Lu Dezhu's voice rang out behind Chen Fan. He doesn't seem to be faking it. He really can't breathe. What the hell? Am I that terrifying? Chapter 39, Ambassador Eagle Sauce's Chen Phobia. Doctor. Where is he? Lu Dezhu, fearing something was wrong, rushed out of the ward to call for a doctor. After all, if the Eagle Sauce ambassador really died in the hospital, it would be a major scandal. Soon, a group of doctors in white coats rushed into Ambassador Jeff's room, while nurses wheeled in resuscitation equipment. A few minutes later, the doctors set down their equipment with puzzled expressions and said solemnly, "This is strange. There's nothing wrong with him." After thorough examination with specialized equipment, they discovered that Ambassador Jeff from the Eagle Nation was physically unharmed. Despite appearing to be gasping for breath, it had been several minutes now. Apart from turning purple, Jeff hadn't fainted from suffocation. Could he be faking it? The doctor stared at Jeff with a puzzled expression. But it didn't look like he was faking it. Looks like we'll need to bring in a psychiatrist. Chen Fan was stunned. Psychiatrist? No way? Is Ambassador Jeff really that fragile? Did I scare him so badly he went completely insane? Soon, the psychiatrist arrived. He examined Ambassador Jeff's eyes and checked his complexion. This is a panic attack. A panic attack? Chen Fan froze for a moment. What on earth was that? A panic attack, also known as an acute anxiety attack. The doctor patiently explained, it primarily manifests as sudden, intense discomfort in the patient, which may include chest tightness, a feeling of suffocation, palpitations, sweating, stomach discomfort, trembling, numbness in the hands and feet, a sense of impending doom, a feeling of going crazy, or a loss of control. Each episode lasts about 15 minutes. Attacks can occur without apparent cause or specific trigger. Some people experience them in certain situations, like crowded places, stores, or public transportation. But the doctor paused here, looking puzzled. But Ambassador Jeff's situation doesn't match any of the above scenarios. As he spoke, the doctor turned to look at Chen Fan. Sir, you're from the military district, aren't you? May I ask, did Ambassador Jeff exhibit any intense emotional reactions before the episode? Emotionally intense behavior? Chen Fan froze for a moment. Yes. He became very agitated when he saw me. Huh? The doctor was baffled. He got very emotional seeing you? What's going on? Immediately, Chen Fan recounted everything that happened at the live fire range in meticulous detail. After hearing all this, the doctor sucked in a sharp breath. Heaven! The developer of the anti-gravity tank was this young man standing before him? He was stunned. But now was not the time for such revelations. The life of Ambassador Eagle was the priority. The doctor furrowed his brow as he approached the hospital bed. Then, as Ambassador Jeff looked on in confusion, he suddenly pointed to Chen Fan beside him. You know him, right? Devil, go away. Caw caw. Ambassador Jeff's breathing grew labored again. His hands flailed wildly, his appearance truly resembling someone gasping for air on the brink of death. Academician Chen, perhaps you should step outside? The doctor, helpless, turned to look at Chen Fan. All right. Chen Fan nodded reluctantly. What on earth was going on? Only after Chen Fan left the ward did Ambassador Jeff's complexion begin to show signs of improvement. Seeing this, the doctor tentatively called out Chen Fan's name. Gaga. Ugh. Jeff's face twisted into utter terror once more. Damn it. The doctor nodded, having reached a preliminary conclusion. But to confirm Ambassador Jeff's condition more precisely, he uttered another word, Chen. Ambassador Jeff remained expressionless. He wanted to kill the doctor standing before him. Why the hell did you have to bring up that bastard's name? Now, whenever he heard the name Chen Fan, his heart trembled uncontrollably. He couldn't fathom why this was happening to him. As the Eagle Ambassador, what hadn't he seen? Yet Chen Fan had reduced him to this state. But before Jeff could dwell on it, the doctor uttered another word, Fan. Fan? What fan? Chen Fan? Caw. Had. The sensation of impending death washed over him once more. Ambassador Jeff simply rolled his eyes and passed out. Fainted? The doctor paused briefly before calling a nurse to place an oxygen mask over Ambassador Jeff's face. In the hallway, Chen Fan stared blankly at Lu Dizhu. Fatso, tell me, am I really that scary? Lu Dizhu shook his head. What are you talking about? Boss, you're incredibly handsome. If I were a woman. Cut it out. Chen Fan quickly cut off Lu Dizhu before he could finish. At that moment, the psychologist emerged, notebook in hand. Doctor, what exactly is Ambassador Jeff suffering from? What's wrong? The doctor froze. He didn't know how to respond. This was his first encounter with such a patient. Previously, the patients he'd encountered only experienced panic symptoms when confronted with specific objects or groups of people. This was triggered by a person. This was his first time seeing it. He has a phobia within a phobia of the word fan. There was no choice, the doctor had to invent a diagnosis on the spot. After all, Jeff would have an attack the moment he heard the words Chen Fan or even just the syllable fan. So this fear fan syndrome should be quite fitting, right? Fear fan syndrome? Chen Fan froze. The doctor reiterated, as long as no one mentions Academician Chen's name in front of Ambassador Jeff, there shouldn't be any major issues. Is that so? Is Ambassador Eagle really that afraid of me? Chen Fan's lips twitched, wondering if he'd gone a bit too far. But then he thought again. No way. He'd only demonstrated the anti-gravity tank's capabilities as Jeff requested. What the hell did that have to do with me? They wouldn't pin it on me, would they? Doctor, this illness, it's not really because of me, is it? Chen Fan asked uncertainly. The doctor shook his head. It's hard to say. Panic disorder is a form of acute anxiety with many possible causes. It could also be due to Ambassador Jeff frequently pulling all-nighters. So it led to neurasthenia, and then he experienced something terrifying, so Chen Fan understood. It was caused by staying up late. Then it's not his fault. Thanks a lot, doctor. Academician Chen, you're welcome. It's my pleasure. After learning about Jeff's condition, Chen Fan felt much better. After all, this proved he wasn't terrifying at all, right? Moreover, Dragon Nation had also given Eagle Sauce an explanation. It's your own fault, Jeff, staying up all night partying every night. What the hell does that have to do with us? What? Scared? Do you even realize what you're saying? Jeff is your ambassador sent by the Eagle, after all. What big scene hasn't he seen? You think Chen Fan, can scare him sick? Who'd believe that? True. No one would believe it. As news of Ambassador Jeff's illness spread, the Eagle side went completely silent. They weren't sure either. Was Jeff's illness caused by his nightly revelries and excessive indulgence? Or was he scared out of his wits by Chen Fan? As the Eagle's side fell silent, its pack of lackeys panicked. No. Boss, we're all gritting our teeth ready to go. But you just bailed? Especially Japan and South Korea. With the 7 nations military exercises imminent, they're scared of Dragon Nation's retaliation. But they dare not complain to the Eagle, so they vent all their anger on Ambassador Jeff. And so, online forums in both nations erupted with posts mocking Ambassador Jeff like mushrooms after rain. In the hospital. Upon learning of all this, Ambassador Jeff silently pulled the blanket tighter around himself. He felt wronged. He had no one to talk to. He was truly at a loss. He hadn't been partying every night, he'd genuinely been terrified by Chen Fan. As for the insults from Little Sakura and the Kimchi Nation, Ambassador Jeff gave a cold laugh. During the 7 nations military exercises, you'll get your comeuppance. Anti-gravity tanks with vertical sonic booms, have you seen them? I have. Chapter 40, Military Drills Imminent, Heading to the Western Tibetan Plateau. February 26, 2024. 2 days remain until the 7 nations military exercise. Southern Military District. Li Guosheng's office. What? You're joining the exercises? Li Guosheng stared at Chen Fan in utter bewilderment. Brother. It's not that I won't let you go, but a place like the 7 nations military exercise really isn't suitable for you. It wasn't that Li Guosheng was worried about Chen Fan's safety. After all, if the Dragon Nation couldn't even protect a single Chen Fan with an entire army corps worth of troops, how could they possibly safeguard the nation's vast territory? It was simply that the conditions there were far too harsh. Li Guosheng didn't want Chen Fan to suffer through it. Brotherly, it's fine. Chen Fan chuckled, his expression unconcerned. It's just going to Western Tibet. When our predecessors built Western Tibet, conditions were even tougher than now. Didn't they endure it? I want to follow in their footsteps and see the grandeur of Western Tibet for myself. That was one of Chen Fan's motivations. But more importantly, he was going to rack up some shock points. That anti-gravity laser cannon tank had drained every last bit of the awe points he'd painstakingly saved up. If he didn't claw them back, how could he face himself? Li Guosheng hesitated. But in the end, he agreed. Alright then, Brother Chen Fan, you'll be joining us on the mission tomorrow. Got it, thanks, brotherly. But I need to swing by the factory first to wrap things up. Alright, go ahead. Not long after. At the Tianhao refurbishment plant, Lu Diju's wails echoed through the facility. Boss, I won't have to join the 7 nations military exercises, right? Besides, if you leave and I leave, who's gonna watch the factory? Chen Fan rolled his eyes and snapped, do you think Zhou Jie is just for show? Over the past 6 months, Chen Fan had come to recognize Zhou Jie as a true talent. Not only did he possess extraordinary mechanical aptitude beyond ordinary people's reach, but also a natural at management. Therefore, he planned to entrust all factory operations to Zhou Jie. Just sit back and let others handle it. When major deals come in, I'll handle them myself. Zhou Jie, standing nearby, chuckled and said, Chen Fan, let Juzi stay. With his weight, he'd probably just become a burden to you guys in Western Tibet. Back in the day, anyone dared speak to Lu Diju like that, he'd jump up and beat them to a pulp. But now, Lu Diju looked at Chen Fan with tears welling in his eyes. Boss, you can't expect me to start a long-distance relationship so soon after finally getting a girlfriend, can you? What the hell? Finally got a girlfriend? Chen Fan stared at Lu Diju in utter bewilderment. What happened to their pact to stay single together? When did this happen? Been a while now. Lu Diju gave a shy smile. Boss, my Fan Yi. Chen Fan sighed. Fine, then you stay here. The 7 nations military exercises would last at least several months, possibly even half a year. This fatso finally got a girlfriend, can't let him blow it, right? Zhou Jie, you fatso, the factory is in your hands now. If anything gets too tough, go find the higher-ups. Boss, you can count on us. Fatso chuckled. Chen Fan, why don't you bring Xiao Zhanshan along? Zhou Jie chimed in, his face etched with worry. After all, it's Western Tibet. The environment's harsh, and our first opponent is that Indian bastard, a shameless piece of trash. Chen Fan shook his head and waved his hand. No need. If I take them with me, what if someone tries to steal the factory equipment? What about the Jiangzhou garrison? Lu Diju added earnestly. Once you leave, I'll have them send troops to guard the factory. War God Xiao, you should bring them along. Having the Jiangzhou garrison help guard the factory equipment would make things much more secure. He didn't believe anyone would dare provoke conflict with the Dragon Nation's military on its own territory. Thinking this, Chen Fan glanced again at Xiao Zhantian, whose face showed clear interest. Brother Xiao wants to go too? Xiao Zhantian nodded. I've long heard of the grandeur of the Seven Nations military exercises. I want to witness it for myself. Alright then. Chen Fan nodded. Brother Xiao will come with me. The rest of you stay behind at Tianhe. As for Xiao Qi and Xiao Zhang, Chen Fan planned to send them to the National Defense University for advanced training. He had already arranged this through Li Guoshang. The next day, the 3rd Army Group under the Southern Military District, led by Li Guoshang, advanced toward the western Tibetan region of Longwa, fully prepared for action. The Seven Nations military exercise was a tradition of the East Asian Monster Room. Whoever emerged victorious in the Seven Nations military exercise would become the dominant power in East Asia, holding the greatest sway. This grand spectacle drew significant attention from many citizens of Longwa, with many setting out early too. Many citizens of the Dragon Nation were paying close attention, with many even setting out early. Although the Seven Nations military exercise has not yet commenced, intelligence from the scene indicates tens of thousands have already arrived in western Tibet. As for why only tens of thousands? Western Tibet is a high-altitude region, and those not accustomed to living there year-round will experience altitude sickness. Many wish to go, but their bodies simply won't allow it. Chen Fan was well aware of this limitation. Anyway, the Seven Nations military exercise consists of 7 stages in total. It doesn't matter if the first stage has a lower shock value. The Seven Nations military exercise isn't a joint military confrontation involving all 7 nations. Instead, the organizing committee drew lots to determine each nation's adversary. The 2 sides then demarcate a designated area along their respective national borders for the military exercises. If 2 nations did not share a common border, then a random location within the 2 nations is selected for the exercises. The goal is to simulate the most realistic 2-nation war scenario possible. Take the first match, for example. Dragon Nation drew the lot for its opponent, the 3A nations. The location selected by both sides was the Kashmir region on the western Tibetan plateau. This is also the region subject to the most intense multinational disputes. Each nation, Dragon Nation, Baba Sheep, and the 3A nations controlled a separate area, with the 3A nations holding the largest territory. After all, this was the inaugural Seven Nations military exercise. Beyond the citizens of Dragon Nation and the 3A nations, people from other countries are also watching closely. Nearly 100,000 people have now gathered in the Kashmir region. All eyes are eagerly awaiting the commencement of the military exercises. March 1st. The 3rd Army Group of the Southern Military Region arrived in the Kashmir region. As the overall commander, Li Guoshang attended the meeting between the military representatives of the 2 nations. As for Chen Fan, was lying in a military ambulance, breathing oxygen. Damn it, this altitude sickness is no joke, not something just anyone can endure. It wasn't just Chen Fan. Over half the soldiers in the 3rd Army Group were experiencing varying degrees of altitude sickness. Meanwhile, on the side of the 3A countries, the troops participating in the military exercises were the 52nd Army Group stationed in the Kashmir region. They had long since acclimated to the altitude sickness. Upon learning that over half the soldiers in the 3rd Army Group of the Dragon Nation had developed altitude sickness, the military of the 3 countries laughed. They laughed until they doubled over. Dragon Nation? Is that all they've got? What do they have to fight my triple kingdom? This time, the 3 kingdoms will wash away the shame of the past. Chapter 41. Eagle Sauce withdraws. Bamboo and Cherry Blossom left speechless. They've lost their minds. The entire triad of nations descended into frenzy. They believed this battle was their best chance to wash away the shame. Back then, the war between the Dragon Nation and the 3 nations had left them utterly humiliated before the world. A single Dragon Nation warrior routed an entire artillery company of the 3 nations, capturing 4 cannons. 8 Dragon Nation soldiers capturing 188 Triple Nation soldiers. Scenes that seemed straight out of Bollywood movies were commonplace in this conflict. Even a hastily assembled company of roughly 30 Dragon Nation soldiers managed to hold off a fully equipped force of 3,000 A-Triple soldiers outside Bandera. The A-Triple troops launched several assaults, losing hundreds of men each time, yet remained utterly helpless. In the end, India's invasion campaign devolved into a capital defense battle, leaving the entire world in stitches. So frustrating. So humiliating. Disgraceful. An utter disgrace. Back then, the Indians felt like they'd lost all face. Over the years, the 3rd country gained EU backing, saw rapid domestic economic growth, and even acquired a few vassal states. Thus, the 3 nations arrogantly believed they had regained the capital to challenge the Dragon Nation. This joint military exercise among the 7 nations is their best opportunity to wash away the shame. Meanwhile, netizens across the 3 nations were also in an uproar. Ha ha ha, Dragon Nation has me in stitches. They actually sent the southern military region to fight us? Are they afraid the western military region would lose and embarrass them? Exactly. I even heard that many soldiers from the Dragon Nation's southern military region are suffering from altitude sickness. Are they trying to make us laugh ourselves to death? Stop laughing, Dragon Nation has anti-gravity tanks. Of course, some level-headed Indian netizens pointed out that even though the Southern Theater Command was facing them, the Dragon Nation still shouldn't be underestimated. After all, Dragon Nation possesses anti-gravity tanks. But mentioning that only made things worse. Once mentioned, the Indian netizens laughed even louder. Anti-gravity tanks? Do you believe that? Even the Eagle can't build anti-gravity tanks, how could the Dragon Kingdom manage it? You mean those videos online? Do you even know what CGI is? They're obviously CGI from the Dragon Nation. Although, videos about Dragon Nation's anti-gravity tanks have been circulating like crazy on foreign websites. But netizens in the Three Kingdoms refuse to believe for the life of them that the Dragon Nation could have anti-gravity tanks. After all, Indians always think their own tech is second only to the Eagle Nation in the world. They don't know how many years ahead they are of Dragon Country. If even they can't build anti-gravity tanks, how could Manhwa possibly manage it? Therefore, those videos must be fake. As for the Dragon Nation's official press conference? Don't be ridiculous. Isn't official fabrication just par for the course? No matter how excited netizens in the Three Kingdoms were, those in Korea and Japan were wailing in despair. Not long ago, with the Seven Nations military exercises about to commence, the promised equipment from the Eagle Nation never arrived. Instead, what arrived was Ambassador Jeff from the Eagle Nation. Heh, Ambassador Jeff, it's all a misunderstanding. Those online posts were deliberately posted by Dragon Nation netizens to sow discord between us. At the Prime Minister's residence in Sakura Nation, Prime Minister Kishida wore a forced smile as he looked at Jeff before him, his heart brimming with resentment. The incident where Jeff had been hospitalized from fright. As Prime Minister of Sakura Nation, he was naturally aware of it. But he didn't believe the Dragon Nation had the capability. Who was Jeff? The Eagle Ambassador. What kind of situations hasn't he seen? Scared into hospitalization by a single piece of equipment from the Dragon Kingdom? You've got to be kidding me. It must be that old lecher Jeff, partying every night since arriving in the Dragon Kingdom. After all, I hear the girls in the Dragon Kingdom are easy to pick up. Just flick your fingers and they'll come running. Especially white guys, they're super popular. But regardless, this is the perfect opportunity to strike at Dragon Country. Even if we can't cripple the Dragon Kingdom, we can at least give them a nasty taste of their own medicine. This sort of thing is exactly what the Cherry Blossom Country and the Stick Country love to do. But unexpectedly, they'd barely finished baring their teeth and getting into position when Eagle-chan, their ringleader, took off. What were they supposed to do? So, at the time, many netizens vented their anger at Ambassador Jeff. But what goes around comes around. Not only did Ambassador Jeff suffer no consequences whatsoever, he was actually dispatched to the land of cherry blossoms to serve as ambassador for matters related to the Seven Nations military exercises. Even the Prime Minister himself had to treat him with utmost respect. Jeff glanced at Prime Minister Kishida, let out a cold laugh, and said, "Your Excellency, do you take me for a little darling? Is that not the case?" Kishida immediately bowed his head and said, "Ambassador, you truly misunderstand. The people of Sakura Nation hold you in the highest regard, like the boundless flow of the river." After Kishida finished his flattery, Jeff smiled. Japan sure is comfortable. Not to mention the abundance of beautiful women, but this Prime Minister serves me like a devoted grandson. Nothing like the Dragon Kingdom. Just thinking about that demonic Chin Fan made Jeff feel utterly miserable. Just as Jeff was marveling at how wonderful the world was without Chin Fan, the voice of Prime Minister Kishida echoed in his ears once more. "Ambassador Jeff, the Seven Nations military exercises are about to commence. When do you anticipate that batch of equipment will arrive?" Regarding the Seven Nations military exercises, the Eagle had always been deeply invested. After all, it concerns the balance of power in East Asia. Whether Japan or South Korea gained that influence, it would allow the Eagle to better target the Dragon Nation. Therefore, every year during these exercises, the Eagle Lady provides these two big boys with some equipment. This year especially, the Eagle even mentioned providing some active duty gear. This has the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Stick Nation absolutely thrilled. "Oh, you mean that?" Jeff's mouth twitched. That's exactly why he was here. Without the equipment, we're pulling out of this competition. What the hell? Withdraw? The Eagles are actually pulling out? Abandoning East Asia? Abandoning the first island chain that blocks the Dragon Nation? Why? Prime Minister Kishida asked, utterly bewildered. Why? Jeff gave a cold laugh. You expect him to tell you why? What gives him the right? Aren't you Cherry Blossom Country netizens the ones mocking Jeff, scared out of your wits by the Dragon Nation? Didn't you think he was a loser? Then go experience the terror of that demon king yourselves. Recalling the sight of Japanese soldiers facing Chin Fan, their faces frozen in terror, soaked in their own urine, Jeff couldn't help but laugh. Alright, you'll find out why. I've got to swing by Korea and tell them about this. With that, he left. Jeff set off for Korea without delay. Compared to Sakura country, he preferred bamboo country. After all, that country had no backbone. It traded its own women for protection from the eagle while stealing the culture of the dragon nation, yet still called itself a nation with 4,000 years of heritage. Jeff had never seen such a despicable country. Likewise, upon hearing the news, the Korean president was also stunned. The news soon spread across the internet in both countries. Netizens from both countries immediately erupted in lamentations. But soon, someone posted defiantly, "What's there to fear? Decades ago, we nearly wiped out the dragon nation. This military exercise? We'll still beat them to a pulp. The eagle won't supply us with equipment? We can fight just as well with our own gear. As for the dragon nation's anti-gravity tanks? Only fools would believe that. Even if they really exist. Netizens from both countries agree. They're useless. One missile and it's gone. No matter how strong you are, you can't withstand missiles, right?" Chapter 42, The EU is a tough nut to crack. Isn't there an old Chinese saying that goes? Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. But in today's information age, even what you see isn't necessarily real. Regarding Dragon Nation's anti-gravity tanks. Apart from a few Japanese and Koreans who've seen them firsthand, most people think they're nothing but lies from the Dragon Kingdom. Even their mighty eagle daddy spouts nonsense all the time, doesn't he? If you take it seriously, you lose. Even if the Dragon Nation truly possesses such technology. Even if the anti-gravity tanks truly reached 1 times the speed of sound. So what? Even Japan's crappiest missiles are faster than that. One missile over there? Anti-gravity tanks? A pile of scrap metal. Let's see how you defy gravity then. So, after a brief moment of lamentation, netizens from both nations were brimming with fighting spirit. Now that the Dragon Nation is the world's second largest economy and third strongest military power, everyone wants to step on its back to climb higher. As for the eagle's withdrawal, the EU was also stunned. At this moment, Brussels, the seat of the EU headquarters. Inside the conference room, EU leaders exchanged glances, none daring to speak. After an unknown period of silence, Hans Mao, one of the senior officials, suddenly spoke up. "Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on this G7 military exercise? How do we view it? Of course we watched the live stream. Isn't that a bit of a dumb question?" The Hans Cat executive frowned slightly and said, should we continue supporting the Indians? Continue supporting India?" The executives fell silent once more. Why did Eagle withdraw? They knew. They didn't want to face off against the Dragon Nation's anti-gravity tanks. After all, that thing was too invincible. Even missiles couldn't do anything about them. Even if the Eagle handed over all its active duty equipment to the cherry blossoms and the sticks, those two punks would still get their asses kicked by the Dragon Nation. Then who would be to blame the Eagle for having inferior gear to the Dragon Kingdom, or these two punks for their own incompetence? And Dragon Nation? With just one military exercise, they've outclassed Eagle's gear. Can Eagle still call the shots on this planet? Therefore, the Eagle wisely withdrew. As for the EU, I don't think anti-gravity tanks are anything special. This is the perfect opportunity to assess the gap between our equipment and that of the Dragon Nation. A high-ranking official proposed. It's not like the Third World has never lost to the Dragon Nation before. Last time, with Eagle's support, didn't they end up fighting a capital defense battle? Mentioning that good-for-nothing Indian bastard. EU officials didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why would a South Asian country like yours meddle in East Asian affairs? Do you really think you can meddle in the affairs of the East Asian monster house? Don't you have any self-awareness? Here's what we'll do. One official proposed, we'll still supply the equipment as planned. If the Indians lose, it won't be our fault. If they win, we deserve most of the credit. After all, most of their gear comes from us. It must be said that EU leaders are stubborn as mules. Even the eagle-eyed Americans back down when faced with difficulty. And you lot are still pushing ahead? This is pure gambling. If India wins, they're the biggest winners. If India loses, what's it got to do with them? The whole world knows what kind of people the Indians are, can't blame us for that, right? Alright, it's settled. EU President Broland made the decision on the spot. They were going to take a gamble. Win, and a bicycle becomes a motorcycle. Lose, and there's no loss. Meanwhile, Western Kashmir region. At the Dragon Nation military camp. Chen Fan listened to Xiao Zhantian's report while breathing oxygen. The Eagle retreated. This was exactly what he had anticipated. What he hadn't anticipated was that the EU, this stubborn child, would still support the 3 Afghan nations under these circumstances. Chen Fan understood the EU's motives all too well. The 3 African nations had originally been colonies of the British Empire, and British traditions still persisted there to this day. Britain had once been the EU's most important member. But now it had laid low and withdrawn from the EU. And the EU had taken on this unpromising stepchild. As for why? It's simply to get a piece of the pie in East Asia. After all, China's Belt and Road Initiative has genuinely enriched some nations. India has followed China's footsteps closely, raking in massive profits. The royal family of the dog-rich nation now holds assets surpassing those of many countries. The EU is green with envy. But they can't bring themselves to apply for Belt and Road membership. After all, if the EU itself bows its head, what about the nearly 30 nations of the European continent? Some nations still bare their teeth at the dragon nation, snarling like vicious dogs. Can you really expect them to listen? Chen Fan knew that while the EU appeared united, countless members were secretly lackeys of the eagle. So, without the nod from the eagle, they wouldn't dare engage in Belt and Road initiatives with the dragon nation. Thus, EU leaders had no choice but to turn their attention elsewhere. In the true sense, East Asia consists of 5 nations. One is the Dragon Nation, one is Oman, one is South Korea, one is North Korea, and the last is Little Cherry Blossom. As for America, that's a deadbeat who can't pay his bills. The EU dared not prop it up either. After all, this big brother is sandwiched between 2 permanent UN Security Council members. Lend a hand, and you'd be inviting a colossal disaster. As for North Korea, that's the most loyal lapdog of the eagle, so the EU dares not support it. Japan is no different. As for South Korea, they're even more stubborn than you. Even the eagle would shatter a few teeth trying to gnaw on that bone, let alone you, the EU. Then there's Monkey Nation. Barely counts as an East Asian nation. But what an ingrate. The Dragon Nation knows this all too well. They've already tested it for the EU. The EU dares not prop it up, fearing this ingrate might turn on them later. So they can only turn their gaze toward the so-called South Asian powerhouse, the A-Triad. Logically speaking, the A-Triad belongs to South Asia, and the East Asian monster room affair is none of its business. But egged on by the EU, the shameless Indian nation threw a tantrum and finally joined the East Asian monster room. But India has always been arrogant. Not content with merely being the leader of the monster room, it also sought to overturn the table. The EU scrambled desperately behind the scenes to rein it in, but to no avail. Whether this dog obeys or not depends entirely on its mood. After roughly mapping out the current international landscape, Chen Fan took a deep breath of oxygen. Tomorrow is the first day of the military exercises, right? Xiao Zhantian nodded. Commander Li is currently finalizing the operational deployment. Would you like to go take a look? Chen Fan didn't feel like moving. This altitude sickness was unbearable. But the thought of his shock value forced him to grit his teeth and head to the command center. Brother Chen Fan, what brings you here? Li Guosheng looked genuinely surprised to see him. I came to see how you're planning the tactics, bro. Saying this, Chen Fan glanced at the sand table used for demonstrations. The sight froze him in place. Brother Li, what's this? Li Guosheng chuckled. What the hell tactics? First, lay down a goddamn round of fire cover. Against the Indians? Who needs tactics? Those puny bastards aren't even worthy. Chapter 43, the first military exercise, Dragon Nation versus Indians. Brother Li, whatever makes you happy. Chen Fan's lips twitched involuntarily. The Dragon Nation military's plan was simple. First, occupy the defensive positions. Once the Indian forces launch their attack, seize the opportunity to unleash a barrage of firepower. After the laser cannons exhausted their initial energy reserves, they would proceed with the final mop-up. Final mop-up? After a laser cannon barrage, the 3 nations would likely be left with nothing but their mouths. Watching Li Guosheng and the others engage in heated discussion, Chen Fan found it utterly tedious. That damn nouveau riche attitude. But he loved it. The next day, at the crack of dawn, Chen Fan was roused by the piercing blast of a bugle. Shaking his throbbing head, Chen Fan struggled to get out of bed. Today was the day of the military exercises. He intended to witness the spectacle firsthand to see how the 3 kingdoms would deliver their shock value. At the drill site, the area was already packed with spectators from various nations. To showcase their nation's comprehensive strength, the 7 nations' military exercises were open to the public. Spectators could simply show up without purchasing tickets, with designated seating provided and even oxygen equipment available. After a day of rest, not only Chen Fan but many soldiers from the southern military district had gradually acclimated to the high-altitude environment. At that moment, inside the Dragon Nation's Combat Command Center, Li Guosheng and the senior leadership of the 3rd Army Group were all ready to go. They were heading to the Joint Command Headquarters for the final bilateral meeting. At that moment, Chen Fan arrived. Brother, we're about to head to the final bilateral meeting. Are you coming? Chen Fan shook his head, took a deep breath through the oxygen mask he carried with him, and said, Brother Li, I'll pass. I'll head to the observation deck instead. All right. Then get some rest, brother. The viewing platform had professional oxygen equipment. Chen Fan still needed oxygen, and his portable supply wouldn't last. Switching tanks would be a hassle. So he decided to head straight for the viewing platform instead. After all, there was a section reserved exclusively for the military. Numerous Dragon Nation dignitaries and leaders from the western Tibet region were scheduled to attend. Accompanied by Xiao Zhantian, Chen Fan found a comfortable spot on the stands and lay down. The altitude sickness made him feel drowsy, forcing him to fight to stay alert. 10 o'clock in the morning. The bilateral meeting concluded. At the command from the headquarters, troops from both nations began entering the field in succession. This exercise simulated a high-altitude mountain invasion scenario. The Triple Alliance served as the Red Force, tasked with the invasion, while the Dragon Nation acted as the Blue Force, responsible for defense. The weapons used by both sides were not actual firearms, but data guns. What are data guns? It meant that both sides participating in the exercise uploaded their weapon data to the cloud. After cloud-based calculations, the weapon's power was determined. When someone is hit by a data gun, the calculated power is used to determine the severity of the injury. Sounds abstract? Simply put, it ensures no actual casualties occur. After all, this is a military exercise, not an actual war. As for data tampering? Impossible. All data has been verified by the 7 Nations Military Exercise Organizing Committee. No one is permitted to disclose any data before the exercise concludes. At this moment, at the border junction between the two nations, General J. Movedo, Supreme Commander of the Tri-Nation Military Forces, frowned slightly as he studied the sand table before him. This battle was crucial for him. Orders had been issued, this exercise must be won. Commander, how shall we fight this battle? At that moment, a general from the A3 nation approached, his brow slightly furrowed as he asked. He was Adit, commander of the 52nd Army Group stationed in the Kashmir region. How should we fight? Jomawato propped his chin on one hand while lightly tapping the table with the other. This wasn't the first time Dragon Nation and India had faced off directly. Given Jammu's understanding of the Dragon Kingdom, it was certain that in this first battle, the Dragon Kingdom would adopt a primarily defensive strategy, supplemented by low-level skirmishes. Drawing on the lessons of last century's defeat, Jammu swiftly devised a countermeasure. The Dragon Nation's heavy firepower is what we fear most. Therefore, we cannot launch a large-scale offensive with an army group formation. Jammu mused. A large-scale offensive by a combined army would essentially involve infantry-tank coordination and the advance of armored clusters. For Dragon Nation, this would be like offering meat to a hungry wolf. After all, the world knows Dragon Nation suffers from a phobia of insufficient firepower. Once military exercises commence, Dragon Nation will inevitably unleash a barrage of artillery fire. As for how to counter it, Grandma Jia had already devised a countermeasure. Didn't the Dragon Nation used to favor rear area penetration? Then we'll stretch our front lines. The 72nd Division will lead the assault on the major high ground positions held by the Dragon Nation. The rest of the divisions will learn from the Dragon Nation and execute a rear penetration maneuver. Rend their heavy weapons utterly useless. Upon hearing this, Adit's dark face wore a meaningful expression. Are we following the previously designated B operation mode? Commander, aren't you afraid the Dragon Nation will be defeated in the very first battle? Defeat? Jaward shook his head. Longwo won't fall that quickly. We'll need at least a second battle. That's why we must strike with overwhelming force in the first engagement. Strive to crush the Dragon Nation's fighting spirit in a single battle. Yes, Commander. Understood. As the order echoed through the Atri Kingdom's command center, their forces sprang into action. Meanwhile, on the Dragon Nation side, inside the command center, Li Guosheng sat leisurely sipping milk tea with his staff officers. The exercise had commenced, but they showed no urgency. Shortly after, a soldier entered the room, snapped to attention with a crisp salute, and announced loudly, reporting to the commander, the enemy forces have moved. Oh? They've moved? Li Guosheng chuckled, then walked to the sand table and asked, how are they deploying their forces? Hearing this, the soldier's mouth twitched. They've stretched their front lines, forming a linear formation across the entire army group. Simultaneously, our forces on Hill 889 reports citing a small detachment of a triple forces attempting to flank Dragon Nation from the rear. Li Guosheng smiled at this. These triple nations. They feared Dragon Nation would employ firepower saturation in the first battle, which would hinder the army group's large-scale offensive. And Jammu Wado's countermeasure? To mimic Longwa's tactics from the last century rear penetration and guerrilla warfare? Are you out of your mind, Jammu Wado? Playing rear area penetration and guerrilla warfare with Dragon Nation? Dragon Nation is the master of that. Enough. Forget about them for now. Li Guosheng waved his hand with a smile. Tell Li Guowei to move all our heavy artillery to the designated location and await my orders. Yes, sir. The 369th Brigade commanded by Li Guowei was the centerpiece of this exercise. Li Guosheng was eager to see the expressions on the faces of the Triple Kingdom forces after they were blanketed by a barrage of artillery fire. As for the claim that the enemy's forces were too dispersed for effective fire coverage? Don't be ridiculous. With laser cannons that can bend around corners, you could be hiding underground and still get hit by a barrage. Meanwhile, The Seven Nations Military Exercise Organizing Committee broadcasted live footage from the exercise site to the entire world through various channels. From the viewing stands, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile as he watched the tiny red dots representing the three nations form a long, straight line. The commander-in-chief for the three nations this time seemed to be named Jamu Wado. This guy's got some nerve. Wasn't he practically begging for a shock value boost? Chen Fan was eager to see the look on Jamu Wado's face when he encountered the laser cannon that could turn corners. Chapter 44, My Asangwa motorcycle is invincible. The Three Kingdoms' rear area penetration proceeded smoothly beyond Jamu Wada's expectations. It wasn't until battle reports came in from the front lines that they learned each division had penetrated deep into the Dragon Nation's defensive heartland, severing all supply lines. During this period, they encountered only minor resistance from Dragon Nation forces, who fired a shot and then retreated. It seemed as if they dared not engage in direct combat. Jamu Wado was stunned. No way. Guys? Are you guys playing hide and seek? Hit and run? What the hell? This is an invasion. If you're gonna play like this, I'm just gonna charge straight in. For the invading force to win, there are only two ways. The first is to annihilate the defending forces, the Dragon Nation's army. This is undoubtedly the most difficult path. The second is far simpler: break through the defenders' lines and advance deep into the heartland of the Dragon Nation. After all, once your defenses are breached and we're already deep in your territory, what use are your defenders then? Originally, Grandma Jia had assumed her flanking maneuver would prove arduous, yet unexpectedly, everything unfolded with surprising ease. When things go too smoothly, something fishy is bound to be afoot. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom intended to shut the door and beat the dog? But intelligence from the front lines indicated that the Dragon Nation's major garrison positions were widely dispersed. Closing the door to beat the dog was simply impossible. Besides, they weren't dogs. They were lions, the lions of South Asia. Yet he couldn't ignore this possibility. At it. Jamu Wado called at it over with a slight frown. Order the 77th Army, all units except those guarding the supply lines in Longwa are to withdraw 10 li. Adit's brow furrowed slightly. Commander, might this retreat affect morale? It was common knowledge that war demanded relentless forward momentum. Retreat often signaled defeat and could easily spark widespread unrest. Once morale drops, how could they fight on? Carry out the order. Jamu Wado's voice was firm, leaving no room for argument. To be honest, seeing Longwa's slovenly demeanor, he felt not only humiliated but also increasingly uneasy. An inexplicable unease. While Grandma Jiao was pondering her next move, netizens watching the drill erupted in chaos. Netizen A. Haha, what's wrong with Dragon Nation? They're clearly afraid to face us head-on. Heard the Dragon Nation's southern military district is participating in the drills, and many of their soldiers are suffering from altitude sickness. Not daring to confront us head-on? That's perfectly normal. Doesn't that mean we've already won this exercise? Don't forget, Dragon Nation has anti-gravity tanks. Anti-gravity tanks? The moment those words were spoken, netizens from the Three Kingdoms went absolutely wild with laughter. What good are anti-gravity tanks on the plateau? Exactly. Altitude sickness makes walking tough enough. You expect to operate a tank? The tank's interior is cramped with limited oxygen to begin with. Add in the crowded conditions, and Dragon Nation is guaranteed to lose this exercise. Some military-savvy netizens from the three Asian nations offered well-reasoned analyses. After all, their own tanks have ridiculously cramped interiors, barely enough space for 5 or 6 people. Wouldn't the oxygen be even scarcer? Give me a break. Even if Dragon Nation's anti-gravity tanks work, so what? Can your engines even run properly at high altitudes? If the engines can't run, aren't they just immobile artillery pieces? Wouldn't they be easy to destroy? But look at our motorcycles in the Three Kingdoms. Not only do our engines run perfectly, they're more agile than tanks. Our motorcycles are unrivaled worldwide, truly unbeatable. Netizens from the three nations trembled with excitement, instinctively clenching their fists. When our motorcycles roll out, who can stand against them? After all, even they themselves didn't know how many people their motorcycles could actually carry. With such agile troop transport, how could the Dragon Nation possibly respond? Just tell me, what can they possibly do? Netizens from the three nations seemed to glimpse an opportunity to wash away the shame of the last century. They envisioned Dragon Nation being crushed beneath their feet, while the three nations ascended to become the world's third strongest power. To this end, netizens from the three nations even chanted slogans like "Crush the Dragon Nation" and "Seize the anti-gravity tanks." South Korean netizens. Ha, the Dragon Nation lost their very first battle. This must be a huge blow to their morale. We're definitely going to defeat them. The Dragon Nation might just lose 6 straight. Serves them right. I've never liked the Dragon Nation anyway. Good loss. Support India. Capture the Dragon Nation commander alive and seize their anti-gravity tanks. Little Sakura netizens. Dragon Nation deserves it. Ah, what a pity my Sakura Nation wasn't the first to defeat Dragon Nation. Let the Indians reap the benefits. Dragon Nation? Eastern Dragon? Put. My Sakura Nation is the true Eastern Dragon, the real Eastern Dragon. Capture the Dragon Nation commander alive. Go Indians! On an international forum. Post after post, comment after comment. All mocking Dragon Nation, cheering on the Indians. As for Dragon Nation netizens, they were filled with complaints and grievances. What is the country doing? Why send the Southern Theater Command? The Western Theater Command has been number one every year, and the Southern Theater Command isn't suited for high-altitude warfare. This is practically handing points to the Indians. Sigh, is our Dragon Nation going to lose the very first exercise? Southern Theater Command, you must hold firm. I refuse to lose to those Indians. Such was the online sentiment. And the scene at the venue? Have you ever heard the boos of over 100,000 people? Chen Fan had. Not until the Triple Kingdom's forces successfully penetrated the Dragon Nation's defensive rear and even severed its supply lines. A wave of boos erupted instantly. Some spectators from the Third Kingdom doubled over with laughter, even taunting the Dragon Nation fans incessantly. Ha ha, is that all you've got, Dragon Nation? Go home and feed your babies. What kind of exercise is this? Dragon Nation is full of cowards. Still too scared to face us head-on? If you've got the guts, fight us fair and square. Dragon country cowards, sick men of East Asia. The taunts echoed incessantly in their ears. The Dragon Nation spectators were furious. Damn Indians, what are you barking about? The exercises aren't even over yet and the results aren't in. Do you really think you've won? Let's wait for the final results. I refuse to believe Dragon Nation will lose. In response, Indian spectators merely shrugged their shoulders. What else could it be? We're nearly breaching your defenses. Has the Dragon Nation army ever engaged us in open combat? Even their harassment tactics are hit and run, no casualties on our Three Kingdoms side yet. The Dragon Nation spectators fell completely silent. Yeah. Throughout the entire exercise, Dragon Nation hasn't even engaged in a single head-on battle. Whenever they encounter the armies of the three nations, they fire a couple of shots and run. They were absolutely right. But every spectator in Dragon Nation clenched their fists. Humiliation. Everyone felt a wave of humiliation wash over them. They could only grit their teeth, clench their fists, and stare at the giant screen on the stands with faces twisted in unwillingness. They longed to see the Southern Military District rise up and shatter all this doubt and humiliation. But the worst outcome unfolded. Chapter 45, A Sangway, Encircle and Annihilate. The armies of the Three Kingdoms. At some unknown point, they had encircled all of Dragon Nation's major strongholds. Now, the Dragon Nation's major garrisons on the high ground resembled isolated islands adrift at sea. The third country had completed its encirclement. Next, whether they annihilate the Dragon Nation's garrison forces entirely or advance deep into the heartland. The Dragon Nation had no chance of turning the tide. Supply lines severed, strongholds encircled. Once the enemy launches its final assault, what awaits the Dragon Nation is an incredibly arduous battle. After all, with your supply lines severed and no reserves left, how long can you possibly hold out against the armies of the three nations? Moreover, with only a handful of men holding that high ground, how long can you possibly defend it? There must come a day when your forces are exhausted, right? After all, the military exercise has no time limit, it continues until a victor is decided. Dragon Nation's defeat seemed only a matter of time. The internet exploded. Everyone watching this military exercise worldwide is in an uproar. EU leaders couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Ha ha ha, is this the Dragon Nation? Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Is India about to make history? I'm suddenly kind of looking forward to this. Honestly, I just can't wrap my head around why the Eagle chick pulled out. Isn't the Dragon Nation an easy target? Look at the Indians, they're about to win the exercise without losing a single soldier. The Eagle must have been stunned by Dragon Nation's anti-gravity tanks. Ha, turns out they're useless on the plateau. EU leaders concluded this was the only plausible explanation. They knew the Dragon Nation possessed anti-gravity tanks. But Dragon Nation hadn't deployed them yet. Which could only mean one thing. That thing is nothing but a paper tiger. The command center of the Three Kingdoms. Jammu was utterly bewildered. Staring at the continuous stream of victory reports pouring in from the front lines, he froze in place. What the hell is going on? Could it be that the Dragon Nation truly lacked the capability to fight? After all, he knew that the Southern Military District of the Dragon Nation was participating in this military exercise. While he wouldn't claim the Southern Military Region could defeat the Triple Kingdom in air or naval warfare, but high-altitude mountain warfare. Wasn't the outcome already plain to see? Yet Jammu Wado remained deeply perplexed. Even if the Dragon Nation lacked the strength for a full-scale war, they should at least have mounted a simple counterattack. Now, their three nations' armies hadn't even seen the Dragon Nation's main forces. Commander! Give the order for the final assault. The Dragon Nation's garrison is completely surrounded. Adit, standing nearby, clenched his fists and declared, if we delay any longer, once the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers acclimate to the altitude sickness, we'll be in trouble. Jomato took a deep breath upon hearing this. Perhaps the Dragon Nation's troops truly had lost their fighting strength due to altitude sickness? If so, this opportunity absolutely must not be missed. Jawad still hesitated. But the advisors and generals around her could wait no longer. They craved victory. They yearned to annihilate the Dragon Kingdom's forces. I understand. Jamawato took a deep breath. He knew the battlefield situation could change in an instant. They couldn't afford to wait for the Dragon Kingdom to react. Otherwise, it would truly be too late. Transmit my orders. The entire army is to launch a full-scale assault. The rear guard forces are to begin their flanking maneuvers. Our primary objective is to encircle all Dragon Nation garrisons and then... Jamawato's eyes blazed crimson as he clenched his fists, uttering each word with deliberate force, annihilate them all. This moment. He had waited a long time. The high command of the Three Kingdoms had waited a long time. The people of the Three Kingdoms had waited even longer. Now, the opportunity to wash away the shame had arrived. As the entire army of the three nations mobilized, the internet erupted once more. Countless foreign netizens mocked the Dragon Nation as cowards, daring not to confront the three nations head-on. Meanwhile, netizens in the Dragon Kingdom were utterly bewildered. Could it be the exercise is ending on the very first day? Southern Military District, what the hell are you doing? Charge and fight them. Southern Military District, did you hear that? The heroes of the Western Tibetan Plateau are roaring with fury. Our Dragon Nation is no coward. Go all out against them. Meanwhile, Seoul, South Korea. Jeff stared at the online posts with a savage grin, his mouth emitting a strange, chuckling laugh. He was exhilarated. So excited he nearly wet himself. It wasn't because the three nations were about to defeat the Dragon Nation and avenge his humiliation. It was because he recognized the familiar pattern. Back at the Southern Military District live fire range, hadn't he been just as suspicious of the Dragon Nation? And what happened? Whether it was the shock from Chen Fan or not, Jeff's mind gradually began to harbor some twisted thoughts. Namely, he wanted the entire world to experience the terror of the Dragon Nation. Experience the terror of Chen Fan. Preferably, he wanted the Eagle's top brass to experience it too. You say I'm useless? Well, take a look at the tactics of that demon Lord Chen Fan. It'll scare the hell out of you. Regarding this military exercise between Dragon Nation and the three nations, Jeff had always been convinced Dragon Nation would win. And it would be an easy victory. After all, Dragon Nation's laser cannons can bend around corners. And, as events unfolded to this point, he sensed a familiar vibe. He was certain that Chen Fan, that Demon King, was absolutely present at the exercise site. That bastard, whether he's a sadist or not, loved to give you a glimmer of hope first, only to crush it completely when you were feeling cocky. He was a devil. A terrifying devil. Just as Ambassador Jeff was chuckling eerily, the President of the Republic of Korea entered with a respectful expression. Your Excellency, I must ask, is there still any point in continuing this exercise? Judging by Dragon Nation's current state, it seems they've lost their fighting capability. Looking at the South Korean president, Jeff flashed a meaningful smile. Fight. Why wouldn't we? The Dragon Nation is nothing but a paper tiger. I believe you will surely achieve final victory. The Korean president grinned widely at these words. Since Ambassador Jeff had spoken so decisively, this exercise was undoubtedly a sure win for Korea. Dragon Nation? A nation with 5,000 years of history? Put. My Korea is the center of the universe. Watching the Korean president's retreating figure, Jeff chuckled, revealing a sinister grin. Ha! They'll all die. They'll all die. You don't understand the terror of that Demon King, ha ha. Come feel the terror of that Demon King with me. Giggle giggle giggle. Caw caw caw. Meanwhile, as the remaining forces of the Three Kingdoms joined the fray, the trumpet for the final assault sounded. In all the years of the Seven Nations military exercises, this was the first time the decisive final assault had been launched on the very first day. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. They felt they were about to witness history. After all, since its founding, the Dragon Nation had never tasted defeat. But now, the Dragon Nation was about to lose. Defeat was inevitable. At that very moment. On the face of Li Guowei, commander of the Dragon Nation's 369th Brigade, a broad smile spread. Chapter 46, Li Guowei, trapping the enemy in a dead end. Ha ha ha, what? The Indians are already trapped in the encirclement? Good, good, good. That saves us the trouble of chasing them out. They're all here now, right? Perfect, perfect. Then it's our turn to shine. Hanging up the call from the front lines, Li Guowei sneered coldly. Guys. Those damn Indians have been acting up lately. Then let us, the Dragon Nation, teach them a lesson in how to behave. With that, Li Guowei let out a cold laugh. Notify all regiments and battalions to prepare. As soon as the commander's orders arrive. Then wheel. He squeezed his fists with every ounce of strength left in him and spat out the final words, close the door and beat the dog. Close the door and beat the dog? Yes. That was the military's strategy. It sounded simple enough. But in practice, is also straightforward. Originally, it was thought that the three nations would be wary and hesitate to advance large forces deep into the heartland of the Dragon Nation's defenses. But everything proceeded more smoothly than anyone could have anticipated. The task at hand now is to close the gate. As for how to close it, in the Southern Military District Operations Command Center of the Dragon Nation, Li Guoshang listened to the battle reports from the front lines and chuckled. Alright, since they've all been deployed, that's good. Inform the Special Operations Unit it's time to close the door. Aye. As the command was issued from the Operations Center, Dragon Nation soldiers lying dormant across various locations gradually revealed their sharp claws and fangs. At the same time, a Three-Kingdom, 14th Mountain Division. As the main force of this offensive, the 14th Mountain Division was tasked with capturing Dragon Nation's most crucial strongholds, Hill 124 and Hill 187. The western Tibetan region was already a plateau, compounded by rugged, steep mountain trails, making the assault quite challenging. If the Dragon Nation soldiers remained entrenched on the mountains, they would be difficult to dislodge. After all, once the assault commenced, the Dragon Nation's troops held the geographical advantage. A few grenades tossed down from above would halt their advance. Just as the commander of the 14th Mountain Division, Amir, was deliberating countermeasures, a soldier suddenly ran up. Commander! The headquarters has ordered a full-scale assault. Amir took a deep breath. Since the commander had decided to attack, there was nothing left but to grit their teeth and charge forward. He believed. With the physical prowess of the soldiers from the three nations, coupled with their superior equipment, they were certain to breach the Dragon Nation's defenses. His only concern was, the casualty rate would be too high. After the exercise, he'd be torn apart by the public back home. Men, launch a probing attack first. Yes, sir. At Amir's command, the 14th Mountain Division assumed battle formation and advanced toward the two high ground positions, 124 and 187. Leading the first wave of assault were the White Elephant Regiment and the Lion Regiment of the 14th Mountain Division. Dubbed the Little Tyrants of South Asia, these two regiments had beaten the Pakistani army into submission during the conflict, leaving them questioning their very existence. Much of Baba Sheep's equipment came from aid provided by the Dragon Nation. Therefore, the commanders of these two regiments naturally assumed that the Dragon Nation's forces couldn't be much stronger than Baba Yang's. In their view. And indeed, that proved to be the case. From the moment the two regiments received their orders to the final capture of the Dragon Nation's two most crucial high ground positions, it took them only 3 hours. Had the mountain trails not been so treacherous, they might have accomplished it in less than 3 hours. After planting the flags of the three nations atop the two high points, the soldiers from both regiments danced with excitement, even breaking into song. That's just how the Triple Kingdom is. They dance when they're happy, they dance when they're unhappy, whatever the occasion, dancing comes first. As the two regiments advanced, the rest of the 14th Mountain Division gradually closed in on the high ground. Amir's command post had advanced to a position halfway up the mountain. Inside the command post, staring at the triumphant reports pouring in from the front lines, Amir was stunned. No way. This easy? The Dragon Nation forces put up a little resistance and just handed over the high ground? What's going on? His professional military instincts told him something wasn't quite right. Could it be the Dragon Nation's army secretly slipped down the mountain, preparing to encircle us? But that didn't make sense either. The paths to both highlands had been sealed off long ago. Unless the Dragon Nation soldiers could fly. Then how else could this be explained? As for feigning a retreat, the Dragon Nation soldiers never even ascended the mountain. But that doesn't make sense either. Their scouts had seen the Dragon Nation soldiers building defenses on the high ground with their own eyes. So where did they go? Where did they go? It defies comprehension. It was utterly baffling. Amir racked his brain but couldn't make sense of it. After all, once these two highlands fell, the battlefield would effectively be split into two separate fronts. The section near their Triple Kingdom border would be completely isolated. Should the three nations choose, they could devour the Dragon Nation's forces at any moment. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation's command headquarters would be completely exposed within their artillery range. Witnessing this scene, the stands erupted in boos once more. Did the Dragon Nation troops even take the high ground? Did they crawl into a crack in the ground? This is hilarious. Is this what you call the 36 stratagems? Not even daring to fight, just abandoning your positions outright? Dragon country people are all cowards. I despise them the most. Cowards! 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 In the stands, hundreds of thousands of foreign spectators now chanted cowards in unison. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation spectators now bowed their heads, eyes reddened as they clenched their fists. They couldn't understand. Why had the Dragon Nation's army abandoned their positions without even putting up a fight? Their forebears of old would have fought to the last drop of blood, determined to take the enemy down with them. They felt nothing but humiliation. A suffocating pressure weighed heavily upon their chests. Many even began to sob softly. The internet had already erupted. Numerous foreign bloggers dug up old footage of the Dragon Nation's resistance war to create mocking parodies. Some even scribbled graffiti on photos of Dragon Nation's heroic martyrs. This was humiliation. Blatant humiliation. As for Chen Fan, at that moment, Chen Fan and Xiao Zhantian were each clutching a bucket of popcorn, munching away with relish, faint smiles playing at the corners of their mouths. Bro Xiao, the show's about to begin. Xiao Zhantian chuckled beside him. Yeah, I can't wait to see their expressions. Meanwhile, inside the 14th Mountain Division's Combat Command Center in Asangwa, a soldier burst in, his face twisted with terror, shouting, "Commander! Commander! It's bad! Down below, there are countless Dragon Nation troops. We're surrounded." Ha! Outflanked? Amir's brow furrowed at the news. What is the Dragon Nation playing at? They surrendered the high ground just to get counter-encircled? What's the point? He couldn't figure it out. But soon, he would understand. Meanwhile, inside the operations command center of the 369th Armored Brigade, Li Guowei's face broke into a broad grin. Guys, it's time to shut the door and beat the dog. Chapter 47, Full Laser Cannon Coverage. At the command, the modified laser cannon tanks rolled out to their designated positions. Then, boom, 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 boom. A series of deafening explosions echoed. The modified laser cannon tanks instantly blasted out beams of light. Within a mere minute, the reserve energy of 7 or 8 tanks was completely depleted. But the barrage did not cease. Immediately after, another 7 or 8 tanks rolled forward. Boom, boom, boom. When the Dragon Nation acted, it unleashed an all-out laser cannon barrage. It wasn't just the 14th Mountain Division. At that moment, all forces of the Triple Alliance were subjected to intense bombardment. Originally, these Triple Nation forces had also been following General Jiamu Wado's orders, launching their final assault on the major high ground positions held by the Dragon Nation. But upon reaching the summits, they discovered the Dragon Nation's troops had vanished. They were stunned. Totally bewildered. Were they seeing ghosts in broad daylight? Before they could ponder further, a deafening roar echoed from below the mountain. Then, countless soldiers from the 3 kingdoms lit up with bright red smoke. Were they being eliminated outright? At that moment, in Jiamu Wado's command center, Jiamu Wado frowned, pondering what the Dragon Nation was up to, when a soldier rushed in breathlessly. Commander! Commander! It's bad! Our troops, after scaling the Dragon Nation's high ground, found no enemy soldiers. Instead, after reaching the heights, they came under Dragon Nation artillery fire. What? Jiamu Wado staggered back 2 steps before collapsing weakly into a chair. He knew the Dragon Kingdom well. He knew the Dragon Nation had a saying, repair the road openly, cross the pass secretly. But how did the Dragon Kingdom manage it? Our own scouts had witnessed the Dragon Kingdom's troops marching right into the garrison. Now you tell him. There wasn't a single soul left in the garrison. They all fled down the mountain and managed to encircle them? Can the Dragon Nation's troops fly? Jiamu Wado took a deep breath, forcing himself to steady his nerves. His voice firm, he asked, what are the losses at the front? The soldier shook his head. Commander, all communications with the front lines are down. We can't get through. What? You don't even know how many casualties there are? How are you even fighting? Even in drills, this is unacceptable. At that moment, Jiamu Wado felt her heart in turmoil. By all logic, even if their forces were subjected to full-scale artillery bombardment from the Dragon Nation, they shouldn't have suffered significant losses. After all, the terrain in western Tibet was rugged. No matter how powerful the shells, as long as one found cover, the probability of being hit was low. Unless, of course, the Dragon Nation's shells could turn corners. Shells that can turn corners? Jiamu Wado sneered dismissively. Such a thing simply doesn't exist in this world. Commander! At that moment, a staff officer from the 3 nations approached and said, I believe that no matter how powerful the Dragon Nation's artillery fire is, it won't have much effect on us. At most, it can suppress us. As for the communication outage, it's likely because Dragon Nation's engineers dismantled our signal tower. Upon hearing this, Jiamu Wado, he nodded in deep agreement. Only this explanation made sense. Commander, we must find a way to contact the frontline troops immediately and organize a strong counterattack. Let the Dragon Nation taste the might of our artillery. That's right. Jiamu Wado finally snapped out of it. Someone. Dispatch an engineer company. By any means necessary, repair the signal tower destroyed by the enemy. Yes, ma'am. But soon. Jammu Dodo and the entire command echelon of the A Triangle Alliance fell into a state of stunned silence. Because the engineer company had delivered news. The signal tower had not been destroyed. Whoa! In the silent command room, someone sucked in a sharp breath. If the signal tower wasn't destroyed, why couldn't they contact the troops ahead? Don't even mention total annihilation. How long had passed since the artillery barrage from the Dragon Nation until the frontline troops lost contact? 2 or 3 minutes? This is the 52nd Army Corps of the A3 nations. They've been stationed in Kashmir for years. Even Baba's Army Corps got beaten to a pulp by just one of their regiments. Even if the Dragon Nation is formidable, a one-for-one exchange is nothing to boast about. So why exactly? While the commanders of the three nations stood dumbfounded, soldiers on the front lines and high-ranking officials of the three nations were equally bewildered. Wait, we're already eliminated? Dragon Nation must be cheating. I was hiding in a cave just now, how could I be eliminated? Can Dragon Nation's tank shells bend around corners? Exactly. It must be cheating by Dragon Nation, or else their sensors are malfunctioning. The sensors malfunctioned? As the commander of the 14th Mountain Division, Amir's eyes lit up slightly. That's it. That must be it. When the Dragon Nation bombarded the position earlier, many of their soldiers were sheltering in the bunkers. He refused to believe they could have been blown to bits. He couldn't believe it either. Without even seeing the Dragon Nation, their entire 14th Mountain Division was wiped out. Yes. An entire division wiped out. Under Longwa's 2-minute, all-directional artillery barrage, the entire 14th Mountain Division from him, the Major General commanding the division, down to the cooks in the mess kitchens, all lit up with red smoke signals. If this were a real war, it would mean they were all killed in action. What kind of artillery could be this devastating? Even anti-gravity tanks couldn't be this godlike, right? At that moment, Li Guowei arrived with the Dragon Nation's soldiers to secure the battlefield. Seeing Colonel Li Guowei, Amir erupted in fury, storming up to Li Guowei's face. You cheated. You're cheating. We weren't eliminated, the sensors malfunctioned. 2 guards by Li Guowei's side quickly pulled Amir away, who was acting like a mad dog. As for Li Guowei, he merely disdainfully scratched his ear. Cheating? Cheating? Faulty sensing equipment? Oomph. Li Guowei chuckled, then waved his hand. An elderly man dressed in the military uniform of the A3 Kingdom slowly approached. Amir, you recognize me, right? Amir was stunned. He nodded instinctively. He knew this old man well. He was a high-ranking official in the Triple Nation Defense Ministry and also a committee member of the organizing committee for the 7-Nation military exercise. To ensure the fairness of the 7 Nations military exercise, each of the 7 nations had dispatched high-ranking military officials to serve on the organizing committee, making cheating impossible. You have been eliminated. Dragon Nation did not cheat, and the sensors showed no issues whatsoever. The A3 Nations committee member sighed helplessly. As a member of the organizing committee, he was well aware of how ridiculously powerful Dragon Nation's weapons were. Not only did they possess anti-gravity tanks, but also laser cannons that could turn corners. What could they possibly use to fight back? Even decades ago, when the Dragon Nation's equipment was inferior to theirs, they were still crushed into the ground. Let alone now. Upon hearing his own committee member's words, Amir was stunned. They'd been eliminated by the Dragon Nation in less than 2 minutes? And even the soldiers hiding in the caves couldn't escape the Dragon Nation's firepower? What the hell? Chapter 48, the Indian was stunned. Stunned. Completely dumbfounded. And it wasn't just them. In the stands, countless people were stunned, even the Dragon Nation fans were dumbfounded. What the hell? Just a second ago, the flags of the 3 nations were still flying over the Dragon Nation's territory. Now you're saying they've all been eliminated? The countless red dots that had once filled the screen now dimmed, leaving only a few scattered around their own command center. The Indians were stunned. What's going on? A trembling Indian spectator asked. Could it be the sensors malfunctioned? Yes. It must be the sensors. How else could our entire army be wiped out in less than 2 minutes? I don't believe it. I demand the organizing committee conduct a thorough investigation. Yes, the organizing committee must investigate. It must be Dragon Nation's doing, they've rigged the data. Exactly. If you've got the guts, investigate Dragon Nation. The spectators from the 3 kingdoms erupted in a chorus of angry shouts. Thorough investigation? No problem. Soon. The 7 Nations Military Exercise Organizing Committee issued a joint announcement. During the first exercise between Dragon Nation and the 3 nations of A, no cheating occurred. The sensors operated normally with no malfunctions. All data from Dragon Nation's weaponry matched the power and capabilities demonstrated during live fire exercises. The moment the news broke, a wave of astonishment swept through the venue. No, I refuse to believe it. Our Triple Nation forces are invincible. How could they possibly be outperformed by Dragon Nation? No way. We need to see the live footage. Exactly. We want to see the live footage. We don't want data, we want to see the live footage. Hey, Three Kingdoms committee member. If you're being threatened by Dragon Nation, just say so. We're not afraid of them. In the stands, the audience erupted in an uproar, demanding a switch to live footage. After all, the big screen in the stands only showed tiny dots representing both sides. They couldn't actually see what was happening at the drill site. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation's audience erupted in excitement. Ah, impressive. An entire enemy force wiped out in one battle? How did the Southern Military District pull that off? One battle? It was clearly 2 minutes. Wiping out an entire army corps in 2 minutes? Shock. Absolute shock. Shocked to the point of numbness. After the shock wore off, the audience in Dragon Country went wild. Ah, I'd love to see live footage of that. What? That Indian guy says we cheated? That the sensors malfunctioned? Bull. My Dragon Nation wouldn't stoop to such tactics. We crushed you decades ago, and we still hold that power today. Fine. You want to see the live footage, huh? Organizing committee, Dragon Nation demands the footage be released too. Otherwise, these damn Indians won't accept it. As tensions escalated between the two sides, nearly sparking a riot, the organizing committee consulted with Dragon Nation and issued another announcement. Given the unique nature of this exercise, the organizing committee has decided to broadcast the live footage from the drill. Furthermore, all future exercises will feature real-time live broadcasts of the action. The audience erupted. Longwa's audience stared expectantly at the big screen, eager to see how Longwa had thoroughly thrashed the little Indians. Meanwhile, the viewers from the third country gritted their teeth as they stared at the screen, refusing to believe that Dragon Nation possessed the capability to wipe out an entire army group in just 2 minutes. Not even the Eagle Nation could. That's how confident they were. After all, they were the three little brothers. Soon, the video played on the big screen. The Three Kingdoms audience watched in utter bewilderment as the Dragon Nation's troops marched into their respective defensive positions. Then, 6 colossal behemoths descended from the sky, riding the mist in the heavens. Are those anti-gravity tanks? Whoa! Tanks can actually fly in the sky? So what if they have anti-gravity tanks? What I'm curious about is how the Dragon Nation managed to execute this reverse encirclement? The audience's skepticism was palpable. The video quickly provided the answer. The Dragon Nation military had modified the anti-gravity tanks into troop carriers. 6 anti-gravity tanks raced across key positions, transporting Dragon Nation soldiers in batches down the mountain. Meanwhile, their own armies were still cautiously launching what they called charges toward the Dragon Nation's positions. To the Dragon Nation's audience, was utterly ridiculous. Many couldn't help but laugh out loud. Holy crap, this is just too hilarious. Seriously? Using anti-gravity tanks as troop carriers? Seriously, I'm curious, how did they pull this off? Just imagine. You're carefully guarding against enemy attacks, but the enemy strolls right over your head and behind you. And you have no idea. How would you feel? The audience in the Three Kingdoms region, at this moment, would have loved to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Before they saw the Dragon Nation forces, they were mocking them, saying the Dragon Nation dared not fight them. And what happened? Turns out they've casually slipped right behind you and you didn't even notice? This is no way to lose face. Though, the three nations had already lost face enough. But, humiliation. Utterly humiliating. The audience of the Three Kingdoms dared not shout anymore, only lowering their heads to stare at their own toes. At the same time, they were utterly stunned. Shocked that the Dragon Nation's anti-gravity tanks were real. Shocked that the Dragon Nation's anti-gravity tanks could fly so low without making a single sound. Chen Fan beside them was grinning from ear to ear. 1,200,000 shock points. In just a few short minutes, he had earned 120,000 shock points. It seems that making both the laser cannon and electromagnetic cannon detachable was indeed the right decision. Yes. Perhaps many have forgotten. When Chen Fan refurbished the Type 59 tank, he added a detachable electromagnetic cannon. The subsequent anti-gravity laser cannon tanks carried on this excellent tradition. That's why the Dragon Nation possesses such stealthy troop transport capabilities. It caught the Indians completely off guard. Soon, the replay footage concluded, and real-time footage appeared on the screen. In a sense, India's 52nd Army Corps had indeed been completely annihilated. But the Dragon Nation was the defending force. For the defenders, victory hinged on one condition alone. That is to destroy the attacking force's command center. Therefore, this exercise is not over yet. In truth, ending it would be simple enough, just unleash another wave of firepower. But Li Guosheng had no intention of doing so. At this moment, inside the Dragon Nation's combat command center, Li Guosheng stared grimly at the online posts. Fine. You want to capture the Dragon Nation's commander alive, huh? And seize the anti-gravity tanks? Fine. You want to play this way, huh? Li Guoshang let out a cold laugh. He was a man who held grudges. Order all divisions, brigades, and regiments to encircle the enemy command post. I'm going to capture that Indian commander alive today. Yes, sir. The soldiers immediately relayed Li Guoshang's orders. Meanwhile, the audience in Dragon Nation also witnessed this commanding display of Li Guoshang's authority. Commander Li is so adorable. Commander Li is so commanding. Capture that Indian commander alive. Brothers, charge. Amidst the roaring laughter and cheers of the Dragon Nation audience, the audience from the third country trembled with rage. Chapter 49, 1 bullet, 5 kills. You call this a rifle? But no matter how furious these Indian spectators grew, everything was already decided. Some Dragon Nation fans, eyes red with excitement, roared incessantly from the stands. They vented their pent-up frustrations to their heart's content. There's a word in Dragon Nation, helpless. At this very moment, the Indians finally felt deep in their bones what it meant to be powerless. It wasn't just the spectators. It was Jammu Wado's feeling as well. At this moment, inside the command center where Jammu Wado was stationed, upon learning that the entire 52nd Army Group had been eliminated, he slumped powerlessly into his chair. How could this happen? Jammu Wado clutched his head in anguish. Before the military exercises began, he had considered the possibility that the three kingdoms might lose the first battle. Yet, given their strength, they could still deal a crippling blow to the Dragon Nation. In fact, they had a strong chance of securing the final victory. But now, forget about crippling the Dragon Nation in the first battle. They hadn't even seen many of the enemy before their entire unit was wiped out in one wave by the Dragon Nation. The tens of thousands of troops from the 52nd Army Group might not even be enough to fill a tooth gap with the Dragon Nation. This was an entire army corps. The very same 52nd Army Corps hailed as the ace unit of the A Triangle nations, undefeated and invincible across South Asia. Tens of thousands of men. Even if tens of thousands of pigs stood there motionless, letting Longwa slaughter them, it would still take Longwa a while, wouldn't it? But what was the outcome? In less than 2 minutes, the Dragon Nation unleashed a single wave of firepower, and those tens of thousands were wiped out. How did the Dragon Nation pull this off? This question didn't just flash through Jammu Wado's mind, it echoed through the minds of every high-ranking official in the three nations. They were baffled, their bewilderment tinged with shock so profound it made their scalps tingle. Report, Commander. No, it's bad. At that moment, a terrified Indian soldier burst in, his voice trembling. 3 miles from the command post we've spotted a massive force of Dragon Nation troops. They're heading this way. What? The Indian High Command in the operations room instantly descended into chaos. Some paced frantically in circles. Damn it! Does Longwa want to capture us alive? A staff officer gritted his teeth in fury. At this stage of the exercise, all Dragon Nation needed to do was unleash a barrage of fire toward their command center. They would win the exercise without losing a single soldier. But Longwa did not do so. Their intent was now crystal clear, to capture them alive. Damn it, Longwa is pushing it too far. Another staff officer exclaimed, but soon slumped back onto the ground, utterly defeated. So what if they're pushing it too far? Did they even have the strength to fight back? With just these puny guards protecting the command headquarters? Unconsciously, all eyes turned to General Jia. Losing the exercise was one thing, but if they were captured alive, their military careers would end the moment the drill concluded. Commander, please speak up. Jammu Wado sighed deeply. There were only 2 ways to avoid capture. The first was for the so-called high-ranking officers to collectively take their own lives. The second possibility led these remnants of defeated forces in a breakout attempt. As long as he, Jammu Wado, remained alive, the command center would still function. This exercise would not be over. Though it would be utterly meaningless, it was still preferable to being captured alive by the Dragon Nation. The thought crystallized in his mind. Jammu Wado's gaze gradually hardened with resolve. Assess our remaining forces. Soon. The staff officer in charge of tallying the numbers returned, head bowed in dejection. Commander, we have 1 guard regiment left. Including all civilian personnel and as staff officers, we have a total of 3,258 men remaining. Only a little over 3,000 left? Jammu Wado sucked in a sharp breath. The outcome was worse than he had imagined. But, issue the order, abandon all supplies and equipment. Take only sufficient ammunition. Divide into smaller units and break through the encirclement. Yes, ma'am. Break up into smaller units. This was to preserve as many lives as possible. Simultaneously, it also serves to divert the attention of the Dragon Nation's forces. As the commander and overall leader of the Red forces in this exercise, he alone had a chance to break out of the encirclement. As Jammu Wado's order was issued, the final 3,000 plus troops of the 3 kingdoms charged out like mad dogs. As for Jammu Wado, as commander, he represented their last hope. Therefore, he still had a reconnaissance platoon and a mortar platoon by his side. Meanwhile, inside the Longwa Operations Command Center. Upon receiving the intelligence, Li Guosheng chuckled. Run? Trying to run? The net is closed in. Where do you think you're going? His gaze sharpened as he ordered, pass this down, surrender and you live. Fight to the death? Kill them all. And aim carefully, don't kill Jiamu Wado for me. Whoever captures Jiamu Wado alive gets a first-class merit award from me. Li Guosheng was getting worked up. Aren't foreign netizens all talking about capturing Li Guosheng alive and seizing the anti-gravity tank? Well, I'll show you. Who's capturing whom, after all? Upon hearing that capturing Jiamu Wado alive would earn a first-class merit, the soldiers went completely berserk. At that moment, the soldiers of Dragon Nation howled with fury, combing the mountains in search of Jiamu Wado's trail. Soon, Li Guosheng received news from the front lines. 3 soldiers who had split off from the main force had discovered Jiamu Wado's trail and were now engaged in a firefight with his remnants. But the enemy's firepower was intense. That bastard Jiamu Wado had actually brought along a mortar platoon. The main force of the Dragon Nation had already pinpointed the engagement zone and was preparing to move in, aiming to capture Jiamu Wado alive. At that very moment, Jiamu Wado was furious enough to curse his mother. This narrow path was originally a secret passage within the territory of the Isan Kingdom. He had assumed traveling here would go undetected. But to his shock, 3 soldiers from the Dragon Nation had spotted him. So be it. Only 3 men. Just take them out. But, hearing the intense gunfire ahead, Jiamu Wado was so furious he grabbed the reconnaissance platoon leader by the collar. You bastard! Didn't you say there were only 3 Dragon Nation soldiers? Without heavy weapons, just 3 rifles? You call these 3 men? You call that no heavy weapons? You call 3 rifles only 3 rifles? The reconnaissance platoon leader was stunned. Commander, yes, there were only 3 of them. I saw it with my own eyes. And they only had rifles in their hands. Only rifles? What kind of rifle could possibly hold its own against a mortar platoon? Forget 3 men. Even 30, even 300, it's bloody impossible. The reconnaissance platoon leader opened his mouth to protest, but suddenly, red smoke flares lit up around him. A soldier from the Dragon Nation seemed to have spotted the situation here and instinctively fired a shot. Then, under Jiamu Wado's horrified gaze, the 5 soldiers blocking his path, including the reconnaissance platoon leader, all lit up with red eyes. He saw clearly now. The Dragon Nation soldier did indeed hold something resembling a rifle in his hands. But its sci-fi appearance was unlike anything he had ever seen. No. Or rather, he'd only seen it in Hollywood sci-fi movies. And a weapon capable of piercing 5 targets with a single shot. You call this a rifle? Jiamuo was stunned, his body trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 50, The Electromagnetic Rifle writes a legend on the Western Tibetan Plateau. Too terrifying. Too brutal. Jiamu Wado simply couldn't fathom where Longwa had obtained such a rifle capable of piercing through 5 targets at once. Its sleek appearance was one thing. But this kind of firepower? Is there no mercy left? Commander! Commander! Are you all right? At that moment, the mortar platoon leader rushed over, shielding Jiamu Wado behind him. The enemy's firepower is too intense. We can't hold them off much longer. Their guns are like they never run out of ammo or need cooling. Our mortars are smoking from overuse, yet not a single one of them has been taken out. He was genuinely stunned. These soldiers from the Dragon Nation were like moles. The moment you aimed your barrel at their previous position, they'd pop up from somewhere else. You shift positions, and they shift positions too. You tried full force firepower. Not only did it miss its mark, their firepower was even more intense than yours. There are only 3 of them over there. If anyone had said that before, he'd have slapped them across the face. But now, this platoon leader from the Third Kingdom finally understood what terror truly meant. Stunned. The rest of the Indians were utterly dumbfounded too. When had they ever seen such an unearthly weapon? 3 men. 3 guns. They were actually suppressing an entire mortar platoon. And they couldn't even suppress the enemy's firepower. This is insane. Grandma Jia gasped in shock. And how many shells are left? If they kept dragging this out, by the time the main Dragon Nation forces arrived, it would be too late. So Jiamu Wado was prepared to make a desperate gamble. Commander, we have 20 rounds left. The platoon leader said with a bitter expression. In that single skirmish just now, they had fired over 400 shells. Not a single Dragon Nation soldier had been eliminated. His platoon had suffered heavy casualties due to underestimating the enemy. The Longwa soldiers' rifles were too deadly, each shot took out at least 3 or 4 men. We still have 20 rounds left? Jiamu Wado took a deep breath. Fire them all. Also, pick a few skilled men to break through the encirclement with me. The platoon leader sighed helplessly. At this point, it was the only option left. Several soldiers with exceptional skills were immediately selected to accompany Jiamu Wado in the breakout. As for the rest, whether in war or drills, Their mission remained singular: to sacrifice themselves to protect Jammu Wado. "Brothers, let's fight the Dragon Nation to the death." The platoon leader gave the order. The soldiers of the three kingdoms fired their last 20 shells. Then, they charged toward the Dragon Nation soldiers with their rifles, as if heading straight to their deaths. Meanwhile, Jammu Wado escaped in another direction with several agile soldiers. All of this was witnessed by the three soldiers of the Dragon Nation. "Damn little Indians. If they won't surrender, that's one thing, but daring to fire back at me?" Reporting to the Combat Command Center, "Our forces have detected Jammu Wado attempting to escape from the 3 o'clock direction. One soldier has been dispatched to intercept. Request immediate reinforcements from headquarters. Request immediate reinforcements from headquarters." With that, the Longwa soldier tossed aside the radio, grabbed his rifle, and plunged back into the fray. The platoon leader of the Indian soldiers was stunned. Their entire platoon, at least 30 or 40 men, had launched no fewer than 5 assaults, only to be pinned down each time by Longwa's firepower. And this was against just 2 men. Gamuto was also stunned. He too had attempted several charges. But their firepower was consistently suppressed by a single soldier from the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation soldier's rifle seemed to fire endlessly, as if it never needed cooling or reloading. Soon, the soldiers surrounding Jammu Wado all lit up with red smoke, every single one of them eliminated without exception. He was left commanding a bare-bones force. To avoid capture, he could only retreat like a cornered dog. "Commander, we've been defeated. We're down to just 5 men. 5 men? Jammu was stunned. How long had it been? Just a few minutes. Longwa had only 3 soldiers, yet they wiped out an entire reconnaissance platoon and a mortar platoon. Nearly 100 men. And not a single Long Nation soldier had been eliminated. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. "Commander, maybe we should surrender," the platoon leader said in a trembling voice. He had been beaten into submission. Now, just the mention of the Dragon Nation made his whole body tremble uncontrollably. The other soldiers were no different. Gag. However, before Jammu Wado could speak, he froze in place. The remaining few soldiers from the 3 kingdoms slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Their necks felt as if they were being choked. Breathing became an agonizing struggle. Their eyes were fixed intently on the sky not far away. There. 6 small black dots were hurtling toward them at supersonic speed. In just a few breaths' time, they could see clearly. They were 6 oddly shaped tanks, each trailing sonic booms in their wake. Are these Dragon Nation's anti-gravity tanks? Jammu Wado felt as though someone had grabbed him by the throat, his breathing growing increasingly ragged. He couldn't fathom it. How could Dragon Nation's anti-gravity tanks move so swiftly on the plateau, even achieving supersonic flight? After all, the plateau climate is complex. Even fighter jets couldn't take off there. Yet the Dragon Nation's anti-gravity tanks moved as if nothing was wrong. Their current location sits over 5,000 meters above sea level. Taking off at 5,000 meters is not the same as flying at 5,000 meters. The thin air in high-altitude regions severely impacts aircraft engines. Take the western Tibetan Plateau at 4,000 meters, for example. The air here contained only 60% of the volume found at normal land elevations, yet aircraft engines operate by drawing in vast quantities of air. Once the air becomes thin, engine efficiency drops significantly, making both takeoff and landing extremely difficult. Taking off from this plateau over 5,000 meters high is virtually impossible. Forget about China. Even the most advanced fighter jets from the Eagle Nation can't manage it. Unless someone develops a 7th-generation space aircraft hybrid. But currently, only 7 or 8 countries can build 5th-generation fighters, and 6th-generation fighters exist only in concept. A 7th generation is even more out of reach. Otherwise, those 3 countries wouldn't have dared to brazenly encroach on Dragon Nation's territory over the years, even sparking numerous bloody incidents. Many of the Dragon Nation's finest warriors have been forever frozen in time at this very spot. They stand as eternal monuments, guarding the Dragon Nation's vast, winding border. But now, Grandma Jia collapsed weakly onto the ground. A feeling called defeat welled up within her. But more than that, it was fear and shock. The pace of advancement in the Dragon Nation's military technology filled him with dread and astonishment. Soon, 6 anti-gravity tanks approached, their black muzzles trained directly on Jammu Wado. "Surrender, Jammu Wado. Lay down your arms and you won't be harmed." Jammu Wado sighed and reluctantly lowered his weapon. Resistance was futile. With Jammu Wado's surrender, Dragon Nation had secured a decisive victory in the exercise. At the same time, Dragon Nation's electromagnetic rifle, in this very battle, on the Tibetan Plateau, a mythical legend. Myth. Chapter 51, Post-Mortem Analysis. The 3 nations' high command was stunned. It ended. The first phase of the 7 nations' military exercises concluded with an outcome so shocking it sent chills down everyone's spine. Commander Yamawato of the Three Nations, leading over 100 men, was utterly annihilated by just 3 soldiers from the Dragon Nation. In the end, the commander-in-chief of the Three Nations was captured alive. Shock. Utter shock. A group of 3 kingdom soldiers and high-ranking officials felt their scalps tingling. Meanwhile, in the stands, the spectators from the Three Nations erupted into chaos. Holy crap, what's going on? What kind of weapons are those Dragon Nation soldiers wielding? How can their firepower be so overwhelming? This is insane. I know Commander Yamawato has been through a lot, but I can't wrap my head around how 3 Dragon Nation soldiers are holding off over 100 of our men. Yeah, and don't forget there's a mortar platoon too. They were stunned. The tens of thousands of spectators from the Triple Kingdom were utterly dumbfounded. A chill crept up their spines, rising from their feet to the crown of their heads. Their scalps tingled. The tingling wouldn't stop. And the sight of the weapons wielded by the Dragon Nation soldiers left them speechless with shock. Those sci-fi-like weapons, their overwhelming firepower, and the seamless bursts of fire left them utterly stunned. Is this the electromagnetic rifle from the movies? One of the triple country spectators stared intently at the firearms on screen, suddenly gasping in shock. Electromagnetic rifle? Instantly, a wave of gasps spread through the audience. Their hair stood on end in fright. That thing from the movies, has the Dragon Nation actually made it real? My goodness, this. How did the Dragon Nation pull this off? The Dragon Nation is truly terrifying. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation stands, tens of thousands of Dragon Nation spectators erupted in thunderous cheers. Ha 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 ha. Those damn Third Nations, didn't they just mock us moments ago? With your pathetic performance, you dare call yourselves the rulers of South Asia? Put. A single army group from our Dragon Nation could wipe you out. Dragon Nation is mighty. Dragon Nation is formidable. A moment of vindication. In that moment, everyone felt what it truly meant to be vindicated. Remember how the Third World audience mocked the Dragon Nation? How netizens worldwide sneered at us? Now, the Dragon Nation's audience was reveling in pure ecstasy. This was a brutal slap in the face, a total and utter humiliation. Many Dragon Nation fans were discussing whether their nation had avoided direct confrontation because they fundamentally looked down on these so-called South Asian mongrels, the Three Nations. After all, if the Dragon Nation truly held them in high regard, they would have launched a barrage of firepower while the enemy was still gathering their forces. Then the commander of the Three Nations and their entire 52nd Army would have been wiped out before they even set foot on the battlefield. Man, the country's still a bit too lenient. Yeah, it is a major power after all. The third country isn't exactly a nobody either, they deserve a little face-saving grace. Yeah, exactly. Given the current situation, the Dragon Nation is already showing considerable face to the third country. Even some foreign netizens couldn't help but think this way. Showing face? When the top brass of the Three Nations heard this, they were so furious their noses nearly turned crooked. You bastards. This is giving face? They clearly treated us like clowns. If you want to fight, can't you just give us a clean break? At least then they could accept it, the gap was just too vast. But you're ridiculously strong, yet you insist on playing dumb? Isn't this just toying with them? At the base within the Three Kingdoms territory, the high-ranking officials conducting the exercise debriefing now wore faces dark as storm clouds. Besides Commander Yamawato, several high-ranking officials from the Triple Kingdom's Ministry of Defense were present. They had come expecting to witness their invincible Triple Nation forces utterly crushing the Dragon Nation. Instead, they witnessed such a humiliating spectacle. Back home, the public must be up in arms by now, right? Yamawato, explain this defeat. What's your assessment? A senior defense ministry official stared at Yamawato with a grim expression. Though Yamawato held the rank of general and commanded a military region, he still ranked one level below the Ministry of Defense officials. Dragon Nation is formidable. General Yamawato said with a look of utter defeat, their anti-gravity tanks can not only take off on high plateaus but even break the sound barrier. We stand no chance against them. After speaking, he turned to the Defense Ministry official, Raji. Your Excellency Raji, perhaps it is time to reconsider our policy toward Dragon Nation. Change? Raja's nostrils flared with indignation. Over the years, the Three Nations had secretly encroached upon considerable Dragon Nation territory, sparking numerous conflicts. Yet in every confrontation, the Three Nations had failed to gain the upper hand. This had dealt a severe blow to their international standing. At least, that's what they've always believed. They had believed that with EU backing and leveraging the Seven Nations military exercises, they could crush the Dragon Nation into submission. But, at that moment, Grandma Jia spoke again. I simply cannot fathom how the Dragon Nation soldiers managed to descend the mountain. He wasn't alone. All the high-ranking officials of the Three Nations were filled with confusion. They had clearly seen the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom ascend the high ground and construct defensive fortifications. Yet when their own forces stormed the heights, they found not a single soul there. How did the Dragon Nation pull this off? Reporting in, the debriefing footage is ready. At that moment, a soldier from the three nations approached, respectfully presenting a USB drive. Play it, Raj said with a grim expression. Yes, sir. As the USB drive was inserted into the computer, the video of the first exercise unfolded before the eyes of the A3 Kingdom's High Command for the very first time. Just as they had witnessed at the front lines earlier. Dragon Nation soldiers had indeed occupied the positions and constructed defensive fortifications. Nothing seemed particularly unusual. But when they witnessed the Dragon Nation soldiers dismantling the anti-gravity tanks on site and converting them into troop carriers, they were stunned. No. Is that how anti-gravity tanks are supposed to be used? They could be converted into troop carriers? And those cannons, whose firepower rivaled missiles, were actually detachable. Actually. None of that was the real shocker. What truly stunned and baffled the Three Kingdoms High Command was this. The anti-gravity tanks from the Dragon Nation, such advanced technology could be disassembled as easily as taking apart a toy? After all, as professional soldiers, their understanding of weaponry far surpassed that of ordinary people. Especially heavy weapons like tanks. Disassembling the turret alone involved complex procedures and consumed significant time. Modifying it into an armored personnel carrier? It would take months to accomplish. Yet the Dragon Nation accomplished it in just over 10 minutes. More crucially, even if Longwa had shown them the entire disassembly process, they wouldn't have understood how Longwa managed to pull off these maneuvers. Baffled. They were utterly baffled. The entire command center fell into an eerie silence. Who knows how long it lasted? Raj, the high-ranking official from the A3 Kingdom's Ministry of Defense, let out a deep sigh. Jamuwato, this isn't your fault, it's Dragon Nation's fault. Our policy toward the Dragon Nation truly needs to change. But some matters were beyond even the highest echelons of the three nations to decide. Behind them stood the European Union. And behind the EU, there's the Eagle. It's just so frustrating. Chapter 52, Exercise concluded. Not a single Dragon Nation participant eliminated? Dragon Nation possesses more than just anti-gravity tanks. They also have electromagnetic rifles. That thing can take out 5 targets at once, with firepower rivaling a Barrett sniper rifle. And the most outrageous part? It's fully automatic. No cooling required, and its reload speeds surpass their comprehension. Though Dragon Nation hasn't released the weapon specs, these high-ranking officials know without a doubt. The electromagnetic rifle was undoubtedly far more formidable than they could have imagined. How could they possibly fight this war? How could it be fought? Jamuwato, leading over 100 men including an entire mortar platoon, was being relentlessly suppressed. Despair. Utter despair. Raj took a deep breath and rose weakly to his feet. Enough. These matters are not ours to concern ourselves with. You know how complicated the situation back home is. There's not much I can do. Just prepare yourself. Jamuwato took a deep breath. He knew. His military career was coming to an end. This exercise was highly significant to the higher-ups, tied to the Prime Minister's re-election. They had failed. It ended in a spectacularly embarrassing way. An exercise that should have lasted at least a week or even a month ended in defeat after just one day. Regardless of the reasons, domestic criticism will inevitably target him as the commander-in-chief. Compounded by the propaganda influence of the Eagle and the EU, the domestic class conflicts would inevitably shift onto him. Jamuwa could already foresee his fate. Damn the Eagles, the EU. Jamuwato clenched his teeth and balled his fists. Within the three nations, not everyone desired hostility with the Dragon Nation, but certain matters were beyond their control. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation's Operations Command Center, Li Guosheng brought over a cup of tea with a fawning expression and handed it to Chen Fan. Brother, we owe this victory to you. Li Guosheng knew. Without Chen Fan, they might have actually lost this exercise. The A3 Kingdom side had plenty of EU-supplied equipment. Meanwhile, on the Dragon Nation side, the soldiers were all experiencing varying degrees of altitude sickness. They could fight. But it would be brutal. Even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. If the first exercise drained too much of their energy, the second one would be dangerous. Seeing Li Guosheng's expression, Chen Fan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Could you really see an expression of flattery on an admiral's face? Brother Li, you're flattering me to death. Chen Fan shook his head. Without me, Dragon Nation would still win. And don't tell me your southern military region doesn't have any hidden aces up its sleeve. The trump cards did exist. But once deployed, the A-Triple Kingdom would be on guard, significantly reducing their strategic threat in the future. Given the nature of those high-ranking officials in the three nations, they might just stir up trouble again. Oh, right, Brother Li. Chen Fan asked, how many people did we eliminate this time? Though small dots on the stands indicated the numbers for both sides, Chen Fang was suffering from altitude sickness and hadn't looked closely. Thus, he remained unaware of how many casualties Dragon Nation had suffered. After all, with the initial firepower diversion, the Dragon Nation had only deployed a small force. Even with superior equipment, a few casualties were inevitable. But when Li Guosheng heard Chen Fang's question, he chuckled. Not a single one eliminated. What the hell? Chen Fan, who was drinking water, couldn't help but spit it out. Not a single casualty? Li Guosheng nodded. As you know, I formed a special task force to tie up enemy firepower and draw their attention. Chen Fan was aware of this. Li Guosheng continued, originally, these men all went in with a death wish. In a war scenario, this special task force would be a suicide squad. But, unexpectedly. Damn it. The situation in the Three Kingdoms region was utterly ridiculous. The 52nd Army, hailed as South Asia's elite force, had beaten the hell out of the Baba Yang, leaving them suffering terribly. But can you imagine how utterly disorganized they looked when facing soldiers from the Dragon Nation? Even in small-scale ambushes, these third-world soldiers scatter like they've seen some kind of monster. Moreover, as for the firearms on the Tri Nation side, Li Guosheng could only describe them as beyond words. This was supposed to be an elite army corps. Not only were they firing submachine guns into the sky, but some even had their barrels explode. Rumor had it that in this exercise alone, over 100 Indian soldiers were eliminated due to barrel explosions. Absolutely ridiculous. Upon hearing Li Guosheng's words, Chen Fan froze for a long moment. Then he gave a helpless chuckle. The Indians' antics same old, same old. In a country where fighter jet crashes outnumber the total aircraft of some nations, what's the big deal about rifle malfunctions? Meanwhile, the casualty ratio for the first exercise was also released by the Seven Nations Military Exercise Organizing Committee. S Nation suffered 85,965 casualties, with Commander-in-Chief Jiao Muwato and several high-ranking officers and soldiers captured alive by Dragon Nation. As for Dragon Nation, not a single casualty. Shock. The moment the news broke, the stands of the Three Nations fell instantly silent. And on the forums of the Three Kingdoms and across the international internet, an unusual quiet descended. Then, some people were stunned to discover posts mocking Dragon Nation, vowing to capture Li Guosheng alive and seize the anti-gravity tanks, vanished at a visible pace. Meanwhile, netizens supporting the Dragon Nation who witnessed this scene couldn't help but chuckle. Netizen Baba Yang. Ha, this is hilarious. The 52nd Army was supposed to be so formidable, yet they got wiped out without losing a single soldier by Manhwa? Dragon Nation's big brother is truly formidable. Should our country take a trip to the desert? Maybe we'll find an anti-gravity tank with the manual too? Put. The East Asian Monster House affair? Like you lot could even get involved? Ha, this is hilarious. You've got the guts to post, but not the guts to face deletion? Keep barking like dogs, I love watching you guys act like dogs. Dog-loving netizen. What do you call that gun Longwei used 3 guys holding down a mortar platoon? We want to buy it. We'll take as many as you've got. Just give us the Dragon Nation price, we're not short on cash. Hicks, that's called an electromagnetic rifle. Oh? The electromagnetic rifle from the movies? We big shots want it. Suddenly, the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Defense was overwhelmed with orders flooding in from all corners of the globe. Anti-gravity tanks? They dared not even dream of them. But electromagnetic rifles? They dared to dream. What if Longwa decided to sell them? The National Academy of Sciences of Longwa. As he listened to intelligence reports from the front lines, old Yang stared at the documents in his hands, utterly stunned. No way. What kind of brain does Chen Fan have? We just put the electromagnetic rifle on the agenda and we're preparing to continue development and he's already pulled it off? Xian Guozhang beside him couldn't help but twitch his lips. As the director of the National Academy of Sciences, he was well aware that the Dragon Nation's higher-ups were actively pursuing the development of electromagnetic rifles. Billions had been poured into the effort. But due to certain technical hurdles, the project had stalled until now. As far as he knew, the Eagle Nation seemed to be working on it too, but they had also halted due to technical issues. But you, Chen Fan, have actually pulled it off? And you've got 3 guys suppressing an entire mortar platoon? That's insane. Chapter 53, the 5-starred flag flies over the western Tibetan plateau. The most outrageous part? Shortly after receiving the news, an encrypted email was delivered to the hands of high-ranking officials across the Dragon Nation. The entire Triple Nation military retreated 30 miles, not only relinquishing the lands they had previously occupied in Longwa. They even left 10 li as a buffer zone. Were they scared? Li Guosheng stared blankly at the intelligence in his hands. Over the years, he hadn't personally witnessed the rogue tactics of the Three Nations, but he'd heard accounts from the commander of the Western Military District. To seize Dragon Nation's territory, the Three Nations had resorted to every trick in the book. Throwing tantrums, wailing pitifully, playing the sympathy card, every despicable tactic imaginable had been deployed by this shameless nation. They'd even crossed the border to provoke Dragon Nation's border guards. Although the Dragon Nation had persistently negotiated, with high-ranking commanders from both sides meeting more than once. But backed by the EU and the Eagle, the Three Nations refused to budge. Who would have thought that after a single military exercise, the three nations actually retreated on their own? Looks like they were scared off. Li Guosheng chuckled softly, handing the intelligence report to Chen Fan beside him. Brother, take a look, this is your monumental achievement. Chen Fan took the report with curiosity, then froze in place. After a long pause, he finally reacted, sneering dismissively, just as I thought, those three countries are stubborn as mules. They won't behave unless you give them a good thrashing. Even though it was just a drill. But the third country now understood, the reason the Dragon Nation had been backing down all this time was because they simply couldn't be bothered with him. We've never taken you seriously, third country. If it weren't for the EU and the US standing behind you like two bullies, would you dare act so brazenly? It's true that we long would cherish peace, but that doesn't mean we're afraid to deal with you. You're nothing but a lowlife. Taking you down would be a piece of cake. Therefore, the three nations retreated, withdrawing from the lands they'd occupied for years and leaving a 10-mile buffer zone. They're genuinely scared. They feared that if the turmoil continued, Dragon Nation might steel itself for another capital defense battle and then the three nations would lose all face. Brotherly, what should we do about this? Chen Fan returned the intelligence report and asked. Of course we'll have the Western Military Region take over. That land belongs to our Dragon Nation after all. Chen Fan nodded. This wasn't his concern. What he should be concerned about was how much shock value he'd racked up this time. With that thought, Chen Fan bid farewell to Li Guosheng and returned to his room. Opening the system panel, Chen Fan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Your current remaining shock value, 458,796. Over 450,000, nearly 460,000. Having racked up over 400,000 shock points in a single day, Chen Fan was delighted. This joint military exercise involving the seven nations was indeed a goldmine for raking in shock points. He wondered how much he could rake in by the end of all 7 exercises. Just as Chen Fan was daydreaming about the future, grinning like an idiot. On the Tibetan plateau, convoys of troop transport vehicles rolled toward the border. These were troops from the Western Military Region, dispatched to take over the defense zone. The Indians had been scared off, returning the lands they had once occupied. Now, these territories had once again returned to the embrace of the Dragon Nation. Along the roadside, tens of thousands of Dragon Nation spectators lined the route, waving national flags and chanting incessantly. Within the crowd, many were moved to tears. They were filled with pride and honor, proud to be citizens of the Dragon Nation. Inside the car, Li Guosheng wiped away tears, muttering angrily, "Damn it, it's been so many years. This time we've finally redeemed ourselves." Dragon Nation was a great power. A great nation bears the responsibility of a great nation. It cannot lightly provoke war. So faced with the Indians' constant provocations, the Western Military Region could only endure and yield. But that's how the world works. The more you yield, the more they push their advantage. Fortunately, this exercise has thoroughly intimidated the Indian forces. Seated beside Li Guosheng was a middle-aged man with the rank of general on his shoulder, his face now etched with a look of profound reflection. He was Wang Hongbin, commander of the Western Military Region. I've wanted to beat the crap out of these bastards for ages, but it's a delicate balance. Commander Wang Hongbin's eyes were also slightly moist. Over the years, the Western Military Region had endured immense pressure. They possessed the capability to fight. Yet for various reasons, they had been forced to endure and yield. Even in the seven nations' military exercises, they'd come out on top every year, yet never had a victory been as resounding as this one. Thus, the Indians grew overconfident, believing they could match the Dragon Nation in a full-scale conflict. That's why they've grown increasingly brazen. All these years, soldiers, you've worked so hard. Western Tibet is a plateau region. The Kashmir region, however, is a plateau within a plateau, with most areas exceeding 5,000 meters in elevation. Many new soldiers experience altitude sickness. Yet despite this, they endure the physical discomfort and persist in their patrols. It is precisely through their steadfast commitment that the people living in the western regions of the Dragon Nation are spared from the harassment of those shameless Indians. Day after day, year after year, they walk the frontiers of the Dragon Nation. Even when met with biting cold winds, they never cease their vigil. All for the sake of preserving every inch of Dragon Nation's territory. Thinking of this, Commander Wang Hongbin of the Western Military Region felt his eyes grow even more moist. At that moment, the convoy slowly entered a military outpost. This place had once been the most forward outpost of the Triple Kingdom, but now they handed it over to the Dragon Nation. Countless citizens surged forward, crowding outside the outpost. Waving the 5-starred Dragon Nation flag, their expressions radiated solemnity and reverence. Inside the outpost, having completed the handover, Wang Hongbin took a deep breath. Gazing at the fluttering flag of the three nations atop the outpost, Wang Hongbin's brow furrowed deeply. Someone, take this thing down for me. Have them take it away. Soon, several Indian soldiers, looking thoroughly disheveled, came to retrieve their flag. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation's honor guard, accompanied by solemn music, solemnly carried in the Dragon Nation's flag. Attention, all personnel. Wang Hongban's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared, "Raise the flag! Play the national anthem!" In an instant, the Dragon Nation's national anthem began to play. The flag bearer responsible for raising the flag forcefully tossed the national flag upward. Then, snap! At that moment, every soldier of the Dragon Nation rendered a military salute with utmost reverence and perfect precision. Outside the sentry post, tens of thousands of Dragon Nation citizens, their faces solemn and reverent, watched as the nation's five-starred flag slowly ascended. Shortly thereafter, the flag reached its highest point and the music gradually faded. Yet outside the sentry post, tens of thousands of Dragon Nation citizens could not help but hum the Dragon Nation's national anthem once more. No one organized it, no one initiated it, everything was entirely voluntary. Gazing at the five-starred flag fluttering in the wind atop the flagpole, listening to the resounding chorus echoing around them, Li Guosheng and Wang Hongban's eyes welled up once more. At that moment, dark clouds dispersed in the sky, and a ray of sunlight shone directly upon the five-starred flag of the Dragon Nation, making it appear all the more sacred. A breeze had begun to stir, its origin unknown. That vibrant Dragon Nation red unfurled freely in the wind, fluttering unrestrainedly. Below, a crowd stood with hearts surging, eyes filled with reverence. Chapter 54, How to Fight the Second Battle. While the Dragon Nation erupted in jubilation, the other nations participating in the Seven Nations military exercises fell into a heavy silence. South Korea, Chonghwa-dae Presidential Office. President Park Geuk-chang of Korea stared blankly at the intelligence in his hands, his entire face contorted. Defeated? The Republic of Korea had actually lost? Wasn't it said that the Dragon Nation's army wouldn't even dare to engage in direct confrontation? How did they lose so inexplicably? As the intelligence trickled in bit by bit, Park Geuk-chang's expression grew increasingly grim. Electromagnetic rifles? Anti-gravity tanks? Anti-gravity troop carriers? This barrage of news left him stunned. After a long moment, Park Geuk-chang turned to Jeff beside him, his face etched with horror. "Ambassador Jeff, what on earth is going on?" Jeff sipped his coffee, calmly glancing at the intelligence Park handed him. His eyelid twitched slightly. Just as he expected. The outcome matched his expectations exactly. As for Park's inquiry, Ambassador Jeff merely gave a dismissive snort. "How the hell are you running this presidency?" Park Geuk-chang paused, then instinctively replied, "Elected, of course." Ambassador Jeff rolled his eyes. "With your level of intelligence, you're actually president?" As he spoke, Ambassador Jeff tapped the tabletop lightly. "Dealing with Dragon Nation is no big deal, right? You and Dragon Nation don't share a land border, so the exercises can only be held in one of your two countries." Ambassador Jeff chuckled. "Just rig the results, right?" Park Geuk-chang's eyes lit up instantly. "Exactly. Since Korea and the Dragon Nation share no border, according to the rules of the Seven Nations military exercises, a suitable location must be chosen from one of the two countries. Then he could arrange for someone to pull some strings, ensuring the exercises took place within the Korean peninsula's territory. Once it's on their turf, wouldn't they call the shots? Cheating and disregarding military ethics? That's exactly what they're good at." Park Geuk-chang smiled. He laughed heartily. "So what if the Dragon Nation had all that high-tech equipment? Once we're on our turf, we make the rules." Park Geuk-chang no longer felt fear, he even began to anticipate it. He looked forward to the second military exercise between Korea and Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, the Seven Nations Organizing Committee commenced a new round of draws to determine the nations participating in the second phase of the military exercises. Unfortunately, the second matchup was not Dragon Nation versus Stick Nation, but Dragon Nation versus Monkey Nation. The moment the news broke, everyone froze. What the hell? Why is it Dragon Nation again? Don't they want us to rest? Damn it, the organizing committee is messing with us. Why won't they let Dragon Country rest a bit longer? This. Stunned. Dragon Nation netizens were stunned, Monkey Nation netizens were stunned too. Originally, the draw was random, so anyone could have been picked second to participate in the drill. Just like last time. The first match was between Dragon Country and Stick Country, followed by Monkey Country versus Cherry Blossom Country. A scenario like this fighting two consecutive matches has never happened in the history of the Seven Nations military exercises. The organizing committee was baffled. They could swear they hadn't tampered with the draw, but that was the result. After unanimous deliberation, the organizing committee upheld the second draw's validity. This means that 1 month from now, Dragon Nation will face off against Monkey Nation. As for why it's a month later? Naturally, it was to allow both armies time to strategize and mobilize their forces. Meanwhile, the participating forces from both nations fell into silence. Dragon Nation's Western Tibetan Plateau. Upon hearing the news, Li Guosheng wore a look of deep concern. How do we fight this second battle? The staff officers of the Southern Military District all furrowed their brows deeply. The history between Monkey Nation and Dragon Nation was fraught with twists and turns. Back when Monkey Nation was oppressed by Eagle Nation, it was Dragon Nation that provided money and grain, preventing Monkey Nation from being annihilated. Keep in mind, Dragon Nation was struggling itself at the time. To the north, Bear Nation threatened to nuke Dragon Nation clean off the map. Western nations imposed various blockades and targeted measures, while the Eagle Nation spearheaded numerous sanctions. Yet even amidst such dire straits, the Dragon Kingdom provided unconditional aid to the Monkey Kingdom. It seemed like another beautiful chapter of mutual support. Who could have imagined that Monkey Nation would turn out to be a thankless dog? After driving out the eagle, it arrogantly declared itself the world's third strongest power, constantly provoking the Dragon Nation. They even took the initiative to send troops and ignite a war. That battle. It was also the Dragon Nation's last major conflict in decades. The forces that fought then are now the Southern Military District. At that time, Li Guosheng was merely a company commander. It was precisely through his outstanding performance in that battle that Li Guosheng rose to his current position. But this doesn't mean Dragon Nation can underestimate Monkey Nation. Compared to the A3 nations, Monkey Nation still possessed certain capabilities. After all, the tactics they still employ today were taught to them by Dragon Nation. Back then, Monkey Nation used Dragon Nation's weapons, ate Dragon Nation's rice, and stood on the backs of Dragon Nation's people to proclaim how great Monkey Nation was. Thinking of this, Li Guosheng felt a surge of anger. Brother Chen, what do you say, how should we approach the second battle? Li Guosheng turned to look at Chen Fan. Chen Fan paused, slightly taken aback. No way. Asking him about tactical matters? What good would that do? Chen Fan pointed at himself in astonishment. You're asking me? Li Guosheng nodded. Who else should I ask? Brother Li, aren't you overestimating me? Li Guosheng looked utterly bewildered and forced a wry smile. Brother, you've got the wrong idea. I know you don't understand tactical matters. What I meant was, is there any weapon that can automatically track enemies? Ideally, bullets that can automatically track enemies. Chen Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes at the remark. Broly, you think I'm some kind of god? Self-tracking bullets? Why don't you just say there's a button to make enemies surrender outright? Li Guosheng gave an awkward chuckle. He knew that was a bit far-fetched. After all, even if such a thing existed, it would be impossible to develop something like that in just 1 month. Besides, such a thing didn't even exist. Sigh, this battle against Monkey Nation won't be easy. Li Guosheng sighed softly. Those ungrateful bastards have mastered the tunnel warfare tactics we taught them. This is going to be a brutal fight. Though Li Guosheng himself wasn't afraid, the thought of all the drills still ahead weighed heavily on him. The toll on the soldiers' minds and bodies would be an indescribable ordeal. And what's more, the border between Dragon Nation and Monkey Nation was a vast expanse of mountains. Even deploying anti-gravity tanks would be of little use. Your laser welding can bend, true, and its power is undeniable. But how will you handle Monkey Nation's winding, labyrinthine tunnels? You may be able to plow 3 feet deep into the earth. And even that might not be effective. Numerous natural caves dot the border. Dragon Nation can't possibly blow them all up, can you? Even if you did, we monkeys wouldn't be stuck without an exit. So, how to wage the second battle? Li Guosheng was at a loss. Chapter 55, Monkey Kingdom refuses to back down. Wait until I slay Dragon Nation over a cup of wine. Meanwhile, Monkey Nation was already laughing all the way to victory. They knew full well the Dragon Kingdom possessed anti-gravity tanks and electromagnetic rifles. But so what? Their tunnel warfare tactics weren't learned for nothing. The very thought of using Dragon Nation's own tactics against them had Monkey Nation's netizens going wild with laughter. Ha ha, Dragon Nation's about to hit a brick wall this time. Yeah. Our Monkey Kingdom isn't some third-rate country. Their anti-gravity tanks are nothing but hot air against us. Dragon Nation's electromagnetic rifles may be formidable, but what can they do against our tunnel warfare? Can bullets burrow through the earth? The 3 nations won't cut it. Defeating Dragon Nation? That's our Monkey Nation's job. Monkey Nation rules the world. Challenge us if you dare. We've even taken down Eagle Nation. Dragon Nation? You're doomed to lose. Originally, netizens' boasts were one thing, but Monkey Nation's government had to come out and stir the pot at this very moment. As soon as news of the second match broke, Monkey Nation's officials convened a press conference. Facing journalists from around the world, the Monkey Kingdom spokesperson sneered contemptuously, Dragon Nation is third in the world? Monkey Kingdom begs to differ. Just you wait, I'll warm my wine and slay Dragon Nation. The news reached Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation netizens erupted in outrage. Damn you, you ungrateful bastards. How dare you talk trash? Southern Military District, take them down. You damn Monkey Nation. Our Dragon Nation treated you well, yet you turned out to be an ungrateful bastard. Southern Military Region, rise up and crush Monkey Nation. Anger. Unprecedented fury. It would have been one thing for netizens from both countries to trade insults. But why must your Monkey Nation's government seek attention? You wanted to warm the wine and slay the Dragon Nation? Fine, fine, fine. Is that how you want to play it? Then don't blame us for being unapologetic. Immediately, the Dragon Nation held a press conference. Manhwa, the Dragon Nation's spokesperson, used just 4 words to describe the Monkey Nation. That is, a pipe dream. Simultaneously, an order from the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Defense was also issued to the Southern Military District. At that moment, Li Guoshang was leading his troops toward Nanyun Province. They had just entered the province's territory when they received the Ministry of Defense's order. The directive was straightforward. The Southern Military District must secure victory in this exercise at all costs, striking fear into the Monkey Nation. Ideally, annihilate every last one of those short-haired monkeys. They were to be made to tremble uncontrollably at the mere mention of the Dragon Nation. Li Guoshang handed the order to Chen Fan with a helpless expression. Take a look, brother. After descending from the plateau, Chen Fan felt much more at ease. He was now reclining in a chair, basking comfortably in the sun. It must be said, the climate of Nanyun Province was truly nourishing. When Li Guoshang handed him the order, Chen Fan instinctively took it. Then, he regretted it. Reading the contents, he realized he shouldn't have accepted it. Wasn't this just inviting trouble? But what Chen Fan couldn't understand was why the higher-ups were being so uncompromising this time. Why had they directly issued an order to annihilate the entire Monkey Nation army? Li Guoshang gave a helpless smile. Brother Chen Fan, haven't you been following the online situation? What's happening online? Chen Fan froze for a moment before pulling out his phone. When he saw the Monkey Nation's official declaration that they would slay the Dragon Nation while the wine is still warm, Chen Fan laughed. Brother Li, do you think Monkey Nation's government is out of its mind? Li Guoshang shrugged helplessly. Who knows? They've always believed they're either number 1 or number 2 in the world. It's just how they are. Chen Fan heard this. He fell deep in thought. He understood the difficulty of this joint exercise between Monkey Nation and Dragon Nation. Monkey Nation was shameless. The 3 nations might be a bit ridiculous and shameless at most. But Monkey Nation was both arrogant and shameless. Chen Fan deeply resented the Monkey Kingdom. But he had to admit. The Monkey Kingdom does have some talent, and what's more, all this talent was taught by the Dragon Kingdom. It's a real headache. Ugh. Chen Fan sighed. He knew the hard-earned shot points he'd scraped together were about to vanish again. Brotherly. Chen Fan turned to Li Guoshang. Are there any trustworthy research institutes in Nanyun Province? Li Guoshang paused for a moment, then looked at Chen Fan with surprise and delight. Brother Chen, you're planning to. Chen Fan shrugged helplessly. Since you're calling me brother, how could I, as your younger sibling, stand by and watch you struggle without helping? Li Guoshang's face instantly broke into a broad smile. Ha, I knew you'd have a solution, brother. Truth be told, even without Chen Fan's help, Li Guoshang was confident of victory. He'd clashed with Monkey Nation before and knew exactly how those monkeys operated. But even if they emerged victorious, the Dragon Nation would still pay a price in the end. The 7 nations' military exercises had a damn annoying rule. Those eliminated were barred from participating in subsequent exercises. Last year, although Dragon Nation claimed the championship, it ended up with only 1 regiment left. This was not a real war, merely an exercise. But what general would willingly sacrifice his soldiers? Moreover, if this were actual warfare, Li Guoshang would be even more determined to avoid casualties. After all, these soldiers are the most cherished group in the Dragon Nation. Soon, through Li Guoshang's connections, Chen Fan made contact with the Nanyun Research Institute. Upon learning that the young man before him was the developer of both the anti-gravity tank and the electromagnetic rifle, Wang Zhendong, director of the Nanyun Research Institute, wore an expression of utter shock and bewilderment. You are academician Chen? I never imagined you would be so young. Truly a prodigy. Wang Zhendong could scarcely find words to describe Chen Fan. A prodigy? Even prodigies don't come like this. A prodigy? Could any genius match his brilliance? After struggling for a while, he could only manage a prodigy. Chen Fan smiled faintly. Director Wang, I'll make this brief. I need access to your institute's D-Lab. For this exercise with Monkey Nation, I want to upgrade some new equipment. Revamping equipment? Wang Zhendong looked utterly bewildered. Why come to the Research Institute for equipment upgrades? Just go to the military factory. The equipment is completely different here. Li Guoshang beside him was also taken aback. He had assumed Chen Fan had contacted the Research Institute to develop equipment specifically for Monkey Nation. But he never expected it would be to refurbish equipment? What kind of equipment could possibly be refurbished? Chen Fan's next words left both men even more bewildered. Oh, right, Brother Li, Director Wang, could you guys help me find a mech warrior model? Yeah, about life size. A life-size mecha warrior model? Bro, what do you need that for? Li Guoshang couldn't help but ask, his curiosity piqued. Chen Fan chuckled. I'm giving Monkey Kingdom a grand gift. A big gift? A mecha warrior model? Li Guosheng and Wang Zhendong exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. But they still followed Chen Fan's instructions. Finding a life-sized mecha warrior model proved surprisingly difficult. They scoured the entire Nanyun province and finally, on the third day, found a mecha warrior model that met Chen Fan's specifications. Upon seeing the mecha model, Chen Fan let out a savage grin. Excellent. Excellent. You Monkey Kingdom wants to slay the Dragon Kingdom while it's still warm, huh? Well, let's see who ends up cutting whom. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think you're invincible? Chapter 56, Redeeming the Single Soldier Exoskeleton Battle Armor. Chen Fan opened the system without hesitation. Ding! Your current shock value, 489,562. It had increased slightly, but only marginally. Chen Fan took a deep breath. Open the system store. I want to exchange for advanced technology. Ding, system store opened. Host may now exchange for corresponding upgrade technologies. Without hesitation, Chen Fan navigated directly to the exchange page for the single soldier exoskeleton combat armor. Then, he froze. Wait, there are this many types of single soldier exoskeleton battle armor? There was the Sea Dragon armor suited for marine combat, the Sky Soaring armor for aerial warfare, and the Qilin armor for land operations. And that wasn't all. Chen Fan was stunned to discover. Among them were even the so-called Chinese zodiac armors. The system's description was equally exaggerated. When dispersed, they were 12 war gods. When assembled, they formed the heavenly god armor capable of withstanding nuclear explosions. But when Chen Fan glanced at the exchange value, damn it! 100 million exchange points. Even if he stripped the 7 nations' military exercises bare, he couldn't possibly scrape together 100 million shock points. Not to mention, he only had over 40 million shock points right now. Can't exchange it. Not a single point. Though his mouth watered, Chen Fan could only wait for it to flow. Unavoidably. Chen Fan shifted his gaze to the other mechs. Then he was stunned to discover. Even the simplest ground combat mech, the Qilin mech, listed by the system, required 1 million exchange points. Damn it, why not just go rob someone? Chen Fan's nose nearly turned sideways from anger. Ding! The land battle mech is one of the strongest mechs on the planet, capable of withstanding any type of missile currently in existence worldwide. Therefore, it requires an extremely high shock value. Great! Chen Fan was speechless. He'd assumed a single soldier exoskeleton combat suit would only need a few 100,000 shock points at most. Seems like he miscalculated. Ding! If the host wishes to exchange for a single soldier exoskeleton combat suit or mech technology, consider this model. As the system prompt sounded, an image of the exoskeleton combat armor instantly appeared before Chen Fan's eyes. But, compared to the fiery crimson Qilin mecha, the azure sea dragon mecha, and the snow white soaring sky battle armor, this suit before him was utterly trash, not fit for the stage. Not even a coat of paint. It looked like a scrap heap cobbled together from discarded metal. And upon seeing the required exchange value, Chen Fan nearly choked on his own blood. Seriously? You want 48,000 shock points for this piece of junk? Chen Fan was furious. This damn system was clearly doing this on purpose. He had just over 489,000 shock points. After exchanging them for this so-called single soldier exoskeleton battle armor, he was left with only 9,000 points. All that hard-earned contribution from the Three Kingdoms era, and you just fleeced him clean in one go? Chen Fan felt the system was the most shameless capitalist of them all. He fleeced Asan's shock points, and now the system was fleecing his. Ding! System rule, free exchange. Host may choose not to exchange. Fine, fine, fine. Chen Fan gritted his teeth in anger. You want to put it that way, huh? You know full well I've already agreed to it, yet you still say that? Chen Fan took a deep breath. Tell me what the hell about this piece of junk is worth 48,000 shock points? Name just one thing, and I'll trade it right now. So what if it's shock points? I'll just go far more. This time, the system didn't respond. Instead, it directly popped up an information panel. It detailed every aspect of the single soldier exoskeleton combat armor. Basic single soldier exoskeleton armor. Constructed from standard titanium alloy with a Mohs hardness rating of 36. Weaponry configuration. 1-2 small recoilless electromagnetic cannons with a rate of fire of 600 rounds per minute. The reserve magazine holds 6,000 small electromagnetic cannon shells. 2-1 electromagnetic Gatling gun with a rate of fire of 6,000 rounds per minute. The magazine can hold 30,000 spare rounds. 3. A personal reconnaissance system capable of detecting and automatically classifying lifeforms within a 100-kilometer radius. 4. Pulse gauntlet emits a pulse wave capable of inflicting bodily harm, penetrating all objects to damage enemies behind cover. Power systems. 1. Equipped with 2 miniaturized anti-gravity engines, enabling single-step jumps of up to 30 meters. 2. Compact modified engines enable a maximum speed of Mach 2. 3 Biostabilization System. This system protects the mech pilot from all gravitational effects. Total weight of this mech, 10 tons. After reading this information, Chen Fan was completely stunned. Then, his scalp began to tingle uncontrollably. What the hell is this? You call this a basic version of a single soldier exoskeleton battle suit? A small electromagnetic cannon firing 600 rounds per minute and you've got 2 of them? You call this a rudimentary version? A 6,000 round per minute electromagnetic Gatling gun and you call this a crude version? He froze. It took him a long while to recover. Haha, system, you're the real deal. Chen Fan chuckled. So what if it cost 480,000 shot points? Exchanged. System, redeemed the exoskeleton armor upgrade technology. Ding. You are exchanging for the single soldier exoskeleton armor upgrade technology. Confirm exchange? Confirm. The relevant technology has been sent to the system repository. Host may retrieve it at any time. Ha ha. Chen Fan grinned. A 6,000 round per minute electromagnetic Gatling gun? A 600 round per minute compact electromagnetic cannon? And then there's that pulse gauntlet I've never even heard of, capable of ignoring any physical barrier to eliminate all life behind cover. Aren't these the perfect weapons to deal with Monkey Nation? Aren't you copying Dragon Nation's tunnel warfare tactics? Come on then. If I don't finish you off, I'll spell my name backwards. Just as Chen Fan was grinning like an idiot, the system's alert tone suddenly sounded. Ding. Detected that the host lacks equipment to manufacture rudimentary single soldier exoskeleton armor technology. Would you like to exchange for it? Ha! Chen Fan froze again. He had genuinely forgotten about needing to exchange for production equipment. With a sinking feeling, Chen Fan opened the system store and glanced at the equipment listing for the basic single soldier exoskeleton combat armor. Damn it, why don't you just rob me? Chen Fan was furious. A crappy production line costs 1,000,000 shot points to exchange. How much did he have left? 9,000. 9,000 wouldn't even buy a single part. What the hell? Is this exercise destined to let Monkey Nation run wild? Chen Fan's brow furrowed slightly. He looked again at the materials and technology required for the individual exoskeleton combat armor. Ha! Wait a minute? Full-body titanium alloy construction, a scaled-down electromagnetic cannon, and an upgraded engine. A scaled-down anti-gravity engine? Electromagnetic Gatling gun? It seems. Chen Fan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He had an idea. Alright. 1,000,000 shot points, huh? I won't give you a single penny. And I'll build that single soldier exoskeleton combat armor right in front of your damn system, just to piss you off. Chapter 57, Exploiting System Loopholes. Chen Fan's plan was simple. Exploit the system's loopholes. After all, the system never stipulated that the equipment had to be a single soldier exoskeleton combat suit, right? As for using titanium alloy to build the mech, to be honest, Chen Fan looked down on it. What's the most hardness rating for that stuff? 35? Even dogs would turn their noses up at that. Consider this, the armor on an anti-gravity tank exceeds 100 MOH. It can even withstand missiles. Therefore, Chen Fan decided to base the material for his single soldier exoskeleton combat armor directly on the anti-gravity tank specifications. As for the compact electromagnetic cannon, existing electromagnetic cannon production equipment was readily available. All data simply needed to be scaled down proportionally. As for the electromagnetic Gatling gun, this presented a bit more difficulty, but it wasn't beyond Chen Fan's capabilities. This time, he was determined to exploit the system's loophole. Nothing could stop him. The next day, Chen Fan summoned Li Guosheng and Director Wang Jindong, revealing his intentions. Brotherly, Director Wang, I need to return to Jiangzhou. Return to Jiangzhou? Li Guosheng paused slightly, asking with concern, is something wrong at the factory? Chen Fan shook his head. Not exactly. I just need some equipment from the factory. Wang Jindong, standing nearby, was displeased. Academician Chen, aren't you just slapping me in the face? What equipment do we lack at the Nanyun Research Institute? Why bother going back? Chen Fan smiled helplessly. Do you have the production equipment for anti-gravity tanks? Wang Zhendong fell silent. Of course, there are also some matters that require Director Wang's assistance. Chen Jie then compiled a list of matters requiring assistance from both Wang Zhendong and the Nanyun Research Institute. Director Wang, I'll send you the relevant data and materials shortly. We'll be counting on you this time. Wang Zhendong patted his chest and assured him, Academician Chen, rest assured. We'll absolutely complete it within your requested timeframe. Only then did Chen Fan turn his attention back to Li Guosheng. Brotherly, take the troops to the border first. Once I've got everything ready, I'll come find you. Oh, right. Chen Fan suddenly added, help me find an aircraft. Bring that mecha model too. The sooner the better. Though Li Guosheng was filled with doubts, he followed Chen Fan's instructions. That same afternoon, Chen Fan boarded the flight back to Jiangzhou with Xiao Zhantian and the mecha model. This aircraft belonged to the Southern Military District, one of their transport planes, so it traveled at high speed. By evening, Chen Fan had already arrived at the Tianhe refurbishment plant. Holy crap, boss? What brings you back? Stepping into the factory, Lu Dizhu, that fat guy, sat in a chair humming leisurely, dressed up in a suit like a proper gentleman. Smack! Chen Fan smacked Lu Dizhu hard on the back of the head. Damn it! I'm suffering like hell on the front lines, and you're living it up in Jiangzhou? Lu Dizhu awkwardly scratched his nose. Boss, it's just been quiet lately. Chen Fan chuckled at that. Don't worry, you'll have plenty to worry about soon enough. Seeing that sinister grin on Chen Fan's face, Lu Dizhu got a bad feeling. Sure enough. Shortly after, everyone still at the Tianhe refurbishment plant was summoned to Chen Fan's office. Chen Fan, what's going on? Zhou Jie asked with genuine concern. Nothing much, really. Chen Fan didn't beat around the bush. He pulled out the relevant data and blueprints for the single soldier exoskeleton combat armor. I'm going to build this thing. Every component must be fabricated within 20 days. With 27 or 28 days remaining until the second military exercise, Chen Fan had set the 20-day deadline. Was to allow time for final assembly. After all, this time it wasn't just the Tianhe refurbishment plant involved, the Nanyun Research Institute had joined the effort too. Zhou Jie and the fat man picked up the blueprints with puzzled expressions, then went completely dumbfounded. Single soldier exoskeleton combat armor? A 30-meter lift capacity? Maximum horsepower reaching Mach 2? A compact electromagnetic cannon firing 600 rounds per minute? An electromagnetic Gatling gun firing 6,000 rounds per minute? And what about pulse gauntlets? Are you kidding me? Are you sure this isn't for a movie? The two exchanged a startled glance before Lu Dizhu finally broke the silence. Boss, you. Lu Dizhu stared at Chen Fan in astonishment. You're targeting Monkey Kingdom. The others were manageable. The pulse gauntlets, however, could penetrate cover and directly obliterate enemies behind it. Isn't this a weapon tailor-made for Monkey Nation? Long story short, this time I'm going to teach Monkey Nation a lesson. Lu Dizhu grinned at the words. Hell yeah! I've had it with those monkeys for ages. Damn it, I've been cursing those monkeys online with everyone else these past few days. But monkeys are monkeys, they haven't backed down an inch against our Dragon Nation's keyboard warriors. Indeed. Come to think of it. Monkey Nation was once a vassal state of Dragon Nation, deeply influenced by its culture. So in terms of language, they're leagues ahead of the 3A countries. Even though the Dragon Nation has more netizens, the Monkey Nation's netizens aren't scared at all, they hold their own perfectly. This is quite annoying. Countless Dragon Nation netizens could only grit their teeth in frustration. Lu Dizhu was one of them. But Chen Fan, can we really pull this off with just the few of us? Unlike Lu Dizhu, Zhou Jie was weighing the feasibility of the plan. Xiao Zhang and Xiao Qi had both been sent by Chen Fan to further their studies at the National Defense University. Even with the 5 soldiers from the guard squad, they only numbered 8. 8 people, 20 days, could they really pull off something this mind-boggling? Chen Fan chuckled and gestured outside. All that free labor, why not take advantage of it? He was referring to the garrison stationed in Jiangzhou. Currently, a battalion of several hundred soldiers was stationed around the Tianhe refurbishment plant. These men could be put to use too. Being soldiers, they'd certainly be familiar with weapons and equipment. No objections, right? Zhou Ji shook his head, and Lu Dizhu shook his head too. Seeing this, Chen Fan finally said, alright, then none of us are going back tonight. Let's get to work. Alright. Though it had been a while since he'd seen Lu Dizhu and Zhou Jie, Chen Fan didn't have time to hang out with them like ordinary people, eating, drinking, and having fun. The second military exercise was imminent, and time was tight, there was no room for delay. Both men understood the urgency, so without another word, they turned and plunged into the refurbishment work. Meanwhile, the 3rd Army Group, led by Li Guosheng, had also arrived at the designated exercise location. Upon seeing the terrain, he was utterly dismayed. The division of the exercise grounds was also randomly generated by computer. For the first match, both the 3 Nations Alliance and the Dragon Nation found themselves conducting exercises in desolate, uninhabited areas. Moreover, neither side had any defensive fortifications within their respective zones. But this second match, Li Guosheng felt utterly helpless. Just a few hundred meters behind the Dragon Nation's forces lay Hekou County in Nanyun Province, while Monkey Nation's side featured the boundless expanse of the Celian Mountains. The exercise's focus remained mountain warfare. Dragon Nation was the attacking force, while Monkey Nation held the defensive position. Dragon Nation's garrison was positioned on the northwest flank of Lao Mountain, near Hekou County. Monkey Nation's forces were stationed on the southeast side of Lao Mountain, outside Basa County. Moreover, perhaps due to Monkey Nation's persistent ill will, the territory belonging to them on Laoshan Mountain had long been fortified with countless bastions. Tunnels connecting these fortresses wound through the mountains like a steel fortress. Chapter 58, the first generation prototype emerges. On the Dragon Kingdom side, Due to rapid urbanization, the Yuanjiang River served as the sole natural barrier. This river originally served as the border between the two nations. However, on the Monkey Kingdom's side, the river was flanked by a continuous range of mountains, granting them a natural geographical advantage. Once the exercises commenced, Dragon Nation's forces would need Monkey Nation's permission to cross the river. Even if Dragon Nation initiated an initial barrage of fire, Monkey Nation's soldiers could simply retreat into their tunnels. As for Monkey Nation's artillery strikes, it would be a breeze. Not only would they have the high ground, but behind the Dragon Nation's troops lay Dragon Nation's own cities. They couldn't be happier. Of course. If this were actual warfare, Dragon Nation wouldn't have these concerns at all. Warplanes, missiles, all that firepower would keep the Monkey Kingdom cowering in fear. But this is a multinational military exercise. Only the army was deployed, and as required, even army aviation units were barred from participation. So it was quite frustrating. As the second exercise approaches, netizens from both nations have completely blown up. Dragon Nation is definitely going to lose this time. Heaven, Earth, and man, my Monkey Nation has it all covered. Yeah, even the heavens favor us, we've just fortified the drill site. No matter how many troops Dragon Nation sends, it won't matter, we're guaranteed to win. Hearing these remarks, Dragon Nation netizens were fuming. Just coincidentally built defensive structures? It probably wasn't that simple, right? What are you up to, Monkey Nation? We're not blind. But what can we do? A war of words? The Monkey Kingdom holds its own in every way, even when it comes to hurling insults. They outdo the trolls of Dragon Nation. After all, everyone knows monkeys aren't exactly known for their manners. You can't expect a lowlife to discuss high-minded principles with you, can you? So damn infuriating. Ugh, so frustrating. I just want to take them down. Wonder how the Southern Military District plans to handle this drill? Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it too. These monkeys are infuriating. In Monkey Nation, it's not just the citizens who jump around excitedly, even the government occasionally makes a splash, just to remind everyone they exist. And the outcome unfolded exactly as they had imagined. The eyes of the entire world turned to this exercise. They wanted to see how the Dragon Nation would respond to the Monkey Kingdom. If Dragon Nation lost, the world order that had been maintained for years might shift. Monkey Nation's leadership seemed to grasp this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, throwing themselves into the fray with every trick in their bag. Their goal was to draw more attention to the second phase of the Seven Nations military exercises. To this end, Monkey Nation even spared no expense, inviting tourists from around the world to witness the exercises. While travel expenses were not covered, accommodation and meals were provided. Under this incentive, a mere fortnight before the exercises commenced, Monkey Kingdom had already drawn crowds of hundreds of thousands, both its own citizens and visitors from across the globe. Dragon Nation's turnout was nearly as large. Combined, the audience numbers approached 1 million. Upon hearing this news, Chen Fan, who had been working himself to the bone at the factory, couldn't help but grin. Great! Monkey Country really gets it. They know my shock value is lacking, so they're going out of their way to boost it for me. Chen Fan's heart brimmed with gratitude. He intended to repay the Monkey Kingdom's high-ranking officials handsomely. As for gifts, nothing could be more fitting than individual exoskeleton battle armor. What? Giving exoskeleton combat armor to the Monkey Kingdom? What are you thinking? Chen Fan certainly didn't mean that. A single soldier exoskeleton combat suit could never be given as a gift to Monkey Kingdom. But as the first nation in the world to be beaten into tears by a single soldier exoskeleton battlesuit, they should feel honored. Why? Because future enemies won't even get a chance to speak. Wouldn't you say Chen Fan truly repaid kindness with gratitude? Doesn't he spoil the Monkey Kingdom rotten? Guys, push harder. Let's finish the exoskeleton combat armor next week. The thought of millions of shock points beckoning him sent Chen Fan trembling with excitement, his heart brimming with determination. Meanwhile, Lu Dezhu, Zhou Jia, and the others were already exhausted, their eyes glazed over. Early April 2024. Inside the Tianhe refurbishment plant, Chen Fan stared at the man-sized mech before him and finally cracked a smile. Beside him, Lu Dezhu practically drooled with excitement. Zhou Jia's face was filled with admiration. Awesome! It was simply too cool. No man could resist something like this. Originally, the system had offered a crude, single-soldier exoskeleton combat suit, a cobbled-together mess that looked like scrap metal. But Chen Fan exploited a loophole in the system. He used materials from anti-gravity tanks to craft the exoskeleton armor, then polished and waxed it to perfection. The exoskeleton armor no longer looked shabby. Instead, Chen Fan had crafted it to be incredibly cool. How stylish. Ever seen a monster with a dragon's head and a human body? Chen Fan used that as his template. He even styled the exoskeleton armor to resemble the legendary Huaxia treasure armor. Dragon head, human body, the entire suit gleams with a cold, metallic sheen. One word sums it up. Awesome. Admiring his masterpiece, Chen Fan dialed Li Guoxing's number with a smug grin. Hey, brotherly, how's it going over there? Have you guys finalized the tactics? Li Guosheng chuckled. We've finalized the tactics, but the casualties this time would be heavy. But Li Guosheng didn't voice it. As long as it's settled, that's fine. Could you hook me up with the Seven Nations Military Exercise Organizing Committee? I've got a real gem for them to see. Oh? Li Guosheng looked surprised. A big treasure? Brother Chen Fan, you. Ha ha ha. Chen Fan burst into laughter. The item was ready, but he couldn't reveal it yet. Once the exercises began, Brother Li would find out. Alright, I'll help you contact the Seven Nations Military Exercise Organizing Committee. According to the regulations of the Seven Nations Military Exercise Organizing Committee, any nation introducing new equipment must undergo evaluation by the Seven Nations Committee before approval. After all, this isn't war, it's just an exercise. All participating equipment specifications must be documented. This facilitates the censor's corresponding responses. The next day, representatives from the Seven Nations Organizing Committee arrived at the Tianhe refurbishment plant. Upon seeing the individual exoskeleton combat suits in the warehouse, the representatives were stunned. After Qin Jie demonstrated the capabilities and destructive power of the exoskeleton combat suits, a profound silence fell over the Seven Nations Organizing Committee. Had it not been for the stipulation forbidding them from leaking any information, they would have urged their nations to withdraw from the Seven Nations exercise. That Chen Fan was a freak. Let the Dragon Nation keep its position as East Asia's top dog. No need to invite humiliation. But unfortunately, they couldn't leak the information. Except for the Dragon Nation's representative, all the other nations' delegates looked utterly dejected. Like losing both parents. Chapter 59, the second military exercise begins. April 4, 2024, marked the traditional Dragon Nation holiday of Qingming Festival. Monkey Nation, situated within the East Asian cultural sphere, had long been influenced by Dragon Nation and thus also observed the Qingming Festival tradition. Today was a particularly significant day. The second phase of the Seven Nations military exercises, the offensive and defensive battle between Dragon Nation and Monkey Nation, was about to commence. 4 a.m. With 2 hours remaining before the exercise, netizens from both nations were already buzzing with excitement. Monkey Kingdom netizens. Haha, today is Qingming Festival. Next year on this day will be Dragon Nation's Memorial Day. Hilarious. Let Dragon Nation's troops taste our Monkey Nation's might on Qingming. Though our Monkey Nation was once Dragon Nation's vassal, now we possess the strength to battle them. We might even write a myth of slaying the dragon. Slaying dragons. In Dragon Nation's legends, this was the feat of warriors. These Monkey Kingdom netizens saw themselves as heroes, with the Dragon Kingdom as the tyrannical dragon oppressing its neighbors. Today, their army will create a legend. Meanwhile, netizens from the Dragon Kingdom fired back. Put. Shameless Monkey Nation. Back when Dragon Nation aided you, you showed no gratitude. Now you're a pack of ingrate wolves? Damn Monkey Kingdom. When Shuai-san thought the same, what happened? Our Dragon Kingdom wiped out his entire army. Laughter erupted. Monkey Nation netizens doubled over laughing. Ah, the three kingdoms? Ha! You're comparing a Sangwa to us? Put. We've even defeated the eagle-eyed bastards. Who on this planet could possibly stand against us? Indeed. Among the eagle's few defeats, Monkey Kingdom was one of them. But that was with Dragon Nation's help. Without the Dragon Nation, I bet Monkey Kingdom wouldn't even have a single mouse left. Netizens from both nations engaged in a bitter online war, neither side willing to concede, neither able to gain the upper hand, both seething with frustration. 5 in the morning. Chen Fan arrived at the Dragon Nation Military Command Center. At that moment, Li Guosheng and a group of staff officers were deploying the battle plan. Upon seeing Qin Jie, Li Guosheng exclaimed with delight, "Brother, did you finish refurbishing that thing?" Chen Fan dragged his weary body over and collapsed onto a sofa in the command room, replying weakly, "Done." Oh? Li Guosheng's face lit up with delight, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkling together. "Brother, what kind of equipment did you refurbish this time?" For confidentiality reasons, Chen Fan didn't mention the individual exoskeleton combat armor to Li Guosheng. It was the Dragon Nation's trump card, meant to be deployed only at critical moments to catch the enemy off guard. After all, there was only one of those things. Brother Li, forgive me for keeping you in suspense. You'll see it when the time comes. Brother Shao has already hidden it away. Once the drill signal sounds, it'll be deployed deep behind enemy lines. Since there was only one exoskeleton combat suit, Chen Fan's plan was for Xiao Zhantian to wear it, infiltrate enemy territory, and strike directly at the enemy command center. Alright. Then it'll all depend on Brother Xiao, the god of war. Xiao Zhantian was Dragon Nation's legendary soldier king. With him taking the lead and equipped with Chen Fan's latest creation, Li Guosheng's confidence soared. Meanwhile, in Monkey Nation, participating in this exercise was the People's Army's first corps of Monkey Nation. This elite force had once faced off against the Eagle Nation in fierce combat. Today, Monkey Nation's military fielded a mix of advanced main battle tanks like the T-90S alongside outdated models like the T-34. Even more surprisingly, a portion of the Type 56 tanks originally donated by Dragon Nation remained in active service. As for small arms, the Monkey Nation primarily equipped soldiers with the AK-47, dubbed the King of Rifles, the AKM, the Eagle's M16 series, and even the Dragon Nation's Type 56 series, though seemingly outdated. But the Monkey Kingdom is largely covered in rainforests. In such environments, these seemingly outdated weapons perform just as effectively as today's top-tier firearms. At this moment, inside the Monkey Nation's Combat Command Center, Commander Nguyen Minh of the Monkey People's Army's 1st Corps was laying out the operational plan for this exercise. As soon as the exercise begins, Dragon Nation will undoubtedly attempt to force a crossing of the Yuan River. Order the 308th Division. The moment Dragon Nation troops are spotted attempting a river crossing at the frontline positions, open fire with full firepower. Monkey Nation's 308th Division, also known as the Vanguard Division, was the nation's premier mechanized infantry division. A staff officer beside him frowned slightly and said, "Commander, but Manhwa has anti-gravity tanks. If we open fire, won't that reveal the hiding places of our own tanks?" Ruan Minjing chuckled. "So what if they do? I want them to find us." The staff officer was baffled. If their tanks or artillery positions were discovered by Manhwa, their anti-gravity tanks would wipe them out the moment they arrived. 308th Division, don't we still have over 100 of Dragon Nation's Type 59 tanks? Bring those relics up too. Even if they're obsolete, there's nothing to lose. Remember this, our mission is to lure the Dragon Nation's anti-gravity tanks into our trap, then wipe them out completely. The staff officer's eyes lit up. He understood Ruan Minjing's plan. Use the Type 59 anti-gravity tanks originally supplied by the Dragon Nation as bait to lure their anti-gravity tanks into destroying their artillery positions. Once the anti-gravity tanks arrived, whether they could retreat would be entirely up to them. And if the Dragon Nation's anti-gravity tanks didn't come? That was even simpler. Using Manhwa's own weapons against them, wouldn't that be delightful? 6 o'clock in the morning. Following a brief meeting between the supreme military commanders of both sides, the Seven Nations Military Exercise Organizing Committee announced. The second phase of the Seven Nations military exercise officially commenced. As the bugle sounded, Monkey Nation's troops swiftly took their positions, their long spears and short cannons trained squarely on Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, on the Dragon Nation side, Li Guoxiang waved his hand with an expression of calm detachment. Order the 368th Division to get those tank bridge-laying vehicles moving. Aye. The Dragon Kingdom's strategy was straightforward. Since they were the attacking force, they would breach enemy territory first. The Yuanjiang River blocked the border between the two nations. Crossing it required building a bridge first. This was where the tank bridge-laying vehicles came into play. Most tank bridge layers lacked turrets on top, replaced instead by a flat, extendable steel bridge. When a bridge-laying tank reached the riverbank, it could lift one end of the folded steel bridge. Then, section by section, the bridge unfurled, its other end extending into the water. A pontoon bridge over 20 meters long was thus laid across the river. After one bridge-laying tank completes its section, another can connect to the previous segment. One after another, a battlefield pontoon bridge was thus constructed. Infantry, tanks, artillery, and vehicles could cross the river smoothly over the pontoon bridge. But just as the Dragon Nation's tank bridge-laying vehicle approached the Yuan River, fierce artillery fire erupted from the Monkey Nation's side. In an instant, the Dragon Nation's bridge-laying tank was engulfed in a hail of bullets and shells. Chapter 60, Monkey Nation breaches military ethics using poison gas shells? However, the Dragon Nation had clearly anticipated Monkey Nation's tactics. The moment the bridge-laying tanks came under fire, Dragon Nation's artillery pinpointed the enemy's artillery positions. Men! In the command center, Li Guoxiang roared with bloodshot eyes, "Order the artillery regiment to wipe out every last one of those damn monkeys' guns. I'll make sure they can't fire a single shot." With Li Guoxiang's command, the 3rd Army Group of the Dragon Nation swiftly launched its operation. The 369th Brigade, commanded by Li Guowei, immediately dispatched an artillery regiment, deploying the nation's heavy firepower to the designated location. Reporting to the brigade commander, "Artillery is ready." At the words, veins bulged on Li Guowei's forehead. "Fire with everything you've got." Boom! 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 In an instant, waves of thunderous roars filled the air. The artillery regiment of the 369th Brigade was equipped exclusively with PLZ-05 self-propelled howitzers, each boasting a 155mm caliber. The PLZ-05 self-propelled howitzer was one of the Dragon Nation Army's heavy suppression artillery pieces. With a total weight of approximately 35 tons, it could reach a maximum speed of 60 km per hour, had a maximum range of 53 km, and a maximum operational range of 550 km. All its performance metrics met world-class standards. Yet even with this world-leading weapon deployed, Monkey Nation only lost a few Type 59 tanks. This wasn't due to the Type 59's superiority. Rather, Monkey Nation held the geographical advantage. Their artillery units, nestled behind continuous mountain ranges, would fire a salvo and then switch targets, exactly the tactics Dragon Nation excels at. How did they fight? What choice did they have? Unless they forcibly built a bridge to cross the river. But now that the bridge is built, what do we use to cross? Fill the enemy's shells with human lives? What era is this? From the very first battle, the Dragon Nation found itself on the defensive. In the command center, Li Guosheng slammed his palm on the table in fury. Damn it, those damn monkeys! This was an exercise, bound by strict rules. Both sides had to engage within designated zones. Otherwise, the Dragon Nation's forces would have breached Monkey Nation's borders long ago, leaving no room for the stalemate. Even so, Li Guosheng felt utterly frustrated. Someone, come here. Li Guosheng gritted his teeth and bellowed, bring in the anti-gravity tanks. Wipe out the enemy artillery positions. Yes, sir. Shortly thereafter, behind the front lines of Dragon Nation, 6 anti-gravity tanks swiftly rose into the air, racing toward the enemy artillery positions. Soon, intelligence from the anti-gravity tanks poured into the Dragon Nation command center's radio. Reporting to headquarters, enemy artillery positions detected. Those damn monkeys are actually using our own Type 59 tanks against us. What? They're using the Type 59 tanks we supplied to attack us? Very well. Li Guosheng's nose twisted with rage as he gritted his teeth. Take them out first. Yes, sir. At Li Guosheng's command, the anti-gravity tanks unleashed a barrage of laser cannons. In an instant, countless blue smoke plumes erupted from the artillery positions of Monkey Nation. This signaled their annihilation by the Dragon Kingdom's anti-gravity tanks. Not far away, spectators from multiple nations watched the scene unfold, their scalps tingling with shock. Holy crap, is that the Dragon Nation's anti-gravity tank? It's so powerful. It only attacks others, no one dares attack it. Powerful, incredibly powerful. The Dragon Nation is terrifyingly strong. With the anti-gravity tanks deployed, Monkey Nation's tanks have been annihilated. What do they have left to fight with? What can they possibly fight with? In the Monkey Kingdom's command center, Wan Minjing stared at the 6 anti-gravity tanks towering in the sky. Instead, they brimmed with excitement. Today, their Monkey Kingdom would make history. They would become the first nation on Earth to defeat anti-gravity tanks. The thought crossed his mind. A faint smile curved the corners of Wan Minjing's mouth. Issue the order, execute Operation Dragon Slayer. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, inside the anti-gravity tank, several Dragon Nation soldiers spotted through their observation periscope that a Monkey Nation soldier was aiming an anti-tank missile at them. Poof. These monkeys think a regular anti-tank missile can take us down? Dragon Nation's anti-gravity tanks are invincible. The moment passed. The Dragon Nation soldier immediately activated the laser cannon, unleashing a blast directly at the Monkey Nation soldier. But before it could be eliminated, the Monkey Kingdom soldier also fired the anti-tank missile in his hands. Boom. Yet, what neither the Dragon Kingdom soldiers nor Li Guosheng anticipated was that the anti-tank missile did not strike the Dragon Kingdom tank. Instead, it exploded beside the Dragon Kingdom tank. Ha? What the? Did they miss? No. Chen Fan, who had been sitting leisurely nearby, suddenly stood up. The Monkey Kingdom wasn't that foolish. He thought of a possibility. That is... Before Chen Fan could think further, soldiers in 6 anti-gravity tanks simultaneously lit red smoke signals. They were eliminated. That's a poison gas grenade? Li Guosheng was stunned. Monkey Nation actually used poison gas grenades? How shameless. But one had to admit, the Monkey Kingdom commander was clever, even thinking of poison gas shells. They couldn't defeat the anti-gravity tanks themselves, but they still had ways to deal with the soldiers inside them. It's over. The Dragon Kingdom spectators who witnessed this scene felt a sudden chill in their hearts. Dragon Nation's anti-gravity tanks had been eliminated. Although only the tank crew had been eliminated, without pilots, the anti-gravity tanks couldn't return to the Dragon Nation's positions on their own. Thus, in this exercise, the anti-gravity tanks had already lost their eligibility to participate. Unless Dragon Nation could push the front lines to the location where the anti-gravity tanks were eliminated. But that area is already deep within Monkey Nation's territory. By the time they reach that point, victory is within reach, making the use of anti-gravity tanks unnecessary. Thus, the anti-gravity tanks had become utterly useless. Damn it! Though furious, Commander Li Guosheng reacted swiftly. Send the order. Before the enemy's new artillery reinforcements arrive, all divisions and brigades cross the river at full speed. Yes, sir. At Li Guosheng's command, the soldiers of Dragon Nation swiftly crossed the Yuan River aboard troop transports and tanks. Once across the Yuan River, they would engage Monkey Nation's forces head-on. At that very moment, Monkey Nation's spectators were already laughing hysterically. Ha ha ha, is this all Dragon Nation's anti-gravity tanks have to offer? One gas grenade and it's toast. Ha ha ha, yeah. What good is being missile-proof if a single poison gas shell takes it out? The three kingdoms are so pathetic, wiped out by this thing? The only one who can defeat the Dragon Nation is my monkey kingdom. The three kingdoms were stunned. Gas grenades? How did they not think of that? Meanwhile, the eyes of the Korean and Japanese nations began to gleam. Originally, the Dragon Nation's first military exercise had scared them so badly they'd considered withdrawing. But who would have thought that the Dragon Nation's anti-gravity tanks, which weren't even afraid of missiles, would be vulnerable to poison gas shells? Ah, this was my mistake. Chen Fan sighed in the Dragon Nation's command center. The anti-gravity tanks lacked an automatic recall function. Had they possessed one, this problem wouldn't have arisen. But the elimination of the anti-gravity tanks didn't mean Dragon Nation had lost. On the contrary, the real show was just getting started. Brotherly, let them run wild for now. Soon enough, these monkeys will learn what despair truly means. Chapter 61, Monkeys, Jungle Warfare, Dragon Nation is the grandchild. Chen Fan had learned his lesson this time. He hadn't anticipated anyone using poison gas shells against anti-gravity tanks. After all, the anti-gravity tanks lacked self-contained air circulation systems. The air inside the cockpits was simply filtered and processed from the external environment. It seemed the anti-gravity tanks needed modifications, either adding a self-sustaining air supply system or installing an autonomous recall system. As Chen Fan pondered these changes, intelligence from the front lines reached the command center. The 3rd Army Group of Dragon Nation had successfully crossed the Yuan River and had officially engaged in combat with Monkey Nation's most forward positions. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Excellent. Despite the loss of the anti-gravity tanks, Li Guoshang remained unfazed. Even without such equipment, Dragon Nation could still crush Monkey Nation. The immediate priority now was to seize enemy positions. Order all divisions, brigades, and regiments to attack the Monkey Nation forces in battalion-sized units. Yes, sir. As Li Guoshang's order echoed, the Dragon Nation's forces swiftly organized into battalion formations and launched a fierce assault on Monkey Nation. The Dragon Nation's ground forces were unrivaled, an indisputable fact. Even the UN forces led by Eagle Sauce were being chased and beaten by the Dragon Nation's ground forces, let alone Monkey Nation. Soon, Dragon Nation bared its fangs, stunning Monkey Nation into abandoning its forward positions. The Dragon Nation forces smoothly seized the stronghold on the opposite bank of the Yuan River, replacing the Monkey Nation's flag with the Dragon Nation's banner, now fluttering proudly in the wind. But at that very moment, Li Guoshang ordered the entire army to halt its advance. Chen Fan asked in confusion, "Brotherly, if we don't press our advantage now, once Monkey Nation redeploys its forces, it'll be too late." Li Guoshang shook his head, pointing at the map. "Brother, look at this terrain. Mountainous terrain." Chen Fan replied without hesitation, recognizing the map's features instantly. "Yes." Li Guoshang frowned deeply. "This area has a tropical rainforest climate. The weather inside is highly unpredictable. If we go in now, we'll just be dancing to Monkey Nation's tune." As he spoke, Li Guoshang glanced at his wristwatch. Only then did Chen Fan realize with a start that evening had already fallen. "I see." Chen Fan nodded, grasping Li Guoshang's meaning. Most of Monkey Kingdom's territory fell under a tropical rainforest climate. Anyone familiar with the geography knew the weather there was unpredictable, and the rainforest itself was fraught with danger. Compounded by Monkey Nation's thorough preparations, the Dragon Nation army's reckless advance risked falling straight into the enemy's trap. Though the Dragon Nation was not afraid of battle, there was no need for its soldiers to make unnecessary sacrifices. Li Guoshang waited. He was waiting for dawn. Once dawn broke, it would be the perfect moment to launch a new offensive. With this thought, Chen Fan furrowed his brow slightly and pulled out his phone. "Brother Xiao, we're ready to move." "Got it." Meanwhile, at the frontline positions, a torrential downpour poured down, shrouding the land in a vast expanse of mist. All that met the eye were cascades of silver threads. Taking advantage of the downpour, the Dragon Nation soldiers took a moment to regroup. The rain came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Soon, the skies cleared. Yet even at night, the temperature within the rainforest remained oppressively high. Soon, a layer of mist rose from the forest floor, formed by the evaporation of the freshly fallen rain. The fog was so thick that visibility dropped below 5 meters. Upon hearing this news, Li Guoshang found sleep impossible. He once again led his staff officers to the operations command center. Chen Fan was there too. The moment the mist rose, he knew trouble was brewing. Monkey Kingdom might seize this opportunity to stir trouble. "Brother Chen Fan, you couldn't sleep either?" Chen Fan shook his head. "Brotherly, you couldn't sleep either, right?" Li Guoshang sighed. "Yeah. I have a feeling Monkey Nation might be up to something." Dragon Nation soldiers were unfamiliar with the terrain, while Monkey Nation troops knew every inch of it like the back of their hands. If they launched a surprise attack on Dragon Nation, the hard-won advantage Dragon Nation had gained would once again be turned against them. Issue the order, all divisions, brigades, and regiments, heighten vigilance to prevent Monkey Nation from stirring trouble. Also, equip every company-level officer with thermal imaging goggles. Immediately order the logistics supply units to move thermal imaging sites to the front lines. Aim to equip every soldier with a thermal imaging sight. Yes, sir. This night was destined to be sleepless. Even Monkey Nation was caught off guard by the sudden fog. It took a long while before General Nguyen Min, commander of the People's Army's First Corps, finally grasped the situation. Ha ha ha. Heaven is on our side. Heaven is on our side. Even the heavens are aiding us. How can Dragon Nation possibly fight us now? Men, sound the order. All units, organize into companies and harass the Dragon Nation garrison. When it comes to jungle warfare, the Dragon Kingdom is no match for us. Yes, sir. Taking advantage of the fog, Monkey Kingdom began harassing Dragon Kingdom's major strongholds, though they inflicted little damage. But whenever Dragon Nation soldiers charged into the mist, ready to eliminate the harassing foes, the Monkey Nation troops vanished. Through the mist, they moved like ghosts, appearing without a trace, vanishing without a shadow. This news spread across the globe through battlefield correspondents from both sides. Damn it! Monkey Nation is shameless, using fog to launch harassment attacks? Damn it, if it weren't for the restricted training grounds, my Dragon Nation wouldn't put up with this bull. Those damn monkeys utterly shameless. Dragon Nation spectators gritted their teeth in fury, itching to storm the drill site themselves and drag the Monkey Nation troops out of the fog for a thorough beating. It was truly infuriating. In a real war, the Dragon Nation forces could simply advance elsewhere or even launch an airstrike. But this was an exercise. Exercises had location constraints and rules to follow. No matter how much resentment simmered, they could only passively accept it. To many, this seemed to prove that even the heavens favored Monkey Nation. At the very least, Monkey Kingdom netizens think so. Holy crap, even the heavens are on our side. Ha ha ha, Dragon Nation got what they deserved. This time, I'll see how you fight. Trying to compete with us in mountainous rainforest warfare? Honestly, the Dragon Nation is no match for us. Dragon Nation, call us Monkey Grandpa. Ha ha ha. If mighty Dragon Nation gets beaten by us in drills, doesn't that mean they're no match for us in war too? My Monkey Nation is invincible. Dragon Nation isn't even worthy to tie our shoes. Meanwhile, in the Three Monkey Kingdom, the nation was already in an uproar. Damn it all to hell. Even that monkey trash can beat the Dragon Nation, and we lost? And damn it, we didn't even eliminate a single Dragon Nation soldier? Jamu Wado, come out and face your punishment. We demand the Prime Minister severely punish Jamu Wado. As the man at the center of it all, Jamu Wado felt bitter and alone, with no one to turn to. How could it be the same? The terrain itself was different. But even if he spoke up, no one would care. The Prime Minister had already issued an order stripping him of his military rank. Now confined to his own residence, he could go nowhere. What puzzled Jarmo Wado, however, that Ambassador Jeff of Eagle Nation had requested an audience with him and was already at the door? Chapter 62, The Insult Must Be Paid Back. Grandma Jia paused slightly, sighed, and instructed the reporting soldier, please usher Ambassador Jeff in. Yes, ma'am. Soon, Jeff entered with a broad smile on his face. Oh, my Commander Vadit. It's been years since we last met. How have you been? Grandmother Jia sighed. Ambassador Jeff, I am no longer commander. What brings you here? Jeff chuckled, plopping down casually beside Jamu Wado and peeling open a banana. Do you think the Dragon Nation will lose this exercise? Jamu Wado paused slightly, then frowned as he analyzed, given the current situation, Dragon Nation's chances of victory aren't high. After all. Ambassador Jeff waved his hand dismissively. Don't give me that heaven favors Monkey Nation nonsense. Jamu Wado paused before replying, if this were actual warfare, Monkey Nation wouldn't stand a chance. But this is a performance Dragon Nation might very well lose. Dragon Nation would lose? Ha 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 ha. Ambassador Jeff suddenly burst into laughter, a sound that was anything but pleasant. You actually say the Dragon Kingdom will lose? Jamu Wado, haven't you felt the terror of the Dragon Kingdom yet? Ambassador Jeff stared intently at Jamu Wado. Jamu Wado kept his head bowed. He had witnessed the terror of the Dragon Nation, but their anti-gravity tanks were obsolete. Laser cannon tanks wouldn't be much use against Monkey Nation's tunnel warfare either. Beyond these, he couldn't fathom what else the Dragon Nation possessed that could turn defeat into victory. Don't forget, they have. Ambassador Jeff's mouth twitched as he spoke. He dreaded uttering that name, yet he gritted his teeth and said, Chen Fan. At the mere mention of Chen Fan, Ambassador Jeff's face twisted into a grim expression, his body trembling uncontrollably. An accompanying staff member quickly produced a pill and handed it to him. Jeff swallowed it hastily before exhaling slowly. Jarmo Veda watched the scene unfold with blank bewilderment. You'll understand soon enough, my dear Jamu Wado. He's a devil you'll see for yourself very soon. Jeff caught that familiar scent once more. Dragon Nation faced scorn and oppression from all sides, with countless netizens hurling taunts. But Jeff knew all this was merely a harbinger of the storm to come. Once the storm arrived, everything would be shattered. And in the Dragon Kingdom, the only one capable of unleashing this storm was that devil. Just as Ambassador Jeff had anticipated. Netizens from countries around the world have begun to make snide remarks about the Dragon Nation. Netizen from country A. Dragon Nation isn't all that impressive. We're looking forward to a showdown with Monkey Nation. Let those damn monkeys learn what real fear feels like. The 7 Nations military exercise pits all 7 nations against each other to determine their military rankings. Dragon Nation has always ranked first, while Cherry Blossom Nation has been a perennial second. Bringing up the rear, naturally, is Amon. This guy always throws in the towel before the fight even starts. After all, they're the safest country in the world. Anyone who wants to mess with them has to ask Dragon Nation and Big Furry Nation for permission first. Thus, Amon has always sat comfortably on the sidelines, watching the world unfold. Cherry Blossom Nation Netizen. China's doomed to lose this time, I swear. If China pulls off an upset, our Prime Minister will eat a pound of olives. Give it a rest. How could the Dragon Nation possibly win? They taught the monkeys how to fight in tunnels, and now the monkeys are using tunnel warfare against them. How humiliating is that? Korean netizens, ahaha, is Dragon Nation about to lose? Korea is the true powerhouse of East Asia. Only we can defeat Monkey Nation. If we defeat Monkey Nation, doesn't that prove we're stronger than Dragon Nation? Prove it? We Koreans are inherently stronger than the Dragon Nation. Barbarian sheep netizen. Cut the crap. You know damn well what your country is like. Shut the hell up. Dragon Nation is stronger than you imagine. Just wait and see. Dog rich netizen. You lot wait for the Dragon Nation's downfall, while us dog riches wait for them to unveil new gear. We've got the cash. Whatever new gear Dragon Nation comes up with, we'll just buy it outright. Dragon Nation has new gear? This statement made netizens from various countries laugh, especially those from Monkey Nation. Bro, if you're gonna suck up, don't suck up like that. Tell me, what weapon in this world can counter tunnel warfare? You hit me, I run. You don't hit me, I hit you. And guess what? You can't even catch me. How frustrating is that? Tunnel warfare is unbeatable. That tactic Dragon Nation invented back then? We Monkey Nation perfected it. No, I think it was my Monkey Kingdom that invented tunnel warfare. The Dragon Nation won't win unless they develop bullets that automatically turn corners and track targets. Otherwise, they're doomed. Is there such a weapon? Maybe. But could the Dragon Kingdom actually build it? Don't be ridiculous. With humanity's current technology, it's absolutely impossible. Then what weapons could Dragon Nation use against their tunnel warfare? Gas grenades? Sorry, but with their gas masks, they're the coolest monkeys in the world completely unfazed. Flamethrowers? Am I stupid? Don't they know how to run? You must understand the Monkey Kingdom's positions are already crisscrossed with tunnels. Running away? Easy as pie. What other weapons does the Dragon Kingdom have? Nothing else, right? While Monkey Kingdom netizens gloated triumphantly, Dragon Kingdom netizens were fuming with rage. It was infuriating. Many clenched their fists, eyes bloodshot. Some even set off immediately, heading for the border to beat up a few monkeys for fun. This is outrageous. Outrageous. Li Guowei had a fiery temper. Compared to Li Guoxing's calm demeanor, he was already trembling with rage. This damn Monkey Nation. They'd mastered the tunnel warfare tactics once used by the Dragon Nation, exploiting the fog to relentlessly harass their troops. The moment they ventured out, the enemy would slip back into their tunnels. The moment they withdrew, the enemy reappeared. Li Guowei gritted his teeth in fury. Meanwhile, inside the Dragon Nation's command center, a heavy silence hung in the air. Several staff officers and Li Guosheng sat with furrowed brows, while only Chen Fan remained seated, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds. Brother! Li Guosheng felt his nerves fray at the sound of that voice. Didn't you say you had new equipment? Why haven't we seen any results yet? Chen Fan set down his melon seeds and retrieved a device. This device was connected to the soldier's exoskeleton combat armor, capable of transmitting real-time footage of what Xiao Zhantian was seeing. As Chen Fan activated the device, the group's vision suddenly filled with a military base heavily guarded by countless Monkey Kingdom soldiers. Where else could it be but the Monkey Kingdom's command center? Chen Fan spat out a sunflower seed shell with a pft and said casually, "So, what's the plan, old buddy? Capture Yuan Minjing alive or wipe out every last Monkey Nation soldier? Just say the word." The entire command center fell instantly silent. Chapter 63, The Exoskeleton Battle Armor makes its debut, a feast of fury and carnage. After a long, stunned silence, Li Guosheng finally asked, his face frozen in disbelief, "Xiao Zhantian found the enemy command center? Finding the enemy command post would make everything easier. Have Xiao Zhantian lead the way, let the Third Army Group sneak in quietly, then wipe out the enemy command post in one fell swoop. The Monkey Nation's forces would be left leaderless. Wouldn't the Dragon Nation's forces then launch their final assault with ease? Brother, hurry. Get Xiao Zhantian to send over the coordinates. The group of staff officers beside him were equally excited. Chen Fan, however, pursed his lips. You wanted me to sneak in and take out the enemy command center? Then he wouldn't get a chance to reap shot points. Brother Li, think long term. Chen Fan pouted. That Monkey Nation wants to strike while the iron's hot against Dragon Nation, right? Then this battle of ours has to scare the hell out of him. What does that mean? Li Guosheng froze, staring at Chen Fan in confusion. Let Xiao Zhantian handle it alone. Handle it alone? The entire Manhwa Operations Command Center fell into an instant silence. Li Guosheng's mouth twitched as he said, Brother, Xiao Zhantian may be our Dragon Nation's war god, but isn't it a bit much to expect him to handle it alone? It wasn't that he underestimated Xiao Zhantian. After all, the Monkey Nation's command post was guarded by at least a full regiment. No matter how formidable Xiao Zhantian was, could he possibly take on an entire regiment alone? Even if he were that formidable, wouldn't Monkey Nation's forces send reinforcements? Xiao Zhantian was alone, how could he possibly fight? Chen Fan chuckled at this. Bro, you can doubt Xiao Zhan's strength, but you can't doubt my skills. With that, Chen Fan pressed a button on the projection device and said, Brother Xiao, put the items away neatly. Let Brother Li and the others take a look. Yes. Soon. Before everyone's eyes appeared a monster with a dragon's head and a human body, its entire form gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen. At that moment, I held an instrument in one hand while pointing toward the Monkey Kingdom Command Center behind me with the other. Commander Li, this is the enemy's operational headquarters. Do you wish to capture Yuan Minjing alive or annihilate them entirely? In an instant. A chorus of gasps filled the air. Li Guosheng stared blankly, pointing at the dragon-headed, human-bodied monster on the screen. What is that thing? It's a single-soldier exoskeleton combat suit. Chen Fan shrugged indifferently. This is the gift I prepared for Monkey Nation. You? Li Guosheng was at a loss for words. Single-soldier exoskeleton combat armor? Manhwa has them, they're even deployed in active duty forces. But those are merely auxiliary exoskeletons. Nothing like this monster completely encased in metal. Brother Li, just tell us, do you want to capture them alive or wipe them out completely? Chen Fan pressed again. A flicker of bewilderment crossed Li Guosheng's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by madness. Capture them alive? Those damn monkeys deserve to die. Chen Fan nodded in understanding upon hearing this. Brother Xiao, you heard him, annihilation? Yes. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Xiao Zhantian, clad in his exoskeleton combat armor, charged toward the Monkey Kingdom's command center. Meanwhile, two bored Monkey Nation soldiers were lazily leaning against the base wall. Hey, after this whole charade, do you think we'll replace Dragon Nation as the world's third strongest power? The other soldier rolled his eyes and retorted, we only aim to be number one. Sooner or later, this world will be ruled by us monkeys. Just then, a dark shadow suddenly lunged toward them. Ha! What's that? This. Boom! In an instant, blue smoke flared around both of them. Simultaneously, they saw the scene before them. Before them stood a monster dragon-headed and human-bodied, its entire form encased in metal. Its icy eyes held not a shred of emotion. What the hell is this monstrosity? Aren't we just doing an exercise? Did aliens invade? Quick, notify the commander. Aliens have invaded. Just as the two soldiers panicked, Xiao Zhantian, clad in his exoskeleton combat armor, spoke up. Idiots, this is the Dragon Nation's exoskeleton combat armor. You've been eliminated. Ha! The two soldiers froze in place. Dragon Nation's exoskeleton combat armor? Before they could process this further, Xiao Zhantian had already charged into the base. In an instant, the shouts of countless Monkey Nation soldiers erupted. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! What kind of monster is that? God, he's moving so fast. No! He's charging toward the command center. Quick, stop him. Meanwhile, inside the Monkey Kingdom's command center, Yuan Minjing was deploying the next phase of the operation plan when sudden shouts erupted from outside. Enemy attack? Hearing those two words, Yuan Minjing froze momentarily before exclaiming in disbelief, the Dragon Kingdom's army has arrived? How did they find us here? After a moment of shock, Yuan Minjing immediately issued orders, go find out how many Dragon Nation troops have arrived. If it's their main force, recall the surrounding ambush units to reinforce. We must annihilate the Dragon Nation's main force. But before the messenger could step out of the command center, the commander of the guard regiment responsible for its security burst in, his face twisted with panic. Commander! Commander! Trouble! The monsters from Dragon Country are here. What the hell? Yuan Minjing frowned. What nonsense are you spouting? What monsters from the Dragon Kingdom? The guard regiment commander swallowed hard and stammered, it's true. A monster with a dragon's head and a human body is already slaughtering everyone outside. Many of our soldiers have been eliminated. What the hell? The guard captain's words left Yuan Minjing utterly bewildered. What the hell? Are you tripping? Commander, it's true there really is a monster. The guard commander stamped his foot in desperation. He swore there were monsters from the Dragon Kingdom. Ruan Minjing shot the guard captain a glare and coldly declared, "Well, I'll be damned if I don't see what kind of Dragon Nation monsters are lurking out there." As the commander of Monkey Nation, Ruan Minjing didn't believe in any monsters. Most likely, this guard captain was fabricating nonsense because he knew he'd neglected his duties. With that, ignoring the guard captain's attempts to stop him, Ruan Minjing left the command center. Upon stepping outside, Ruan Minjing and his staff officers were utterly stunned. In the field, their soldiers were being slaughtered by a dragon-headed, human-bodied monster, utterly defenseless. Waves of blue smoke instantly billowed upward, enveloping the entire military base. It was as if a blue haze had risen from the base. What on earth is that thing? Ruan Minjing froze. He watched as an entire artillery platoon of the guard regiment was struck by the monster's fist, each soldier instantly engulfed in blue smoke. Even their artillery guns were no exception. Ruan Minjing was dumbfounded, and the staff officers behind him were equally stunned. Chapter 64, The Monkeys, Utterly Annihilated. But that monster showed no mercy for their stunned silence. A guard regiment of over 3,000 men lost nearly a third of its strength in mere minutes. If this had been a main force unit from the Dragon Nation, it might have been understandable. But the enemy? Just one person. No, a single monster. It completely ignored their heavy firepower, relentlessly reaping victims among the crowd. This ing. Ruan Minjing, being a commander after all, snapped out of it quickly. This must be some new weapon developed by the Dragon Nation. Quick, notify all units to return and support us. Take this thing out for me. Yes, sir. Soon. The Monkey Nation troops harassing the Dragon Nation garrison on the front lines all received the recall order. What the hell? Did someone rob our house? The monkeys stomped their feet in fury, but they had no choice but to obey orders and return to headquarters. Meanwhile, spectators still watching the military exercises from the border observation deck were stunned. Through the projection screens, they witnessed firsthand a dragon-headed, human-bodied monster charging into the Monkey Kingdom's base and unleashing a one-sided massacre. Within mere minutes, half of the guard regiment stationed at the Monkey Kingdom's combat command center had been wiped out. The monster was too powerful. Even when Monkey Kingdom soldiers took cover in underground tunnels, the creature simply blasted a ring into the ground, and moments later, the soldiers hiding beneath were declared eliminated. Shock. Confusion. Terror. A whirlwind of emotions surged through the audience. What on earth is this thing? How can it be so powerful? Is this some new weapon developed by the Dragon Nation? Why is it ridiculously overpowered? This damn thing, is it Iron Man? And one that can withstand missiles? How the hell did Dragon Nation pull this off? Stunned. Not just the Monkey Kingdom's audience, even its soldiers were dumbfounded. They'd fought this long. They'd deployed artillery, they'd deployed missiles, but that monster remained completely unaffected. Is the data glitching? Missiles can't take him down? No, impossible. If Dragon Nation has this kind of weaponry, what's the point of fighting? Should we just surrender? Surrender? Xiao Zhantian had no intention of giving them that chance. Ha! Damn Monkey Nation. Let them see what true terror from Dragon Nation looks like. With that, Xiao Zhantian ceased swinging his fists and instead drew the electromagnetic Gatling gun mounted on his battle armor. Rat-a-tat-tat. Immediately, the muzzle of the electromagnetic Gatling gun emitted a continuous stream of ghostly blue light. Countless bullets exploded within the Monkey Nation's ranks. Before they could even grasp the situation unfolding before them, they were already eliminated. At that very moment, as the commander of the Monkey Kingdom, Ruan Minjing had already collapsed to the ground. Eliminated. All eliminated. An entire guard regiment over 3,000 men had been wiped out in a mere half hour by this monster before their eyes. Heh, now it's your turn. Xiao Zhantian gave a cold laugh as he looked down at Ruan Minjing, who was slumped on the ground. Just as he prepared to eliminate Ruan Minjing, he saw her struggle to raise both hands. She was surrendering outright. Xiao Zhantian's brow furrowed slightly. Surrendering already? He hadn't had his fill of fun yet. You couldn't even hold out until I used the electromagnetic cannon? I surrender. We've lost. Ruan Minjing collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Can you tell me what kind of weapon this is? This is the Dragon Nation's individual exoskeleton combat armor. Xiao Zhantian said coldly. A single soldier exoskeleton combat suit? Ruan Minjing took a deep breath, his face twisted into a bitter smile. It's too powerful. I fear our entire army group wouldn't stand a chance against you. Before this, Ruan Minjing had been filled with hope of defeating the Dragon Nation. But now, besides utter bewilderment, his heart was filled with shock. Shock that the Dragon Nation could develop such a game-changing weapon, shock that they deployed this weapon of mass destruction during a mere exercise. At that moment, footsteps echoed steadily from the base perimeter. It was the reinforcements arriving from Monkey Nation. Xiao Zhantian once again piloted his battle armor, charging toward the base perimeter. Moments later, a barrage of gunfire erupted. Following the barrage came the voices of Monkey Kingdom soldiers, filled with confusion and shock. Holy crap, what the hell is that thing? Are aliens invading? Too strong, too strong. Even missiles can't touch him. Xiao Zhantian stood there in his exoskeleton combat armor, right in the midst of the artillery fire. No matter what weapons the Monkey Kingdom's army used, they could never make him activate his red smoke. Had enough? Xiao Zhantian chuckled beneath the armor. My turn now? With that, Xiao Zhantian instantly became a blur, charging into the ranks of the Monkey Kingdom's soldiers. A dozen minutes later, the reinforcements sent by the Monkey Kingdom, an entire modern mechanized regiment, were utterly annihilated. Stunned. Countless spectators were stunned. The Monkey Kingdom's soldiers were stunned. Li Guosheng was stunned. This. Li Guosheng felt as if someone had their hands around his throat. That was a modern mechanized regiment of Monkey Kingdom, equipped with advanced heavy weapons from Big Furry Country and Eagle Sauce. And yet, in just half an hour, they were all wiped out? Too strong. Unbelievably powerful. Is this the individual exoskeleton combat armor? This thing would probably make the Eagle Nation's scalp tingle with fear. Meanwhile, on the observation deck of the joint military exercise, countless spectators were converging on this location. It was already evening, and many had returned to their lodgings to sleep. After all, with such thick fog blanketing the night sky, neither side would launch any large-scale operations. Nothing to see here. But who could have imagined? While they were still asleep, word spread that the Dragon Nation had counterattacked. An unseen monster was overwhelming the Monkey Nation's guard regiment. By the time they dressed and returned to the scene, they were horrified to discover not only the guard regiment, but even the Monkey Kingdom's modern mechanized regiment was being chased and attacked by this monster. In just 1 hour, Monkey Kingdom had already suffered 10,000 casualties at the hands of this creature. Even Commander Ruan Minjing had been captured alive. The reversal unfolded so swiftly they couldn't react. With the deployment of individual exoskeleton battlesuits, the Dragon Nation's forces gained a formidable edge. While the Monkey Kingdom forces were still reeling in shock, Li Guosheng issued the order for the final assault. In an instant, countless soldiers of the Dragon Nation surged forward. The Monkey Nation's garrison forces were no match for the Dragon Nation's might. Within moments, they were routed, abandoning their armor and weapons in disarray. Seizing the momentum, the Dragon Nation forces pressed on toward the Monkey Nation's command center. At the break of dawn, the eastern sky welcomed a rising sun, bathing the east in a crimson glow. Outside the military base housing the Monkey Kingdom's command center, Xiao Zhantian shed his battle armor and approached Li Guosheng and Chen Fan with utmost respect. Reporting to the commander and academician Chen, Xiao Zhantian has completed the mission, eliminating 13,853 enemy troops. As he finished speaking, the scene fell silent. Chapter 65, Is this a single soldier exoskeleton battle armor? Meanwhile, Dragon Nation capital. Yang Chenglin had just gotten out of bed when urgent knocking sounded at the door. Who is it? Yang Chenglin asked, his brow slightly furrowed. Recently, to reform the nation's scientific research sector, he had chosen to come out of retirement and was staying at the National Academy of Sciences. Usually, no one would come looking for him at his residence unless it was urgent. Professor, it's me. Something major has happened. Xian Guozhong's urgent voice soon echoed outside the door. Yang Chenglin opened the door, his brow still furrowed. What's all this shouting about? The sky isn't falling. How old are you, yet you're still so hot-headed? No wonder the scientific community in Dragon Nation is in such a mess these days. Xian Guozhong was rendered speechless. But recalling the intelligence he'd just received, his composure shattered. Something's happened with the Seven Nations military exercise. An incident? Yang Chenglin's brow furrowed again upon hearing this. What could possibly go wrong? Could Longhua actually lose? If we really lost, that kid Li Guosheng would have wasted all those years in the military. Xian Guozhong took a breath. No, it's that we won. Isn't victory expected? Yang Chenglin retorted. Is this really worth all your fuss? No. Xian Guozhong took a deep breath. It's Chen Fan. Chen Fan has developed new equipment again. Ha! This time, it was Yang Chenglin's turn to lose his composure. How long had it been since the anti-gravity tank was unveiled? Young Chen Fan has come up with new gear again? But what exactly is this new gear? Seeing Yang Chenglin's interest piqued, Xian Guozhong cut straight to the chase, pulling out his portable laptop. Logging into the Dragon Nation Defense Ministry's intranet, Chen Guozhong located a video of the Seven Nations military exercise. After selecting it to play, he handed the laptop to Yang Chenglin. Yang Chenglin watched with a puzzled expression. Then, he was stunned. This is individual exoskeleton combat armor. Xian Guozhong swallowed hard and said, Professor, Chen Fan has developed individual exoskeleton combat armor. And as for its power, well, you've seen it for yourself. The video showed It showed Xiao Zhantian, clad in the exoskeleton combat armor, launching a fierce assault on the Monkey Kingdom's command center. The video concluded by displaying the staggering figure: 10,000 soldiers eliminated by Xiao Zhantian alone. 10,000. An entire division's worth of troops. Eliminated by a single man? Qian Guozhong's hand holding the computer suddenly began to shake violently. He felt his breathing grow labored. His chest felt as though something heavy was pressing down on it. Quick, the medicine! The medicine! Startled by this sudden turn of events, Qian Guozhong hurriedly retrieved the medicine nearby and fed it to Yang Changlin. After taking the medicine, Yang Changlin finally exhaled, his face twisted with bitterness as he said, "Guozhong, this isn't your fault." He was referring to Qian Guozhong's earlier outburst. Even he had been so stunned by the formidable capabilities of the single-soldier exoskeleton armor that he'd triggered his asthma attack. "Young friend Chen Fan, you've given me another surprise this time," Yang Changlin exclaimed with admiration. "Guozhong, pack up our things." Qian Guozhong paused in surprise. "Master, your health." Yang Changlin waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Come with me to meet young friend Chen Fan. He's truly astonished me." "Yes, master. I'll make arrangements immediately." Meanwhile, within the territory of the Three Kingdoms, Grandma Jia stared blankly at the intelligence report as it came in. Jeff had returned. Sitting right beside him. Commander, I told you so. With that devil around, no one can gain any advantage." Yamawato's lips twitched involuntarily at the remark. "This is actually a single-soldier exoskeleton combat suit." He stared straight at Yamawato, his brows furrowed. "This is more advanced than your Eagle brand stuff, right?" Jeff grinned. Be confident, dropped the question mark. "Dragon Nation's exoskeleton combat armor technology is indeed more advanced than ours, Eagle Chick. And we're talking at least a century ahead. 100 years ahead." Yamawato sighed dejectedly, feeling utterly defeated. Perhaps Dragon Nation has possessed this weaponry all along, but simply never revealed it. Against Monkey Nation, they deployed only one unit. Who knows how many exoskeleton combat suits the Dragon Nation actually possesses? Yamawato fell silent. He felt a profound sense of helplessness. Dragon Nation's technology was advancing far too rapidly. All of this is thanks to that man named Chen Fan. The mention of Chen Fan. An image of a handsome figure unconsciously surfaced in Yamawato's mind. Though he had never met Chen Fan, he had seen plenty of Chen Fan's files. All of it had been handed over by Jeff. "Ambassador Jeff, tell me, is this thing really developed by Chen Fan?" Seeing Yamawato actually doubting Chen Fan, Ambassador Jeff retorted with visible displeasure, "Your Excellency, you may question my courage, but you dare not doubt this devil's capabilities. Perhaps the Dragon Nation possesses many more weapons beyond our comprehension, they simply haven't revealed them yet. If you don't believe it, we'll just have to wait and see." "I do." How could Yamawato not believe it? Even if you told him right now that Dragon Nation possessed star-destroying warships, he wouldn't dare doubt it. Whoa! The thought that Dragon Nation might already have mass-produced these individual exoskeleton battlesuits sent a chill down Yamawato's spine. Then, he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Then, he felt like he couldn't breathe. Huff, huff. "Quick, call a doctor. I can't breathe." This had never happened to Yamawato before, and the panic made him immediately call for the guards. But Ambassador Jeff waved him off. He knew Yamawato's symptoms all too well. "No need for all that trouble. I have medicine right here." Saying this, he pulled out a medicine bottle he carried with him, then took a pill and popped it into Yamawato's mouth. Yamawato instinctively swallowed the pill. A miraculous scene unfolded. Shortly after taking the medicine, Yamawato felt as though she had come back to life. That suffocating, near-death sensation vanished completely. "Ambassador Jeff, what kind of medicine is this? Could this be a new drug developed by Eagle Sauce?" Ambassador Jeff chuckled, produced the medicine bottle, pointed to the Chinese characters on it, and said, No, Commander, I think you've got the wrong idea. This is medicine prescribed by a Dragon Nation doctor. I find it quite effective. You should see that doctor too. I suspect you have the same condition as me." "The same illness?" Yamawato froze for a moment, instinctively asking, "What illness?" "Commonplace phobia," Jeff said with a helpless expression. "I reckon the doctor is the only one in the world who can cure it." "Fear of ordinary people syndrome?" Grandma Jia paused again, then sighed wryly. "Looks like we'll have to make a trip to the Dragon Kingdom." Chen Fan was unaware. Because of his actions to squeeze out shock points, the world now had a new disease called fear of the ordinary syndrome. At that moment, he was staring at the shock value on his system interface, chuckling to himself. Chapter 66, The World Has Gone Mad. Detected remaining shock value, 695,693. 69,000. Almost 700,000. Chen Fan had never possessed such staggering shock points before. In this moment, he felt like a nouveau riche. Even Monkey Nation seemed more tolerable now. After all, since earning his first shot point, Monkey Kingdom had contributed the most to his tally. It was just a pity. Those who only spouted nonsense online couldn't contribute shot points to Chen Fan. Otherwise, his shot points would have been enough to redeem a Star Destroyer long ago, right? And just as Chen Fan had anticipated, netizens worldwide went absolutely wild after the Dragon Nation unveiled its single-soldier exoskeleton combat armor. Netizens from country A. What the hell? China has exoskeleton combat armor? And it's the kind where one soldier can take on 10,000? This isn't a weapon, it's a god incarnate. Heavens, if Dragon Nation deployed these against us, we'd lose even more spectacularly. Baba Yang netizen. My big brother is truly formidable. My voice is hoarse from shouting, but I still have to say it, Dragon Country is incredible. That's Dragon Nation for you, first anti-gravity tanks, now individual exoskeleton battlesuits. No army on Earth could possibly match them. To the poster above, even without this gear, Dragon Nation's ground forces remain the world's undisputed number one, no one can argue that. Dog big shot netizen. Bye. Cherry Blossom Nation netizen. Damn it, how can Dragon Nation be so powerful? We're probably going to lose this battle. Heard the higher-ups are scheming with the Eagle again. Wonder what new policies they're cooking up against Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation, once a trash country we crushed into the ground, has now become an unattainable existence for us. South Korean netizens. So what if Dragon Nation's tech is advanced? They're stealing our culture. Exactly. Our great Korea has 5,000 years of history. What is Dragon Country? Nothing. I dare say, if Dragon Nation and our Korea held military drills, Korea would still kick Dragon Nation's ass. We are the descendants of the sun. Eagle-chan netizens. Gotta admit, Dragon Nation's exoskeleton combat armor blew me away. Who's their next opponent? Can't wait to see. It probably won't be Dragon Nation again, they've fought 2 matches straight. They deserve a break, right? When Dragon Nation holds their military exercises, I absolutely have to be there in person. During their joint drills with Monkey Nation, Dragon Nation unveiled their exoskeleton combat suits. In fact, a single suit alone eliminated 10,000 Monkey Nation troops. The Monkey Nation netizens who had been constantly bragging earlier were now utterly silenced. Posts insulting Dragon Nation were being deleted at a visible pace. Faced with Dragon Nation netizens' provocations, no one dared utter a word. Beyond mere spectators and netizens, governments worldwide plunged into utter chaos. The president of the Korean nation was cozying up with his secretary when intelligence from the front lines arrived. He instantly collapsed to the floor, his manhood going limp and unable to rise again. Gaga gaga. Gripping his throat, he gasped for breath. His secretary, already terrified out of her wits, screamed frantically, "Help! Help! The president is in trouble." In an instant, the entire Blue House descended into utter chaos. Land of cherry blossoms. First, the Prime Minister's residence. Prime Minister Sakura, Ichiro Ozawa, had just been discharged from the hospital and hadn't even had time to savor the joys of life after recovery. Upon seeing the Dragon Nation's exoskeleton combat armor, his eyes rolled back once more and he fainted. As for North Korea and Oman, these two showed little reaction. Their relations with the Dragon Nation remained relatively stable. But the leaders of nations hostile to the Dragon Nation? One man taking down an entire division? Even fiction wouldn't dare write such a thing. But the Dragon Nation had made it a reality. Fear. Shock. Bewilderment. Within minutes of receiving the news, countless heads of state sent congratulatory telegrams to the Dragon Nation, celebrating its latest national marvel. Those nations that had yet to establish diplomatic relations with Dragon Nation, maintaining ties only with Taiwan, were so terrified they severed ties with Taiwan overnight and submitted applications to establish relations with Dragon Nation. Although only a single soldier-mounted exoskeleton combat suit appeared in the military exercises, no one dared guarantee whether the Dragon Nation possessed more such suits. After all, if they dared to showcase this in a drill, it wouldn't be surprising if they possessed even more advanced weaponry. Madness. The entire world plunged into utter frenzy over the unveiling of Dragon Nation's exoskeleton combat suits. Countless people eagerly awaited the next military exercise, determined to witness the Dragon Nation's exoskeleton combat suits with their own eyes. Amidst this collective anticipation, the 7 Nations Organizing Committee commenced the second round of drawings. According to protocol, the order of the 7 Nations military exercises is always randomized. Dragon Nation had already participated in 2 consecutive rounds. This third matchup was highly unlikely to feature the Dragon Nation. But anything could happen with random selection, who could say for sure? This time, the 7 Nations Organizing Committee opted for a live stream draw. At that moment, the live stream of the draw had reached an unprecedented viewership of 1.3 billion. Not only citizens from the 7 nations, but even audiences from other countries had flooded into the livestream. Inside the livestream, the committee member in charge of the draw pressed the machine's start button with a solemn expression. Beep beep beep. After a series of muffled beeps, the name of a nation slowly appeared on the lottery machine's display. Korea. The next military exercise will feature the Korean Peninsula. Now, select the opponent for the Korean Peninsula. As the committee member spoke, viewers worldwide watching this scene couldn't help but hold their breath. Beep beep beep. As the machine beeped once more, the mystery surrounding the third exercise's opponent was officially unveiled. Dragon Nation. Third exercise, offensive side Korea. Defensive side Dragon Nation. As the committee member announced, the third matchup of the 7 nations military exercise was officially confirmed. The live stream exploded with reactions. Holy crap, Dragon Nation again? Are they going for 6 straight wins? Dragon Nation has already fought 2 consecutive battles. Who knew there'd be a third? Seriously, how is this fair? Every nation that loses to Dragon Nation ends up wiped out. At this rate, the other countries won't even get a chance to participate. According to the rules, each nation is entitled to 6 opportunities to participate in the exercises. Unless all combat-ready troops are depleted during participation. But this year's exercises are an exception. Third country and Monkey Nation even had their commanders captured alive, naturally losing their chance to exercise with other nations. As for Dragon Nation, are they really going for 6 straight wins? Is it about to make history? Everyone was stunned, but soon, anticipation filled their hearts. Chapter 67, A Bad Feeling. Just as everyone anticipated the third exercise, the 7 Nations Organizing Committee commenced a new round of draw. Since Dragon Nation and Stick Nation shared no land border, a location within either country's territory had to be selected as the drill site. Adhering to the principle of complete transparency, the 7 Nations Organizing Committee once again opted for a live-stream draw. Soon, the result was revealed. The exercise site was designated as the Taebaek Mountains in Korea. Korea is a mountainous nation, with 2/3 of its land area comprised of mountains. The Taebaek Mountains, running along the eastern coast, are hailed as the backbone of Korea. Stretching from Wonsan along the eastern coast to Busan, the Taebaek Mountains form the backbone of the peninsula, with an extension forming Tsushima Island. Primarily composed of Precambrian gneiss, the range runs roughly north-south. Its eastern slopes are steep and plunge directly to the coast, while the western slopes are gentler, branching into 3 main sections: the coastal mountains, the central mountains, and the Yeongseo Mountains. Stretching 500 kilometers with an average elevation of 800 meters, the mountain range slopes higher in the north and lower in the south. The exercise site is located in the central mountain range. Dragon Nation defends, Stick Nation attacks. The moment the news broke, President Park Geuk-chang of the Korean Republic couldn't stop grinning. Excellent. Excellent. You Dragon Nation claims to have anti-gravity tanks, right? And individual exoskeleton battle suits? This time I'll see if your anti-gravity tanks can even get off the ground. And your exoskeleton combat suits? Since you've come, don't expect to leave intact. The Korean nation was notorious for its disregard for military ethics. Shortly after the news broke, Dragon Nation citizens in Korea reported that large numbers of Koreans armed with shovels had entered the central mountains. They didn't know what exactly they were doing. Because the moment any Dragon Nation citizens approached the central mountains, they were driven away. As for how they distinguish between Koreans and Chinese, their method is simple. They check ID cards. Although the bastards claimed it was to prepare for military exercises, everyone knew these damn Koreans were up to no good. In response, numerous Dragon Nation netizens have flooded the 7 Nations Military Exercise Organizing Committee with reports and protests. The Dragon Nation representative even publicly denounced the Korean delegate at the conference for violating military ethics. They even initiated a vote to terminate the exercises. The 7 Nations Military Exercise Organizing Committee has a rule. If one party feels unfairly treated, they may initiate a vote to terminate the exercise. If 4 votes are secured, the exercise would be redrawn by lot. But to everyone's surprise, every nation on the committee except North Korea voted against it. This is ing bull. They're ganging up on Dragon Nation. I'm certain those bastards are up to some dirty tricks this time. Damn those bastards from Korea, shameless scoundrels. Facing the accusations from Dragon Nation netizens, Korean netizens calmly responded. Oh, so you guys in Dragon Country are this sensitive? We're just fixing up our training grounds. Is that really such a big deal? What do you mean no military ethics? Do you expect ethics in war? Stop spreading rumors. We genuinely are repairing the training grounds. Come see for yourselves. As for whether they're actually renovating the site, only the Koreans themselves know the truth. The very next day, witnesses reported seeing truck after truck from the Korean peninsula, their cargo obscured by thick tarps, slowly making their way into the central mountains. Blue House, South Korea. President Park Geuk-chang listened to his subordinate's report, his face beaming with satisfaction. Good. Everything's taken care of, right? Ha ha ha. This time, I'll make sure those exoskeleton battlesuits from Dragon Nation never return. And make them suffer in silence, unable to voice their grievances. Park Geuk-chang's plan was simple. laying mines in advance on the Dragon Nation's training grounds. Not fake ones, mind you. These were the real deal, the kind that could take lives. You Manhwa have those individual exoskeleton battlesuits, right? I'll blow them to smithereens. What? Can't we use real landmines in exercises? No. You guys buried those mines yourselves back in the day, what's it got to do with us? Back then, your Dragon Nation helped North Korea attack us. You buried those mines yourselves. Now they're blowing up your own soldiers, how can you blame us? As for China retaliating? War? Do you think he'd dare do this without orders? As for who gave the orders, who else could it be but the eagle? Just as Park Guk-chang was lost in his delusional fantasy of crushing the Dragon Nation, his secretary reported that the eagle ambassador sought an audience. Quickly, show him in. Soon, a dark-skinned man with a thick beard strode into the Blue House and plopped down across from Park Guk-chang. Your Excellency, is the plan proceeding smoothly? Park Guk-chang nodded eagerly. Ambassador Harvey, everything is ready. This time, Dragon Nation will suffer heavy losses. As he spoke, Park Guk-chang's face clouded with concern. But what about afterward? Afterwards? Ambassador Harvey gave a cold laugh. Didn't I tell you? Just say it's a bomb Dragon Nation planted decades ago, now it's blown them to smithereens. If they dare start a war, this eagle isn't one to be trifled with. Reassured once more, Park Guk-chang breathed a sigh of relief. Once the Dragon Nation's soldiers participating in the exercises set foot on their Korean soil, whether they lived or died would be entirely up to them, wouldn't it? After all, the Dragon Nation soldiers' weapons were all electronic training guns, posing no threat whatsoever. But the guns in their hands? Those were the real deal. Truth be told, ever since the Dragon Nation unveiled its individual exoskeleton combat armor, the Eagle Nation had been growing restless. They tolerated the anti-gravity tanks. They never imagined the Dragon Nation could produce anything more formidable, yet here they were, unmanned exoskeleton combat suits. And they were so powerful. If Dragon Nation continued developing at this pace, would the position of Earth's dominant power still belong to the Eagle Nation? So the Eagle sought to teach Dragon Nation a lesson during its joint military exercises with the Korean Peninsula. That lesson meant keeping the entire third group of the Southern Military District, including Commander Lee Guosheng, trapped within Korean Peninsula territory. Through the blood of these tens of thousands, they would make Dragon Nation understand that the world still belonged to the Eagles. The third army group participating in the exercises was doomed never to return. Even if they do, it will only be as ashes. This is the Eagle's resolve: if the Dragon Nation dares to wage war, it will be crushed in its infancy before it grows beyond control. Meanwhile, Nanyun Province border. Within the Dragon Nation's garrison base, Chen Fan felt his left eyelid twitching incessantly, a heavy stone lodged in his chest. To ease his unease, Chen Fan pulled a lounge chair and sat down in the soldier's training field. Just then, Lee Guosheng approached with a furrowed brow. Brother, I have this feeling something bad is about to happen. It might be related to the third military exercise. Chen Fan nodded. I have that feeling too. The two exchanged glances, their expressions growing increasingly grave.